Chapter 1, huh? Did I just die from overworking? Is this a rebirth? Lin Yang opened his eyes, gazing at his diminutive arms, quickly confirming his situation. He had indeed been reborn and was now nestled in the womb. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the slacker system. A system? Hooray! And then what? Lin Yang waited in vain for a response. Truly a slacker system. It merely offered an introduction before falling silent. Come out. Ding! The system lazily chimed in. Damn it, what use is this system? Get lost. Lin Yang was at a loss for words. Detected host's refusal to bind, in accordance with the slacker system's requirements. System has been bound. Rewards. 3,000 scriptures, eye of true perception. The system's voice echoed. Wow, this works? Lin Yang's lips twitched as an overwhelming number of scriptures and information about this world flooded his mind. So it's a fantastical world. He glanced around casually, showing no inclination to delve deeper. When needed, this information would automatically surface in his mind. He was too lazy to think. The slacker system. How wonderful. In my previous life, my competitive spirit was overwhelming as I was solely focused on grand undertakings. The result? My peers were all in a cutthroat race, and I not only failed to repay my mortgage but also worked myself to death. Lin Yang lamented, in this life, I refuse to exert myself. If I am fortunate enough to be born into a wealthy family, then I shall embrace the life of a decadent scion. It's settled, absolutely perfect. He grinned widely. Looking around, he then noticed a trembling baby girl in the corner. Wait, I actually have a twin sister. Lin Yang was taken aback. Upon seeing the infant, his eye of true perception sparkled. She's a reincarnated Empress. My goodness, but why does she seem so afraid of me? Unbeknownst to him, in the eyes of the Empress Lin Yang, he appeared as a terrifying deity. 3,000 scriptures recorded the myriad paths, merely revolving in his mind, would lead to an unparalleled elevation of his soul. Lin Yang's soul level was leagues above that of the Empress. Unintentionally exuding a formidable pressure, he instilled great terror in the Empress. Primordial, chaotic soul. What kind of extraordinary being is my twin brother? Gulp. Lin Jiu's heart raced, terrified. Do not provoke him. He must be a reincarnated supreme cultivator come to experience the mortal realm. Hello. Lin Yang could not yet speak, so he simply waved at the Empress with a grin. Kiskiviko, kiskiviko, kiskiviko. Unbeknownst to him, his smile struck the Empress as utterly horrifying, nearly bringing her tears. Why is he smiling at me? Is he planning to devour my soul as a form of sustenance? Just as the Empress was caught in her spiral of thoughts. In the boudoir, Lu Ruyan, who had been pregnant for 3 years, gently caressed her belly, her smile soft and warm. Ruyan, I have just returned from the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. The Master of Celestial Secrets said your day of childbirth is in 3 days. A man clad in a golden dragon-patterned robe entered the chamber. His aura was unfathomable, and his demeanor exuded unparalleled nobility. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, adorned with a jade sword at his waist, his every step carried the rhythm of the great Tao. The maidservants bowed their heads in deference. Head of the family, Lin Tianyuan, the patriarch of the immortal Lin clan. The immortal Lin clan, a top-tier power across the 3,000 realms. Only families that have produced an immortal emperor are worthy of being called an immortal clan. The law of the immortal emperor transcends time. All causality is bound to him. As long as his name endures, he remains eternal through the river of time. No one would dare to covet the immortal clan. After all, the gaze of the immortal emperor continues to shield these immortal clans from the shadows. These are the innate divine waters I acquired from the Master of Celestial Secrets. They can enhance the innate energy of the fetus. Lin Tianyuan flipped his hand, producing a vial of celestial liquid and presenting it to Lu Ruyan. Wonderful. Lu Ruyan beamed, her beauty unparalleled. In that instant, the flowers wilted in shame, and the heavens dimmed at her radiance. Lin Tianyuan was exhilarated. In 3 days, he would become a father. To prepare, he had gathered the most extraordinary divine materials, vowing to lay the most perfect foundation for his child throughout history. With these celestial medicines and divine treasures, my child will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the 3,000 realms, becoming an immortal emperor. Lin Tianyuan was filled with anticipation. A child born into the immortal clan, blessed by fortune and lineage, would at least possess the foundation of a sage. And now, at any cost, he was investing his child would surely possess the potential of an emperor. After consuming the divine water and celestial treasures, Ruyan, you should rest well. I will prepare for the grand birth ceremony in 3 days. After giving Lu Ruyan his instructions, Lin Tianyuan strode away with confidence. Lu Ruyan's face was filled with joy, her eyes brimming with affection. This usually composed and imposing man had a surprisingly excited side. Gulp. She consumed the various divine treasures, beginning to refine them. Rest assured, my baby, I will ensure you obtain a perfect innate foundation. Buzz. The refined innate essence settled within her. The Empress cowered in the corner, eyeing the innate essence with envy. Yet, she hesitated to act, daunted by the overwhelming soul pressure of her twin brother. Lin Yang, feeling utterly bored, wished to tease this future Empress sister of his. Alas, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Truly the Empress so aloof. He mused, since you ignore me, I shall take a grand nap instead. Lin Yang lifted his eyelids to glance at the essence, utterly disinterested, and promptly began to sleep deeply. Judging by the innate essence, the material conditions of the family he was reborn into must be quite splendid, sufficient to ensure a life of luxury for himself. What more is there to say? The plan for a decadent young master is set in motion. Time to sleep. All he wished for was a deep slumber. His previous life had been too overwhelming, far too exhausting. He had dreamed more than once of sleeping for 3 days and nights, free of burdens and utterly relaxed. Now that'll be bliss. Zzz. He sank into an infant-like slumber. The Empress tilted her little head in confusion. It seems this twin brother of mine has no interest in the innate essence. I understand now. The Empress realized with certainty, nodding. Such a prominent figure must have a perfectly complete innate foundation. Why would he need supplements? With this thought, she resolved to strive harder. In this life, I, Lin Jiyue, refuse to be outdone by anyone. Even if you are some extraordinary being, if you continue to slack off, I will undoubtedly surpass you. I shall obtain an unparalleled and perfect foundation. She raised her tiny fist, motivating herself. Swimming towards the innate essence, Lin Jiyue wore a serious expression, diligently beginning her refinement. In the hazy realm of dreams, Lin Yang heard the system's prompt. Detected host's non-competitive nature, fondness for sleeping in. Reward, primordial purple chi, Pangu's true embryo, automatically forging an immaculate innate foundation. Detected host's carefree sleep for 1 hour. Reward, Pangu's heaven-splitting visualization, chart 1. Detected host's carefree sleep for 8 hours. Reward, Azure Lotus Imperial Weapon 1. Detected host's carefree sleep for 24 hours. Reward, Enlightenment Tree Seed 1. Detected host. He had no idea how long he had slept. Lin Yang opened his eyes, feeling a multitude of new things within his consciousness. He cast a brief glance at the system's space, the brilliance of treasures nearly blinding him. Damn it, system. You took advantage of my unawareness to stuff me with so many things? How unprincipled. He stretched lazily, realizing his spiritual awareness could now sense everything around him. All I have to do is sleep, and the Pangu's heaven-splitting visualization chart will continuously enhance my spiritual awareness. This feels incredible. Lin Yang couldn't help but reminisce about the idle cultivation games from Blue Star. Huff. The Empress, tirelessly striving beside him, dared not slacken, her big eyes sparkling as Lin Yang finally awoke. This slothful brother of hers had finally come to, with the aid of extraordinary celestial treasures and divine medicines. She had laid what she perceived to be the most perfect and unprecedented foundation, far surpassing her previous life, with unparalleled roots combined with her innate talent. In this life, she would undoubtedly achieve immortality. Even if you're a terrifying power reincarnated, you still must start from scratch in cultivation after birth. If you remain this lazy, there will surely come a day when I surpass you. Lin Jiyu's gaze was resolute, her heart brimming with anticipation. She despised slackers. When I become the strongest, I will definitely step on him, compelling him to cultivate diligently. Kiskiviko, kiskiviko, kiskiviko. Huh. Lin Yang suddenly cast his gaze in this direction. Lin Jiu was momentarily struck with terror, her mind blank, and her small hands stiffened. Oh no, has this formidable being seen through her thoughts? Was she about to be silenced for good? What should I do? I am so frightened. Mother, please come save me. Lin Jiu was in a state of utter panic. Meanwhile, Lin Yang merely murmured, "It seems quite lively outside." Lin Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. Patting her chest, it appeared that her inner thoughts had not been overheard. However, it wasn't long before she lamented. It seems this imposing presence is utterly disinterested in my musings, deeming me no threat whatsoever. Indeed, powerful beings tend to be quite proud. Lin Yang had no intention of engaging with this imaginative individual, instead extending his consciousness outward to observe the world, indulging in the unfolding spectacle. The Empress, too, was puzzled upon extending her perception. Her lovely eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens! To what terrifying lineage have I been born? The chimes of the birth celebration rang out, heralding the arrival of many powerful entities from the Lin family. The strong descended like raindrops from all directions, each aura potent enough to make the stars tremble and the Tao resonate. Truly, there were more saint kings than one could count, and great saints were as plentiful as fallen leaves. Could it be that I was born into a family of emperors? No, that can't be. Lin Jiu's heart surged with excitement. Such prosperity could not possibly belong to an ordinary imperial clan. This is undoubtedly a celestial family, a lineage that has produced immortals. Otherwise, it could not thrive to such an extent. She swallowed hard, feeling as though she were in a dream. In this life, perhaps she could truly become an immortal. In her previous life, she had come from humble beginnings, an orphan from a young age. Through relentless cultivation, she had fought her way to becoming an emperor, only to ultimately fall on the path to immortality. She had always been lonely, yearning for the warmth and care of elders and family. Now, upon learning she was to be born into a celestial family, an endless anticipation welled up in her eyes. In this life, I am determined to strive for cultivation, to tread the path of immortality, and truly become an immortal. Only with absolute strength can I protect my family and safeguard my lineage. All the loneliness and regrets shall cease to exist. Lin Jiu's gaze blazed with fervor, her inner resolve burning brightly. Lin Yang's eyes also sparkled with intensity, yet his thoughts diverged greatly from Lin Jiu's. This is delightful. Absolutely perfect. This family clearly belongs to top-tier power. I can finally relax. No more need for effort. Long live idleness. Cultivation? He had no desire for such toil with such a formidable background. Living as a carefree scion was the true path. The life of a privileged second-generation heir. Here I come. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the true essence of life. Reward granted. The divine ability of immortality. The host's karma shall henceforth transcend the flow of time, no longer shackled by the constraints of temporal law, capable of eternal existence and immortality. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Was this truly immortality? Countless cultivators defy fate, competing on the path to immortality, shedding their blood in pursuit of longevity. Aren't they? Yet, with merely a thought of idleness, he had directly attained the ultimate realm sought by those cultivators. What a delightful turn of events. Wait, immortality is merely theoretical invulnerability. However, if the body remains weak, there is still the possibility of being slain. This still impacts my idleness. Must I first cultivate to the utmost before I can truly relax? That would be no different from my previous life. No. This system is lacking. This golden finger is far too limited. Lin Yang felt that he must not sacrifice the essence of pleasure for minor gains. Experiencing a joyful life must take precedence. It would be far better to rely on his identity as a second-generation heir and embrace a life of leisure. Recognizing the host's concerns regarding the prospects of a leisurely life, reward granted, the divine ability of indestructibility. Henceforth, neither the host's body nor soul may be destroyed. Immortality and invulnerability are assured. Lin Yang couldn't help but extend his small finger, giving a thumbs up to the system. Truly, those who give life are parents, but those who understand me are you, dear system. It seems you provide a pillow when I feel sleepy. I shall henceforth name you the most considerate system across all realms. In the outside world, the many powerful beings of the Lin family had gathered. The birth of the family head child was a momentous occasion for the immortal Lin family, and even the entire 3,000 realms. Aside from the reclusive old monsters, all Lin clan members had assembled. At the celebration, the strong were densely packed. Only those who were not great saints were deemed unworthy of entering the hall. Only those on the verge of becoming emperors had the chance to partake in the tea, and only the most precious treasures were worthy of being presented as gifts. Yet, Lin Tianyuan, the family head, wore a face full of anxiety, pacing restlessly outside the delivery room. Out of caution, he had enlisted the strongest midwives of the realm, even summoning the Life Empress and other peak powerhouses to oversee the proceedings. It could be said that nothing would go awry, yet he still couldn't quell his unease. No matter how exalted one's status, the nerves of becoming a father for the first time are inevitable. Boom! In the next moment, the heavens resonated, the sky erupted in brilliant colors, and golden lotuses surged forth from the earth. Joy illuminated Lin Tianyuan's eyes. It has been born. An extraordinary phenomenon has descended. This is an auspicious omen. The elder of heavenly mechanisms stroked the divination board, his expression shaken. The appearance of such a phenomenon at birth indicated that this child possessed at least the potential of a saint. At any cost, forcibly amassing resources to forge a great emperor is not merely a dream. This is a supreme anomaly. Master of the house, your child possesses the innate talent of an emperor. The elder of heavenly secrets gasped in astonishment. With the potential for imperial greatness combined with the terrifying resources of the immortal forest clan, there may indeed be a chance to contend for the title of immortal in this era. In this age of fallen immortals, true immortals are scarce across the 3,000 realms. If the immortal Lin clan were to produce another contemporary true immortal, would they not reign supreme and invincible over the 3,000 realms? In the following moment, the resounding cry of a newborn pierced the heavens. The 3,000 realms trembled. Billions of miles of purple chi surged forth. Countless chaotic demons danced and bowed. 100,000 celestial birds and extraordinary beasts cried out in unison. And amidst the ocean of suffering, blooming blue lotuses flourished, while the bright moon rose night after night upon the sea. As Pangu opened the heavens, and Nuwa crafted humanity, the emperor of humanity battled the void. Countless terrifying anomalies illuminated the sky, as if the universe had just begun, unfurling a grand epic scroll. Everyone was left in awe, staring blankly at the terrifying anomalies that danced in the sky. Even the elder of heavenly secrets was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Throughout history, there has never been a record of such an occurrence. These supreme anomalies surged forth as if they were free, as though they feared missing a grand celebration. This is the legendary celebration of the Great Tao. The elder of heavenly secrets trembled. What kind of terrifying existence could compel the Great Tao to celebrate its birth? With a slight calculation, the celestial disk in his hand shattered, and he nearly disintegrated into ashes. Were it not for the resonance of the Tao emanating from the depths of the Lin clan's ancestral land, he would have been crushed by the Great Tao. Whoosh! The elder of heavenly secrets was drenched in cold sweat, filled with trepidation. Lin clan leader, your son is truly destined to defy the heavens. Lin Tianyuan understood all too well the status and achievements of the elder of heavenly secrets within the 3,000 realms. Even the elder of heavenly secrets was nearly obliterated by the Great Tao. Amidst the shock, he was also filled with unparalleled pride. This is his son. The Great Tao has come to celebrate his birth. My son possesses the potential of an immortal emperor. he will surely lead our Lin clan back to the pinnacle, forging the unparalleled glory of an immortal family. Lin Tianyuan's smile was wide. I could see this moment. Lin Yang and Lin Jiu were brought forth. Upon seeing his overly excited father, Lin Yang felt speechless and inwardly scoffed. I merely came to enjoy the benefits of being young. Old man, I advise you to give up on your dreams of parental pride while you still can. Such a handsome and charming pair, truly delightful. Lin Tianyuan found himself increasingly fond of this pair of children. Lu Rin also emerged. Beings of their caliber, though birthing took a toll, were certainly not incapacitated. It was time to name them. Only with names could the celebration commence properly. Lu Rin gazed at Lin Tianyuan's beaming smile and gently reminded him. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Tianyuan nodded fervently, looking towards the heavens. In the vast sea of the 3,000 realms, only the sun star and the moon star endure eternally, illuminating the 8 desolations. My children shall be as unique and invincible as the sun and moon. He clenched his fists. My son shall be named Lin Taiyang, and my daughter Lin Taiyin. How do you find that? Lu Rin was left speechless. Could you be a bit more sensible? Look, our son is nearly rolling his eyes to the heavens. What? My son rolled his eyes. Lin Tianyuan was horrified, and upon looking down, he saw Lin Yang contemptuously raising a middle finger at him. The entire room fell silent. Ahem, Lin Tianyuan took the initiative to break the awkwardness, proudly declaring, Look how precocious my son is. He raised a middle finger right after being born. Indeed, the young clan leader is exceptionally intelligent. This is the caliber that even the great Tao celebrates. The clan leader is wise. The clan leader is discerning. The midwives and servants all chimed in agreement. Since you are dissatisfied with the name, I just suggested, how about Lin Tairi? Lin Tianyuan slapped his forehead, glancing tentatively at Lin Yang. This time, he was met with 2 middle fingers. All right, perhaps you should refrain from naming. Otherwise, the child might retaliate with a middle finger of his own. Lu Rin covered Lin Tianyuan's mouth, pondering before stating, Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, a return to purity. I think we should name our son Lin Yang. As for our daughter, since there are 9 phases of the moon star, let us choose the character Jiu. The moon is also referred to Azuan folklore. Thus, our daughter shall be named Lin Jiu. Humph, your name is far less imposing than mine. Mine is much more powerful. Lin Tianyuan remained unconvinced. Yet, when he looked down, he found both his daughter and son giving her a thumbs up, their eyes gleaming with approval for their names. Lin Tianyuan's face instantly flushed red, and he waved his hand dismissively. Enough, it seems I am not adept at naming. I have pressing matters to attend to, and shall take my leave. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped away, utterly embarrassed. There was no way he could remain in this family for another second. The grand celebration commenced. The sounds of the Tao resonated, brilliance filled the skies, and the immortal Lin clan opened their doors to welcome guests. The pinnacle powers of the 3,000 realms gathered to celebrate, and notable figures from all sides arrived in droves, overwhelming in number. Only representatives from the immortal clans or immortal dynasties were welcomed by Lin Tianyuan. Lin, brother, your child is truly remarkable. He stirred the 3,000 realms the moment he was born. Initially, I intended to gift you a single elixir of immortality as a congratulatory gift, but now it seems I must bestow upon you 10, when your son becomes an immortal emperor and restores the glory of your immortal clan. Do not forget your old friend Ji, Lin Tianyuan's good friend, the leader of the immortal Ji clan, entered with a hearty laugh. Lin clan leader, a few years ago, our immortal Phoenix dynasty welcomed a young Phoenix with unparalleled talent. She is destined to succeed the position of our Phoenix Empress. I wonder if you would consider an alliance of marriage between our families. A dignified woman, radiating myriad rays of light and wearing a gentle smile, descended. She was none other than the immortal Phoenix Empress, Feng Xiu Huang. Oh, what a coincidence. Our Qingqiu Fox clan has just welcomed a 9-tailed young fox. She is the second 9-tailed fox to emerge since the chaos began. Destined for immortality, I also wish to arrange a union between her and your son. The enchanting Qingqiu fairy also descended, her every step captivating, impossible for even an emperor to resist. The immortal Phoenix Empress and the Qingqiu fairy exchanged glances. tension crackling between them. The surrounding guests were left in shock that the golden age about to commence once more. The 3,000 realms have witnessed the birth of such extraordinary talents consecutively. Lin Tangyuan merely smiled faintly, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. The Phoenix Empress and the Qingqiu Fairy were known for their aloofness, rarely concerning themselves with mortal affairs, let alone competing to marry off their prodigies. There was no rush. My son's marriage should ultimately be his decision. Lin Tianyuan rubbed his chin. However, if the two of you are not opposed to a polygamous arrangement, I could certainly agree to the unions of both of your family heirs for my son. Lin Clan leader, you are being rather greedy, the Qingqiu Fairy remarked, somewhat displeased as the leaders of immortal bloodlines. Their pride prevented them from compromising for their descendants. The Empress also frowned slightly. Surely the future Empress of the Phoenix dynasty cannot share a husband with another. Haha, since you both are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. My son's birth has already drawn the celebration of the great Tao. His achievements are destined to be unparalleled at that time. Do not regret your decisions. Lin Tianyuan stood firm, unwavering in his conviction, in his heart. He believed his son was absolutely worthy. 200, or even 2,000. He would not bat an eye. That is only natural. The Phoenix Empress and the Qingqiu Fairy nodded proudly, confident that their offspring would not fall short of any contender. Lin brother, your two little ones should have finished their cleansing rituals by now. It is time to test their talents, is it not? We have come to witness the ultimate genius who has shaken the 3,000 realms from birth and to see just how terrifying his talents may be. Indeed, the great figures and powerful beings from various immortal lineages echoed in agreement. Ha! Splendid! Lin Tianyuan waved his sleeve. Thus, let the talent testing ceremony commence. Lin Jiuyu and Lin Yang were brought forth. Let us first test my precious daughter. Lin Tianyuan placed Lin Jiuyu upon the altar. All eyes were upon her. Buzz! The altar suddenly radiated 9 colors of light. Instantly, it revealed her unparalleled talent. Truly invincible. Not yet stopped. A myriad of colors surged skyward as chaos emanated from the heavens. The endowment of an emperor. Congratulations to the immortal Lin clan, for in this era of celestial demise, they are blessed once more with the emergence of an emperor. But this prodigious evolution is far from complete. The hoarse voice of the Elder of Destiny resonated. The guest's eyes widened in astonishment. Above, the heavens whirled with chaos, as if the very fabric of reality had been unfurled, revealing the celestial staircase that lay beyond the chaos, the path to immortality, the essence of a celestial being. Is it truly the case that the Lin clan is destined to defy fate and produce a genuine immortal in this era of celestial demise? Have we all misjudged, attributing the celebration of the great Tao to this girl? To conceive a being of immortal essence in such dire times, the Lin clan must indeed possess immense fortune. The leaders of various factions were profoundly shaken, ransacking their minds to contemplate which of their descendants could possibly be worthy of this future female immortal. With Lin Jiyu present, the Lin clan could at least thrive for another 100,000 years. Even the immortal legacies would be envious. Ha! Truly, she is the daughter of Lin Tianyuan. Lin Tianyuan was filled with unparalleled joy. With the resources of the Lin clan to protect her, Lin Jiyu is destined to become a future female immortal. Lin Jiyu proudly lifted her little head, casting a glance at her aloof brother, Lin Yang. She was, after all, a reincarnated emperor, having laid down an unparalleled foundation even in the womb. It was only natural that she possessed the essence of a celestial being. Lin Yang yawned, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Lin Jiyue's cheeks puffed out, visibly displeased with her arrogant brother. Yet her curiosity about Lin Yang's terrifying potential was equally piqued. Now, it is my son Lin Yang's turn. Lin Tunyuan awaited eagerly. Lin Yang was placed upon the altar. The entire 8 desolations trembled. This spectacle exceeded all expectations. This a defiance of the heavens. The very realm quaking at his presence. The head of the Ji family widened his eyes in disbelief. In the next moment, The heavens were torn asunder, and an endless torrent of chaotic light surged forth. The 8 desolations were riddled with cracks, as if unable to bear an unimaginable pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. What? This was not the reaction of a mere talent test. The leaders of the top-tier factions instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Their faces paling, an unknown and terrifying catastrophe was upon them, threatening to shatter the entire 8 desolations. It was the apocalyptic calamity. Fear flickered in the Elder of Destiny's eyes as his celestial device shattered once more. Spewing forth a mouthful of old blood, his body on the verge of disintegration. Protect the Elder of Destiny. Lin Yang reacted swiftly, utilizing his supreme powers to shield the Elder. Together, they channeled vitality into him. Aiding in his divinations, the leaders of the immortal legacies stepped forth. The Empress of the Phoenix dynasty, the Fairy of Qingqiu, and the head of the Ji family, each unleashed their formidable strength to stabilize the nearly collapsing Elder of Destiny's spirit. Buzz before the Elder of Destiny, a shimmering, ethereal screen gradually unfurled, revealing events occurring in the far reaches of the cosmos on the highlands of the 8 desolations. A terrifying figure, towering and incomprehensible, was executing unfathomable divine powers. Beside him, 2 coffins shattered in succession, releasing 2 exalted beings identical to the terrifying figure. 3 figures seemed to devour the heavens and the earth, poised to consume the entirety of the 8 desolations. This was the legendary 3 epics, Celestial Emperor. The Elder of Destiny recognized that figure, his complexion paling. A celestial emperor? How could there be a celestial emperor in the era of celestial demise? Moreover, had not the 3 epics celestial emperor perished long ago in the cataclysm of celestial downfall? A chill ran down everyone's spine as they were engulfed by an indescribable terror. The 3 epics celestial emperor symbolizes the past, present, and future with power beyond comprehension. Eons ago, he sought to sacrifice all living beings across 3,000 realms to achieve immortality. Now, after lying dormant for countless ages, has he awakened only to consume the entire 8 desolations to restore his strength. Panic erupted among all present. Could it be that he was aware of the convergence of the top-tier factions at the Lin clan today, choosing this moment for annihilation? The spatial barriers of the realm had been sealed. Even true immortals could not break through. Are we to be devoured whole by the resurrected 3 epics celestial emperor? The leaders of the top-tier factions were thrown into disarray, their faces drained of color. To resurrect and then plot the consumption of all the leaders of the top factions across 3,000 realms. Such was the audacity of the 3 epics celestial emperor. Such was the invincibility of the celestial emperor. What to do? With the realm sealed, escape is impossible. Must we simply await our demise? All the top powers were in a state of panic. Even Lin Yang's expression tightened. This was a celestial emperor. Even among immortals, he was among the mightiest, let alone in this era of celestial demise, where true immortals are nowhere to be seen. In such circumstances, how could one hope to contend against a celestial emperor? It was simply unthinkable. The only option was to venture into the ancestral grounds and seek fortune. Lin Yang's gaze hardened. Within the ancestral grounds lay many slumbering ancient monsters of the Lin clan, self-sealed ancient deities. Even he, as the clan leader, was unaware of the true terror within the ancestral grounds. However, he understood that if the Lin clan were to draw upon its full heritage, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope to grasp in this apocalyptic calamity. Sigh. Observing the chaotic celebration, Lin Yang let out a deep sigh. How could he have been born into a world where a celestial emperor seeks annihilation? Such luck is unparalleled. Perhaps he should buy a lottery ticket. If such a thing existed in the 8 desolations. Brother, what to do? Think of something quickly. The Empress sent a telepathic message. She too was flustered. After so long, she finally had family, having forged an unparalleled foundation, only to be faced with annihilation upon birth. She was unwilling. Her desire for survival fiercely ignited. What else could be done? Just wait for death. Those great emperors and sages were helpless against this situation. What could they, newly born, possibly do? Lin Yang chose to abandon hope. Alas, he had thought this life would be carefree, yet it turned out to be just as miserable, snuffed out before he could even revel in the prospect of being a pampered young master. Although he possessed the attribute of immortality, if the world were to be destroyed and his family support vanished, where could he go to indulge in his idleness? Huh? Lin Jiyue was taken aback. Damn you. Brother, you. Though her first reaction was one of anger, she suddenly realized that Lin Yang's words rang with undeniable truth. Regardless of their noble lineage, they were merely newborns now, in the face of the celestial emperor's apocalypse. What could they possibly accomplish? Perhaps this was fate. In both of their lifetimes, they were destined to suffer turmoil. The Empress, heartbroken, felt tears welling up in her eyes, engulfed in profound sorrow. Suddenly, Lin Yang stirred. A glimmer of hope sparked in the Empress's eyes. Could it be that her formidable brother was finally about to reveal his strength? To her surprise, Lin Yang merely turned over, lying on his side. The Empress and Lin Yang exchanged bewildered looks, both utterly perplexed. What are you staring at? If I'm to die, I might as well be comfortable while lying here. I suggest you find a cozy position to lie down as well. Lin Yang kindly transmitted his thoughts. You bastard. The Empress was exasperated, unappreciative of kindness. Lin Yang stretched languidly, turning his back to the Empress and peacefully closing his eyes. The very moment he shut his eyes, the system's voice chimed. Ding. External forces detected attempting to prevent the host from idling. Reward. Daily invincibility. Note. Each day, you will gain 1 minute of invincible time, allowing you to disregard realms and eliminate opponents in an instant. Lin Yang's eyes snapped open. An invincibility skill? Now, that is intriguing. Disregard realms means I could even eliminate a celestial emperor in a heartbeat. Lin Yang was astonished. Indeed, the system quickly confirmed. Lin Yang's heart soared with joy. Having finally received a divine start in this life, he had no intention of restarting. Even though his immortality attribute spared him from restarting, if the world and his family were destroyed, what use would it be to idle? He would simply become a vagabond drifting through the chaotic void. Damn old man. So you're the one preventing me from idling, huh? Lin Yang gazed upon the colossal visage of the Sansheng immortal emperor that materialized in the void. His eyes glinting with an icy chill. When faced with an adversary too formidable to defeat, one must, of course, await death with serenity. Yet, when merely a flick of his fingers could obliterate any obstacle, there was no need for excessive chatter. Action was paramount. Having been reborn, he was determined to indulge in a life of unrestrained exuberance. Those who dared to impede his enjoyment of life would meet their demise. With a thunderous roar, the void split open, chaos energy spewing forth and shattering all creation. Heaven and earth crumbled, and countless beings perished in the upheaval, their vitality drawn into the gaping maw of the Sansheng immortal emperor above. Kakik, it seems you are the most delectable feast in this realm, he chuckled ominously. Above the eternal forest clan, the immortal emperor's head emerged from the chaotic light, revealing his true form, that he surveyed the entirety of the Lin clan's celestial domain. Countless leaders of powerful factions, gathered for the banquet, trembled in fear, their bodies quaking. Indeed, many fell to their knees in terror, for this was the legendary immortal emperor, the sovereign among immortals, master of boundless paths, an existence that had transcended the river of time. Before such a being, the leaders of these factions were weaker than ants, the ancestral land of the eternal lineage. Kakik, what a feast that exceeds my expectations. The Sansheng immortal emperor grinned, as if the heavens themselves had split in two. He stood in the void, his singular head overshadowing all vision. Gulp. All eyes were fixated on the manifestation of the Sansheng immortal emperor's head. Esteemed ones, to fight is to die, and to refrain from fighting is also to die. I refuse to be humiliated as mere fodder for another's feast. Those with courage dare to engage me in battle against the immortals. Ascend to confront the emperor. The Sansheng immortal emperor had slumbered for countless ages. Now, in this era of fallen immortals, having just awakened, his strength was but a fraction of its peak. Together, if we unite, We can surely vanquish the immortal emperor. As practitioners, why should we fear a battle? Many leaders of great factions stepped forth, transforming into streaks of radiant light, charging towards the heavens. The great Tao was in turmoil, brilliance filling the skies. Various extreme fluctuations of power emanated from them. The Sansheng immortal emperor opened his mouth wide, swallowing all those ascendant practitioners into his belly, laughing maniacally. Not enough for a feast yet. Bring me more. The terror of the Sansheng immortal emperor plunged everyone into despair. Was this truly the immortal emperor? Even in his diminished state, he possessed an overwhelming might, instilling deep hopelessness in all. In the boundless despair, the 8 desolation realm trembled once more. The chaotic brilliance ravaging heaven and earth was drawn in by a diminutive figure that descended from the heavens, dissipating entirely. What? This scene left many top leaders in a state of shock. Who is that? It appeared to be an infant, shrouded in endless chaotic light, obscuring all but his silhouette. The resonances of 3,000 scriptures swirled around him, as chaos clashed against his form, seemingly giving birth and death to worlds. Truly, an unparalleled majesty. Who goes there? State your name. The Sansheng immortal emperor regarded the infant figure with trepidation. In these 3,000 realms, there existed a being he could not fathom. Was it an old rival, or something more sinister from the highlands? Neither seemed plausible. Who could possibly pose a threat to him? He racked his brain, unable to discern the origin of this figure. Endless epochs had passed, and even the river of time was nearly dry. Who could it be that still refused to let him go? The Sansheng immortal emperor's heart surged with unbridled fury as he glared at the infant figure. Who are you? His terrifying inquiry echoed across the 8 desolation, shaking the 3,000 realms with its might. I am your master, Lin Yang bellowed, waving his diminutive arm. So, you are the infamous Sansheng immortal emperor. With a single slap, boundless chaotic light transformed into a colossal hand descending upon him. He was pressed for time. With merely a minute of invincibility, there was no room for idle chatter. This was the power of immortality. A look of boundless terror washed over the Sansheng immortal emperor. No. I specifically awaited the era of fallen immortals. This world should harbor no immortals. Who are you to orchestrate such a scheme? I refuse to accept this. I will defy the heavens. He unleashed all his cultivation, confronting the chaotic handprint. Yet alas, with his strength diminished to a mere fraction, he was no more than an egg striking stone against Lin Yang's indomitable palm. Boom! The great Tao was obliterated like a boulder crushing an egg. The Sansheng immortal emperor's vast form was instantly shattered. Fragments of his imperial corpse scattered, and his consciousness dissipated within the river of time. Flee! The Sansheng immortal emperor's past and future selves felt an overwhelming terror, tearing through the chaotic barriers of the realm to escape. But in the next moment, the power of causality formed a chaotic handprint overhead. Causal attack. This was the domain of the ritual. Boom! They did not even have time to lament. The past and future selves of the Sansheng immortal emperor were obliterated beneath the handprint, erasing all traces of their existence. Buzz! With the erasure of the Sansheng immortal emperor, the 8 desolation realm ceased its turmoil. The heavens began to close, chaotic light receding, and the fissures in the earth slowly healed. The life essence generated by the fall of the Sansheng immortal emperor rejuvenated the 8 desolation realm, elevating its status. The concentration of spiritual energy surged 100-fold, and various spiritual herbs and divine materials were rapidly birthed. It was evident that the Eternal Forest clan, masters of the 8 desolation realm, would reap boundless benefits from this. Clapping his hands, Lin Yang declared, "All done." In a mere thought, he vanished amidst the swirling, chaotic light, returning to the altar of the Lin clan. Throughout the entire event, no one had noticed his actions. After all, the power of immortality he wielded could entirely sever the ties of causality, time, and the laws of the great Tao. Now he could finally lie at ease. Stretching his arms and yawning, he rolled over and fell asleep. Only beside him, the Empress gaped in astonishment, alternating her gaze between the sky and Lin Yang. She had been closely observing him. Yet just a moment ago, It seemed his figure had vanished for several seconds, after which the Sansheng immortal emperor was slain and the chaos of the Eight Desolation was quelled. Was it merely an illusion? Furrowing her brow, the Empress shook her head. Impossible. I have forged an unparalleled foundation. My senses are astoundingly acute. How could I have been disoriented? He undoubtedly vanished for a few seconds. Could it be that the silhouette of the infant in the heavens was actually this brother? This absurdly terrifying conjecture kept her tossing and turning, unable to sleep. What a disaster. She was sleepless from birth. As the great calamity dissipated, the leaders of many top factions rejoiced immensely. After a celebratory feast, they hurried back to their respective realms, filled with trepidation. Today's apocalyptic calamity nearly shattered their very souls. Buzz, deep within the ancestral land of the Lin clan, several terrifying wills on the verge of revival gradually faded. Ha! I told you my child is a heavenly blessing, capable of transforming misfortune into fortune. Lin Tianyuan exclaimed joyfully, kissing Lin Yang's cheek fervently. Lin Yang disdainfully pushed him away. Men shouldn't kiss. Do you not understand? Yet, he had to admit his adoptive father was quite handsome. He would likely grow up to be equally impressive. Lin Yang felt quite satisfied, further solidifying his image as a prodigal son, although this great calamity had inflicted considerable damage upon the Eight Desolation realm. The fall of the Sansheng immortal emperor brought immense opportunities. The Lin clan must seize this chance, Lu Rian cautioned. Lin Tianyuan nodded solemnly. After the era of fallen immortals, true immortals would be rare across 3,000 realms. The benefits from the fall of a genuine, ancient immortal emperor were immeasurable. Even the top factions would be envious, and an unprecedented war sparked by the imperial corpse was inevitable. As the patriarch of the Lin clan, he could not avoid this impending conflict in the Eight Desolation. Thus, it would be arduous for you to care for the two children. Lin Tianyuan nodded. He was acutely aware that this was a trial. If the Lin clan could weather the storm, it would be a great opportunity. Otherwise, it would be a dire crisis. However, he was not afraid, for the Lin clan was an immortal celestial lineage with an exceptionally profound heritage, capable of consuming the corpse of a celestial emperor. The Eight Desolation realm was the territory of the Lin clan. Anyone who dared to extend their claws would find them severed. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he soared into the sky. Heading towards the distance, Lu Rian watched Lin Tianyuan depart, then gazed down at her children in her arms, her eyes resolute. Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to inflict even the slightest harm upon you. Although the celestial emperor's corpse was indeed precious, Lin Yang's unparalleled talent would inevitably attract the envy of some top-tier forces. A storm was brewing, Lu Rian lamented. Lin Yang looked at his mother. Her extraordinary beauty combined with the transcendent aura cultivated through her training, creating an exquisite visage. With such striking parents, just how handsome would I become when I grow up? Lin Yang beamed widely, already envisioning a future where he was stunningly handsome, backed by an invincible family. He imagined a life where he captivated the beauties of the 3,000 realms. Could it truly be a figment of my imagination? Lin Jiuyu pouted. Lin Yang's innocent and pure smile was in stark contrast to the formidable infant that had just dominated the heavens. Humph, I shall not dwell on this. I will seek an opportunity to test his strength in due course. At that very moment, atop the boundless highlands, the enigmatic progenitor opened his eyes and surveyed the Eight Desolation realm. Someone has actually disrupted my plans? Hee, how amusing, from the depths of the 6 paths of desolation. A voice steeped in the weight of ages emerged. The ancient being of 3 lifetimes has perished. Who could be responsible? It no longer matters. Let you all contend. The one who laughs last shall undoubtedly be me. The Lord of Reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. During these 8 years, countless top-tier forces invaded the Eight Desolation realm, pressuring the Lin clan to share the celestial corpse. Lin Tianyuan led his army into fierce battles, wading through iron and blood. The temptation of the celestial emperor's corpse was immense. Both openly and covertly, powerful beings fell at every moment. Astonishingly, amidst this brutal slaughter, Lin Tianyuan displayed a terrifying ruthlessness, his strength shocking the 3,000 realms. The Lin clan revealed only the tip of their iceberg-like foundation, sending shivers of fear through the hearts of various immortal forces. All clans gradually recognized that the rise of the Lin clan was nearly unstoppable. The terrifying depth of the Lin clan's heritage far exceeded everyone's imagination. One by one, forces began to withdraw from the Eight Desolation realm. Among the retreating warriors, a terrifying legend began to circulate, once again shocking the entirety of the 3,000 realms. It was said that within the Eight Desolation realm, there existed an unfathomable and terrifying being guarding it. This entity appeared as a child, its abilities inscrutable, capable of slaying even celestial emperors. 8 years prior, it was this being that quelled the cataclysm unleashed by the 3 lifetimes of celestial emperors. The Lin clan's invincibility was undoubtedly due to the guidance of this childlike powerhouse. As the legend spread, it became increasingly exaggerated, eventually transforming into the childlike powerhouse is the true spirit left behind by the immortal celestial emperor who founded the Lin clan. The true spirit endures in the world solely to protect the Lin clan. In the era of celestial demise, this news was akin to a bombshell. Once detonated, no one dared to covet the Lin clan any longer. Indeed, to avoid provoking this terrifying existence, they even erected monuments and built temples in honor of the child emperor, continually extolling its virtues. They bestowed upon it the title, Child Emperor of Heaven. Ha ha ha! In a tavern, Lin Yang laughed uncontrollably, pounding the table. The storyteller before him scratched his head, perplexed. No worries. Old sir, please continue. Lin Yang waved his hand. He simply could not contain his amusement. What had begun as a slight intervention had somehow led to such grand accolades. And the title Child Emperor of Heaven? Whose brilliant idea was that? It couldn't possibly be my old man, who is notoriously bad at naming things. Little friend, how can you laugh so freely? The storyteller frowned, his tone displeased. Were it not for this child emperor, our 8 Desolation realm would have long been shattered. All living beings would have been devoured and slain by that 3-lifetime celestial emperor. It can be said that without the child emperor, you might not even have had the chance to be born. Indeed, what the old sir says is correct, shouted the audience of book lovers nearby. Every being in the 8 Desolation realm revered the child emperor. Many households worshipped statues of the child emperor, frequently offering prayers and invocations. To disrespect the child emperor was to insult their very faith. Lin Yang shrugged. I merely find the title rather amusing. Amusing? It is undeniably majestic. You, young child, are utterly lacking in decorum. Be wary lest the child emperor's wrath befall you, protested a girl with sheep-horn braids. Exactly. No slandering our idol, a passionate youth declared, his eyes brimming with admiration for the child emperor. Let us just say, is it not possible that your idol is actually me? Lin Yang pointed to himself and boldly inquired. Who is this child with such grandiosity? If you are the child emperor, then I must be the ancient progenitor, the creator Pangu? Exactly. Little child, mind your words, or you may find yourself wetting the bed tonight. The adults erupted in laughter. In such tavern gatherings, the audience primarily consisted of those seeking entertainment. The atmosphere was lighthearted, with no malice intended. They simply wished to find some amusement amidst their mundane lives. Lin Yang was well aware of this, and reveled in the lively ambience. Humph, I never tell lies. Lin Yang shot a sideways glance at the passionate youth, teasingly remarking, Yet here you are, 16 years old, and still getting your bottom spanked by your mother for wetting the bed? Foul accusation. My mother guaranteed to keep this matter under wraps. The youth blurted out, completely revealing himself. His face turned crimson as he wished for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. Ha ha! The surrounding men, women, and children laughed heartily. The little brother has indeed hit the nail on the head. Truly impressive. Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. How could one speak of such things in public? The girl with sheep-horn braids blushed deeply, peeking through her fingers at the handsome boy. Although Lin Yang had intentionally donned commoneress attire, his innate aura spoke of nobility beyond measure, accentuating his exquisite and charming features. Even the most stoic of enchantresses would find their hearts swelling with affection upon seeing him. Old sir, has the tale of the child emperor concluded? Is there more to the story? Lin Yang knew no one would believe he was the child emperor, so he turned to the storyteller and inquired. Having lived a second life, he embraced a carefree existence. Free from pretense, he spoke his mind and acted as he pleased. Yet, regrettably, he had spoken the truth for 8 whole years, and still, no one believed him. Wasn't he that infuriating? Of course, the storyteller nodded vigorously, just as the resounding sound of gongs and drums echoed from the horizon. The crowd turned to see the formidable dragon horse army galloping across the heavens, their terrifying presence causing the very skies to tremble. Upon the dragon horses, the powerful figures moved with an ethereal grace, radiating an aura akin to celestial deities, bathed in myriad hues of sunset. They bore a majestic demeanor, wielding divine weapons, truly resembling heavenly soldiers descending to the mortal realm. Heavens above, from whence do these celestial soldiers come? Look at that flag bearing the character Lin that obscures the sky. Could it be that the immortal Lin clan's heavenly troops have arrived? What? Our sovereign, the immortal Lin clan? Such a grand spectacle. Are we to engage in battle once more? This is beyond the concern of us common folk. We must quickly kneel in welcome. The terrified citizens felt their knees weaken, all bowing their heads in reverence. The immortal Lin clan in the 8 Desolation realm was regarded as absolute deities, holding an exalted position in the hearts of the common people. Amidst the crowd, only Lin Yang stood out, refusing to be OW'd. In fact, he nonchalantly rolled his eyes at the heavenly soldiers, making an obscene gesture. What in the world is this little ancestor doing? A few citizens caught sight of Lin Yang's antics and nearly fainted from shock. The girl with sheep-horn braids quickly tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve. Kneel down. You'll be in trouble. Lin Yang remained unfazed. Boom! As the dragon horses descended, the imposing heavenly soldiers indeed advanced toward Lin Yang. It's over. The little brother is in serious trouble. Alas, I rather like this child, with his exquisite features and charming demeanor. It's a pity he is provoking the Lin clan. The common folk shook their heads, feeling a sense of regret for Lin Yang. The Lin clan was generally benevolent toward ordinary citizens. However, for those who dared to provoke them, they wielded a ruthless hand, showing no mercy. The girl with braided hair shut her eyes tightly in fear. Yet in the next moment, the citizens heard a chorus of kneeling sounds. The celestial soldiers, in a stunning display, dismounted and knelt in perfect formation. Just as the onlookers were in a state of bewilderment, the foremost celestial general hastily approached Lin Yang, knelt before him, and respectfully declared, "I am Lin Chongji, humbly requesting the young master to return to the clan." Young master? He is the scion of the Lin clan? The girl with braided hair was so startled that she quickly released her grip on Lin Yang's garment. The young master of the celestial clan is beyond the reach of an ordinary girl like her. The audience trembled in fear, realizing they had just been sharing a story with a celestial scion and had even jested about him being a mere child. It was over. The wrath of the celestial clan could result in rivers of blood. Even the vast northern wilderness dynasty, with its millions of subjects and endless territories, was but a trifling existence before the immortal Lin clan. Let alone these common folk, they felt an overwhelming dread, their faces paling to an extreme, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Are you like parasites? No matter where I am, can you always find me? Lin Yang gazed at Lin Chongji in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongji replied with great excitement, "If the young master so wishes, I would be honored to be your eternal personal guard. It would be the greatest glory of my life. To be a follower of the celestial clan scion is something even saints would not dare to aspire to." Lin Yang was speechless, while the people of this world had their merits. Their thought processes were somewhat peculiar. Although it felt as if they were flattering him, the sincerity in their eyes was unmistakable. If there is something to be said, please be quick. This young master is currently preoccupied with enjoying the mortal realm. Lin Yang was quite displeased. He had repeatedly stated that anyone seeking him must do so discreetly. With such ostentation, how could he indulge in the mortal world? Did they not see how terrified these citizens were upon learning of his identity? It seemed he would need to find another city to amuse himself in. Lin Yang mused, "Forgive the young master. The clan leader insists on seeing you, so we have been specifically dispatched to invite you home." Lin Chongji bowed deeply in respect. "Father has returned to the clan?" Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. For the past 8 years, Lin Tianyuan had been away on campaigns and had not been in the Lin clan. The young master is indeed remarkably astute and extraordinarily wise. Lin Chongji continued to flatter him extravagantly. "Very well." Lin Yang shot Lin Chongji a glance. Although his father was somewhat unreliable, he had always treated him well. Now that he had finally returned, it was indeed time to pay a visit. "Let us go." With a wave of his hand, Lin Yang mounted the jade Qilin. This was a birthday gift from his father. Riding a legendary celestial beast was a luxury unparalleled across the 3,000 realms. Even some ancient great cultivators would be envious upon seeing it. "Young master, how should we deal with these rebellious subjects?" Lin Chongji inquired, glancing at the kneeling citizens around him. It's the illustrious scion of the celestial clan. Few would dare show him disrespect in ordinary times. How dare these lowly commoners jest and play with the young master? They were clearly courting death. Oh, Lin Yang nearly forgot, retrieving a gold ingot and tossing it onto the storyteller's table. The story was quite good. A reward is in order. The storyteller, perceptive as ever, immediately bowed repeatedly. "Thank you for your grace, young master." Lin Yang sighed as he watched the bowing elder, suddenly recalling the phrase, "A lamentable thick wall now separates us." He had just been having a delightful time, and everyone had received their rewards. That he casually distributed some loose silver coins. "Thank you for the young master's generosity." Amidst the chorus of gratitude, Lin Yang ascended into the sky on the jade Qilin, transforming into a celestial rainbow that vanished into the horizon. The girl with braided hair stared blankly at the celestial rainbow disappearing into the distance, clutching her silver coins, her bright eyes shimmering with yearning. "Don't dream. That young master is a heavenly deity, destined to have no connection with us mortals," the storyteller remarked, perceiving the girl's infatuation. "Elder, is it truly impossible for mortals to cultivate immortality?" the girl with braided hair asked. Looking up, the storyteller opened his mouth in surprise, chuckling softly, and patted the girl's shoulder. "Let me tell you a story. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, our northern wilderness dynasty birthed an extraordinary genius. He began cultivating at the age of 3, achieved completeness in 3 months, and reached the pinnacle of innate mastery within a year. WY6. He was already a spirit transformation expert. AT18. He claimed the title of martial champion of the Northern Wilderness Dynasty with his perfected Qi realm. At 25, in the prime of his youth, he entered the Dao Palace realm, joining the ranks of the world's foremost experts. By 50, he defeated a dragon transformation powerhouse, becoming the youngest martial alliance leader in the history of the Northern Wilderness. At 100, with war looming between the North and the South, millions of troops darkened the skies, he boldly intervened, showcasing his divine prowess, single-handedly turning the tide of battle. After achieving invincibility, he secluded himself for 3 decades. At his 300th birthday celebration, he stepped into the monarch realm, opening the heavenly gate with a single stroke of his sword. This story filled the audience with boundless admiration. What an unparalleled prodigy. What a hero unmatched, to become invincible in a mere century and to seek solitude in victory. After 300 years, he opened the heavenly gate and transcended to immortality. I know, he is the sword god of the Northern Wilderness. Shun Songxing, our pride in the Northern Wilderness dynasty. The youths present were filled with fervor. Shun Songxing's tale had inspired countless passionate youths to embark on their own cultivation journeys. But does the story end here? Indeed, Elder. Do you know what happened next? The girl with braided hair listened with rapt attention, her eyes sparkling that if she could be as remarkable as the sword god of the Northern Wilderness, perhaps she could stand alongside that divine young master. What happened next? The storyteller stroked his beard, sighing deeply. Everyone knows that the 8 wilderness realms are divided into the mortal realm and the celestial vault. Only by reaching the monarch realm can one enter the celestial vault. After the sword god Shun Songxing opened the heavens and entered the celestial vault, he was received by the sword god sect. And then, the audience's breaths quickened. It was their first time hearing about the sword god's journey after entering the celestial vault. A legendary figure like him, Surely he must have achieved unparalleled feats and carved out an extraordinary legacy in the celestial vault. 700 years have passed. With his talent, he must have reached even more terrifying realms. Perhaps even becoming the sect leader of the Sword God sect, right? The youth's faces flushed with excitement and anticipation. Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, the storyteller shook his head and slowly revealed the truth. After joining the Sword God sect, Shun Tsangxing became a registered disciple. Serving as a gatekeeper 700 years later, he barely obtained the qualification to become a formal disciple of the Sword God sect. The storyteller adjusted his beard, filled with a sense of regret. What? This is impossible. He is the pride and legend of our Northern Wilderness dynasty. A mere gatekeeper? A registered disciple? This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. The audience was unwilling to accept this. Some youths who looked up to Shun Tsangxing blushed in indignation, eager to refute, haha. These are just rumors, not necessarily true. You can consider it the ramblings of an old man. The storyteller did not wish to argue with the crowd, but looked at the girl with braided hair. What I want to tell you is that the Sword God sect is merely a second-rate force in the celestial vault. In the hierarchy of powers, empires, overlords, top tier, first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate, it ranks near the bottom. Ah? That young master, is he from the top-tier imperial clan? The girl with braided hair inquired, puzzled. The storyteller shook his head. He from the overlord level. The girl was even more bewildered. The storyteller took a deep breath and spoke with conviction. The Lin clan is the only immortal celestial clan in the 8 wilderness realms. The celestial clan transcends all. They're the rulers of the realms, the sovereigns of all forces. Even an imperial clan is but an ant before the celestial clan, easily extinguished with a mere breath. This is the immortal celestial clan. Gulp, the audience felt a chilling sensation coursing through their bodies, causing them to tremble involuntarily. They only knew that the Lin clan was the sovereign of the 8 wilderness, but the concept of sovereign of the 8 wilderness was entirely foreign to them. After all, in their understanding, the Northern Wilderness dynasty was already unimaginably vast. The tale recounted by the elderly storyteller shattered their worldview. The Beiwang dynasty was merely an inconspicuous entity among the multitude of dynasties that populated the mortal realm. The most formidable genius to have ever emerged from the Beiwang dynasty ascended to the celestial realm, yet was deemed only worthy of guarding the gates for a second-rate power. That esteemed young master, however, was none other than the son of the patriarch of the immortal Forest clan. In other words, he was destined to become the sovereign of the 8 desolate realms. Glug. It was only at this moment that they grasped the magnitude and terror of the adorable little boy's background. To share in the storytelling with such an illustrious figure was a privilege not to be squandered in this lifetime. Indeed, the audience nodded in agreement. Only the little girl with the horned braids murmured, acquired. Innate spirit transformation, Chi Si, Dao Palace, dragon transformation, divine aperture, sovereign. Is this the realm of cultivation? If one reaches the sovereign level, they could ascend to the heavens and stand on the same ground as that little brother. She clenched her fists, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at the spot where Lin Yang had vanished into the sky. The storyteller, observing the girl's fervent gaze, understood that his words of caution had fallen on deaf ears, and could only shake his head with a sigh. Foolish child, he knew well that no matter how hard she tried, she could never hope to breach the fundamentally infinite class barriers. Even if she exerted every ounce of her strength, possessed extraordinary fortunes, and became a prodigious talent, she would still lack the qualifications to merely guard the gates of the Lin clan, let alone meet Lin Yang again. Whoosh! The dragon horse army soared through the sky, and Lin Yang sat leisurely atop the jade Qilin. Over the past 8 years, the slovenly system had remained as generous as ever, delivering rewards through various outrageous antics that even Lin Yang could not have anticipated. Leveling up merely by sleeping had become a basic skill. He was so lazy that even when he neglected to relieve himself, he would trigger critical rewards for his slovenly behavior. The rewards he received were all of the highest caliber. Within the system's space, imperial weapons were being supplied in bulk. Legendary techniques that could serve as the foundational arts for immortal clans piled up like mountains. Resurrection elixirs were plentiful, and the elixir of immortality could be enjoyed as a mere snack. Amidst this terrifying accumulation of resources, his strength surged uncontrollably. 8 years had passed, and he was uncertain just how formidable he had become. If he had to describe it in a single word, it would be invincible. At least within the Immortal Forest clan, he felt no one could pose a threat to him. Whoosh! The army broke through the heavens, dominating the skies with overwhelming might. Soon, they returned to the Lin clan. Lin Tianyuan emerged from the main courtyard, his face brimming with joy after 8 years of battle, having repelled numerous immortal forces. Now, returning to his clan was the pinnacle of his triumph. Patriarch, I have not failed in my duty. Lin Chengji exclaimed with immense excitement. Meet this unrivaled patriarch of the 8 desolates was an honor beyond measure. As an immortal clan, the Lin family was prosperous, with some collateral branches boasting populations in the hundreds of thousands. Most Lin clansmen would never have the chance to see the patriarch in their lifetimes. Rise, Lin Tianyuan casually rewarded Lin Chengji with a vial of celestial restoration elixir. Glug, was this truly a celestial restoration elixir capable of significantly enhancing one's innate talent? Thank you, Patriarch. Lin Chengji trembled as he accepted it that a single vial of celestial restoration elixir could be worth a sage's life. Many powerful beings were unable to break through due to limitations in their innate talent. With even sage kings willing to risk everything for such an elixir, my son, Lin Tianyuan turned around and embraced Lin Yang. Father has wronged you. After your birth, I have been away for 8 years, and I have yet to hold you even once. Rest assured, now that I have returned, I will compensate you tenfold, 100-fold. Lin Yang looked at Lin Tianyuan, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and could not help but smile wryly. Father, you need not be so sentimental. Ahem. Lin Tianyuan chuckled awkwardly, then waved his hand with great enthusiasm, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Though I have been away for 8 years, I have always been devising your growth plan. Fear not. I have prepared a detailed cultivation plan for you until you turn 18 that, with your innate talent, as long as you adhere strictly to my plan, you will undoubtedly become a heavenly sovereign before you reach 18. What? Lin Yang was left speechless. How was this any different from the overbearing parents pushing their children to excel in his previous life? After 8 years apart, their first reunion was an insistence on studying. Accompanied by a 10-year study plan, it was utterly terrifying. He was practically a demon. By the way, in my absence over these years, did your mother encourage you to cultivate? How many hours do you practice each day? You are still young. Prioritize your health and do not overexert yourself. Lin Tianyuan's concerned words warmed Lin Yang's heart. It seemed he had misjudged his father, who still possessed a sense of conscience. I think practicing for 15 hours a day should suffice. Any more might harm my health, Lin Yang replied. Lin Yang was utterly baffled. Are you really my father? You must be a living demon king. Lin Tianyuan suddenly realized that the patriarch of the Immortal Forest clan could not discern the cultivation level of his merely 8-year-old son. Could it be a concealed treasure that masked his aura? It made sense. Since Rian adored her child so, she must have gifted him with protective treasures. Lin Tianyuan nodded, placing his hand on Lin Yang's shoulder to probe his strength. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending Lin Tianyuan flying, blood spitting from his mouth, nearly leading him to his demise. Father, are you all right? Lin Yang looked at his disheveled father, feeling both relieved and secretly pleased. He was grateful he had not become the villain, and secretly delighted that this living demon king had received his due retribution. Lin Tianyuan exhaled a puff of black smoke, utterly speechless to think that a lifetime of heroism, conquering the 8 desolates and defeating numerous immortal forces, would culminate in being sent flying by his 8-year-old son, almost leading to his encounter with the king of hell. The tremendous commotion startled many powerful members of the Lin clan. A graceful figure swiftly approached Lin Yang. She examined him from head to toe, her delicate hands gliding over his form. Little Yang, are you unscathed? Once she confirmed Lin Yang was unharmed, Lu Rian finally sighed in relief. After a while, she noticed Lin Tianyuan, who was exhaling black smoke. Tianyuan, who has harmed you so grievously? Lin Tianyuan was at a loss for words. His son was biological, but his husband was merely an accident, right? Let us discuss this at home. Lin Tianyuan activated his Tao rhythm and stood up, waving his hand dismissively at the onlookers. Is there nothing better to do? Why gather here? It is good to see you well. Patriarch, the Lin clansman departed reluctantly, in the opulent inner hall. Lin Tianyuan consumed his source fruit, restoring himself to normal. Rian, have you placed a restriction on probing our son's strength? Your methods are rather severe. You nearly got me killed. Lin Tianyuan sipped his tea, attempting to calm his startled heart. Indeed. Lu Rian nodded matter-of-factly. I merely did not wish for others to know that our son has not been cultivating. What? Lin Tianyuan spat out his tea, leaping to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Lu Rian. He has not been cultivating? Yes. Our son is so young. How could you bear to subject him to the hardships of cultivation? Lu Rian placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Tianyuan. Lu Yang possesses extraordinary talent. He can cultivate whenever he desires. Moreover, even if he never cultivates in this lifetime, it matters not. Our Lin clan has the strength to protect him throughout his life. I only wish for my son to be happy. If he does not wish to cultivate, then we shall use sacred medicines and elixirs to elevate him to the level of an emperor. To become an immortal, as long as our family can remain together and joyful, that is enough. You, foolish, you are far too indulgent towards our child. Lin Tianyuan slammed his palm on the table. You dare to strike the table at me. Lu Rian glared. You have grown accustomed to being formidable outside, and now wish to be the emperor at home? Lin Tianyuan's expression stiffened, regardless of how deeply in love he was with Lu Rian. Willingly accepting the role of the henpecked husband, he could not afford to be too reckless due to her background. Lu Rian's lineage was more formidable than the Lin clan in the 3,000 realms. Who would not desire to marry into an immortal force? Yet, Lu Rian had been recognized as marrying down when she wed into the Lin clan. How can you spoil him so? Lin Tianyuan lamented. He is the son of Lu Rian. Who else should I spoil if not him? Lu Rian, with unwavering confidence, declared, I shall not stoop to your level. Lin Tianyuan, overwhelmed by the fierce aura of the maternal tiger, sank into his seat, gulping down 3 cups of tea before he could regain his composure. What about my precious daughter? How is she faring? He inquired. Your darling daughter is just like you, a true fanatic of cultivation. Lu Rian remarked, placing a hand on her brow. This is all your fault. If it weren't for your obsession with cultivation, would our daughter have turned out this way? A flicker of amusement crossed Lin Tianyuan's face, but it quickly faded into a state of bewilderment. How could he possibly be blamed for this? Lu Rian's irritation had lessened considerably, and she stated plainly, just as well that you have returned. There's been a situation in the heavenly realm that I must attend to. For the time being, you'll have to take care of the child, but I know you are a cultivation enthusiast. But if you dare to pressure her into training, do not blame me for being unkind upon my return. Understood, Lin Tianyuan replied, his eyes lighting up as he stood. But since we are husband and wife, reunited after a long separation, why not take it easy tonight? You rascal. Lu Rian shot him a flirtatious glance. Clean yourself up. I shall be waiting for you in the evening. You got it, Lin Tianyuan exclaimed with immense delight, abandoning any thoughts of urging Lin Yang to train, as he embraced Lu Rian and cheerfully made his way to the bathing room. Lin Yang silently turned away, bemused by the fierce nature of his parents. However, he relished the tranquility and strolled back to his small courtyard. Yip! As he opened the courtyard door, a terrifying pressure descended from above, powerful enough to shatter a mountain. Lin Yang could only shake his head in disbelief, effortlessly dissipating the assault with a casual gesture. In the next moment, he had subdued the girl, whose formidable energy could not escape a single bit. This is so unfair, so unjust. The fiery girl stamped her foot. Stinky brother, let me go. Lin Yang smiled slightly and gave her a gentle push. The little girl tumbled to the ground, her face covered in dirt as she stood up. Could we perhaps find a different way to welcome me next time? Lin Yang teased. Lin Jiuyu, infuriated, ground her teeth. You rotten brother, how do you cultivate? I trained diligently from dawn till dusk, and despite my heavenly talent, I have only reached the 9th level of the king realm. You, on the other hand, lounge about, sleeping or sneaking off to play. How can you easily crush me like this? It's so unfair, utterly unjust. As she spoke, mist welled up in her eyes as she fought back tears of frustration. Anyone in her position would feel a sense of despair, realizing their efforts seemed futile. You fail to understand. The so-called Tao follows nature. Only when one is calm and at peace can one comprehend the great path. Lin Yang began to ramble. You're lying, Lin Jiuyu retorted, gritting her teeth. You simply refuse to reveal your secrets. Lin Yang's heart sank. Could it be that his sister had caught on? You must have mastered the secret of cultivating in dreams. Lin Jiuyu's eyes gleamed with wisdom, as if she had seen through everything. Oh, Lin Yang sighed, forcing a smile. Yes. Sticky brother, quickly share with me the secret of cultivating in dreams. Lin Jiuyu clung to his arm. Pouting. You wish to learn? I shall teach you. Lin Yang did not refuse, handing her a scroll of scripture. Why is my stinky brother so quick to agree? Lin Jiuyu asked suspiciously. There must be a catch. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully spreading the art of lazy sleep cultivation. The influence of the lazy sect has expanded to 2 members. Reward, Buddha Kingdom in the palm. The system's notification chimed. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. He had little desire to complete tasks, as he was already invincible. Gaining 1 or 2 additional divine abilities held no significance for him. Additionally, the system seemed a bit off. Sometimes the rewards for shirking tasks exceeded those for completing them. Watching his delighted sister, Lin Yang chuckled inwardly. The art of lazy sleep cultivation was his original creation. Once one began to practice it, they were compelled to sleep for 3 days and nights. The thought of his sister thanking him profusely after a restful sleep made Lin Yang's heart feel warm. Lin Tianyuan and Lu Ruyan, reveling in their renewed romantic connection, had little time to attend to Lin Yang and his sister in the days that followed. It was only after Lu Ruyan departed that Lin Tianyuan finally found the time to lay out a grand feast. As Lin Yang entered the dining room, he sensed that this meal was undoubtedly a trap. Yet, as long as he remained steadfast in his laziness, no one could touch him. Where is your sister? Lin Tianyuan inquired, puzzled her. She is probably still sleeping, Lin Yang replied casually. Lin Tianyuan looked at the sky. His expression bemused. It was already noon, and she was still asleep? Hadn't Lu Ruyan said their daughter was a cultivation fanatic? Is this truly the case? Very well, son. Sit down, quickly. This dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder is difficult to find even across the 3,000 realms. Do taste it. It's exquisite. ISNT it. Lin Tianyuan beamed at Lin Yang. Lin Yang sampled the dish, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Tianyuan. This old fellow, like a weasel offering New Year greetings. Surely had ulterior motives. Ahem, Lin Tianyuan coughed. With Lu Ruyan's intimidation, he dared not coerce, only to entice. 8 hours. If you train for just 8 hours a day, I will prepare you dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder, as well as various delicacies. Lin Tianyuan tempted. Children love to eat. A little coaxing ought to work. Surely this wouldn't be considered forcing the child to cultivate, right? Lin Yang shrugged, not interested. Poof! Lin Tianyuan spat out a mouthful of old blood. This was dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder. Even he, without a significant celebration, would hesitate to indulge. How could Lin Yang not be interested? This dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder is decent, but compared to the flesh of the kunpeng I've tasted, it is lacking in flavor, Lin Yang remarked. Lin Tianyuan's mouth twitched. The kunpeng, that was an ancestral divine beast. There had been scarcely any prior to the age of the celestial descent, and now it was utterly extinct. Even ancient beings like the 3-generation immortal emperors would not dare claim to have tasted kunpeng flesh. His son, who had put little effort into his cultivation, certainly possessed the talent for boasting like a true immortal. 5 hours, just 5 hours of training each day. Lin Tianyuan believed this was merely Lin Yang's excuse to avoid cultivation, holding up 5 fingers. Ugh, I'm feeling sleepy after a few bites that I'm off to sleep. Lin Yang yawned, turning to flee from the banquet trap. 2 hours. Lin Tianyuan exclaimed, heartbroken, his words squeezed through gritted teeth. Off I go. Lin Yang sprang forward, ready to escape. Wait, 1 hour. Lin Tianyuan reached out, but Lin Yang vanished without a trace. He was left in a daze, staring at his own hand. He wondered, was that an illusion? The space and time between him and Lin Yang seemed to have fractured, though they were so close. He could not touch his son. Something felt amiss. Lin Tianyuan furrowed his brow. Congratulations, host, for rejecting temptation and persisting in laziness. Reward. Chaos Supreme Treasure. Book of Life and Death. Lin Yang hummed a little tune as the system notification echoed in his mind. Oh, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Such a top-tier reward as a Chaos Supreme Treasure was rarely bestowed even by the generous lazy system. Indicating its preciousness, Ikati seemed he could indeed reap considerable benefits from the living Yama. Dear old dad, for the sake of your son's grand ambitions, I'm afraid you'll have to sacrifice a bit more. Lin Yang wore a gentle smile. However, his smile soon faded. Under Lin Tianyuan's orders, the Lin clan had surprisingly prohibited him from sneaking out. The family head's strict decree. You may only leave the house once you agree to train for 2 hours each day. The guards of the Lin clan asserted with righteous indignation. Damn living Yama, Lin Yang grumbled. Observing from the shadows, Lin Tianyuan chuckled coldly. Think you can outsmart your father? You're still too green. Then I want to go out to play. Staying home to sleep sounds just fine. Lin Yang turned on his heel, striding back to his residence. There are many ways to enjoy life. Making the living Yama father seethe with rage was certainly one of them. Oh dear! Lin Tianyuan stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his composure. Let us see how long you can withstand this. Lin Tianyuan exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Children, being inherently playful, would undoubtedly succumb to temptation after just a few days. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Yang collapsed onto his bed, pondering what delightful dream he might conjure. His dreams were entirely customizable, offering boundless freedom and an overwhelming sense of reality. He could indulge in whatever pleasures he desired without ever growing weary of them. Unfazed, Lin Tianyuan stationed himself outside Lin Yang's room, anxiously awaiting his emergence. 1 day passed, then 2, and finally 3 days and nights, until bloodshot eyes betrayed his exhaustion. Yet Lin Yang remained elusive. Have today's children truly become so patient? He rubbed his chin, realizing that his precious son was indeed a formidable challenge. He needed to devise a well-thought-out plan. Just as Lin Yang was preparing to collect the final ear maiden to construct his palace of beauties from all races. A piercing scream shattered his reverie. He jolted awake to find Lin Jiuyu, resembling a fierce predator, lunging at him with her small tiger teeth firmly biting into his shoulder. What are you doing? Lin Yang exclaimed, flipping Lin Jiuyu onto the bed. You deceitful brother! You tricked me! Lin Jiuyu struggled vehemently. What wicked technique did you bestow upon me? After practicing it, I slept for 3 days and nights. You owe me my precious training time. I was already weaker than you, and now you resort to such vile methods to hinder my cultivation that I loathe you. I loathe you. Is that so? Lin Yang smacked Lin Jiuyu's backside with a resounding clap. Feel for yourself the state of your cultivation. Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. Ah? Lin Jiuyu's thoughts shifted, and she suddenly realized that the shackles of her 9th level in the King realm had loosened. A breakthrough was imminent. She stared at Lin Yang in shock. Could it be that you weren't toying with me? Is this sleep technique truly an unparalleled divine skill? When have I ever deceived you? Dear sister, Lin Yang smirked, revealing a signature Dragon King smile. Boom! With a slight focus, Lin Jiuyu began to sense her surroundings and, following her heart's guidance, her realm erupted forth, elevating her to the status of a venerable. Cultivation is divided into 4 stages. The first stage includes postnatal, innate, spirit transformation, and Qi. The second stage encompasses Tao Palace, dragon transformation, divine aperture, and king. The third stage consists of venerable, celestial king, human emperor, heavenly lord, and heavenly venerable. The fourth stage comprises sage, sage king, great sage, sage venerable, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. Each major realm contains 9 minor levels. In truth, you were merely too mentally strained. Now that you have relaxed, advancing is as natural as water flowing downstream. Lin Yang smiled gently, offering guidance. In cultivation, one must balance work and rest. Sometimes, a detour is the most direct route. Enjoying life is also a form of cultivation. Embracing a laid-back approach to training is also a valid attitude. Let the applause resonate. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Jiuyu was momentarily taken aback. Though she didn't fully comprehend, it certainly sounded profoundly insightful. By the way, have you seen our father since his return? Lin Yang casually inquired. Huh? When did he come back? Lin Jiuyu had been completely unaware after her 3-day slumber. She longed for familial affection, striving diligently in her cultivation to safeguard those bonds. Now that Lin Tianyuan had returned, she was eager to see him. Where's father? Lin Jiuyu scratched her head, perplexed. He's hiding in the bushes. Lin Yang pointed toward the nearby thicket. Cough, cough. The awkward Lin Tianyuan emerged from the underbrush, clearing his throat with feigned authority, inwardly lamenting, this rascal can see through my concealment technique. Truly suspicious. Hey, father, why were you crouching in the bushes? Do you dislike walking? Lin Jiuyu asked with concern that D not dwell on such trivial details. Lin Tianyuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly shifted the topic. Jiuyu, your mother mentioned that you are diligently cultivating. It brings me great comfort that I have selected this Phoenix Dance Sword as a gift for you. Do you like it? He presented an imperial weapon to Lin Jiuyu. What a beautiful sword. It's far more exquisite than the tasteless, ugly sword my brother gave me. Lin Jiuyu admired it. Unable to part with her new treasure. Has your brother ever gifted you a sword? Lin Tianyuan inquired, astonished as he had heard that his son was disinterested in cultivation. How could he possibly be interested in swords? His suspicions grew deeper. Lin Jiuyu drew forth the broken sword from her waist, exclaiming, "This is it. My brother is so stingy. He actually gave me a broken sword." Huh? Lin Tianyuan shook his head, chuckling, but before he could fully express his amusement, his expression shifted to shock as he cried out, This is the 3 lifetimes celestial sword." He scrutinized the broken sword in his hand and suddenly turned to Lin Yang. "My little ancestor, this is the personal weapon of the 3 lifetimes celestial emperor. I scoured the 8 desolations and could not find it. How did you acquire it?" "I found it in the back mountain." Lin Yang lied without batting an eye, casually stating, "It felt quite sharp, so I gave it to Jiuyu as a birthday present that I thought she would dislike it and toss it aside. But I didn't expect her to keep it close." "Found it in the back mountain?" Lin Tianyuan was on the verge of a breakdown. What outrageous luck was this? But then, he felt a pang of heartache. Not only was his son exceptionally gifted, but his fortune was also of a heaven-defying caliber. If he could only apply himself to cultivation, he could easily ascend to immortality. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached, prompting him to clutch his chest. "Father, what's wrong?" Lin Jiuyu's small face filled with concern. "Nothing." Lin Tianyuan inhaled deeply, his eyes regaining their sharpness as he solemnly declared, once word spreads of the 3 lifetimes celestial sword's emergence. It will undoubtedly stir the 3,000 realms. Its allure will far exceed that of a shattered imperial corpse, inciting terrible turmoil. We must keep this secret. For the time being, I cannot manage your affairs. I must confer with the ancestral elders regarding this matter." Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement. Did this mean he would have the opportunity to sneak out of the house? Don't even think about it. Lin Tianyuan discerned Lin Yang's inner desires, stating firmly, "Unless you can meet my conditions, you shall not leave the Lin family." "What conditions?" Lin Yang pressed eagerly. "You must defeat the guardian of the purple bamboo forest secret realm." Lin Tianyuan replied gravely. The purple bamboo forest was a super-secret realm designed specifically for training the Lin clan's prodigies. Throughout endless ages, even the strongest prodigies of the Lin clan succeeded in overcoming its trials only near the age of 50. The guardian of the purple bamboo forest, as mentioned by Lin Tianyuan, was a formidable puppet at the 9th level of the Saint realm. Even if Lin Yang possessed extraordinary talent, it was inconceivable for him to succeed before the age of 18. "Oh, the purple bamboo forest secret realm. Where is it? Point me in the right direction." Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with interest. Entering the purple bamboo forest requires a strength of celestial king or above. Currently, you have yet to cultivate, so you cannot even enter the door. Lin Tianyuan grinned, feeling he had finally grasped Lin Yang. "Really?" Lin Yang was speechless. "You could have mentioned that earlier. The requirement is so low. Just celestial king level. The guardian is probably only a saint at most." "Father, you truly underestimate me." "Now you understand the gap, don't you? You should learn from your sister. She is already at the venerable realm and merely needs to advance one more step to enter the purple bamboo forest for trials. Lin Tanyuan earnestly advised. Lin Jiuyu blushed at his words. She was acutely aware of Lin Yang's terrifying strength. Though he claimed to have no cultivation, he could easily overpower her with just a finger. A mere celestial king, her brother could likely subdue that with one hand. Oh, is that so? Lin Yang swung his sword in the direction Lin Tianyuan indicated. Lin Tianyuan smiled with satisfaction, believing his son had finally ignited his fighting spirit. It's good to recognize the gap. I shall visit the ancestral ground. When I return, I will personally guide your cultivation. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring deep into the ancestral grounds. Lin Yang shrugged nonchalantly. He had never been one to elaborate excessively. Clapping his hands, he turned towards the Lin clan's main gate. What are you up to, brother? Lin Jiuyu asked. I'm going out to have some fun. Lin Yang replied with a slight smile. The mortal realm is the finest place to savor life. Do you understand the pleasures of the world? Never mind. You're still too young. These are adult matters. When you grow up, I will take you out to enjoy. Why do you always speak so grandly? We were born on the same day. Lin Jiuyu powdered her chubby cheeks, indignantly adding, moreover, didn't father order you not to go out? The gatekeepers are all sages. There is no way for you to slip out. Lin Yang smiled meaningfully. Is that so? Are sages truly powerful? Humph. We shall see how stubborn you are soon enough. Lin Jiuyu quickly followed, having never seen her elder brother suffer a setback throughout their upbringing. Today, she would finally witness it. Before the gate of the Lin clan, the sage-level gatekeeper, upon seeing Lin Yang, let out a bitter laugh and was about to offer a warning when Lin Yang suddenly melded into the void. With a single step, he appeared like a ghost outside the Lin clan's gates. The protective array of the clan failed to impede him in any way. The two sage gatekeepers were rendered as mere bystanders. The two sages stood frozen, turning their heads stiffly to gaze at Lin Yang, who was smiling and waving at them, a tempest of astonishment brewing within their hearts. What on earth is happening? Is this an illusion? No. They quickly realized that Lin Yang was employing the Void Great Shift, a technique not easily mastered even by sages, yet the young clan heir had mastered it to perfection. They felt an indescribable dread, cold sweat streaming down their backs. The young heir, who had never engaged in cultivation, could actually wield the Void Great Shift? And he is merely 8 years old. Lin Jiuyu stared blankly at the scene, her eyes flashing with incredulity, sudden enlightenment, confusion, and envy. Why, dear brother, how deeply you have concealed your abilities. How cruel it is to deceive your sister. I want to go out too. Lin Jiuyu insisted repeatedly. What? The two sage gatekeepers of the Lin clan were drenched in cold sweat. Failing to keep watch over the young heir was already a dereliction of duty. However, it seemed the clan leader had not ordered the confinement of the young princess. Just as they were grappling with this dilemma, Lin Jiuyu had already transformed into a blazing fire, dashing out of the Lin clan's gates. What now? What else can we do? We must promptly report this to the clan leader for a decision. Before the ancestral grounds, Lin Tianyuan had just descended when he was intercepted. What did you say? My son has breached the defenses of the sages and stepped out of the Lin clan in a single stride. Lin Tianyuan was left dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that his son had not engaged in cultivation? What is happening here? Jiuyu has gone out too. What nonsense! As Lin Tianyuan listened to the report, he felt an overwhelming fatigue settle in his heart. Report to the clan leader. A grave matter has arisen. Just when Lin Tianyuan was feeling distressed, another figure rushed in, their face pale and expression urgent. What now? Lin Tianyuan had become numb, asking directly. The secret realm of the purple bamboo forest has been destroyed by a beam of sword light from beyond the heavens. The entire realm has collapsed, and all the sentinels have been shattered. The Lin clan experts reported in a flurry. What? The purple bamboo forest secret realm has been destroyed? What of the Lin clan geniuses undergoing trials within? Lin Tianyuan's eyes widened in alarm, questioning urgently. That beam of sword light seemed to have eyes, causing no harm to sentient beings. Our Lin clan prodigies and the trial beast have all remained unscathed. The Lin clan experts took a deep breath. And this is the most terrifying aspect. The The strength of the assailant must be incomprehensibly formidable. Perhaps an existence of unparalleled might has set its sights on our Lin clan. Lin Yuan's expression turned grave, his mind racing. He suddenly recalled that before arriving at the ancestral grounds, Lin Yang had extended 2 fingers and traced a line through the void. Could it be? The more he thought about it, the more horrified he became, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Immediately set about reconstructing the purple bamboo forest. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Just seal off the news, and we will discuss it upon my return from the ancestral grounds. What of the young heir and the young princess? The gatekeeping sages of the Lin clan pressed on. Do not worry about them for now. We will address it when I return. Lin Yuan soared into the ancestral grounds, leaving behind a group of bewildered Lin clan sages in the mortal realm. The architect of the destruction of the purple bamboo forest, Lin Yang, strolled through the bustling streets, holding a candied hawthorn skewer. At times, he watched the street performances, and, at others, he listened to the comedic acts on stage. The purple bamboo forest should be in ruins by now, he mused. Surely, his father would be laughing heartily upon hearing news. He had never intended to hide his abilities, since Lin Yuan had set a standard for him. He decided to surpass it, sparing himself from further hindrances to enjoy life. The strength he had revealed should suffice to silence the incessant nagging of the living king of hell. Lin Yang murmured to himself. Passing the trials of the purple bamboo forest could only prove that he possessed the combat prowess of a sage at its apex. However, to simultaneously control the sword chi without causing death was the true level he wished to showcase. Oh, what's all this commotion ahead? Lin Yang squeezed in the crowd and turned to a nearby blacksmith. Good sir, why is it so lively here? The blacksmith cast a glance at Lin Yang, disdainfully replying, This is an affair for adults. Children should refrain from prying. Lin Yang casually tossed a couple of silver coins. The blacksmith immediately stood at attention, a fawning smile spreading across his face. Ah, it turns out to be a young master. However, this matter is indeed not suitable for children to hear. The grand contest for the title of the North Wilderness Top Courtesan is about to commence. And this is merely the warm-up toward that time. The top 10 establishments of the North Wilderness will send their star performers to compete for the title of the North's #1 courtesan. Oh, Lin Yang's eyes lit up with interest. How fascinating. The title of courtesan naturally belongs to the most beautiful and popular performers in the North Wilderness. He had long been captivated by such grand events. And now that he had the chance, how could he let it slip by? Now that I'm 8 years old, rounding up, I am considered an adult. Why can't I enter the courtesan houses? Lin Yang grinned widely. The blacksmith looked at him with a strange expression, muttering to himself, the offspring of a wealthy family, so young yet already well-versed in worldly affairs. Quite remarkable indeed. Thank you. After admiring the dancers performing for the flower ticket promotion for a while, Lin Yang turned and made his way toward the imperial capital of the North Wilderness. As he reached the corner, he paused, sensing something. A few burly men were surrounding a girl with horn braids, their faces twisted with wicked smiles. Little girl, you are quite charming. Why are you still thinking of joining a sect to learn martial arts? Why not join our Jade Flute Pavilion and become a headliner? We promise to elevate you to courtesan status within 3 years. What do you say? So, you are all frauds. The girl with horn braids gritted her teeth, her eyes trembling. From the shadows, Lin Yang recognized her at a glance. She was the shy girl he had seen a few days ago at the tavern. What a coincidence to meet again. Lin Yang shook his head in exasperation. When they first met, the system had issued a task to recruit the girl with horn braids as a disciple. However, he was inherently apathetic and had no interest in teaching disciples. After declining, he received the system's lazy reward. Yet now, encountering her a second time. Could this be fate? He glanced at the girl's attribute panel. Name, Bai Wei identity, princess of the Tianqi dynasty, this life. Heartless Empress, past life, talent, celestial grade status, country in ruins. Fled during childhood, wandering alone in the world. Having lost her past life memories, she is unaware of her identity in this life. Faced with such a pitiful and vulnerable girl, shouldn't he consider taking her as a disciple? An empress forced to reincarnate due to cultivation issues, resulting in a blank memory. Lin Yang had previously been too lazy to even open Bai Yue's panel, but now he saw her true identity. The girl's background reminded him of his sister Jiu Yu, stirring a faint emotion within him to the corner. The girl's gaze was resolute. I do not wish to join any courtesan house. Step aside, or I shall not hold back. She bared her little tiger teeth, clearly lacking any intimidation. The burly men erupted into laughter upon seeing this. Haha, I am eager to see how you plan to intimidate us. Bang! Bai Yue seized the moment, delivering a kick to the groin of the man in front of her. Secret technique. Chicken flying egg breaking kick? Oh! The burly man collapsed, rolling his eyes in agony. Bai Yue had practiced this move since childhood, striking with precision and force. Even those with some martial prowess would find themselves on the ground if caught off guard, thinking of escaping. Unfortunately, this time, the enemies were simply too numerous, and Bai Yue found her path blocked. I guess it not excessive for so many to bully a little girl. A cold voice drifted from behind. The burly men turned around, yet saw nothing. What the hell? It's a ghost. With a few fleeting glances, they finally lowered their heads to discover a young child. Charming and adorable, holding a candied hawthorn stick. He appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, gazing at them with a look of disdain. Where did this brat come from? Get lost! The elder, infuriated, was drenched in cold sweat, frightened by a mere child. Lin Yang's gaze turned icy, and his murderous intent materialized, crushing the burly man's body into a mist of blood. Suddenly, the scene fell into an eerie silence. A single glance shattered their resolve. What kind of monster is this boy? The two elders, their legs trembling, were on the verge of wetting themselves, shouting in a feigned bravado. In broad daylight, the law is clear. How dare you commit murder? I kill whomever I wish, and do as I please. Lin Yang coldly regarded the two men. You think you have the right to interfere in my affairs? Before he could finish speaking, a wave of killing intent surged forth, and the two elders were sent flying. In the next moment, they transformed into 2 splashes of blood on the white wall, leaving no trace behind. So powerful. Is this what cultivation is? The girl with the braided horns covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Yang. She vaguely remembered, when she was very young, being surrounded by such formidable beings. Unfortunately, a calamity at the age of 3 forced her to leave that hazy palace, leading to a life of wandering and hardship. Are you the brother of a deity? Bai Yue clearly recognized Lin Yang, her big eyes sparkling in disbelief. She had thought she would never see him again in her lifetime. Yet unexpectedly, he appeared once more in such a dreamlike manner. You are safe now. Lin Yang smiled. Since fate has brought us together, I shall naturally lend a hand. He had always acted according to his whims, doing as he pleased. That is the essence of enjoying life. Gulyalu Bai Yue swallowed hard, looking at Lin Yang. My name is Bai Yue, and I'm 13 years old. Deity brother, can you teach me how to cultivate? I can help you with chores as tuition. Oh, by the way, I have a special talent. I don't need to eat. I'm easy to take care of. If I can cultivate successfully, I can serve as your guard. And you won't have to fight yourself anymore. She was born with a spiritual body, possessing keen eyes that discern good from evil, and an innate awareness that could lead her to fortune and away from misfortune. She felt an unprecedented attraction towards Lin Yang, compelling her to draw closer. Lin Yang gazed into Bai Yue's pure and clear eyes and nodded. Very well, but from now on, you must call me Master. Master! Bai Yue's eyes lit up with joy as she exclaimed repeatedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment task, unlocking the ability to return tenfold on teaching, as the disciple's strength increases. The host will receive a tenfold return of cultivation time. For instance, if the disciple accumulates the power equivalent to a year of training for an ordinary genius, the host will receive the power equivalent to 10,000 years of training for an ordinary genius. A 2-for-1 deal? There's such a mechanism. Lin Yang was somewhat surprised. He had already received a reward for refusing to take disciples that day, and now, by accepting a disciple again, he unlocked a normal task reward. This is simply delightful. Haha, strange things happen every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. An 8-year-old brat dares to take on a disciple like others. A sinister laugh echoed. Unbeknownst to him, the rafters were filled with formidable figures from the martial world. No matter your background, if you dare to disrupt the plans of the young master, you have sealed your fate. The leader, a man with a dark visage, waved a feather fan, his smile enigmatic. Lin Yang did not even glance at these individuals, pulling Bai Yue along as he walked outward. "Ha! Since you die," a thunderous shout echoed like the wrath of heaven. With Lin Yang's footsteps, the martial world figures in the courtyard exploded into blood mist. Offering no resistance whatsoever, truly tiresome. Lin Yang casually cleared his ears as he exited the alley. "Master, you are so powerful," Bai Yue's eyes sparkled. Even in the royal palace during her childhood, she had never witnessed such a fierce and terrifying method of killing. "Just so." Lin Yang smiled nonchalantly, utterly unconcerned. Killing a few ant from the martial world is nothing. Even lifting a finger would be considered a loss for him. "Master, what shall we do next?" Bai Yue inquired. "We shall head to the capital to participate in the Cortisan festival," Lin Yang said with great anticipation. "The Cortisan festival? What is that? Is there delicious food?" Bai Yue blinked her eyes. Although her spiritual body meant she did not need to eat, she still longed for gourmet delights. "You will know when we arrive." Lin Yang casually tossed a scripture to Bai Yue. "This is the most perfect entry-level cultivation method in the 3,000 realms. Study it thoroughly. Virum." The moment Bai Yue opened the scripture, a flash of enlightenment surged through her mind, and her spiritual body instinctively absorbed the innate energy as if it were second nature. The energy swirled upwards, and the girl's cultivation directly leapt past the acquired realm, stepping into the innate stage. Innate 4th level, innate 7th level, innate perfection, transforming spirit 1st level. Merely by glancing at the scripture, she shattered 3 realms, becoming a practitioner at the transforming spirit 1st level. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. "This is the caliber of a reincarnated Empress. Her talent is on par with my sister Lin Jiuyu." Such an overwhelming sensation. Bai Yue felt the changes within her body. With a casual wave, spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a dragon, exuding formidable power. 8T, the transforming spirit 1st level. She could indeed be regarded as a master in the North Wilderness Dynasty's martial realm. Lin Yang assessed her, then helped stabilize Bai Yue's cultivation. Since he had taken her as a disciple, it was only natural that he would assist her in establishing the most perfect foundation for her cultivation. Meanwhile, he felt a surge of energy within him. A reward for teaching to an ordinary genius would require 50 years to cultivate to the transforming spirit 1st level. This meant he had instantly gained the equivalent of 500,000 years of cultivation power from an ordinary genius. Not bad, right? Lin Yang nodded. For his current realm, the power accumulated over 500,000 years by an ordinary genius was nothing to worry about. How pleasant. Bai Yue relished the warm sensation of Lin Yang's hand on her lower abdomen. "Your foundation is established. We should set off for the capital." Lin Yang hired a carriage. Since he was in the mortal realm, he might as well enjoy the pleasures of life. As they approached the city gates, a dark, ironclad flow of city guards surged with an air of slaughter, surrounding the carriage. The coachman, witnessing this scene, was terrified. "Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this?" "Silence," several commanders barked, their expressions cold to the extreme. "The city lord has arrived." The city guard parted, revealing a grand palanquin, from which emerged a valiant man. Everyone bowed in respect. This valiant man exuded an extraordinary aura, his brows etched with the ferocity of a battle-hardened warrior. Whoosh! The man's aura blew open the carriage curtains, and upon seeing Lin Yang, he was momentarily taken aback. Why is there only a child? Where's the mysterious powerhouse who killed the young masteress underlings? Lin Yang's expression remained indifferent. "Is there something you need?" "Impudent! How dare you speak to the city lord in such a manner?" The 2 commanders shouted. Lin Yang cast a glance at them. In an instant, 2 sprays of blood erupted, sending the soldiers reeling in terror. To kill a transforming spirit realm expert with just a gaze. "Who exactly are you?" The valiant man looked at Lin Yang, his tone filled with apprehension. "You are not worthy to know that if you wish to live, step aside." Lin Yang replied casually. "Ha, young master, you may leave, but this girl is specifically requested by the young master and must be retained." The valiant man pointed at Bai Yue. No matter your background in the North Wilderness Dynasty, it is of no consequence. Enough with the excessive talk. Get lost. Lin Yang waved his hand, a terrifying whirlwind swept through. And the armored soldiers before him were instantly lifted into the air, scattering like leaves, before crashing down and becoming nothing more than a pulp. With a single thought, the heavens trembled. You are actually at the Dao Palace realm. The dying city lord could hardly believe his eyes. Throughout history, there has never been a legend of someone entering the Dao Palace realm at the age of 7 or 8. Even the North Wilderness sword god Shun Songsheng would only be at the transforming spirit realm at this age, right? This matter is not simple. I see now. This is a grand conspiracy against the young master and the entire North Wilderness dynasty. The city lord suddenly understood, his eyes resolute. Humph, give it up. You will gain no information from me. I shall never betray the young master. Lin Yang was left speechless. How could this city lord be such a figment of his own imagination? He couldn't be bothered to inquire further and, with a swift motion, extracted the city lord's soul, dissected it, and began to search for information. After acquiring all the necessary details, he crushed the city lord's soul to ashes. So it is the young master of the northern wilderness, Su Fengyan. How intriguing. Lin Yang scoffed coldly. The Northern Wilderness dynasty was initially obscure until Su Shao usurped the throne and established the formidable Snow Dragon Cavalry, which truly marked its rise to power. He launched relentless invasions of neighboring countries, employing ruthless tactics to obliterate their foundations, seize their royal families, and forge the Northern Wilderness dynasty's fearsome reputation through blood and fire. The Tianqi dynasty, whereby Yue resided, was annihilated by Su Shao. Moreover, Su Zhao's son, Su Fengyan, was not only a notorious libertine, but also possessed exceedingly twisted fetishes. He delighted in collecting the forlorn princesses of fallen nations, training them as his personal slaves. Thus, for these years, he had been relentlessly searching for Bai You's whereabouts. Encounter a master of the martial arts today was none other than a scheme devised by Su Fengyan to capture Bai Yue. Not even sparing a 13-year-old girl, it was utterly beastly. Lin Yang shook his head, disdain evident on his lips, but he then turned to Bai Yue. Do you wish to learn about your origins? My origins? Master, do you know? Bai Yue exclaimed, disbelief washing over her. She had always been alone and desolate, devoid of any memories of kin. Her longing to discover her lineage was palpable. Why did others have parents while she did not? Were her parents driven by poverty to abandon her? Yet, she clearly did not require sustenance. Lin Yang regarded the girl with twin braids and unwavering determination, placing his hand atop her head. The truth is harsh. You must brace yourself. Bai Yue nodded. I'm strong. Tick-tock. Memories surged within her mind. A palace ablaze, her parents meeting a tragic end. The royal family trampled beneath iron steeds, the elderly caretaker and the old man who perished while protecting her. Two streams of tears cascaded down Bai You's cheeks, unbidden. Lin Yang lowered his hand, silently observing the weeping girl. How sorrowful, how tragic, Bai Yue murmured. She had wandered through the world, unperturbed by mockery and abuse. She felt no sorrow in her transient existence, nor in the face of wind and rain. Yet now, her heart brimmed with these two emotions. You wish for revenge. Lin Yang's gaze turned toward the imperial capital of the Northern Wilderness. Yes, Bai Yue replied without hesitation. Very well, Lin Yang nodded. Then I shall annihilate the Northern Wilderness dynasty. No, Bai Yue shook her head. Are you concerned about innocent lives being lost? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Compassion in a fantastical world is a fleeting luxury. One must act with thunderous might, eradicating the roots of the problem. No, I want to take revenge myself, to sever the heads of every enemy. She lamented, Alas, I am still too weak. Bai Yue bit her lip, a hint of self-reproach in her tone. Lin Yang chuckled. Your talent is remarkable. If you desire revenge, a year will suffice. Really? Bai You's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, perhaps even less than a year. Lin Yang grinned. He was inherently lazy. If Bai Yue had not mentioned her desire for revenge, he would have simply wielded a sword from afar to erase the Northern Wilderness Palace from existence. However, since Bai Yue longed for personal vengeance, he He was more than willing to recline comfortably, observing his pupil grow stronger. The thought of revenge was merely a delightful prospect. Lin Yang eagerly anticipated all that was to come. Turning to the kneeling coachman, he asked, "What are you dawdling for? Drive." The coachman quickly scrambled to his feet, trembling all over. What sin had he committed to encounter such a tempestuous being? The invincible city guards had been swiftly dispatched, and the formidable city lord had been annihilated in an instant. If that were not enough, he spoke nonchalantly of obliterating the Northern Wilderness dynasty, as though he were merely going to the market. Clearly my life is forfeit. The coachman's mind was a blank slate, numbly steering the carriage while muttering incessantly. Clop, 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 the resplendent azure-scaled carriage sped along the official road, moving in astonishing pace, capable of covering 8,000 li in a day. After absorbing numerous nations, the Northern Wilderness dynasty now spanned a vast area of 100,000 li, surpassing the surface area of Blue Star. Without the profession of official road coachman, many commoners would spend their entire lives unable to venture beyond their own borders. Though not as swift as high-speed rail, it was nearly comparable. Lin Yang admired the scenery along the way, occasionally guiding by Yue in her training. Wherever they stopped, if there were renowned inns or tea houses, they would disembark to savor fine tea and wine, thoroughly indulging themselves. The azure-scaled carriage, akin to a recreational vehicle for Blue Star, offered spacious and smooth interiors, allowing one to walk within as if on solid ground. Ah, the world is indeed splendid. Remaining cooped up in the Lin clan is far too dull. Lin Yang reclined on a gilded soft bed, soaking his feet while savoring dried Yue plums that Bai Yue fed him. Utterly content, Bai Yue's displayed talent for cultivation was extraordinarily formidable, even surpassing that of his sister, Jiu Wei. In just 3 short days, she had achieved full mastery of the spirit transformation stage and ascended to the Qi realm, qualifying her as a top-tier expert in the Northern Wilderness martial world. Of course, this was also owing to Lin Yang's generous support. The resources provided by the system were simply too abundant to ignore. The materials used in nurture by Yue in these past few days would incite envy even among the immortal clans, who would lament the wastefulness. Have you reached the Qi realm? Excellent. Lin Yang tossed a vial of sea-shaping pills to Bai Yue. The sea-shaping pills could enhance Qi realm strength without any adverse effects. Even a single pill could incite bloodshed in the Northern Wilderness martial world. Thank you, Master. Bai Yue's eyes sparkled as she consumed the pill for cultivation. In merely 1 hour, she advanced to the full Qi realm, and Lin Yang received an immense return of spiritual power. We have arrived at the realm of immortals. The carriage came to a halt, and the coachman, Ma San, trembled as he lifted the carriage curtain. Lin Yang stepped out, gazing at the majestic imperial capital before him. Stretching and yawning as the heart of the Northern Wilderness dynasty, the capital boasted a population of tens of millions, sprawling expanses, and bustling commerce, with the city gates already teeming with activity that you've worked hard these past few days. Lin Yang said, patting Ma San's shoulder and tossing him the fare. Seeing Lin Yang's retreating figure, Ma San felt as if he had been reborn. The stress of these past few days had been overwhelming. Wait! Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Upon introspection, he discovered that his own realm had surged from the acquired 4th level to the innate level. Is this an immortal? He suddenly recalled Lin Yang's pat on his shoulder just before leaving. Thank you, immortal. He knelt in the direction Lin Yang had departed, trembling all over, tears of gratitude brimming in his eyes. Choosing to be a coachman was often driven by life's hardships and unavoidable circumstances. After all, in this perilous and fantastical world, a mere insect at the acquired realm faced immense risks daily. Encountering even a few bandits could spell his doom, living each day under the constant threat of death. Now that he had stepped into the innate realm, his fate had been irrevocably altered. At the very least, he was now qualified to open a martial arts school in the provincial city. From this day forth, his status, income, and safety would be worlds apart from those of a mere coachman. This is the power of an immortal. One gesture can alter the destiny of a mortal life. Ma San was filled with awe, yet he understood his own limitations. Even if he diligently practiced to the end of his days, he would never hope to reach the innate realm, to step into the innate realm was a feat only achievable by the most gifted geniuses in the surrounding areas. Never had he dared to dream that Ma San could see such a day. Once I open my martial arts school, I shall have a statue of the immortal crafted, worshipping day and night, offering incense for generations to come. Ma solemnly set forth a grand ambition. At the very same moment, the capital was alive with the raucous sounds of drums and gongs, bustling with excitement. At the pinnacle of Yuxiao Tower, Su Fengyin and several sycophants were indulging in food and drink. A few young masters from the capital were seated alongside, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. This was none other than the current heir apparent, the future crown prince, the next emperor of Beihuang. Regardless of one's prestigious lineage, who would dare not to curry favor? Should this esteemed gentleman be even slightly displeased, the most favorable outcome would still be the annihilation of one's entire family. As the competition for this year's courtesan title approached, a roguish young man, swaying his corpulent form, inquired, "Who do you think has the greatest chance?" The finals of the courtesan contest were to be held right below Yuxiao Tower, making this the prime observation point. Who could even question the outcome? Whoever the heir apparent cast his vote for would undoubtedly be crowned the courtesan. Wouldn't you agree? A thin monkey cackled. Indeed, indeed. The heir's word is law. Whatever he proclaims, it shall be so. No matter how many votes the common folk may muster, they pale in comparison to a mere whim of the heir. They laughed mockingly at the thought of those fools being played by the heir while they continued to spend their coins on tickets, oblivious to the fact that their money had ultimately enriched the heir's own coffers. The triennial courtesan competition was orchestrated by none other than Su Fengyin himself. Initially, he merely used it as an excuse to select his own harem. Yet over time, he unearthed another sinister penchant, to shape a deposed princess into the ultimate courtesan. Not only did this humiliate his enemies, but it also created a sensational spectacle, making the courtesan contest an overnight success, drawing countless patrons eager to buy tickets and vote, thus allowing Su Fengyin to amass a fortune that to make a profit while simultaneously humiliating those fallen princesses was truly a stroke of genius. The heir's ideas were simply extraordinary. The sycophants lavished praise. Su Fengyin was quite pleased. After all, reducing once noble princesses to the status of the most despised courtesans and allowing the world to know of their degradation was immensely gratifying. He relished the thought of witnessing their suppressed rage, their expressions of helplessness that made him want to torment them further. With that, Su Fengyin downed his drink in one swift motion. By the way, have you managed to capture Princess Bai Yu Wei of the Tianqi dynasty? He queried. Let me see. She must be 13 this year, right? A 13-year-old courtesan would certainly attract attention and bring in a fortune. For Su Fengyin, profit was not his primary objective. It was the humiliation of the princess and the mockery of the populace that truly thrilled him. What? The faces of several sycophants shifted, caught in a dilemma. What is the matter? Have you failed in your task? Su Fengyin squinted his slanted eyes, revealing a dangerous and cold glimmer. Please spare us, young master. There was indeed an unforeseen complication. The thin monkey fell to the ground. Bowing his head in supplication, a mysterious powerhouse accompanied by Yu Wei, and our men were all slain. What of Lu Haishi? Did he not attempt to intervene? Su Fengyin's tone was frosty. Lu Chengzhu has also perished, along with the 800 personal guards of Haishi City, all laid to rest at the city gates. The thin monkey trembled. Speaking rapidly, it is suspected that this mysterious powerhouse is at least at the Dao Palace level. Oh. Su Fengyin stroked the sable in his arms, letting out a cold laugh. A hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Such a formidable individual cannot be allowed to exist within the Beihuang dynasty. Yes, my spies have already tracked their movements, the thin monkey exclaimed, raising his head in a bid for approval. Oh, where have they fled? No need to inform me. Just dispatch a few of the top 10 experts to crush him. Su Fengyin's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. The heir has arrived in the capital. The thin monkey, head bowed, could hardly believe the intelligence he had received. Such audacity. A mere rebel, after defying the heir, did not hasten to flee to the ends of the earth, but dared to enter the imperial city? He clearly did not regard our heir with any respect. The young masters from noble families seethed with anger. Ha! It is merely a display of cunning, believing that the most perilous place is the safest. Little do they know, having incurred the wrath of Su Fengyan, there is no place in the world that is safe. Su Fengyan gazed indifferently at the thin monkey, his lips curling into a smile. If I do not behold his head before sunset, you shall offer your own. Yes, yes, yes. The thin monkey scurried out of Yuxiao Tower in a panic. Damn it, gather all the martial experts from the Jianghu, he shouted. Who are they planning to kill, that such grand measures are required? Several figures appeared, all of them bewildered. They were the leaders of various assassin organizations in the Jianghu, who were ultimately subordinate to the thin monkey. The heir has decreed death upon those who have incurred his wrath. If I do not see his head before sunset, you will all pay with your lives. The thin monkey roared. Understood. The figures felt a wave of fear wash over them. Even though they were top figures in the Jianghu, they were but nothing in the grand scheme of the court. It is said that the martial sects of the Jianghu are powerful, but the imperial court is the ultimate authority. Beneath the sweep of 100,000 snow dragon riders, no matter how ancient your lineage or how esteemed your power, it would crumble to dust in an instant, leaving not even a trace. Who would be foolish enough to oppose the court? Thus, when Su Fengyan was enraged, the top martial experts of the Jianghu all flocked to the capital, preparing to hunt down by Yu Wei and Lin Yang. Truly, the Cortisan festival is a scene of great revelry. Lin Yang strolled leisurely down the street. Various troops of courtesans paraded through the thoroughfare, drawing cheers from countless citizens. Come, let's take a look. Lin Yang led by Yu Wei, flowing with the crowd towards Yuxiao Tower. Along the way, the flirtatious courtesans waved at him, their soft laughter ringing in the air. Even 8-year-olds are not spared. How utterly beastly! Lin Yang shook his head. These women, caked in heavy makeup and lacking in refinement, stood in stark contrast to his youthful and handsome visage. Logically speaking, even if he were to enter their domain, it should be they who would pay him. Tap, tap, tap. The bustling street was rife with hidden dangers. Lin Yang feigned ignorance, basking in the festive atmosphere. Could it be a mistake? Was it not said that at least one Dao palace-level powerhouse accompanied by Yu Wei? Why then was there only a mere child? No matter. Our task is simply to eliminate everyone around by Yu Wei and then capture her for the heir. Let's focus on our duties. Curiosity can be fatal. Several martial experts from the Jianghu continue to close in. Swoosh, shadows suddenly emerged, unleashing a barrage of deadly projectiles aimed at Lin Yang's life. Countless innocent citizens fell victim to the onslaught of the hidden weapons. Under the cruel dominion of the dynasty, lives were as cheap as grass. Master, be careful. Bai Yu Wei unleashed a surge of formidable energy, deflecting all the projectiles. No wonder she is the last scion of the Tianqi dynasty. At such a young age, she has reached the Qi-Si realm. She must have inherited the top-tier techniques of the Tianqi dynasty. Submit to us and hand over your supreme secret arts, and we may consider sparing the child. The assassin sneered menacingly. You shall all perish. Bai Yu Wei's eyes glinted with murderous intent as she swung her sword. A mere Qi-Si realm cannot stir the heavens. Confidently, a dozen Qi-Si realm assassins charged forward. The citizens screamed and fled, but to no avail. As the Qi-Si realm clashed, their power was enough to devastate the streets, and in an instant, many innocents were turned to mist. I remember now. You are the Jianghu experts who pursued me back in the day. Bai Yu Wei's sword energy hummed, her murderous intent intensifying. She exerted all her strength. Swinging her sword, boom! A terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth, its momentum awe-inspiring, instantly cleaving a dozen Qi-Si realm assassins in half, their heads flying in all directions. What the? The top martial experts in hiding widened their eyes in shock. They had been waiting for that mysterious Dao palace-level powerhouse to reveal themselves. Thus, they first sent in a dozen Qi-Si realm assassins to probe the waters. They had assumed that even if Bai Yu Wei possessed some secret technique, she would be but one person, easily subdued. Yet unexpectedly, she had dispatched all of her opponents with a single swing of her sword. Such horrifying combat prowess. Was this the result of the enhancement provided by absolute techniques? Lin Yang smiled faintly. After all, this was his very own disciple, who had been meticulously trained, Being invincible among her peers was only to be expected, right? Hee hee, little girl, your prowess is indeed impressive. I did not expect the Apocalypse Dynasty to grant you such a top-tier martial art. Hand it over, and we may show leniency, offering a swift death to those around you. The leaders of several sects slowly emerged, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The master of the Eagle Demon sect, Zhang Wanxiang. It is said that he has slain several Dao Palace experts with his ruthless techniques. My goodness, the master of the Celestial Killers, Blood Slaughter. He has been renowned for a century, at least a consummate expert in the Dao Palace realm. Incredible. The leader of the Blood Orchid Tower, the most formidable assassin organization reputed to target anyone but the royal family. Huamanyu. It is said he stepped into the dragon transformation realm a decade ago. The common folk marveled in awe. These figures are all illustrious personalities in the northern wilderness, known for their brutal methods and immense power. Dai, by Yu Wei, inheriting Lin Yang's stoic demeanor, confirmed the presence of enemies and drew her sword to engage in battle. Ah, the expert behind you is indeed quite arrogant. Even now, he refuses to reveal himself. In that case, I shall subdue you first. Zhang Wanxiang exuded an overwhelming presence, his aura palpable as he stomped down, shattering the entire street. He threw a punch, but suddenly his vision blurred. Sizzle. The flash of the sword vanished, and his head rolled to the ground. Instant kill. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Bai Yue wiped the blood from her sword and charged at Blood Slaughter. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Only through life and death struggles can one truly hone their skills. Naturally, he was invincible and had no need for such training. How could she possibly be this strong? The Qi realm annihilating the Dao Palace. It was simply astonishing, someone gasped. What a fuss over merely slaying someone of a higher rank. Should that not be a fundamental skill? Lin Yang was a loss for words, in the midst of his thoughts. Bai Yue had already decisively shattered Blood Slaughter's body and was locked in fierce combat with Huamanyu. The battle between the Qi and dragon transformation, a scene that was once deemed impossible, unfolded before their eyes. Bai Yue had only trained for 3 days and had yet to master any killing techniques, quickly succumbing to Huamanyu's pressure. Ha! Huamanyu sneered. A mere Qi realm can contend with me for this long. You shall be remembered in history. Die. Just as he was about to deliver a lethal strike to Bai Yue, a sudden wave of deathly peril descended. He abruptly looked up. Above, a terrifying palm print crashed down. Boom! In an instant, the once mighty Huamanyu was crushed into a mist of blood, as if he had never existed in this world. Lin Yang clapped his hands. The minor characters of the mortal realm are always prone to boasting. The formidable Huamanyu was killed with a single slap? For ordinary folk, this was an unprecedented super battle, enough to fuel their tales for a lifetime. Yet, such a supreme expert was slain in an instant. They gazed at Lin Yang, who wore a look of disdain, their bodies trembling. Who is this young child? A human or a demon? Surely a monster. Master, Bai Yue lamented. It is all my fault for being too weak. In the end, I made you intervene. The crowd fell silent. How could a teenager who could annihilate Dao Palace experts still consider herself weak? Should we just find a block of tofu and end our lives? Wait, no. This young prodigy actually refers to him as Master. Am I dreaming? Smack. Damn, that hurt. What are you doing? It hurt, so I slapped you to confirm I wasn't dreaming, just as everyone was left in a daze. Lin Yang smiled reassuringly. You have only trained for 3 days. Your performance is already commendable. Once I properly instruct you for a month, I will take you to overthrow the Northern Wilderness Imperial Palace. Only 3 days of training? What nonsense is he spouting? And he dares to challenge the Northern Wilderness Dynasty's palace? This is utterly outrageous. Everyone was petrified. The information Lin Yang provided was simply explosive, leaving their minds buzzing. Run. This is a harbinger of doom. The common folk scattered in a frenzy, fearing that if they lagged even slightly, they would be branded as traitors and face annihilation from the imperial court. Emperor Su Xiao was notoriously ruthless, boring. Lin Yang scoffed, leading Bai Yue toward the grand venue of the Cortisan selection. Beneath the Yuxiao Tower, the opera troupe performed, their melodies and fireworks illuminating the evening sky. One after another, the popular courtesans took the stage, their slender waists swaying, drawing continuous cheers. Some wildly cast votes with vulgar laughter, while others recited poetry to feign sophistication, creating a lively spectacle. Not bad. Lin Yang observed the alluring women on stage. As the prized talents nurtured by various brothels, these girls excelled in music and dance, mastering every art form. Even the most distinguished scholars and officials willingly spent lavishly, eager to share a night with these enchanting courtesans. General, rebels have infiltrated the courtesan selection venue, which is the territory of the young master. Should we go in and apprehend them? The Black Riders knelt to request orders. First, we should consult with the young master. The leader of the Black Riders, Chu Lu Shan, frowned. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to disrupt Su Fengyan's affairs on the top floor of the Yushao Tower. After hearing the report, Su Fengyan played with the sable in his hands, narrowing his phoenix eyes, and suddenly burst into laughter. Wild, what a wild one! It has been ages since anyone dared to act so brazenly before me. Su Fengyan, young master, although this person is audacious, his strength is indeed terrifying. He killed Hua Manyu, who was at the second level of dragon transformation, with a single blow to eliminate such a formidable expert. Sheer numbers are insufficient. We must have a peerless powerhouse intervene. The thin monkey and several other lackeys nodded in agreement. Our team makes sense. Let him bask in his arrogance for a while longer and lay a trap outside the venue. Su Fengyan chuckled coldly. Furthermore, summon those reclusive elders from Wudong, Shaolin, and Longhu Mountain to come forth. These ancient sects have always looked down on others. We shall show them our resolve. The gray eagle trembled as he suggested. Su Fengyan's eyes glinted coldly. Whoever dares to disobey shall have their sects swept away by the 100,000 snow dragon riders, obliterating their legacies. Yes, we will act immediately. Young master, I've already notified the 10 most powerful figures in the Jianghu. They're all on their way, and they will coordinate with the Imperial Guards to seal off the venue's entrances and exits. That rebel will definitely not escape. The thin monkey reported, his scalp tingling with fear. Su Fengyan seemed unfazed, merely squinting at the setting sun. The sun is setting. The thin monkey's eyes flashed with terror, wanting to say more. In the next moment, a purple shadow flashed by, and his head was torn off by the sable, blood splattering forth. This scene made the nearby noble youths gulp, their faces paling. Su Fengyan caressed the sable stained with blood, coldly stating, "Remember, in the Northern Wilderness Dynasty, I am the law. Those who defy me shall only meet their doom." The courtesan selection venue is now entering its final and most frenzied segment. With flower tickets flying through the air, the host of the event, a captivating woman, ascends the stage, her figure enchanting. The final round is titled The Talented Scholar and the Beautiful Maiden. Those who consider themselves talented scholars may take the stage. Whoever can compose the finest poetry shall be rewarded with the first night with the courtesan. The entire venue held its breath in anticipation. The first night with the courtesan. This phrase ignited wild imaginations and quickened pulses. Gulp, countless self-proclaimed romantic scholars felt their hearts stir, with many young nobles standing tall, eager to try their luck. They have been preparing their verses for at least a year, even spending considerable sums to have great scholars compose poetry for them. Now filled with confidence, as long as they triumphed in the courtesan selection, they would instantly gain fame and fortune. And who could resist the allure of sharing a spring night with the courtesan? This reward was enough to drive anyone mad with desire. How intriguing. Lin Yang surveyed the excitable crowd around him, and one individual successfully captured his attention. This person exuded a distinct aura, standing out like a crane among chickens. The system automatically presented a prompt. Name, Zhan by identity. Master of Confucianism, owner of the system, son of the North Wilderness fortune status. Arrogant and self-important, seeking to use the Flower Queen contest as a stepping stone to embark on his path of supremacy. Task, temper the heart of the son of fortune, allowing him to realize that beyond heaven, there are greater heavens, and beyond man, there are greater beings. Reward, 10,000 units of Master S fortune value. Assassin's Organization, Luo Wangde-o. Lin Yang felt a stir within. The reward was, astonishingly, an assassin organization. How novel! He had not encountered such an opportunity before. If he could command a force of his own, it would spare him from having to personally deal with future troubles. A most delightful prospect. A boon for the lazy. This reward is splendid. I shall accept it. Lin Yang nodded. It is not always the case that abandoning a task guarantees a critical reward. Upon encountering an enticing task, one must seize the opportunity without hesitation. This moment. Zhanbai seemed to have also noticed Lin Yang's gaze. A mere mortal dares to look upon me. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Ever since awakening the Confucian master system, he had become utterly haughty, regarding all beings as mere ants. I am the favored child of the Tao, destined to be the protagonist. In a little while, I shall casually recite a few verses that will astonish the world, causing countless girls to swoon over me. Zhanbai indulged in fantasies, envisioning his glorious future. Alas, how unfortunate that I am destined to be invincible in this life. With no rivals to be found, invincibility is so lonely. It is so solitary. He lamented fiercely, a sense of desolation and melancholy surprisingly welling up in his eyes. This kid, if born on Blue Star, would undoubtedly be a melancholic prince of the Shamate, Lin Yang quipped. Soon, the contestants took the stage to recite poetry, yet most were mediocre works, even resulting in some comical blunders. One line of roast chicken flies south, while 2 roasted ducks head north. This brought an atmosphere of merriment to the venue. True talents. The well-prepared sons of officials began to take the stage, the quality of their verses rising significantly, leaving the audience in awe. Some compositions, purchased at great expense from esteemed scholars, elicited a radiant purple aura around the reciter, making them exceedingly precious. Mere trashy poems and verses. Zhanbai scoffed, his cold laughter causing the audience to frown. The speaker was none other than Zhanbai. This poem could evoke the purple aura of Confucianism, and you dare to call it garbage? You are so young yet so arrogant, utterly unworthy of being a son of humanity. Indeed, far too frivolous. The talented poets shook their heads in derision. I merely speak the truth. This poem is indeed rubbish, inferior even to the nursery rhymes I composed at the age of 3. Zhanbai proclaimed nonchalantly, inciting the ire of all who listened. If you are so capable of flaunting, then you take the stage. Murmurs of discontent spread through the audience, who deemed Zhanbai excessively arrogant. Don't you fret. I am indeed capable. Zhanbai had long awaited this moment. His eyes gleamed as he eagerly bounded onto the stage, glancing at the scowling audience, confidently clasping his hands behind his back as he began to recite. Initially, the audience regarded him with disdain, but suddenly the heavens began to rumble, and a purple aura surged forth for thousands of miles. The essence of Confucianism emanated from Zhanbai, propelling him to new heights. In an instant, he entered the realm of a great scholar. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. They were witnessing a scene that would be recorded in history. How fortunate to experience it firsthand. This young tycoon was not lying at all. He truly possessed this strength. Compared to this poem, the previous ones were indeed rubbish. So formidable. One poem recited, 3,000 miles of purple aura returned, and he entered the realm of a great scholar. The audience erupted in admiration, many young women gazing at Zhanbai on stage with infatuation. Zhanbai reveled in the adulation and affection of the crowd, looking down haughtily upon everyone as the destined protagonist. This was what I deserved to enjoy. Once I grow stronger, I shall dominate the 8 wildernesses, and even the immortal Lin clan will bow before me. He was utterly intoxicated, lost in his daydreams. Is there anyone else who wishes to take the stage to compose poetry? The alluring host inquired once more. The audience fell silent. Who would dare to compete with such a prodigy? It would be sheer humiliation. I believe further competition is unnecessary. The champion is already clear. Zhanbai confidently gestured. Just award me the championship directly, and let me enjoy a delightful evening with the Flower Queen. The mind of this genius is truly distinct. The charming host forced a polite yet awkward smile. Tap, tap. Lin Yang confidently stepped onto the stage. The audience was puzzled. What is this child doing here? Hey, whose child is lost? Aren't the adults going to manage him? Is the little brother here to recite poetry? The enchanting host's eyes lit up. Indeed. Lin Yang nodded, his smile beaming like the sun, his red lips and white teeth captivating countless young maidens. Jean Bai shot a glare filled with jealousy at Lin Yang. Scowling, you little brat, you haven't even grown a full set of hair yet. You dare to compose poetry? Stop fooling around here. Beyond heaven, there are greater heavens, and beyond man, there are greater beings in my eyes. Your poem is just as trashy. Lin Yang could not be bothered to argue, and he began reciting an immortal couplet. The old capital of Yuzhong, the new mansion of Hongdu. Stars divide the wings. The earth connects to Henglu. Falling clouds and solitary wild geese fly together. Autumn waters share the same hue as the long sky. In an instant, the Tao resonated. Golden flowers rained from the heavens, and golden lotuses surged from the earth. A purple aura blanketed the sky, stretching an unknown distance of billions of miles. The ethereal figures of many Confucian and Taoist masters from the annals of history awakened in the river of purple aura. Reciting along with him, this grand scene completely overshadowed Jean Bai's momentum, leaving everyone in a stupor. The wind is swift, the sky is high, the apes lament sorrowfully, the islet is clear, the sand is white, and the birds return. Lin Yang did not pause, effortlessly reciting another timeless couplet. With this verse, the ethereal figures of the poetic saints were enraptured, their eyes filled with reverence as they bowed from afar. It is not over yet. The audience's minds went blank. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Raise the wine, do not stop the cups. One must drink 300 cups in one go. 10 steps to kill a man. Leaving no trace for 1,000 miles, the great river flows east, washing away the heroes of the ages. Point one has fought across 3,000 miles, and a single sword once faced 1,000,000 soldiers. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. A single breath of righteous spirit, a swift wind across 1,000 miles. In those years, with iron steeds and battle cries, one could swallow 1,000 miles like a tiger. The great wind rises, the clouds fly high, and my might reigns over the seas as I return home. As each poem was recited, the heavens and earth resonated in harmony. Countless ethereal figures danced joyously, entranced. This overwhelming tide swept across the 8 wildernesses, shaking the realms. The vast literary aura infused into him. Who is this reciting poetry? It has astonished countless realms into resonance. The eerie ancestors of the highlands stared wide-eyed. After endless years of silence, could a Confucian immortal truly descend upon the world once more? A few years ago, a mysterious infant emperor capable of slaying celestial emperors emerged. And now another unparalleled Confucian immortal is about to appear. How increasingly fascinating. In the ruins of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the hoarse voice of the Lord of Reincarnation echoed. The Confucian sage descends. How can we literary men not pay our respects? Many reclusive Confucian saints emerged from various realms, frantically flying toward the domain of the 8 wildernesses in the core of the 3,000 realms. An ancient eye opened, piercing through the chaos to gaze upon the 8 wildernesses. He murmured, the talents of the world are shared among 8, yet this person alone occupies one. The world owes him 2 portions. Remarkable. It seems the layout must undergo some changes. With an inadvertent move, the 3,000 realms trembled once more. Lin Yang muttered to himself, halting his recitation. The magnificence of these Chinese verses was too overwhelming. Once spoken, they flowed forth like a mighty river. Difficult to seize, he had merely recited a dozen or so, yet had already reached the pinnacle of Confucianism, embodying the true essence of a Confucian sage. Is this sanctification? The third Confucian sage born from the 8 wildernesses? Pay homage to the Confucian sage. The common folk were engulfed in sheer terror, prostrating themselves before Lin Yang, an 8-year-old child, composing poetry with divine insight. This was no longer mere legend. It was as if an ancient myth was unfolding before their very eyes. Do you have anything left to say? Lin Yang turned his gaze towards Jean Bai. The oppressive aura of the literary sage was overwhelming. With a thunderous crash, Jean Bai collapsed to his knees, Utterly despondent, his pride shattered in an instant. Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond comprehension. Even with the system at my disposal, I am but an insignificant insect. Zhang Bai's worldview crumbled, his eyes vacant as he murmured. Lin Yang pondered to himself. Did I administer too potent a dose? This child seems on the verge of being rendered senseless by shock. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Bai lifted his head and bowed deeply. I have come to realize that I am merely a frog at the bottom of a well. I implore you to accept me, even if it means serving as your humble servant. Lin Yang grinned broadly. You wish to learn? I shall teach you. With that, he produced the art of indifference. Mastering this secret technique will guarantee your profound understanding of life's true essence and the nature of the world. Is that true? Zhang Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully recruited the owner of the Confucian sage system, the child of fortune, Zhang Bai, into the cult of indifference. Rewarding 1,000 fortune points and a killer organization. The net. Lin Yang smiled with satisfaction. His actions were aimed at establishing his own secret faction. What now, young master? The young aristocrats in Yushao Tower were left speechless, trembling with dread that a generation of literary sages has emerged just like that. This is utterly absurd. Su Fengyan's gaze turned icy. What of the literary sage? He is but a mere scholar. Can he truly overturn the heavens? Even if a true immortal were to arrive before the 100,000 snow dragon riders, he would be forced to dye the sky with his divine blood. In the realm of mortals, the concept of a sage holds little weight. It is merely a title of respect that, in Su Fengyan's understanding, both a literary sage and a king can ascend to the heavens. Thus, a literary sage equals a king. What nonsense is this literary sage? Just an honorary title. In terms of combat prowess, he likely pales in comparison to a martial king. Before the 100,000 snow dragon riders, he is nothing at all. Su Fengyan dismissed Lin Yang's elevation to sagehood with a casual wave of his hand. Ultimately, the literary sage is revered by the masses. He may even ascend to the heavens and receive accolades in the future. If we act against him, the entire literary community will rise in opposition, condemning us and attacking the Northern Wilderness dynasty. Young master, please consider your actions carefully. The debauched aristocrats were drenched in cold sweat. Kill a literary sage is an act of grave sin they cannot bear. Throughout the vast expanse of the 8 desolations, over countless millennia, only 2 literary sages have ever emerged. These 2 are eternally renowned, celebrated as spiritual leaders. No one dares to tarnish the name of a sage, let alone take their life. Who dares to speak out? We shall eliminate them all. Our Northern Wilderness dynasty stands firm, relying on iron-fisted authority and overwhelming strength, not on the empty words of corrupt scholars. Su Fengyan stated coldly, I have never believed in the ethereal concept of destiny. No one can rival the might of my father's snow dragon riders. The plan remains unchanged. We act immediately. What about the common folk present at the gathering? Greyhawk inquired repeatedly. Mere tools for my profit. They have emptied their pockets and are now of no use. Their misfortune today is simply bad luck. Su Fengyan, unperturbed, glinted with murderous intent. If we are to strike against the literary sage, it must be precise and ruthless, leaving him no chance to escape. The young master is wise. The hawks and young aristocrats echoed in unison, singing praises, informed Chu Lushan to take action. Su Fengyan waved his hand. Rumble. The sound of galloping hooves grew louder, and a booming voice echoed across the heavens. Capture the traitor, a reward of 10,000 gold and a title of nobility. The remnants of the enemy nation brazenly commit murder in broad daylight within the imperial capital. Execute them without mercy. Those uninvolved must retreat swiftly. Anyone within 100 meters of the traitors shall be executed. The black cavalry thundered in like a torrent of steel, exuding an aura of slaughter. The common folk, still reeling from the shock of the literary sage's emergence, suddenly found themselves confronted by the iron cavalry, their minds in disarray. Many were mercilessly slain amidst the chaos, heads rolling in abundance that was the Imperial Guard's black cavalry. These demons, ruthless in their killings, were utterly loyal to the court. Flee this place. The commoners screamed as the once lively scene morphed into a hell on earth. The sounds of cries, rolling heads, and slaughter filled the air. Once the black cavalry emerged, rivers of blood flowed. Lin Yang frowned. It seemed he could not find a moment's peace. Just as he was admiring the beauty of a lovely maiden, these mad dogs had arrived like stubborn leeches. Chop, chop, chop! Heads fell to the ground. Blood flowed like a river, and soon the area was cleared. Circles of black cavalry surrounded Lin Yang, their intent to kill palpable. Traitor, you dare to offend the young master. Today, I shall rend your corpse to pieces. Chu Lushan, with a face full of bluster, coldly reprimanded. What are these insignificant clowns doing here? Lin Yang felt exasperated. Master, allow me to deal with them. Bai Yue drew her longsword. Lin Yang gently shook his head. Such clowns are not worth my effort to slay. Ha ha ha! How laughable! When did the refuse of the martial world dare to challenge the authority of the court? Chu Lushan waved his hand, revealing his vicious intent. Kill them. Understood. The black cavalry urged their steeds forward, preparing to charge. In an instant, countless crossbow bolts infused with true energy shot through the air, piercing the approaching black cavalry and turning them into sieves. What? Chu Lushan was taken aback, turning to look. Unbeknownst to him, the rooftops surrounding them were filled with figures clad in dark attire adorned with spider patterns. These individuals exuded a chilling aura, their presence restrained. They were absolute cold-blooded assassins. Who are you? This is the capital of the Northern Wilderness Dynasty. Do you wish to uproot the organization behind you by acting so brazenly here? Chu Lushan roared. Kill! The assassins paid no heed to Chu Lushan's threats. At the command to kill, they all surged into action. Like the most merciless of weapons, these assassins were born solely for slaughter. In the blink of an eye, shadows flitted about, and one black cavalry guard after another was slain, howling as they fell from their steeds. Humph! Capture the leader first. We shall seize this little brat. Chu Lushan unleashed his full aura, revealing himself as a peak expert of the sixth transformation of the dragon. Gulp! The power of this beastly Chu Lushan is truly terrifying. The common folk trembled in fear. This brute cares nothing for the commoners, relying on his status as the young master's lackey to devour lives at will. More detestable than any demon. Some righteous warriors sought to eliminate this menace, but were instead brutally dismembered by Su Fengnian and fed to the dogs. That it was a complete inversion of justice. A travesty of a natural order. This child is in grave danger. Everyone grew anxious for Lin Yang, their expressions tense. Yet in the next moment, a bolt of blue lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. Accompanying it was a cool, commanding voice. Dare to harm my master? Die. The sword light fell like rain, and in an instant, the corpulent form of Chu Lushan was cleaved asunder, splattering onto the ground in a pool of blood. Subordinate Jingyu, at your service, master. The woman, possessing extraordinary beauty, knelt before Lin Yang after slaying Chu Lushan, respectfully requesting orders. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Jingyu's beauty is indeed as renowned as rumored. The members of the organization. The net are categorized into 8 ranks. Tian, Sha, Di, Zhu, Qi, Mei Wang, and Ling Jingyu is a top-tier assassin of the Tian rank and one of the leaders of the net. Having established his own faction, life has certainly become much more convenient. Lin Yang casually bestowed upon Jingyu a bottle of Breaking Heaven elixir. You did well. Jingyu, thrilled, accepted the elixir. It is an honor for Jingyu to serve her master. This scene caused Su Fengnian, seated in Yushao Tower, to lose his composure, his expression darkening. To think she could eliminate Chu Lushan, a sixth transformation expert, in an instant. This woman possesses formidable strength. Which mysterious sect does this child belong to? To have such a terrifying bodyguard. What is there to fear? No matter how powerful, can they surpass the young master's background? This woman will eventually become nothing more than the young master's plaything. A few sycophants seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves. Su Fengnian nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that the situation had indeed surpassed his expectations. Where were the top-tier experts of the martial world? Did it truly fall upon me to annihilate their mountain stronghold? Just as he was engulfed in uncertainty, He noticed the childish gaze, which was surprisingly mocking as it turned toward him. How could he possibly have discovered my presence? Su Fengyan was taken aback. The Yuxiao Tower was a secret hideout, protected by mental barriers. Even a master of the divine aperture realm would be unable to detect his presence here. Are you waiting for them? Lin Yang casually beckoned. With a resounding thud, more than a dozen severed heads were hurled into the Yuxiao Tower. The force behind them tremendous. The sycophants beside Su Fengyan were crushed, their bodies disintegrating into a mist of blood. The 6 sword slaves and other formidable warriors of the Net of Heaven began to reveal themselves, smirking derisively. The so-called top experts you dispatched are woefully inadequate. They are no match for us. With such weaklings attempting to kill the master, it was utterly laughable. Damn you, what organization are you part of? Do you even know who I am? Dare to thwart my plans. And I swear, Su Fengyan was about to erupt in hysterics when he was abruptly interrupted. Yes, we know. It's the million-strong Snow Dragon Cavalry. Do you ever tire of repeating it? Lin Yang remarked, cleaning out his ears. You'd best clean your own neck and come down. That Su Fengyan's expression darkened to an extreme. When had the illustrious heir of the North Wilderness ever endured such humiliation? Have you prepared yourself for the consequences? His face contorted with rage. I will make you wish for death, but find none. Old Huang, come out and save me. With a swift sound of a sword's cry, the imposing Sword 9 Huang transformed into a divine rainbow and soared forth, launching an immediate attack. Sword 9. Not bad, Lin Yang mused, quite on par with my grandson-esque skills. Yenri grinned and swiftly countered with a single sword strike. The system's output was undoubtedly of premium quality. The fantasy world version of the Net of Heaven bestowed upon Lin Yang had evidently been enhanced. Even though Sword 9 Huang was merely a half-step into the divine aperture realm, when faced with Yenri, he appeared as a mere child wielding a wooden sword. Swish! Yenri struck, instantly shattering Sword 9 Huang's blade into fragments. What? Sword 9 Huang was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. There are no more than a handful in the world who can withstand my blade. How could this be possible? In the next moment, his body was cleaved in two by Yenri and crashed to the ground. Pathetically weak, Yenri remarked, brushing away the blood on his sword. Though among mortals, I suppose it's commendable. The onlooking citizens were left in stunned silence. Who, at this moment, truly is the villain? They were unclear, yet they had witnessed the slaying of the great demon Chu Lushan and the humiliation of the North Wilderness' most notorious scion, Su Fengyan. It was immensely gratifying. What villainy! Clearly, they were heroes ridding the world of evil. The populace had long harbored deep-seated hatred for the scourges of the capital. Witnessing this scene was sheer ecstasy. You cannot kill me. Su Fengyan, witnessing even Sword 9 Huang being obliterated, completely lost his composure. His face contorted in impotent fury as he roared at Lin Yang. With a resounding slap, Lin Yang sent him flying, shattering his teeth and rupturing his meridians, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Weren't you eager to take revenge yourself? The time has come. Lin Yang flashed a grin at Bai Yue. Good. Bai Yue fixed her gaze on Su Fengyan, her eyes burning with boundless hatred. It was this loathsome father-son duo, Su Xiao and Su Fengyan, who, driven by selfish interests, had wantonly instigated wars, leading to her displacement and the brutal murder of her parents. Now, your retribution has arrived. Raising her longsword, she prepared to strike down. Oh, not harm my son. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. In the distance, dust clouds billowed, though it was summer. An icy chill enveloped all. The frost and snow descended. It was the Snow Dragon Cavalry. The citizens turned pale, recoiling in terror. The vast Snow Dragon Cavalry swept through the buildings and homes of the people, leaving no one to stand in their way. Countless civilians were trampled beneath iron hooves, reduced to mere pulp. Su Xiao, clad in battle armor, stood proudly at the forefront. He was a tyrant, fixated solely on himself and his son. As long as he and his son could enjoy even a modicum of comfort, he would not hesitate to slaughter millions without a second thought. The world deemed him a demon, yet he remained unfazed. After all, a belt of gold could be acquired through murder and mayhem, while building bridges and repairing roads left no corpses behind. That in this cruel world, Becoming a killer was the only choice. Release my son, or I will ensure your restless demise. Su Zhao's veins bulged as he glared at Lin Yang, his murderous intent palpable. Are you threatening me? Lin Yang chuckled. Do you even think you're worthy? This inquiry left everyone momentarily stunned. Ha! I'm the Emperor of the North Wilderness. Who in this realm cannot be slain by me? Su Zhao retorted coldly. You still recognize this world? Those unaware might think you invincible. Ruling above all. Lin Yang taunted. Enough with your prattle. What is your background? Release my son immediately, or when I eliminate your entire clan, I might just leave you with a whole corpse. Su Zhao suppressed the fury boiling within him. Eliminate my entire clan? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yang's eyes as he indifferently extended his hand and gestured. If these ants provide you with a sense of security, then they need not exist any longer. With a sweeping motion, his hand descended like a cloud obscuring the sky, its terror simply unparalleled. Boom! The massive handprint rotated, obliterating everything in its path, flesh and blood scattering. In the blink of an eye, it swept across all directions. The million-strong snow dragon cavalry was directly erased from existence by this palm. It was as though they had evaporated, reduced to ash. Only mountains of corpses and seas of blood remained, piled upon the ruins of the imperial capital. Whoosh! The cold wind blew. The imperial capital lay in haunting silence. The citizens knelt in disbelief, astonished that they had not been turned to blood like the dragon riders around them. Su Zhao felt a chill creep from his head to his toes, his body stiffening on horseback. This was nothing short of divine might. It transcended all he could comprehend, even those revered as land deities. Masters of the divine aperture realm could only slay 3,000 soldiers with a single sword strike at their zenith. Yet this child had annihilated 1,000,000 troops with a single palm. These were not just ordinary soldiers, but the snow dragon cavalry, his means to dominate the world and remain invincible. This was undoubtedly a legendary celestial being. Su Zhao's lips trembled. He had killed countless beings in his life. But now, facing death himself, he felt an overwhelming fear seize his throat. I end this realm. Celestial beings were entities beyond the mortal coil, supreme above all. They had ascended to the realm of kings, but chose to remain in the human world. How could my son provoke a celestial being? Su Zhao was in disbelief. Those who reached the realm of kings yet chose to remain among mortals were exceedingly rare, to say nothing of offending a celestial being. Even he, a sovereign of the human realm, had no opportunity to meet one. It was all over. Everything was lost. Su Zhao's eyes brimmed with utter despair. His greatest support had been obliterated in a single blow, and the foundation of the North Wilderness dynasty was effectively shattered. You sneaky ones hiding there, do you intend to pick up the pieces? Come out. Yen Ri turned to the side, furrowing his brows as he called out. Cough, do not misunderstand. We are merely here to observe. Several concealed onlookers revealed themselves, trembling. Li Chuangang, the sword god? Su Zhao seemed to see a glimmer of hope and shouted, I implore the sword god to aid the North Wilderness in overcoming this calamity. If you can slay these evildoers, I will gladly share the realm with you. Sword god Li Chuangang was the most promising candidate to rival Shun Tsangxing, possessing extraordinary power and merely a half-step away from the celestial realm. He certainly had the capability to resolve this crisis. Upon hearing this, Li Chuangang immediately shot backward 800 meters, waving his hands in denial. Who are you? I do not know you, do not speak to me. He was merely at the pinnacle of the divine aperture realm. How could he dare to involve himself in such murky waters? In those years, he had once clashed with beings of the celestial realm, and he was acutely aware that even those celestial beings, when compared to the seemingly benign boy before him, were not on the same level. Was it not said that once a sovereign chose to ascend to the heavens, they could never return to the mortal realm? Even if they did return, the heavenly laws forbade these powerful beings from acting in a mortal world. What on earth was this young boy's true nature? Li Chuangang gazed at Lin Yang with uncertainty, his heart in turmoil. What? Su Zhao exclaimed in disbelief. Even the sword god Li Chuangang was reduced to such a state of fear, he could hardly admit any connection between the Su family and him. At that moment, he realized it was all over. He sighed deeply and turned to Lin Yang. As long as you spare my life, I can offer you everything I possess. To kill me and seize my belongings would be trivial. I never value them anyway. Lin Yang scoffed, creaked. Su Shao clenched his fists, enduring the humiliation. Even in death, I wish to die with clarity. Why do you wish to annihilate the North Wilderness dynasty? If you wish to eradicate it, then do so. It is no trouble at all. Lin Yang found Su Shao utterly unreasonable. You have already taken countless lives. Now that it is your turn to die, are you unwilling? Humph. Unwilling. It is merely death. I shall not regret my actions. Su Shao realized that he had no escape. Instead, he grew defiant. Why Lin Yang sought to strike him was no longer of importance. He had committed too many sins in his lifetime and enjoyed too many blessings, long prepared for this day. Losing his head was a trivial cost for the indulgence he had experienced over the years. Being a villain was simply worth it. Did you think I would allow you to die? That would be too merciful. Lin Yang beckoned to Su Shao and Su Fengyan, directly drawing them into the magical gourd. Within this gourd, living beings would be transformed into pus within moments, only to be revived and then transformed again, an endless cycle until their sins were completely cleansed. However, given the transgressions committed by the Su family father and son, it seemed impossible for them to ever be absolved. I acted too hastily, but one can only blame their weakness. They knelt at the slightest provocation, failing to exact their own revenge. Lin Yang always acted according to his whims. If he desired to do something, he would do it. Having said this, he tossed the gourd to Bai Yu Wei. With this gourd in your possession, you may kill them as many times as you wish. It would be far more economical. Thank you, master. Bai Yu Wei grasped the gourd, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She understood that were it not for her master, she would have long been dragged off to become a courtesan, and there would be no day of vengeance awaiting her. With matters here resolved, let us continue to indulge in the mortal realm. Lin Yang remained more interested in savoring life. Annihilating a mortal dynasty was, to him, merely a trivial interlude, hardly worth mentioning. Yet in the realm of fantasy, one must always tread carefully. Lin Yang did not overestimate himself. He turned to Jing Yu and Yen Ri, ensure that all ends are neatly tied up. You understand what I mean? Understood. The net is born for this purpose. Yen Ri and Jing Yu clasped their hands in respect, swiftly vanishing from sight. They began laying plans throughout the North Wilderness dynasty, eliminating all targets associated with the Su family. Any potential threat to Lin Yang would be ruthlessly eradicated by the net. In the realm of fantasy, the adage 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth is frequently observed. Today's ants may not remain ants a millennium hence. Even invincible beings have the habit of eradicating threats at their roots. Come here. Lin Yang beckoned to Li Chuangang. Ahem, esteemed immortal, what is your command? I was merely a bystander. I assure you, I guarantee no connection to the Su family. Li Chuangang was exceedingly compliant and respectful. There is no need for further words. From now on, you shall be the acting emperor of the North Wilderness dynasty. Prepare me a residence, one that is beautifully situated and allows for the experience of worldly pleasures. Do you understand? Lin Yang instructed. Li Chuangang was taken aback. He had come merely to spectate. How had he become the acting emperor? What? You are unwilling. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Not at all. I am more than willing. Li Chuangang hastily replied. I end the mortal realm. Dynasties represent the greatest power. Even those who have cultivated to the realm of divine spirits, revered as terrestrial immortals, can at most fend off an assault from tens of thousands of soldiers. Even those transcendent beings of the celestial realm, lacking the resolve for mutual destruction, would never voluntarily oppose a million-strong army of snow dragon riders. Thus, though Li Chuangang and his ilk professed a singular pursuit of martial arts, in truth, they were merely inept at political machinations and lacked the capability to contend with the vast armies of dynasties, never having the opportunity to become emperors themselves, were an emperor to be handed to them. They would be overjoyed. After all, merely having the dragoness aura of an entire dynasty would be enough to make them drool with desire. Then why the hesitation? This is rather unsatisfactory. Lin Yang frowned in displeasure. Li Chuangang trembled in fear. Esteemed immortal, you may not be aware, but within the palace of the North Wilderness dynasty resides a young eunuch. He embodies the dragon-s aura of the North Wilderness dynasty and has existed for thousands of years. Whoever wishes to be emperor must gain his approval. He is the true master behind the scenes. Ordinary beings of the celestial realm avoid entering the North Wilderness city precisely due to their fear of this young eunuch. You have now made me the acting emperor with a mere word, yet that young eunuch may not consent. Is that so? Lin Yang raised a foot, and in an instant, he transported everyone present to hover above the palace of the North Wilderness dynasty. He gazed indifferently down at the palace and declared, Su Xiao is dead. I appoint Li Chuangang as the ruler of the North Wilderness. Who dares to object? Li Chuangang swallowed hard, his face pale. Esteemed immortal. That young eunuch possesses terrifying power. He has slain celestial beings in the past. What are you planning? No matter. If anyone opposes me, I shall kill them. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. He had come to play in the mortal realm, not to be at the mercy of others. Boom. The majestic North Wilderness palace trembled, an endless dragon-s aura converging into a golden divine dragon. On the dragon-s head stood the young eunuch, his face as cold as ice, staring down at Lin Yang. Having existed for millennia, the emperor's ascensions and descents had always required his nod. He had never been so insulted. There are countless sovereigns in this world. All must bow before me, the young eunuch said coldly. Though you possess some strength, to make such demands is exceedingly disrespectful. I must refuse. Do you think I need to regard you? Lin Yang shook his head. One after another, they failed to grasp their own positions, and he casually extended a finger, as if piercing the very heavens, the principles of the great Tao swirling, chaotic thunder rumbling. The world-ending finger descended slowly, and the golden dragon of fortune trembled in fear before this heavenly might. The young eunuch's countenance changed drastically. He had no capacity to resist. Like an ant crushed beneath a finger, he was mercilessly trampled. The great wilderness prisoning heaven finger, a single finger to imprison heaven and earth. Esteemed immortal, I was wrong. Spare the little demon. I am merely a creature born from the dragon-s aura, having labored for millennia to take form. My cultivation is arduous. I beseech your mercy. The young eunuch whimpered in desperation. Entirely stripped of the arrogance he had displayed upon entering, Li Chuangang was left dumbfounded. Could this truly be the aloof and enigmatic young eunuch he remembered? Reduced to begging on the ground, he gazed incredulously at the refined boy beside him, an overwhelming sense of fear rising within him. The young eunuch had been the most formidable being he had ever encountered, yet he had still been effortlessly defeated. This boy's true origins must be extraordinarily terrifying. Lin Yang casually dissipated the finger-s shadow, smiling down at the pitiful young eunuch. Now, who is the emperor? You shall say who is who. The little official shall wholeheartedly comply with your every command. The young eunuch, having narrowly escaped death, quickly stood up, his attitude having undergone a complete transformation. He smiled obsequiously at whom Lin Yang nodded, then tossed a vial of elixir to Li Chuangang. What is this? A celestial elixir? Li Chuangang's face was flushed, brimming with excitement. His innate talent was limited, having failed to break through to the celestial realm on several occasions, his potential nearly depleted. The celestial pill could enhance the success rate of ascending to the celestial realm, making it the treasure he yearned for most. Consider it a reward, Lin Yang remarked casually. With a mere swipe of his hand, he had dispatched 1,000,000 snow dragon riders, without a strong celestial realm expert to support them. The Beiwang dynasty would undoubtedly face annihilation. He wished to savor the pleasures of mortal life without the shadow of war looming over him. Thank you, Master, Li Chuangang exclaimed, displaying remarkable intelligence as he knelt in submission. A leg of such a generous benefactor, even a single hair, would afford him immeasurable benefits. Rise, Lin Yang said, lifting his hand. Master, I have matters to report. Li Chuangang was eager, keen to contribute. Ditto. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The reason the Su family could usurp power was due to a mysterious and formidable force backing them. The Su family was merely a pawn of this power. In fact, one could assert that the entire Beiwang dynasty was but a piece on this enigmatic chessboard. When Li Chuangang mentioned this secret organization, he shuddered. You have disrupted their plans. They will not let it go easily. Do you think I care? Lin Yang grinned. In heaven and earth, there were few who caught his eye. Ahem. I spoke out of turn. I shall select a residence for you right away, Li Chuangang said, scratching his head awkwardly. The master exuded an extraordinary aura, likely a fallen celestial from the celestial realm visiting the mortal world. Such beings typically favored places rich in worldly charm and breathtaking scenery. After all, they descended to experience mortal life. Where would be the best choice? He contemplated Lin Yang's thoughts, vowing to find the most satisfactory dwelling for him. At that very moment, at Longhu Mountain, one of the four major sects of the Beiwang dynasty, Su Longxiang received the news of his brother Su Fengnian's demise, his demeanor resembling that of a madman. With immense strength, he tore apart a small hill, howling to the heavens. I will not be human until I avenge my enemies. The sect leader of Longhu Mountain patted Su Longxiang on the shoulder. My little ancestor. Calm your rage. Get lost, old man. I am going down the mountain to take revenge. Su Longxiang shoved the old Taoist aside, intent on descending the mountain. Little ancestor, you are the chosen next sect leader. You must not take any risks. Whoever killed His Majesty Su Shao must be an extraordinary powerhouse. We must plot our revenge carefully. Rushing in would be akin to seeking death. The Taoist clutched Su Longxiang. With your talent, you shall surely reach the celestial realm within 30 years. At that time, you can lead the entire Longhu sect in vengeance, increasing our chances of success. Su Longxiang pondered for a moment, nodding with a fierce glint in his eyes. Indeed, 30 years of waiting. I shall endure and bide my time, and when the moment comes, I will crush my enemies to dust. Rest assured, by then, you will inherit the title of Celestial Master, and with all the strength of Longhu Mountain combined. Few in the world will be able to stand against us. We shall slay whomever we wish. The Taoist grinned, doting on his disciple, while fiercely protective, as long as he could keep his disciple happy. What was a few lives lost? A cold voice interrupted the scene. The Taoist turned abruptly to see a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in red and wearing a spider mask, her eyes alone capable of bewitching all. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my Longhu Mountain sect? It is tantamount to seeking death, the Taoist bellowed. Waste no words with him. You should have simply annihilated Longhu Mountain as I suggested. Yet you insisted on observing how Longhu Mountain treats the master. Such naivety, aspiring to be the master's servant, truly shameful. A man in red, sword in hand, mocked as he stepped out from behind the woman. Indeed, I was foolish, the beautiful woman replied, her gaze chilling. Since I have spoken of vengeance for my master, Longhu Mountain shall cease to exist. Today, within the mountain gates, no one shall be left alive, from the eldest to the youngest. Ha, what audacity! Longhu Mountain is a renowned powerhouse in the world. Even celestial beings would not dare to boast of annihilating our sect. The Taoist retorted, his eyes cold, murderous intent boiling. The frog in the well will never know how high the sky truly is. The woman shook her head. Die. Like a flash of lightning, she surged forward, her sword slicing through the air, creating a terrifying thunderclap. So fast, just as the Taoist was preparing to unleash his talismans. He felt a blur, and the woman was already behind him. Swoosh! In the next instant, his body was cleaved in two, true energy and blood scattering. What? Su Longxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. The old man was a peak expert of the 9th level of the divine soul realm. Not weaker than the current sword god, Li Chuangang. Yet he had been instantaneously slain? You are a celestial being? The realm of mortals is not sufficient to describe me. The woman, Jingyu, advanced step by step towards Su Longxiang. You need not endure in silence any longer. I shall send you to hell, to reunite with your family. No. Su Longxiang attempted to protest, but his head was severed by a sword, his lifeless body tumbling into the air. Even in death, he could not fathom that he, the son of destiny in Beiwang, Su Fengnian's brother, had met his end so easily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, a myriad of assassins emerged, commencing the massacre of the Longhu Mountain experts. Blood mist enveloped the sky, obscuring the moon. The brutal survival of the fantastical world was indeed drenched in blood. Which demon dares to disturb my Longhu Mountain sect? Seeking death, the celestial ancestor of Longhu Mountain burst forth. Standing in the void, his eyes cold and imposing. I am the celestial master of Longhu Mountain. I have belonged to the celestial alliance for a century. If you dare, swoosh, the sword light shattered the stars. And the old celestial master was obliterated in a mist of blood. Such a tiresome old fool. The woman, Yinji, could not help but scoff as she retracted her sword. The disciples of Longhu Mountain were left in shock. Upon witnessing their ancestor emerge, they had barely begun to cheer before he was killed. The sense of despair was suffocating. Continue the slaughter. Leave not a single soul. Yinji's gaze was icy, having confirmed that no celestial realm experts remained in Longhu Mountain. She and Jingyu hurried to the next battleground, Thupi Dawn. The once prosperous Longhu Mountain sect lay in utter silence. It was not until visitors arrived at the gates that they beheld the countless cold corpses piled high. News of this calamity spread with astonishing speed, sending shockwaves through the martial world. The millennia-old Longhu Mountain sect had been annihilated overnight, with no survivors. Soon after, in Jiangnan, reports of renowned sects being bloodily cleansed emerged, further unsettling the martial realm. Many were left utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. However, as news spread of the Su family's provocation of the Celestials and their subsequent eradication, clarity dawned upon the masses. This celestial being was merciless. It was said he single-handedly vanquished 1,000,000 snow dragon riders. It was no longer just a boast that 1,000,000 dragon riders could stain the heavens with blood. It was now evident that such claims were mere illusions. The might of the Celestials was unfathomable, and they were not to be trifled with. Various factions that had dealings with the Su family trembled in fear. Many top experts, having merely conversed with members of the Su family, publicly declared their intention to retreat from the martial world, even vowing to forsake martial practice altogether. Any faction that had previously engaged with the Su family hastily disbanded, seeking only a path to survival. The entire Beiwang was engulfed in a tempest of blood and chaos. Yet the orchestrator of all this sat leisurely at a fishing platform, casting his line and reeling in a blue fish. The mortal realm is truly serene. The world of dust is indeed beautiful. Lin Yang grinned. As long as my master is pleased, that is all that matters. Bai Yue busied herself nearby, preparing a meal for Lin Yang. This hidden paradise had been painstakingly discovered by Li Chuangang. Not only is the scenery picturesque, but is also imbued with the warmth of human existence. For those seeking tranquility, one can indulge in the pleasures of drinking, playing chess, fishing, and farming within the village. Conversely, for those desiring bustle, a mere stroll of a few miles will lead one to the capital city. It is truly a paradise on earth, a veritable gem of the mortal realm. Gulp! Lin Yang tossed the freshly caught catfish to Bai Yue, inhaling deeply the aroma of the dishes on the table, unable to restrain his praise. Your culinary talent surpasses even your aptitude for cultivation. In just 3 months, Bai Yue's culinary skills had visibly improved. The chefs of the Lin family excelled in their craft, but that was largely due to the luxurious ingredients and spices from the celestial realm. If one were to use mundane materials, they might not even compare to Bai Yue's creations that I see. You're not merely a gifted soul, but a natural-born culinary sage. After savoring a bite of the braised pork, Lin Yang gave Bai Yue a thumbs up. Master, you flatter me so. I feel as though I might float away. Bai Yue beamed, for receiving praise from her master was her greatest joy. Lin Yang's gaze fell upon the little boy at the gate, and he waved. Is it you, Xiaohu? Come again for a meal? Come in. Xiaohu, somewhat shy, held 2 jars of wine. Grandfather said one shouldn't always eat for free at others' homes. I heard that you love wine, so he sent me with our finest brew. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with interest. The most enticing aspect of Taoyuan village was undoubtedly the aged wine from the Zheng family's tavern. Though it lacked the rich and intense fragrance of celestial wine, it possessed a unique charm. Gulp! Lin Yang gidge, don't forget about us. Behind Xiao were several children, all shaking their homemade specialties. Be it wild chickens or handmade sugar pastries. These simple villagers seemed to have misunderstood something, thinking that they and Bai Yue were siblings reliant on one another, living a life of hardship. Thus, they always found ways to send these little ones to mooch meals, offering them daily necessities. The villagers' unique simplicity and warmth made Lin Yang thoroughly enjoy this atmosphere. Come, let us dine together. Let there be merriment. Lin Yang welcomed them, gesturing for them to join the feast. Once the children were seated, an elderly man, his face etched with worry, hesitated at the entrance. Since you are here, come in. What is there to hesitate about? Lin Yang called out to Li Chang'an at the door. Yes. Li Chang'an took a seat, his earlier restlessness dissipating as he took a bite of Yue Wei's delicacies, his eyes widening. In my 200 years of life, this is the first time I have tasted such exquisite flavor. Ha! Old sir, you truly know how to boast. My great-grandfather is over 80 years old and is the oldest in the village. Who could possibly live to 200? That would be an old demon. Xiaohu laughed innocently. Li Chang'an chose to overlook the child's remarks, having no time to engage with him. Yue's cooking was simply irresistible. The host lives a truly blissful life, far superior to my own as an emperor. He mused internally to be able to relish such delightful cuisine daily and lead a leisurely life amidst the mortal realm was a life he would not trade for anything. Even if offered to be an emperor, you sought me out. I presume you have matters to discuss? Lin Yang inquired with a smile. Ahem, master. During this time, the northern regions have descended into chaos. The ancient sects like Longhushan and the Jiangnan factions have fallen one after another. The rumor in the martial world is that you are behind this, and the emperors of the neighboring kingdoms are pressuring me for details. The pressure is immense, Li Chang'an lamented, feeling a deep sense of grievance. How can they unjustly accuse me like this? Unjustly accused? Lin Yang laughed heartily. It is indeed my doing. There is nothing to conceal. If they seek trouble, let them come. Li Chang'an's eyes widened in disbelief. Those prestigious sects, standing firm for millennia, surely had celestial ancestors behind them. To have eradicated them in such a short time, the power backing the master exceeded his imagination. Let us drink. Lin Yang, unconcerned, indulged in wine and meat. He himself had lost count of how many sects he had destroyed, having entrusted the task to the netherworld. Watching the young man, who could effortlessly overturn the mortal realm amidst laughter and jest, Li Chang'an felt exhilarated. His patron was indeed formidable. Is there anything else? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. What a pity that the young eunuch is the embodiment of dragon energy, unable to leave the palace. Otherwise, having him assist you would spare you much trouble. His strength has already reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Ordinary celestial beings would not be his match. Li Chang'an's lips trembled. The thought of the young eunuch assisting him was something he had never dared to dream. There is indeed one more matter. The Celestial Alliance seems displeased with your extermination of the Su family and your self-proclamation as emperor. Li Chang'an sighed. Typically, after ascending to the Celestial Realm, the Celestial Alliance would extend an invitation. Instead, they informed me that I would forever be unqualified to enter the Celestial Alliance. The Celestial Alliance? What is that? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. What? Master, you do not know of the Celestial Alliance. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Astonished. All those who refuse to ascend to the Celestial Realm and remain in the mortal world are known as celestial beings. These celestial beings, unwilling to ascend, band together to form the most formidable power in the mortal realm. The Celestial Alliance. This means that even the most ordinary member of the Celestial Alliance is a celestial being. It is regarded as the most powerful organization in the mortal realm, and it is said that they hold great renown in the celestial realm. Haha! Lin Yang could not help but laugh. A power as trivial as a sesame seed, yet it boasts of its fame in the celestial realm. I have never even heard of it. Do you know where the headquarters of the Celestial Alliance is located? Li Chang'an was momentarily stunned, his heart racing with astonishment. Is the master planning to confront the Celestial Alliance directly? How bold, to dare approach such a terrifying power for negotiations. The Celestial Alliance is elusive, the greatest force in the mortal realm. I was even rejected from joining. How could I possibly know its location? Li Chang'an shook his head in resignation. Oh, then let it be. Lin Yang withdrew the sword intent from his gaze. If Li Chang'an were aware of the Celestial Alliance's specific whereabouts, he would have sliced through their sect with a single sword strike. What sort of petty organization dares to have an opinion of him? Of course, Li Chang'an was oblivious to Lin Yang's thoughts. In his understanding, to dare approach the Celestial Alliance for negotiations was already an invincible feat. Ahem, there is but one final matter. Chungon scratched his head. The reactions from the surrounding kingdoms have been even more pronounced than anticipated. They have amassed 1,000,000 troops at the borders. Watching closely, their martial experts have already infiltrated the northern wilderness kingdom, testing the waters that, of course, these are minor issues. With the elixirs bestowed by the master, I have cultivated many strong warriors sufficient to handle these small fry. However, it appears that a celestial being has entered the northern wilderness. The specific purpose is unknown, but they likely have their eyes set on the dragon energy of the northern wilderness. Indeed, they have arrived. Lin Yang nodded, taking another sip of wine, unfazed. They have arrived? Li Chungon felt a chill run down his spine, horrified. Have they entered the capital? No, they are right behind you. Lin Yang's gaze shifted to the shadows behind Li Chungon, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Little child, I didn't expect your spiritual perception to be quite strong. A sinister laugh echoed. I have long heard of the Su family's demise and the eradication of Longhushan and other sects, all orchestrated by a superpower behind the scenes that I never imagined it would be a mere child. Two figures emerged from the shadows behind Li Chungon. One was rugged and clad in animal skins, wielding a crude, massive bone club. The other was alluring, dressed scantily, with only a few strands of white fabric covering her vital areas. As soon as they appeared, their imposing presence surged, shaking the very ground. Like two great suns, they slowly ascended, casting a disdainful gaze upon the courtyard. Li Chungon, you, a renowned new generation sword saint of the northern wilderness, dare to refer to a mere child as your master? Truly shameless, the barbarian scoffed. Chungon's expression turned cold, as though facing a formidable foe. The fact that these two had concealed themselves within his shadow, without his noticing, was terrifying. They were certainly not ordinary celestial beings. If they wished to kill him, it would be as simple as a flick of the wrist. The villagers, young and old, felt the overwhelming pressure, trembling in fear. Xiao, who stared wide-eyed at the two figures in the sky, spellbound, hovering in midair. They are the legendary immortals. The immortals have descended. The common folk trembled, gripped by a profound terror emanating from their very bones. Child, who are you? Speak clearly and promptly. Surrender the throne of the Northern Wilderness Dynasty, and we shall consider the matter settled. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable. Bellowed the barbarian. Not frighten the little one. Otherwise, he might wet his bed tonight, taunted the alluring woman with a grin. Despite their verbal jabs, both harbored grave concerns within. Their ability to conceal their auras was unparalleled across the realm. Yet this child had effortlessly pierced through their ruse. Such perceptiveness was indeed formidable. Do you believe you are worthy of knowing my origins? Lin Yang shook his head. It is not that I am unwilling to divulge, but rather that your karmic fortune is too meager. Once you grasp the truth, the weight of such consequences will overwhelm you, leading to your immediate obliteration by the heavenly Tao. I've heard many boastful claims, but this level of arrogance is a first for me. The barbarian chuckled, a fierce glint of murder flashing in his eyes. Lin Yang's words had utterly belittled him. Lin Yang surveyed his surroundings. Since you possess the audacity to attempt my life, then let us engage together. Humph. The cunning lad's keen senses indeed proved exceptional. At that moment, 5 terrifying auras surged forth. Above, it seemed as if 7 suns had simultaneously appeared, pressing down upon them, making it hard to breathe. What is this? Li Chungon was bewildered. The elusive beings of the celestial realm, who were rarely seen, had suddenly manifested in 7-fold. Had the celestial realm become as common as cabbage? Excellent. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Engaging one by one is tiresome. Since you've all revealed yourselves, you may all perish together. Is the battle commencing already? The barbarian was taken aback. This was not the usual protocol. They first inquire about their intentions and identities. They exchange a few rounds of banter to build up their fury before the clash. However, since you're so eager to meet your end, we shall oblige. Though perplexed, he paid it no mind. 7 celestial beings descending together rendered any opponent, no matter how powerful, utterly annihilated. Enough with the chatter. Cherish this final opportunity to unleash your most magnificent techniques. Lin Yang leisurely raised his wine glass, casting a faint smile at the astonished children beside him. Pay close attention. The fireworks to come will be breathtaking. The 7 formidable beings glared with murderous intent, their anger reaching a boiling point at Lin Yang's utter disdain for them. Roar. The barbarian transformed first, swinging his massive bone club down with ferocity. As if a primal dragon had descended, shaking the heavens, the other celestial beings followed suit, unleashing their deadliest strikes, aiming to obliterate Lin Yang in an instant. Their attacks were ruthless, intent on eradicating the innocent Taiyuan village alongside him. Li Chang'an was filled with despair. These 7 were clearly no ordinary celestials. Their combined assault was far more terrifying than any heavenly wrath. A novice like him, newly entered into the celestial realm, stood no chance against such an onslaught. Master, allow me to bear the brunt. You should retreat. In his understanding, the simultaneous attack of 7 celestials was something no mortal could withstand. Even his transcendent master would likely be unable to resist. Li Chang'an steeled himself for inevitable death, preparing for self-detonation. He believed that with Lin Yang's prowess, his sacrifice would not be in vain, and vengeance would surely be exacted. If 7 celestials perished together, he would not have died in vain. His eyes blazed with a fierce red. Lin Yang gently shook his head, raising his hand to calm the turbulent energy within Li Chang'an. He then plucked a drop of spilled wine from the table, flicking it with his finger. Whoosh! In the next instant, the droplet erupted with dazzling brilliance, vanishing in an instant. Its speed was unparalleled, piercing through the void and inscribing an exquisitely beautiful arc across the sky. Trying to play tricks, are we? The barbarian was about to mock when an icy dread gripped his mind. In that very moment, the bodies of the 7 celestials froze. Chang'an gazed upward, his pupils widening in disbelief. The heads of the 7 celestials exploded in succession, brains splattering everywhere. The trace left by that single droplet of wine had perfectly penetrated the crowns of all 7 celestial beings. Boom, 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 boom. As their heads burst, the energy within them went haywire, their bodies erupting into clouds of blood mist. The terrifying energy waves shimmered in a riot of colors across the sky, resembling 7 resplendent fireworks. Wow, this shocking and dreamlike scene left the children, including Huzi, utterly spellbound. Chang'an was so overwhelmed that his very marrow quaked. To think that a mere flick of a finger could annihilate 7 celestial beings in an instant. What unparalleled skill and might was this? All right, the fireworks have concluded. Let us continue to drink and feast. Lin Yang treated the slaughter of the celestials as if he were swatting away a few mosquitoes, not even casting a glance at the shattered remains. He turned and picked up a flavorful steak slathered in sauce, devouring it with gusto. That'd be why the time the meal was finished and they returned to the palace. Li Chang'an's mind remained a blank slate. He could only recall the delectable meal that left a lingering taste and the stunning fireworks display he had witnessed. Brother, did you really slay the immortals? So cool. It has me all fired up. The children, including Xiao Hu, were brimming with excitement. Born in this fantastical world, even in a small mountain village, life was harsh. Yet the children's capacity to absorb such experiences was remarkable. If only I could possess such strength. My father would no longer have to risk his life every day to hunt in the mountains. Mused the girl who had brought the wild chickens, her heart racing with dreams. Indeed, if we had a brother as powerful as you. Those mountain bandits wouldn't dare to raid our village, declared the boy who had brought the sugary snacks, clenching his fists with determination, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, for his father had perished at the hands of bandits. Lin Yang smiled as he observed these children, that he held a fondness for the kind-hearted, believing that the benevolent villagers deserved their rewards, though the food was ordinary, after being prepared by Bai Yue. It radiated an aura of vitality. Regular consumption of such meals could reshape their very foundations. This meant that once Xiao Hu and the others began their cultivation, they would progress swiftly, with boundless potential ahead. These naive children were unaware that soon, They would become the first generation of esteemed elders in the renowned celestial village. Clap, 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 in the most ethereal and mysterious divine palace of the mortal realm. 7 soul lamps burst into fragments. The guards responsible for the lamps turned pale, stumbling to ring the alarm bell. Soon, the elders of the Celestial Alliance arrived, their expressions grave. Tuobi and the others are dead. Could it be the young eunuchs doing? Were they not warned against entering the northern wilderness palace? The stout, red-faced elder bellowed. Even a young eunuch could not possibly slay 7 celestial beings simultaneously. Indeed, they were unable to use their communication tokens in time, indicating they were utterly overwhelmed. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face analyzed. That makes sense. The elders of the Celestial Alliance wore expressions of extreme seriousness. It seems that the mysterious powerhouse who annihilated the million snow dragon riders is far more formidable than we imagined. What shall we do next? Are we simply to endure the loss of 7 members? Where will the dignity of our Celestial Alliance be placed? The red-faced, portly elder shouted in frustration. Why the hurry? A calm voice interjected, and all the elders of the Celestial Alliance bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the Alliance Lord. The leader of the Celestial Alliance turned out to be a white-haired young man, who appeared extraordinarily enchanting, his skin pale to the point of being sickly, to eliminate Tuobi and the others so swiftly. His strength must surpass that of the celestial realm. Perhaps he was a scion of a prominent family from the celestial sphere, here to experience the mortal world. Let us not provoke him for the time being. The white-haired youth suggested with a smile. Once our plan comes to fruition, even if he is a descendant of the 8 desolate Lord Lin clan, we need not fear him any longer. Upon mentioning this plan, the eyes of the Celestial Alliance elders glimmered with boundless anticipation. What the Alliance Lord says is indeed correct. The completion of our plan is but 8 or 9 years away. By then, regardless of his background, he will have to bow in deference upon encountering our Celestial Alliance. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late, let alone 8 or 9 years that I can afford to wait. The red-faced, rotund, old man nodded in agreement. Tuobi is his most cherished grandson. The day when great accomplishments are achieved will be the day he personally avenges himself, turning his enemies into a mist of blood. With the disappearance of the Celestial Alliance, which had caused trouble, Li Chuangang was now free to unleash his iron-fisted tactics. He annihilated the forces closely associated with the Su family, while the surrounding dynasties were forcefully suppressed. In an ordinary dynasty, having a few divine spirit realm experts, earthly immortals, as the pillars of a nation would be remarkable. Li Chuangang, originally a sword god with formidable combat prowess, had now ascended to the celestial realm, making it nearly impossible for any mortal kingdom to withstand him. After the nearby dynasties were struck with fear, they no longer dared to provoke him, bowing their heads in submission and paying tribute. Even so, they lamented Li Chuangang's benevolence and mercy, noting that he did not act as ruthlessly as Su Xiao, who would annihilate neighboring nations at the slightest provocation, in the days that followed. The Northern Wilderness dynasty entered an unprecedented period of peace and prosperity, with the passage of time bringing tranquility. Lin Yang, accompanied by Bai Yuwei, lived a serene and leisurely pastoral life in Taoyuan village. Filled with joy and simplicity, 8 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Thud, thud, thud. Clouds of dust filled the air as a band of mountain bandits reined in their horses in front of Taoyuan village. Leading them was the infamous thief, the one-eyed Green Wolf. He had established the Green Wolf Gang, boasting nearly 10,000 bandits, all skilled fighters who appeared and vanished like shadows, leaving even the officials with headaches. Wherever the Green Wolf Gang appeared, it was akin to a locust plague, laying waste to villages and towns at the slightest dissatisfaction, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. They were truly a scourge. This village appears quite affluent. The bandits likely have much to plunder. A sycophantic advisor suggested with a malicious grin, why not ransack this small village and let the brothers have some fun? Very well, recently pursued by the authorities, I have been unable to sleep well, and my mood is quite foul. They have stumbled into the line of fire. It is their misfortune. The one-eyed Green Wolf grinned widely and galloped towards the village with his band of thieves. At the village entrance, a few youngsters were engaged in playful banter, completely oblivious to their presence. Hmm? The one-eyed green wolf was enraged. He was a notorious bandit in the northern wilderness. How could these oblivious brats completely disregard him? Hey, you little rascals, go fetch all the adults in your village. Bring all the valuables and beautiful women. If you dare utter a single refusal, I will slaughter your entire village, turning the men's heads into urinals and the women into human toys. A few of the young leaders laughed maniacally as they threatened. The youngsters, picking their noses, disdainfully replied, "Tiger brother, is it another group of bandits? There are so many this year. Tiger brother, what is a bandit?" A nearby innocent little girl asked. The leading youth chuckled. "A stray dog chased by the army is called a bandit." Hmm? The young leaders were nearly infuriated. Damn it, after decades of being a bandit. This was the first time encountering such insolent villagers. The leader glared furiously. "I will chop all of you lowly peasants in a meat paste to relieve my pent-up rage." The one-eyed green wolf furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, the youngsters, full of youthful vigor and unscathed by the harshness of society, might playfully banter, but why were the nearby farmers conversing and laughing with them, showing no fear whatsoever? Merely a feigned, empty city strategy. Trying to appear formidable, the one-eyed green wolf, with his keen and confident eyes, swung his blade. "Enough talk, level this place to the ground." Yes, the young leaders could hardly contain their eagerness, their vital energy surging as they leapt on horseback, ready to behead the young tigers. They even intended to spare no one, not even the innocent little girl. Die! The hunter's son threw a punch, and the heavens and earth echoed, a massive fist imprint blotting out the sun. Crashing down what? The young leaders were nearly scared out of their wits. Before they could even scream, they, along with their horses, were obliterated into a mist of blood by that single punch. One punch altered the heavens. Is he in the Tao Palace realm? How is that possible? The one-eyed green wolf's pupils constricted. Could this village be too extraordinary? After all, Tao Palace realm experts are qualified to establish sects in the martial world. Damn it, capture those booger-picking children as hostages. The one-eyed green wolf reacted quickly, shouting loudly. Several elite members of the Green Wolf gang charged forth, exuding an impressive aura. But before they could even draw their weapons, they were subdued by a group of youngsters beside Little Tiger. All of them are at the peak of the Chi Si realm? The one-eyed green wolf began to question his life choices, cold sweat pouring down. If a few children are this formidable, how powerful must the adults in this village be? Realizing this, he nearly wet himself. And oh wonder these villagers showed no fear. It turns out the entire village is comprised of hidden experts. Retreat. The one-eyed green wolf turned to flee. He was cautious. Otherwise, he would not have lived to this day. So cowardly. Little Tiger was anxious. He had initially thought the one-eyed green wolf would behave like a brainless villain from a story, laughing maniacally and shouting. Even if you were strong, what of it? With so many of my little brothers, we can overwhelm you. This is bad. Once they escape, they will surely massacre other villages. Little Tiger and his friends fought fiercely, continuously slaying bandits. There were too many of them. They simply could not kill them all. Little Tiger felt powerless. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Our Green Mountains will not change, and the waters will flow long. We will meet again. The one-eyed green wolf laughed heartily, smugly pleased. Thankfully, he was cautious and clever. Otherwise, he would have faced disaster today. He suddenly froze at the end of the path. Two figures slowly emerged. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, her skin like cream, her sparkling eyes brimming with spring, breathtakingly beautiful. Even dressed in simple cloth, her lively and playful charm could still strike one's heart. Yet even such a captivating girl, standing beside the young man, seemed like a firefly competing with the bright moon, appearing dim in comparison. The young man was exceptionally handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his countenance surpassing human limits. Dressed in plain white robes, he exuded an ethereal aura, untouched by the dust of the world. This is a celestial being. Even the most notorious of thieves could not help but gasp upon seeing Lin Yang. The one-eyed green wolf was so stunned by Lin Yang's beauty that he forgot to flee. He frantically shook his head to regain his senses. "Hurry up and get out of the way. I'll have your heads." Master, you have returned. Little Tiger and the others rushed over, calling out warmly upon seeing Lin Yang. Master, master? The one-eyed green wolf's scalp felt as if it would burst. This celestial-looking young man was actually the master of these extraordinary youths. Unfortunately, by the time he processed this, it was too late. Just from a single glance exchanged with Lin Yang, his body erupted into a mist of blood, horse and all. This horrifying scene terrified the Green Wolf Gang's advisor to the point of death. Collapsing in fear, the bandits were left in a daze. Did he just turn the leader into a mist of blood with a single glare? Is this a monster? Stop calling me master. I merely provided you with techniques, not teachings on cultivation. Lin Yang shook his head, smiling helplessly. Want to be my disciple? Don't even think about it. Without celestial grade talent, not that I have high standards. It's simply that he stands above them all. A disciple with sufficient talent doesn't need teaching. Just provide enough resources, and they will naturally level up swiftly. He, Little Tiger, and his friends scratched their heads and laughed. In any case, you are our benefactor in Taoyuan village. If it weren't for you imparting us with cultivation methods, we would have long been slaughtered by the bandits. Lin Yang smiled slightly and nodded at Bai Yue. Bai Yue understood, channeling her magic to activate the purple gold gourd, which swiftly absorbed all the Green Wolf Gang bandits. Gulp. Little Tiger watched this scene, utterly mesmerized. This was true, unparalleled divine power. His current strength was still far too weak. Come to my house for lunch at noon. Lin Yang waved his hand, leading Bai Yue away. All right, Little Tiger and the others nodded cheerfully. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Lin Yang looked at Li Chuangang, who had been waiting there, somewhat surprised. It has been 8 years. Why have you not yet broken through to the celestial realm? Li Chuangang's eyes widened in astonishment, as if struck by a heavy blow. Through relentless cultivation aided by the dragon energy of the northern wilderness, he ascended from the first to the third level of the celestial realm in merely 8 years. Such remarkable speed, if known, would undoubtedly astonish the mortal realm. He felt an immense pride in this achievement. Yet, to his master, it merely elicited a remark. After 8 years, how are you still at the celestial realm? His inflated confidence was instantly shattered. However, recalling his master's terrifying power to slay celestials with a mere sip of wine, he felt a sense of acceptance. The level of his master was beyond his imagination. Ahem, master, have you summoned me for a particular reason? Li Chuangang awkwardly coughed and inquired. Are there any paradisiacal realms within the mortal realm? Lin Yang asked. Bai Yue is on the verge of breaking through to the venerable realm. If she could do so in a paradisiacal realm, her magical power would become extraordinarily pure. Li Chuangang pondered for a moment. The paradisiacal realms of the mortal world are all controlled by several major sacred grounds. To utilize them, one must join their sacred ground. Oh? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. He had indeed heard of the mortal sacred grounds, each boasting a long lineage and having produced powerful beings above the sage level. By the way, the foremost sacred ground in the mortal realm, the Qian Kuan Sacred Ground, is currently holding a grand disciple recruitment ceremony. Li Chuangang's eyes brightened. I have some connections with a formal disciple of the Qian Kuan Sacred Ground. The Qian Kuan Sacred Ground, you say? Please direct me. Lin Yang, disinterested in further inquiries, stated directly. Here are the coordinates of the Qian Kuan Sacred Ground. Li Chuangang provided. Master, although your might is unparalleled, the Qian Kuan Sacred Ground is the premier sacred ground in the mortal realm. With an incredibly deep foundation, without a recommendation, it may be quite difficult to gain entry. I have my own methods to ensure their gates swing wide to welcome me. Lin Yang casually waved his hand. Li Chuangang did not dare speak further. You've put in considerable effort these past years. This celestial restoration pill can enhance your innate talent. Take it and use it. Lin Yang tossed a celestial restoration pill. Li Chuangang hurriedly bowed. Master, this is far too precious. If I were to accept this pill, I fear I would be unable to bear the terrifying karmic repercussions. The celestial restoration pill is sought after even by sages. As a mere king, should I dare to touch it, I would be obliterated by the forces of karma. I almost forgot. You are far too weak. Lin Yang shook his head in exasperation, for this was already the most inferior pill he possessed for enhancing innate talent. To serve as master was already a fortune accrued over 100 lifetimes. He dared not ask for further rewards. Li Chuangang bowed repeatedly. "Did you think I did this for you?" Lin Yang grinned. "It is merely for my own reputation. If others were to learn that my servant has spent 8 years without even breaking through to the king realm, they would surely laugh their teeth out." Gulp. Li Chuangang felt an overwhelming sense of shame. "It is indeed my foolishness that has brought disgrace upon you. Master, fear not, consume it. Karma shall not trouble you." Lin Yang tossed the celestial restoration pill towards him. Gulp. Li Chuangang dared not defy Lin Yang's command and swallowed the pill with a sense of resignation. Buzz! The celestial laws were stirred. Dark clouds amassed in the sky, transforming into a heavenly tribulation, intent on obliterating Li Chuangang. A mere king realm, possessing a lowly fate, was utterly unworthy of such an exquisitely precious pill. It must be eradicated. How dare a trivial mortal celestial path seek trouble with my servant? Begone! Lin Yang cast a dispassionate glance towards the depths of the heavens. Puff! The terrifying heavenly tribulation, poised to annihilate all, instantly disintegrated in fear, no longer daring to stir a single ripple. Hoo-hoo! After digesting the celestial restoration pill, Li Chuanggang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly the world seen by a prodigious genius? The intricate laws of the Tao, previously incomprehensible, now appeared simpler than basic arithmetic, instantly becoming clear. His thought speed had increased by more than 100-fold. His body's sensitivity to the spiritual energies of the world surged dramatically. With a mere breath, boundless spiritual energy flooded into him. Li Chuangang could not contain his tears, his body trembling violently. It is no exaggeration to say that he now felt like a blind man who had suddenly gained sight. After living for over 100 years, he had finally opened his eyes to the world. "Master, I, Chuangang, am willing to sacrifice everything for you, without regret." Li Chuangang sincerely bowed in gratitude. If not for Lin Yang, he would never have known the vastness of the heavens and the splendor of the world. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively to him. The celestial restoration pill held less value than a delectable candied hawthorn. Look at your worthless expression. In the future, do not overreact to trivial matters and embarrass yourself. Yes, yes, yes. Li Chuangang immediately nodded respectfully. Focus on your cultivation. Before you become a sage, do not mention to outsiders that you are my servant. Lin Yang stated indifferently. Understood. Li Chuangang was even more astounded. The legendary sages could barely qualify to be servants to his master. How strong must his master be? No wonder he could disregard the constraints imposed by the mortal celestial path and play within the mortal realm. Ascending to the celestial realm was not entirely voluntary for kings. After all, who would wish to leave the mortal realm where they were respected to become mere pawns in the celestial realm? In reality, if one did not ascend voluntarily upon reaching the king realm, the mortal celestial path would expel the practitioner. The higher the realm, the stronger the expulsion force. Those kings remaining in the mortal realm must resist this expulsion. Only the legendary sages who have transformed into the Tao could traverse freely between the mortal and celestial realms without any constraints. Now you have a path to the paradisiacal realm to break through to the venerable realm. Lin Yang smiled slightly at Bai Yue. What? Li Chuangang felt as if struck by lightning, his mind blank. After 8 years of diligent cultivation, he had painstakingly progressed from the first to the third level of the celestial realm, enough to look down upon the northern wilderness. Yet Bai Yue had gone from nothing to directly reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm. He felt utterly despondent that he had thought that after consuming the celestial restoration pill, he would finally be able to see the world, only to find himself once again a frog at the bottom of a well. Benefactor brother, several small tigers rushed into the courtyard, gazing at Lin Yang with reluctance. The village chief mentioned that you are leaving Taoyuan village. Are you truly going? Indeed, Lin Yang replied with a slight smile, not denying it. There is no need for sorrow as long as one possesses sufficient strength. No matter how vast the world, it can be traversed in an instant. For the powerful, the concept of farewell does not exist. The small tiger's eyes brightened, all eagerly anticipating the day they would meet again. The village chief is holding a farewell banquet. please do attend. Everyone is especially grateful for the teachings you imparted. Very well. Lin Yang nodded. Unlike the small tigers, the majority of the villagers had not practiced. Their lives were fleeting. Once he departed, it would likely be difficult to see them again. At the banquet, he observed these warm-hearted and kind villagers, a multitude of memories flooding his mind. His 8 years in Taoyuan had been truly pleasant and fulfilling, entirely in line with his previous expectations. Silently, he replaced all the drinks with spiritual liquor brewed from the fountain of life, allowing the villagers to extend their lives after consumption. The spiritual liquor was potent, and after the banquet, the villagers fell into a drunken slumber. It is time to leave. Lin Yang, accompanied by Bai Yue, departed from Taoyuan village beneath the twilight glow. Ichuan Gang stood at the village entrance, respectfully bidding farewell to his master, his heart filled with sentiment. Only after becoming a sage could one truly be accepted as a servant by his master. Yet, sages were entirely legendary beings. To achieve sagehood, one might require thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Truly, the passage of time was immeasurable. Would I have another chance to see my master in this lifetime? He was uncertain. The path of cultivation was far too brutal, and the goal of sagehood was too distant. Master, why not travel the world by carriage this time? On the back of the jade Qilin, Bai Yue asked curiously. The mortal realm is vast. The northern wilderness dynasty stretches over 100,000 miles. And in the mortal realm, it is merely a small corner. The Qian Kuan sacred ground lies at the very center of the mortal realm. If one were to travel there by carriage, it might take a century to arrive. Lin Yang teased. Do you wish to wait 100 years before breaking through to the venerable realm? As long as Master desires it, Yue can. Bai Yue replied earnestly. Let us set that aside. I do not wish for my disciple to be over 100 years old and still not be a venerable. Lin Yang sat serenely upon the jade Qilin, gazing down at the magnificent mountains and rivers of the mortal realm. Majestic human dynasties stood firm upon the earth, while the jade Qilin soared through the heavens, darting through millions of miles in the blink of an eye. Is this truly the sacred land of Qianquan? Lin Yang surveyed the grand architectural complexes below. The sacred land of Qianquan housed a paradise of hidden realms, sprawling extensively with pavilions and towers, featuring 9 principal peaks and 72 sacred mountains. Within it, powerful beings were abundant, with dragons concealed and tigers lying in wait, living up to its reputation as the foremost sacred land in the mortal realm. Outside the mountain gate, a throng of people surged, as the strongest from across the world flocked here. To be chosen as a disciple of the sacred land of Qianquan was akin to leaping through the dragon gate, freeing oneself from bowing to anyone in the mortal realm. Lin Yang, directly led by Yue, traversing the void in a single step, arriving at the entrance of the sacred land of Qianquan. Wish to join our sacred land of Qianquan? Form a queue and wait patiently. Here, even the emperor of a top dynasty must stand in line. The gatekeeper disciple frowned, speaking sternly. Have your sect master come forth. You are unworthy to converse with me. Lin Yang replied calmly. What audacity! The gatekeeper disciple scowled, about to reprimand him when a graceful figure descended from the skies. They bowed respectfully. Master Zifeng. Among the 9 principal peaks of the sacred land of Qianquan, each was overseen by a formidable peak master, and this Xianren was the master of Yin Yin Peak. Her strength was unfathomable, having surpassed the realm of kings and entered the realm of venerables. What business do you have with our sacred land's master? The master is currently absent. You may speak with us peak masters instead. Xianren, with an enchanting figure and ethereal demeanor, floated in her flowing purple robes. Although the young man appeared unremarkable, the young woman beside him exuded an immense aura, likely having reached the threshold of a half-step venerable. Such a young half-step venerable was a rare prodigy. Even within the sacred land of Qianquan, she felt a surge of admiration for talent. Lin Yang glanced at Xianren and said, I wish to borrow your sacred land's hidden paradise. Name your price. Borrow the hidden paradise? Xianren exclaimed, then quickly composed herself. To break through to the venerable realm requires a rich environment of spiritual energy. It must be for this extraordinary young woman, correct, to use the hidden paradise. One must join our sacred land. and it also requires the master's decree. Xianren maintained a cordial demeanor. Smiling gently, I have no time to wait. Is there a way to use the hidden paradise without your master's consent? Lin Yang frowned, finding the rules of this minor human power rather excessive. There is only one way, and that is to become a peak master of our sacred land. Xianren shrugged. Very well, I shall become your sacred land's peak master now. Lin Yang said with an air of indifference, waving his hand. Everyone was taken aback. The boy's bravado was astounding. Young brother, you may not be aware, but our sacred land of Qianquan is the foremost sacred land in the world. Xianren attempted to explain. Although this prodigious young woman's strength appeared impressive, it was far from sufficient to be a peak master of the sacred land. Just state the conditions clearly. Lin Yang yawned lazily. To become a peak master, one must reach the 9th level of the venerable realm or defeat a peak master. Xianren paused, yet continued to smile as she explained, hoping to showcase the profound heritage of the sacred land while also tempering the young man's arrogance. The 9th level of the venerable realm? The peak masters of the sacred land possess such terrifying strength? I once thought that celestial beings represented the pinnacle of humanity, yet the peak masters of the sacred land are venerables. No wonder it is the foremost sacred land in the world. The noble heirs waiting in line gasped in astonishment. Very well, defeating you will suffice, correct? Lin Yang beckoned to Xianren. Come, I grant you the opportunity to strike. Xianren's eyes widened in disbelief, but soon her expression turned serious. This boy was far too arrogant. She had to teach him a lesson. Then let us see. Xianren waved her sleeve, unleashing a purple silk that surged forth with the force to shatter mountains. A silk as a weapon? Quite rare indeed. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, swirling his fingers, causing the silks to transform into a gentle embrace, losing all their might. What? I underestimated him. Xianren's scalp tingled. She could not even sense the energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Yang. Xianren focused intently, launching a full force attack, pouring everything into this strike. Go! Lin Yang casually flicked a finger, and the silks entwined around his fingers were completely under his control, binding the fully unleashed Xianren. What? Release me! Xianren cried, her limbs immobilized, her face flushed with embarrassment. What? The onlookers were dumbfounded. The gatekeeper disciples were equally stunned. Xianren was a 9th level venerable, among the strongest of the 9 peak masters, yet she had been captured in a single encounter. The difficulty of capturing someone alive far exceeded that of slaying them. Release me. You have won. You may be the peak master of our sacred land. Xianren's face turned crimson, her body struggling futilely. Lin Yang smiled slightly, releasing his hold on Xianren. How Xianren's ample bosom heaved as she gazed at Lin Yang with uncertainty. In battle, some injuries were inevitable. Being bound was merely a reflection of her inferiority. And she certainly bore no grudge against Lin Yang. It was my oversight. I failed to recognize your strength earlier. Please, enter our sect. Xianren spoke with utmost respect. The gatekeeper disciples, quick-witted, opened the mountain gate to invite Lin Yang in. How enviable! The noble lords waiting in line sighed, though they dared not harbor jealousy. Capture a 9th level venerable in an instant was a feat capable of toppling nations. Sacred land of Qianquan. Huanggu Peak. The master of Huanggu Peak frowned as he looked at Xianren. What did you say? I must have misheard. You want me to relinquish my position as peak master? Xianren nodded. He has defeated me. According to the rules of the sacred land, you as the lowest peak master should step aside to With the master absent, who knows if you conspired with this boy to usurp my position? The master of Huanggu Peak shook his head dismissively. Get lost. You know my status. Do not overstep. Though he was indeed the weakest among the 9 peak masters, his background was formidable. With the master absent, he would show no courtesy to anyone. Rules are rules, regardless of her background. Xianren retorted furiously. Leave, step closer, and I shall obliterate you with my formation. The master of Huanggu Peak waved his sleeve and turned to return to Huanggu Peak. Xianren found herself at a loss. Although the master of Huanggu Peak was weaker than her, if he activated the formation, she would not be able to contend with him. Very well, I shall temporarily cede the position of Yin Peak master to you. Xianren smiled apologetically at Lin Yang. Lin Yang chuckled lightly. No need. As you said, rules are rules. He watched the departing master of Huanggu Peak, his palm morphing into a terrifying handprint, aiming to grasp the master of Huanggu Peak within his palm. You dare lay a hand on me? The master of Huanggu Peak sneered. He was a 7th-level venerable, and with the activation of the Huanggu formation, he feared no half-step celestial beings. You seek death, and I shall oblige. He summoned all his strength to activate the formation, intending to slay Lin Yang. Yet before the attack could land, it disintegrated entirely against the handprint. What? The master of Huanggu Peak was taken aback, and before he could even contemplate escape, his body was already ensnared by the monstrous handprint. Wait, he attempted to protest, but Lin Yang tightened his grip, crushing the master of Huanggu Peak's form into a mist of blood. This technique, the palm of the Buddha's kingdom, proved quite effective. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Anyone who dared harbor murderous intent towards him would meet the same fate. Glup. Xianren was utterly stunned. T.O. repelled a half-step celestial formation of Huanggu with merely a single slap. Thankfully, she had been exceedingly courteous to this young man earlier. Otherwise, with the master absent, few in the sacred land would be able to withstand his power. Lin Yang tossed the token of the master of Huanggu Peak to Bai Yue, saying, "Take this token and strive for a breakthrough." Understood, master. Bai Yue nodded slightly. It turned out that they shared a master-disciple relationship. Yanran was taken aback, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She had originally intended to take Bai Yue as her apprentice. However, she quickly came to terms with the fact that she lacked the qualifications. Only a prodigious figure like the mysterious youth could be deemed worthy of accepting an unparalleled talent as a disciple. The three of them soared into the stunning landscape of Huanggu Peak, with its picturesque scenery, where celestial cranes danced and exquisite pavilions stood. The area was largely devoid of human presence, lending it an air of desolation. The former master of Huanggu Peak, Wang De, whom you killed, was a corrupt individual who exploited his disciples. Consequently, all the disciples who had the means to escape have already fled, Yanran explained. Now, only a few servants and menial workers remain at Huanggu Peak. Excellent, Lin Yang replied, his satisfaction palpable. Naturally, he preferred a tranquil existence without the burdens of numerous disciples. This is the spatial passage that connects Huanggu Peak with the Qiankuan cave heaven. Yanran gestured towards the teleportation array before them. Master, I will go, Bai Yue declared resolutely as she stepped into the teleportation array. Only those who had the Peak Master's bloodline could enter the teleportation array. Truly, this was a place linked to a land of fortune. As the concentration of spiritual energy was remarkable, Lin Yang was quite pleased. This place was undoubtedly among the richest in spiritual energy in the mortal realm. He turned to see Yanran hesitating, prompting him to inquire, "Do you have something to say?" "Yes, the Wang you just killed was the son of the chief elder of the Qiankuan Holy Land. If he learns of his son's demise, he will undoubtedly come to seek vengeance. However, you need not worry. This rule was established by the Holy Master. You can stay at Huanggu Peak for a few days to avoid the storm. And once the Holy Master returns, the chief elder will think twice before confronting you," Yanran solemnly advised. Avoiding trouble. Lin Yang chuckled. If he were clever, he wouldn't have been killed. Apart from the Holy Master, the strongest figures in the Qiankuan Holy Land were the elders. The Grand Elder had advanced to the Heavenly King realm many years ago, possessing unfathomable strength that was tremendously terrifying. Yanran urged him repeatedly. What if he is merely a coward hiding in the mortal realm after reaching the Heavenly King realm? How formidable could he truly be? Lin Yang scoffed. I genuinely wish to see for myself. In the next moment, a roar reverberated throughout the Qiankuan Holy Land. Who killed my son? I demand the annihilation of his entire clan. A terrifying figure descended, his massive form blotting out half the sky. Exuding immense power, you ignorant youth, are you the one who killed my son? Reveal your origins. I shall bloodily sacrifice your 9 clans. The chief elder Wang Mi bellowed with a frenzied tone. You dare question my origins? Lin Yang's eyes glinted with coldness. You seek death. It seems I must kill you and search your soul. Wang Mi roared, his immense form stepping forward as if to crush Lin Yang and the entire Huanggu peak beneath his foot. Grand Elder, you have committed a capital offense by attacking the peak master, Zi Yinran reprimanded, astonished by Wang Mi's reckless fury. So what if he dies? Would the Holy Master really sacrifice his trusted aide for a mere fledgling? Wang Mi sneered. You take pleasure in trampling others. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, summoning the Great Void technique to shrink the colossal Wang Mi down to the size of fist, sending him crashing to the ground beneath his foot. What? Wang Mi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the towering figure before him, astonished that his Great Void technique had been effortlessly shattered. Since you relish trampling others, I shall crush you. Lin Yang casually lifted his foot, preparing to obliterate Wang Mi beneath his heel. Stop! The commotion of their battle drew the attention of the entire Qiankuan Holy Land. All the major peak masters, elders, and seniors rushed to Huanggu Peak. What is happening? The mighty figures are all mobilized. Something monumental has occurred at Huanggu Peak. The newly appointed peak master has killed Wang De and defeated the Grand Elder Wang Mi. The Qiankuan Holy Land is on the brink of upheaval. The disciples, hearing the rumors, were filled with uncertainty but dared not approach Huanggu Peak, knowing that when divine beings clashed, mere mortals would suffer the consequences. One wrong move could reduce them to mere pulp. Sir, Wang Mi is a grand elder of our Qiankuan Holy Land. Even if he is guilty, it is not your place to execute him. You lack the qualifications. Indeed, while you possess the Peak Master's token, you have yet to be acknowledged as the Peak Master by the Holy Master. Do not misjudge your position. If you dare kill the Grand Elder, prepare to be hunted to death by the Qiankuan Holy Land. Two Peak Masters closely associated with Wang Mi shouted in unison. Quick to defend the old tortoise, are we? Then let us see how you fare together. Lin Yang grasped his hand, causing the two Peak Masters to shrink to the size of fists and fall beside Wang Mi gulp. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the elders and Peak Masters of the Qiankuan Holy Land. Such a display of power was utterly unfathomable. Crack! Lin Yang's foot descended, crushing the three into a puddle of flesh. The elders and Peak Masters watched in pale disbelief, their lips trembling. This new Peak Master seemed to possess an unfathomable strength. Do you have anything else to say? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow at the remaining elders and Peak Masters. They exchanged glances, their anger stifled. Just as they were about to turn away, the heavens suddenly split open, revealing a gaping rift. From within the rift, a banner emblazoned with the character Wang fluttered ominously. What? Could it be that there is a formidable force behind Wang Mi? The elders and Peak Masters were aghast. The terrifying aura emanating from the rift was suffocating, leaving them breathless. Could such power truly exist in the mortal realm? They felt their insignificance acutely to it was said that the Wang family had vast connections, possibly descending from a power in the celestial realm, making them untouchable. It appeared that those rumors held truth. The corpulent elder glanced at Lin Yang with a hint of sympathy. This young man was in for a world of trouble. Just when they believed the Wang family had come seeking revenge, severed heads began to tumble from the rift, resembling a rain of heads, with blood mist wafting through the air. The once prominent banner also fell limp. Yin Zhan and Jing Yu emerged from the rift, their presence overwhelming the heavens and earth. They approached Lin Yang and knelt, reporting, Master, the net has eradicated the 9 clans of the Wang family, leaving no future threats. Good. Well done. Lin Yang nodded, thoroughly satisfied. The net truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier assassin organization. Anticipating the Master's needs, he hadn't even mentioned the task, and they had already completed the eradication of the 9 clans. Understood. You may withdraw. Lin Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. Whoosh! The terrifying aura dissipated, and the rift in the heavens gradually closed. The Peak Masters and Elders were utterly bewildered. The supposedly terrifying Wang family had been annihilated in the blink of an eye. They could hardly believe it, but the sight of the Wang family's severed heads left them no choice but to accept the truth. Such a formidable force had actually pledged loyalty to him. Realizing this, the Peak Masters and Elders swiftly reversed their attitudes, their faces adorned with amiable smiles. They bowed deeply to Lin Yang. Your presence, as the peak master of Huanggu Peak in our Qian Kuan Holy Land, truly brings great honor to our sect. It is a stroke of fortune for us. Please do not hesitate to voice any requests. We shall do our utmost to fulfill your needs. Indeed, feel free to utilize the cave heaven as you wish. For however long you desire. Lin Yang smiled slightly, bemused by their sudden shift in demeanor. Soon, all had dispersed, and Xianran bid farewell. Returning to his quarters, Lin Yang enjoyed a massage from a beautiful maid while perusing a novel, quickly drifting into a serene slumber. Upon awakening, he found Bai Yu Wei still cultivating in the cave heaven. Feeling a slight emptiness in his mouth, he was about to seek some delicacies within the Qian Kuan Holy Land when Xianran appeared before him. Lin Yang's eyes brightened. Clad in a flowing purple dress, Xianran's perfect figure was accentuated, her skin resembling jade, captivating to behold. Peak Master Lin, where are your eyes wandering? Xianran's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she did not take offense. To be noticed by such an ethereal youth was indeed a source of pride. Your figure is truly remarkable. Lin Yang did not shy away from expressing his admiration, stating that he lived life according to his own whims, saying whatever he pleased. Lin Fengzhu, please do not jest with me. Xianran's charming face flushed even deeper. The Holy Master has returned and has laid out a grand feast. You are cordially invited to celebrate your ascension as the master of the ancient peak. Oh, Lin Yang smiled lightly, as he was just contemplating indulging in some delicious cuisine. Let us go to the Holy Master's Hall. The banquet had already commenced, with the high-ranking officials of the Qian Kuan Sacred Land in attendance. At the forefront sat a woman adorned in a splendid black and gold phoenix robe, her head crowned with a golden tassel, exuding an air of noble and frigid grace, her eyes akin to piercing autumn waters. She was Qian Xiushui, the Holy Master of the Qian Kuan Sacred Land. Master, do we truly intend to accept that young man? Questioned one elder, tension etched across their faces. His origins are shrouded in mystery, and his methods are ruthless. Even the chief elder declared him a threat, suggesting that allowing him to remain within our sect is exceedingly perilous. Several elders wore anxious expressions. Qian Xiushui's beautiful gaze swept over the two. Since both of you elders are in disagreement, why not personally engage in a conversation with the new peak master? The two elders fell silent, lowering their heads and choosing not to press the matter further. Lin Yang was too formidable. Even the Holy Master dared not take action against him. If even the venerable ancestors were at a loss, what could they do? One elder, reluctant to concede, spoke up. Qian Xiushui shook her head. Each sacred land possesses its own foundation, a lineage of once legendary powerhouses sealed away. Upon her return, she had immediately sought the counsel of several ancestors, only to discover that one had been frightfully scared to death. The remaining two ancestors had cautioned her against provoking this new peak master. The mere presence of his two attendants had the potential to obliterate the Qian Kuan Sacred Land from existence. Reflecting on the ancestors' words, Qian Xiushui felt a profound shock. However, she also understood that such unparalleled powerhouses, indulging in the mortal realm, could not possibly linger in the Qian Kuan Sacred Land for long. She dared not request his departure and could only serve him well during his tenure as peak master. Buzz! Xianran entered the hall with Lin Yang. The crowd greeted them with clasped hands. Lin Fengzhu. Ji Fengzhu, Lin Yang casually returned the greeting before taking a seat in the position originally occupied by the chief elder. Right beside Qian Xiuzi. To his surprise, the Holy Master of the Qian Kuan Sacred Land was a stunning beauty. Lin Yang smiled faintly, finding her quite a feast for the eyes. Now, with Xianran on his left and Qian Xiushui on his right, he found himself inadvertently surrounded by enchanting women. Are you all waiting for me? No need for such formality. Let us begin the feast. Lin Yang grinned widely. Splendid. Lin Fengzhu is so forthright. The high-ranking officials of the Qian Kuan Sacred Land let out a collective sigh of relief. As the rumors of a new ancient peak master being a ruthless fiend seemed far from the truth, in reality, he appeared to be a mild-mannered, easygoing, and handsome young man. Those who had witnessed Lin Yang's ruthless actions against the chief elder and the Wang family's 9 clans felt uneasy, internally shouting, Do not be deceived by a seemingly amiable exterior. Though they harbored such thoughts, none dared to voice them. This man could extinguish a life with the ease of crushing an ant. Lin Yang took a sip of the beverage before furrowing his brow. Is this what you typically drink? Oh no, the fearsome fiend is about to unveil his true nature and commence a slaughter. Lin Yang's frown nearly caused the peak masters to soil themselves, their legs shaking like leaves in the wind. Why is everyone trembling? Is this a cultural trait of the Qian Kuan sacred land? Lin Yang inquired, puzzled. The peak masters, immediately frightened into stillness, sat rigidly, forcing smiles as they looked at Lin Yang. And no, Lin Fengzhu, you misunderstand. Is there something wrong with the drink? Lin Yang waved dismissively. It is bland and ordinary. Qian Xiushui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly explained, this is a millennium-aged brew treasured by the ancestors of our sacred land, one of the finest wines on earth. Please, do try it. Lin Yang remained unimpressed. Producing a jar of exquisite wine, I invite you to partake. In his life, Lin Yang cherished 4 joys: fine food, exquisite wine, beautiful dreams, and enchanting women. He had amassed quite a collection of fine wines. Thank you, Lin Fengzhu. You are too gracious. Although Qian Xiushui responded amiably, she felt a sense of disbelief. This millennium-age brew was the most delectable wine she had ever tasted, one she could rarely indulge in herself. She doubted that Lin Yang's offering could surpass it. Gulp. She tilted her swan-like neck back, downing the wine in one go, her eyes widening in astonishment. This wine, my heavens, the other peak masters and elders also widened their eyes in disbelief. It was a sensation they had never experienced before. This single sip felt as though it could elevate them to the celestial realm. The paradoxical feeling of inebriation coupled with unparalleled clarity captivated them. As the wine coursed through their bodies, it transformed into a massive vortex of spiritual energy, significantly speeding up their cognitive processes. Some individuals even broke through their confines on the spot, ascending to new heights. Celestial wine, divine brew. This wine should only exist in the heavens. How could one taste it in the mortal realm? The exquisite flavor of the wine was so extraordinary that even these martial enthusiasts, accustomed to brute strength, were inspired to craft timeless verses, an ethereal aura of purple enlightenment radiating from their beings. Incredibly, Qian Xiushui gazed at her wine cup. A single sip could even elevate my own realm. Could it be the legendary Dao Insight tea-infused brew? Lin Yang smiled broadly. Indeed, I infused it with a few pounds of Dao Insight tea leaves for aroma, but the primary ingredient remains the immortal fruit, though the base materials are rather inexpensive. The resulting wine is quite delightful. Lin Yang continued speaking. Qian Xiushui's ears could no longer absorb his words. Her mind was consumed by the echo of his earlier statement that a few pounds of Dao Insight tea leaves and the immortal fruit, both of which are inexpensive. She felt herself on the verge of madness. Even a single leaf from the Dao Insight tree could drive a sage to frenzy. To use a few pounds of Dao Insight leaves merely for fragrance. Such waste, she reassured herself. The Dao Insight leaves he speaks of cannot possibly be the same as I envision. They must be different. Qian Xiushui patted her chest, seeking solace. For the immortal fruit? That was a coveted elixir sought after by emperors. It would be rare even in the celestial realm, let alone for brewing wine. A mere fantasy. Gulp. Lin Yang paid little mind to whether they believed him or not. He had long since grown accustomed to others doubting him, having claimed since childhood to be the infant heavenly emperor. Lin Fengzhu, this wine is far too precious. How could we, mere old men, dare to put down our cups? This sip is mine. The peak masters and elders, though feigning politeness, were frantically competing for the wine, nearly coming to blows over it. The temptation of a single sip granting them the chance to break through was simply too great. Boom! As the feast concluded, a violent wave of energy rippled from the celestial paradise. What? Qian Xiushui stepped out of the hall. Incredulity etched on her face as she gazed into the distance, that a lightning tribulation. How could there be a heavenly calamity in a mortal realm? Typically, only saints would encounter such tribulations. Could it be that a saint had descended to the mortal realm? They were engulfed in confusion. Within the celestial paradise, a delicate figure soared into the sky, effortlessly cleaving through the terrifying lightning tribulation with a single strike that a defiance against the heavens. What a terrifying existence! Who might this mysterious elder concealed within our Qian Kuan sacred land be? The crowd hurried over, eager to pay their respects to the enigmatic powerhouse. However, upon reaching the celestial paradise, they discovered that where the lightning tribulation had dissipated stood a girl with horned braids. Appearing no older than 18, "Master, I have successfully broken through," the girl exclaimed, waving her hands in exuberance. The crowd was left speechless, their heads filled with black lines. Indeed, the earlier one faced the lightning tribulation. The greater the benefits. For the weak, it was a disaster, but for the strong, it was a boon. Lin Yang smiled slightly, casually tossing a saintly weapon to the girl with horned braids. "Now that you have reached the esteemed realm, you deserve a good weapon." That it was not that he could not provide a better one. Rather, the limit of what could be wielded at the esteemed realm was a saintly weapon. Should he present her with an imperial weapon, its activation would deplete her spiritual energy in an instant. Gulp, that a saintly weapon, casually bestowed, in the realm of the esteemed, bestowing a weapon upon a sage. The formidable might of the sage's weapon instilled trepidation and envy among the onlookers. Their recognition stemmed from the fact that the sacred treasure of the Qian Kuan Holy Land was none other than a weapon forged by the inaugural sage ancestor. It stood as the pinnacle of treasures they had ever encountered in their lifetimes. Fortunately, Lin Yang merely revealed a singular sage weapon. Had he produced a Sage King weapon, they might not have recognized it at all. This disparity brings tears to my eyes. Numerous peak masters discreetly wiped away their tears. They had prided themselves on their noble lineage, believing their families and teachings to be sufficiently formidable. Yet, upon witnessing this, they felt their families were not, but refuse. Look at their master. Master, do you understand my meaning? Several peak masters rubbed their hands together, casting expectant glances toward their revered teachers. Get lost. I still wish to request a sage weapon from my master. It's not your turn yet. The elders were also on the verge of an emotional outburst. They yearned to unearth their long-deceased masters and ancestors, hoping that the old fogies might still yield a sage weapon. However, upon meeting Qian Xiushui's frigid gaze, they were compelled to abandon such thoughts. "Thank you, master." Bai Yue fondled the weapon in her hands, thoroughly enamored. The festivities have concluded. It's time for everyone to disperse. Qian Xiushui, fearing that the peak masters and elders might gaze a moment longer and suffer heart ailments from envy, hastily sent them away. Lin Yang was indeed terrifying. Even a mere glimpse of his resources was of an unparalleled caliber. Who could withstand such pressure? "Miss Qian, please hold on." Lin Yang smiled gently. Qian Xiushui's delicate form shivered as she turned. "Lin Peak Master, do you have business? I noticed a slight issue with your health. Why not return with me to the ancient wilderness peak and allow me to examine you?" Lin Yang inquired with a smile. "Huh?" Qian Xiushui felt her icy demeanor falter, a blush blooming on her cheeks. "I've long heard from Sister Yinran that you, Lin Peak Master, are quite straightforward, but this is a touch too direct. Isn't it? Surely, Miss Qian must have misunderstood something." Lin Yang shook his head. "Utilizing your blessed land was merely to settle a debt of gratitude. The value of the wine Lin Peak Master treated us to today could easily purchase this blessed land." Qian Xiushui insisted repeatedly. "Yes, that's so." Lin Yang nodded nonchalantly. "However, if the goo poison within you is not purged, you'll surely perish in 7 days. Are you truly unconcerned?" Qian Xiushui's eyes widened in disbelief. "I was poisoned with goo. When I visited the two elders, they did not detect the poison." Reflecting on the battle outside the Holy Land a few days prior, she sensed something amiss, and, as this thought crossed her mind, her heart grew restless. Then, Xiushui shall heed Lin Xiaoga's arrangements. At the ancient wilderness peak, Qian Xiushui shed her opulent black and gold phoenix skirt, revealing her smooth, ivory back that it may hurt a little. "Bear with it," Lin Yang advised. Qian Xiushui's blushing visage glimmered with a pleading innocence. Should this scene have been witnessed by others in the Qian Kuan Holy Land, it would have elicited gasps of incredulity. Bang! Lin Yang's palm struck Qian Xiushui's back, potent spiritual energy penetrating her skin to dispel the poison. Humph! She allowed a soft grunt, beads of sweat cascading down her form. Slap. 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 Lin Yang's hand continued its rhythmic descent. After a total of 81 strikes, Qian Xiushui suddenly expelled a mouthful of black blood. What? Her eyes widened as she beheld the writhing goo worms within the black ichor, the 7-day death goo. I was unknowingly afflicted with such a dreadful poison. Those despicable old fiends truly wield terrifying methods. Qian Xiushui's voice turned frigid. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. It was the work of a few ancient figures from the Heavenly Alliance. They had been scheming to exploit the blessed lands of various holy sites. Qian Xiushui shook her head. The Heavenly Alliance is nearly universally reviled. All major holy lands have united to suppress them. Yet recently, for reasons unknown, several holy lands have begun to support the Heavenly Alliance, even inviting us few saints to deliberate on significant matters. I was caught in this trap and nearly ambushed by those ancient figures from the Heavenly Alliance. As she recounted this, Qian Xiushui's silver teeth clenched in fury. I see. Lin Yang nodded, having heard mention of the Heavenly Alliance before. Qian Xiushui appeared contemplative, her tone turning grave. I sense that the Heavenly Alliance is orchestrating a profoundly sinister plot. This scheme is exceedingly terrifying and may involve the entirety of the mortal realm. Lin Xiaoga, you must also exercise caution. Oh, what leads you to this conclusion? Lin Yang inquired, puzzled. The 8 Desolate domain is the Lin family's territory, with the mortal realm occupying half of it, serving as the foundation of the domain, and it cannot afford to falter. The Lin family is his most substantial bastion during his days of debauchery. Should anyone harbor intentions against the mortal realm, he would not stand idly by. I cannot articulate it. It's merely an instinct. Qian Xiushui shook her head. If they dare to ambush the saint of the foremost holy land, what is it that these lunatics would not dare to do? Oh, Lin Yang nodded, seemingly unperturbed. He would meet any challenge head-on. Whatever schemes they may concoct would crumble beneath the might of his indomitable fists. A yawn escaped him. It was time to rest. Lin Yang stretched languidly, the effects of intoxication washing over him, a sense of drowsiness settling in, after savoring exquisite food and wine and gazing upon beauty. It was time for sweet dreams. Qian Xiushui felt somewhat at a loss, uncertain whether Lin Yang was hinting at something. Unable to repay the life-saving grace, she was not ungrateful, pondering how she might reciprocate Lin Yang's kindness. Yet, given his stature, the treasure she possessed would surely be beneath his notice, leaving her with little recourse. What are you daydreaming about? Surely, Miss Qian does not wish to share a bed with me. Lin Yang grinned widely. Just so happens my bed is quite spacious. This was not what Qian Xiushui intended to say. However, upon witnessing Lin Yang's enigmatic smile, she quickly realized she had been teased. Oh dear, Lin Xiaoga, you are such a jokester. Her cheeks flushed crimson, transforming into a black and gold phoenix shadow as she swiftly departed from the ancient wilderness peak. Lin Yang collapsed on his bed. It was not that he lacked appreciation for beauty. Rather, Qian Xiushui was but a mortal, her blessings too meager to endure his primordial chaotic form. In simpler terms, he was simply too powerful. Any slight lapse in control could shatter a companion. The loneliness of invincibility is indeed no empty adage. It seems prudent to wait until adulthood and the completion of his primordial sun. He sighed heavily, present. He was 16, merely 2 years away from adulthood. Time would pass swiftly, and he could afford to wait. The night sky sparkled with stars, and the Qian Kun Holy Land lay in tranquil silence. Beyond the mountain gates, the head of a guarding disciple lay severed, as several figures clad in black emerged from the shadows. Qian Xiushui, that little vixen, truly has no shame and possesses a remarkable fate to have escaped. The elder with a white beard furrowed his brow. Initially, they only needed to wait for the 7-day death goo to take effect, but regrettably, she must have found a masterful practitioner to dispel my goo arts. Beside him, an old woman covered in goo worms spoke in a hoarse voice. No one can thwart the grand designs of the Heavenly Alliance. Tonight marks the downfall of the Qian Kun Holy Land. The long-tongued man, wielding a soul-snatching chain, grinned maliciously. Indeed, with the assistance of the ghostly envoy, the Qian Kuan Holy Land is within our grasp, easily extinguished with a flick of the wrist. The goo-wormed old woman groveled in admiration. Ghostly envoy, the master's directive is merely to secretly seize control of the Qian Kuan Holy Land's blessed land. The white-bearded elder reminded. Are you questioning me? The long-tongued man chuckled as he gazed at the white-bearded elder. No, I merely believe the master has his own rationale, the elder began, but before he could finish, the long-tongued man's smile grew even more unsettling. Gulp, ghostly envoy, I was mistaken. You are right in all things. The old man with a white beard trembled uncontrollably. It's nothing. I am not a petty person. Just be more cautious in your next life. The long-tongued man smiled alluringly, his tongue curling teasingly. The old man, unable to evade in time, had his soul swiftly extracted from his body and devoured by the long-tongued man. Gulps, the old witch shivered, recognizing that this old man, being at the first level of the Heavenly King realm, was already among the top experts in the mortal world. Yet, he was instantly slaughtered by the enigmatic ghostly envoy. Bah, the old fool soul is utterly unpalatable, reeking and foul. The long-tongued man spat disdainfully, then licked his lips. However, Qian Xiushui, the holy master of Qian Kuan, and Zi Yanran, the lord of Yanran Peak, are both renowned beauties among the top 10 in the mortal realm. Young and radiant, their souls must be exquisite delicacies. Just the thought sends shivers of excitement through my mind. He could hardly contain himself, drawing his soul-harvesting scythe before him. Swish, in the stillness, the space of the Qian Kuan Holy Land was quietly torn asunder, as the ghostly envoy, accompanied by the old witch, infiltrated. What nonsense about the world's #1 holy land. Before me, Nye, it is nothing but a farce. Nye grinned, brimming with confidence. He was the possessor of the soul-harvesting system. From a moment of his awakening, he was destined to be the protagonist of this realm. He had never regarded anyone as worthy, not even the leader of the Celestial Alliance. Do not be fooled by your temporary superiority over me. Once I possess sufficient strength, I will extract your wretched soul and torment you. Ha ha ha. The mortal realm is not my stage. My stage is the vast expanse of the 8 desolations. Even the 3,000 realms, with grand aspirations, Nye mused. I have heard that the matriarch of the Immortal Forest clan is considered one of the top 3 unparalleled beauties in the 3,000 realms. She is my ultimate target. As he drooled in anticipation, he carelessly struck out. With a sweep of his scythe, all disciples of the Qian Kuan Holy Land he encountered were slaughtered. The Holy Land was divided into 9 peaks and 72 mountains. The mountains were inconsequential, so let us first eradicate the 9 peaks. The ghostly envoy licked his lips, stating, to prevent the lovely Qian Xiushui from escaping, we must proceed with caution this time. That he turned to the old witch. Tell me, which among the 9 peaks is the weakest and easiest to destroy? That would be the ancient peak, the old witch proclaimed fervently. The peak master has connections and is ruthless, having driven away all the disciples and masters. He is merely a figurehead. Moreover, his father, Wang Mi, has already allied with our Celestial Alliance, serving as our insider. Let us first retrieve his token from the ancient peak. Very well, let us proceed to the ancient peak. Nye nodded, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Once I possess the tokens of the 9 peak masters, Qian Xiushui will find it impossible to escape. At the ancient peak, he wondered, wasn't Wang Mi supposed to come greet us? Where is he? The old witch frowned in confusion. Could there have been a change in plans? It matters not. Whether he is here or not, he is merely a weakling at the first level of the Heavenly King realm. Nye waved dismissively. This was the absolute confidence that came from being a system possessor. Since his awakening, he had been invincible at the same tier, having experienced countless battles across levels. He had grown numb to it all. Over time, he developed an unwavering belief that he would never be defeated or die. Host, please note, there's a supreme soul nearby. If you can devour or enslave it, you will gain 100,000 ghostly envoy points. The system's voice resonated in his ears. What? Nye was taken aback. As his strength grew, acquiring ghostly envoy points became increasingly challenging. Devouring the white-bearded old man of the first level of the Heavenly King realm had only granted him a few dozen points. To think that consuming this supreme soul would yield 100,000. His eyes reddened, drool spilling from his mouth. The old witch, witnessing Nia Gui's sudden foolishness, wanted to scoff but dared not speak. Her face contorting with suppressed frustration. Gulps. Nia Gui's long tongue flicked, adrenaline surging. Only he understood what 100,000 ghostly envoy points truly meant. It was enough to elevate him to unparalleled status. Invincible in the mortal realm. Who would have imagined that this seemingly insignificant ancient peak concealed such a supreme soul? He was overwhelmed with excitement, instantly arriving at the main hall of the ancient peak as indicated by the system. It is her. Nia Gui's blood-red eyes locked onto the serene figure of Bai Yu Wei, who sat in meditation within the hall, the first level of the revered realm. Her soul is worth 100,000 ghostly envoy points. Nia Gui's mouth watered uncontrollably. It was truly a heavenly gift. Just as he was about to act, he heard a piercing alert from the system. This situation was unprecedented for him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Panic set in. What the hell, system? You're not going to explode, are you? No, no, no. There's a terrifying soul nearby, surpassing the supreme level, entirely unmeasurable in its soul rank. The system screamed. The soul level is so high that it can only be detected in its vicinity. Gulp. Ha ha ha. If you could devour this soul, I can directly... HM? Nia Gui furrowed his brow, both startled and apprehensive. Why did the system's tone suddenly shift, as if it had transformed from an emotionless machine into a desire-driven old fiend? This sinister sensation sent shivers down his spine. Cough. It is merely that this system is overly excited. In any case, host, hurry and devour this soul. I guarantee you will become a saint within 10 years and unify the 8 desolations within a century. The ghostly envoy system spoke in a frenzied tone. What? 10 years to become a saint? Nia Gui felt dizzy. This promise overwhelmed him, rendering him unable to process anything else, with mediocre talent and a personality deemed worthless. He had only begun to rise after awakening the system, but he trusted the system completely, having nearly become its slave. Upon hearing the promise of becoming a saint in 10 years, his rationality crumbled, and he charged in the main hall of the ancient peak. Wow, so handsome. The moment Nia Gui beheld the sleeping Lin Yang, he was left speechless. This ethereal aura would captivate anyone. Could someone be this stunning and still be human? Damn it. Why should anyone possess such charm? Jealousy consumed him, a surge of murderous intent rising within. He felt anxious and furious, as this was the first time he harbored unwholesome thoughts about a man. This made him question his own masculinity for the first time. Die. He swung his soul-harvesting scythe towards Lin Yang, unleashing the explosive power of the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm. Boom! As the scythe approached within 10 meters of Lin Yang, it disintegrated into dust. How could this be? Nia Gui spat blood in shock. The soul-harvesting scythe was his life weapon, a manifestation of the system. He could not withstand this. Flee. The system had no time to explain, instantly transforming into a burst of energy to envelop Nia Gui and facilitate his escape. But in the next moment, the energy sphere created by the system uncontrollably shot towards Lin Yang. Being inhaled into his body through his nostrils, Nia Gui's mind went blank, calling out, "System? System?" There was no response. The system had been inadvertently inhaled by Lin Yang's sleeping breaths. In sheer terror, Nia Gui collapsed to the ground. Achoo! Lin Yang sneezed, frowning as he awakened. The system's energy sphere was expelled by the sneeze, crashing to the ground and taking on human form, bowing repeatedly before Lin Yang. Supreme Being, I did not intend to disturb your slumber. I was in error. I am willing to sacrifice everything I have just to appease your wrath. Lin Yang looked at the scene before him with some bewilderment. Had he been so deeply immersed in his dreams that he failed to notice an intrusion? He raised an eyebrow. It is because you are too powerful. They're hardly a threat. Just like humans sleeping, they would not be awakened by a mosquito. Their presence is simply too weak. Lin Yang smiled broadly. He commanded the heavenly path of cause and effect to protect himself. As long as nothing posed a danger, he would not be alerted to wakefulness that he was too invincible, and his divine consciousness was too formidable. A mere leak of it could cover billions of miles. If he were to awaken at the slightest noise, how could he immerse himself in dreams with the beautiful beings of the dream world? Such interruptions would hinder his enchanting interactions. Regarding Bai Yue, there exists a fragment of his divine consciousness within her. Naturally, in times of peril, he will awaken. What exactly are you? Lin Yang disregarded Nyage and turned his gaze towards the prostrate embodiment of the ghostly messenger system on the ground. I was once the underworld ghost emperor. After being designed to be slain and transformed into a remnant soul, I became the system, seeking hosts to revive me by enticing them into devouring souls to restore my essence. And in return, I grant them corresponding rewards. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and I have restored a third of my soul. I truly did not expect to encounter a being of your supreme stature. Otherwise, even with 1,000 boldness, I would not dare to confront you. Is that what you call an attack? It feels more like a mere tickle, Lin Yang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It appears that all these systems harbor their own agendas. What, then, could be the aim of his lackadaisical system? He pondered. The system is utterly loyal to you. Should the host perceive even a hint of disloyalty in me, a mere thought could obliterate me entirely. The system, typically languid, suddenly spewed forth a torrent of words, surprising Lin Yang. If my master does not believe me, then destroy me. You can extinguish my existence with a thought, or grant me rebirth with another. I am but your servant and vassal. Treat me as you will. I only seek your trust. Although the voice was mechanical and cold, Lin Yang, for reasons unknown, discerned a hint of sorrow within it. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Then what is your origin? Lin Yang inquired. I exist solely because of you, the system replied. Without you, there would be no me. I've always harbored a question for you. Lin Yang seized the opportunity, eager to engage the diligent system. Since there are systems like the literary sage system and the ghostly messenger system, does that not imply the existence of numerous system owners in this world? Among these systems, what is your standing? Naturally, I am the most invincible of them all. Those other flashy and trivial beings are leagues beneath me, the system stated with a calm demeanor. Very well. Lin Yang nodded and then turned his attention to Nye and the remnant soul of the underworld ghost emperor. My lord, I wish to become your servant and pledge my loyalty to you. Nye swiftly knelt. With even the system he had always relied upon bowing down, how could he possibly contend with such a supreme existence? Do you think you are worthy? He slapped Nye, the force of his palm obliterating him instantly, before dissecting his soul for inspection. The underworld ghost emperor lay trembling on the ground, reduced to a mere remnant soul. Even though he once held the esteemed title of emperor, his current combat prowess was but a shadow of its former self, leaving him at the mercy of others. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Having gleaned from Yegue's memories the schemes of the Celestial Alliance, the Celestial Alliance intends to sever the realm of mortals from the 8 desolations, establishing themselves as the sole rulers of the human realm. Claiming the title of ancestor? Lin Yang scoffed. How audacious of them! They truly dared to contemplate such a scheme. The underworld ghost emperor widened his eyes. Having been a mere system attached to Nye, he was unaware of the external world. According to Nyegue's memories, the Celestial Alliance's strongest members were but a few mediocre figures at the king level. How could they possibly dare to orchestrate such grand plans? Lin Yang felt perplexed. Severing all spatial connections between a mortal realm and the celestial realm is a wild fantasy for ordinary saints. Cough, cough. It is not as complicated as it seems, the underworld ghost emperor interjected. Observing Lin Yang's expression and seizing the moment to speak, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. Having lived for 1,000,000 years, albeit mostly in a remnant state, he had gained much wisdom. What inside information do you possess? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Behind the Celestial Alliance, there are several ancient beings who conspired to slay me. The underworld ghost emperor sneered. In the mortal realm, it was during the great war between the righteous and demonic paths. Those ancient ones, while priding themselves on righteousness, were in fact insidiously cunning. The mortal realm has 9 pillars connecting to the heavens. If these pillars are severed, the mortal realm can be isolated from the celestial realm. Those ancient beings obtained a secret method. By activating a concealed formation in the mortal realm, they can sever these 9 pillars. A realm formation, Lin Yang murmured, as the name implies. A realm formation is an immensely vast array that encompasses an entire realm, beyond the capabilities of mere ancient true immortals to establish. Indeed, the blessed lands of various sacred sites are the key points of this realm formation. To activate the hidden formation beneath the mortal soil, one must gather 9 parts of the dragon energy from the mortal dynasties and infuse it into the blessed lands. The underworld ghost emperor elucidated. Lin Yang suddenly understood. In oh wonder, the shadows of the celestial alliance loomed behind various dynasties. They were indeed plotting this. If they truly gained control over these mortal dynasties and sacred sites, they could channel the dragon energy from the dynasties into the blessed lands, activating the realm formation. Subsequently, they could use the formation to sever the 9 pillars, isolating the mortal realm from the 8 desolations. What a grand scheme it is! Even Lin Yang was taken aback by the audacity of such a small organization, scheming such a terrifying plot. What is their next step? Lin Yang inquired. They should be attempting to awaken my old friends. The underworld ghost emperor grinned. In that fateful battle, after I self-destructed, I was left with only a remnant soul to survive. And they too suffered greatly from my explosion, falling into slumber. The contingency they laid out is likely the current celestial alliance that you know where those individuals are sleeping. Lin Yang scrutinized the underworld ghost emperor. Yes, the underworld ghost emperor grimaced at the mention of those old friends, his hatred evident. If I could fully restore my soul, the very first thing I would do is to reduce those ancient ones to dust, ensuring their eternal demise. Excellent, Lin Yang nodded. The 8 desolations is his domain, and these ancient schemers conspiring to pilfer from him cannot be left unchecked. With a mere flick of his finger, the remnant soul of the underworld ghost emperor was instantly restored. A look of uncontainable joy flashed in the underworld ghost emperor's eyes. He had toiled for tens of thousands of years without success in restoring his soul, yet this supreme being restored him with a mere gesture. What tremendous and unparalleled power this is! This body shall suffice for now. Lin Yang casually fashioned a corporeal form from primordial divine mud and tossed it to the underworld ghost emperor. Thank you, my lord. The underworld ghost emperor's soul immediately took possession of the new body. Although the newly formed body lacked combat prowess, with his ghost emperor's essence, he could still exhibit strength at the saint level. He was, after all, a ghost emperor, and his recovery would be swift. Before long, he would regain his imperial might. You are somewhat useful. I shall spare you for now, Lin Yang remarked, observing the underworld ghost emperor. Locate the whereabouts of those ancient schemers, and there will be additional rewards. The underling dared not harbor any extravagant desires, merely wishing to serve as the master's loyal servant, following faithfully for life. And that alone would be his greatest honor. The underworld ghost emperor, eager to curry favor, sought to cling to Lin Yang's side. Be my servant. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The ghost emperor was indeed somewhat qualified. He then turned his gaze to Bai Yu Wei, who was diligently cultivating. Although Bai Yu Wei, possessing a saint-level weapon, was not afraid of any king-level opponent, she remained too weak in the grand scheme of the 8 desolations. Your current state, neither fully human nor ghostly, is rather embarrassing for me to have you as a servant. It would be more fitting for you to serve as my disciple's protector. Lin Yang stretched lazily. Once your strength is fully restored, I will assess your performance and then decide whether to accept you. That I am eternally grateful for the opportunity to prove myself, my lord. I shall remember your great kindness for all eternity. The underworld ghost emperor, on the verge of tears, was overwhelmed with excitement. How could a being once considered a great emperor possess such a knack for servitude? Lin Yang jested. I speak from the heart. The underworld ghost emperor declared, thumping his chest with unwavering resolve. Lin Yang had restored his remnant soul and granted him a new body. This was indeed a profound grace. Those of the demonic path revel in vengeance and do not conceal their desires, nor do they betray the kindness of others. If my calculations are correct, Those ancient fellows should be slumbering in the valley where we had our final battle. Please follow me, my lord. The spectral emperor of the underworld is impatiently eager to exact his revenge. Just point me in the right direction, Lin Yang casually remarked. Soon enough, in the vast expanse above a colossal valley, Lin Yang and the spectral emperor found themselves suspended in midair. This valley had been transformed into a basin by the emperor's self-detonation hundreds of thousands of years ago. Time has passed, and everything has returned to its former state. Even within the basin, numerous grand dynasties have emerged, clashing against one another, a testament to the sheer magnitude of that cataclysmic explosion. This is the place. Before an ancient, blood-soaked cave, several elders of the Celestial Alliance were brimming with excitement. "Wonderful! We have finally found it," bellowed a corpulent elder. "Once we revive the slumbering ancient will, our grand ambitions will be realized. The grievances of my son, Tuobiyi, shall finally be avenged. That little brat named Lin Yang. Just wait to be crushed by my hand. Whom do you intend to turn to mist?" A light chuckle resonated from behind the elder. The elder's scalp prickled as he spun around. "Why you? Who the hell are you?" How could this youth appear behind him like a specter? He, after all, was a super-strong being at the 9th layer of the Celestial King realm. This newcomer doesn't mean well. Form the array and prepare to attack. Our grand plans must not be exposed. Eliminate him. The several elders of the Celestial Alliance swiftly formed an array, each revealing their formidable powers of the 8th and 9th layers of the Celestial King realm. Nearly invincible among mortals. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Your combined might is impressive, almost reaching the half-step human sovereign realm that he stretched his limbs, having indulged in slumber lately, and prepared to limber up. Buzz! In an instant. He appeared before the elders, as if teleporting, so fast. The elders felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat pouring down. Boom! The first elder's head was obliterated by a single punch. Simultaneously, another elder's chest was shattered by a swift kick. "Why are you all so weak? You can't even serve as decent punching bags." Lin Yang expressed his dissatisfaction, turning his gaze towards the corpulent elder with a grin. "I hope you can take a beating better. Who exactly are you?" The corpulent elder's eyes bulged in terror. This was akin to a war god descending upon the mortal realm. Boom! Lin Yang casually slapped the elder, reducing his entire corpulent form to a crimson mist, leaving only a withered human skin that fell to the ground. Daha! The corpulent elder struggled for breath, horrified as he gazed at Lin Yang. It appeared he was not very resilient after all. As a punching bag, he was utterly inadequate. Lin Yang shook his finger at the elder. Puffed. "I'm a dignified 9th layer celestial king, a rare supreme being among mortals, and you say I'm not fit to be a punching bag." The corpulent elder, infuriated, rolled his eyes and, unable to catch his breath, succumbed to his rage that if one is weak, must they also be so easily enraged? Lin Yang shook his head, feeling somewhat unsatisfied with the lack of challenge. He stepped into the cave. Deep within the cavern, there lay a tomb radiating an ominous aura, on the verge of revival. However, a soul-restraining stone lay atop the tomb, preventing its emergence. Lin Yang clenched his fists, exhaled, and sent the soul-restraining stone flying. Boom! The tomb shattered, and a wisp of ethereal energy surged forth, revealing the spirit of an ancient elder with a long beard. He stroked his beard, his robes billowing in the wind. His face alight with ecstasy. "Ha ha! I, the Taoist, have finally returned to life. Now that I have broken the seal, the spectral old demon is dead, and no one can impede my existence in this world. Once I sever the heavenly pillars, I shall reign supreme." He laughed maniacally. "What brings you such joy? Pray, share your delight." Lin Yang inquired with a smile. The long-bearded elder furrowed his brow, finally noticing Lin Yang, whose aura was pure and unrefined, devoid of any cultivation fluctuations. "Is it you, young one, who has released me?" "You may not yet comprehend my identity. I am the embodiment of justice in this world. The leader of the righteous path from 1,000,000 years ago, Ling Tianzi. You have liberated me, which is a stroke of good fortune for you. Follow me henceforth as my servant," Ling Tianzi proclaimed with arrogance. Noting Lin Yang's expression of bewilderment, his anger flared. Are you dissatisfied? Do you know how many have sought to serve me as a servant and were turned away? I grant you this opportunity. Do not squander it. Should you dare oppose my will as the leader of the righteous path, beware. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yang had already delivered a kick, sending his face askew, nearly shattering his spirit. You boast so grandly, yet fall with a single blow. What a pathetic old cur! Lin Yang mocked, stepping on Ling Tianzi's head with a cold sneer. How dare you? Ling Tianzi seethed, smoke billowing from his nostrils, yet fear gripped his heart. Once a powerful figure, even in his weakened spectral form, he should have been formidable, capable of wreaking havoc among mortals. How could this youth, upon their first meeting, have it beneath his foot? Kekekek, you old fool, dare to pose as a righteous expert before my master. You clearly do not comprehend the meaning of death. As the spectral emperor entered, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Yang mercilessly assaulting Ling Tianzi. And he was elated, unable to contain his laughter. Spectral old demon, how could you possibly be alive? You self-destructed back then. Even if you survived, there's no way you could have restored yourself so quickly. Ling Tianzi exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock. Of course, it was my magnificent master, unparalleled and invincible, who revived me. The spectral emperor, his old sycophantic tendencies resurfacing, began to lavish praise. You were once a formidable figure of the demonic path, an emperor-level powerhouse, and now you serve a wet-behind-the-ears brat as a servant? Ling Tianzi was infuriated, rolling his eyes. This the foe that once nearly brought me to my demise. It is a disgrace to be their enemy. You righteous folk are utterly incompetent yet love to put on airs. You incessantly engage in moralistic shaming. Do you not tire of it? My master is truly magnificent, truly invincible. How could I not serve him? The spectral emperor defended himself with conviction. You. This is an affront to the very term emperor. Ling Tianzi wanted to retort, but Lin Yang seized him by the collar. You seem rather resilient. Lin Yang flexed his wrists, delivering blows to Ling Tianzi's aged face, swiftly turning it into a grotesque mess. One may kill, but never insult. Striking the face is a disgrace to decorum. I was wrong, great one. I was foolish. What do you wish for me to do? Command me, and I shall be your loyal dog. Ling Tianzi's head swelled, his tone becoming increasingly submissive. Surely, you are not the only one to conspire to sever the 9 heavenly pillars. What are the other old wretches? Lin Yang interrogated. They all escaped in a state of residual souls. Their whereabouts are now unknown. One among them should have established an organization called the Celestial Alliance. They mentioned coming to unseal me in the coming days. But I did not expect you to arrive first. Ling Tianzi lamented, tears welling in his eyes. They have all been slain by my hand. Lin Yang replied coolly, since you know not their whereabouts. You are of no further use. Ling Tianzi was bewildered, realizing he had no power to contend with the individual before him. He knelt, bowing low. Great one, I, Ling Tianzi, wish to follow you and be your subordinate. Just spare my life. Do you even deserve that? Lin Yang laughed, slapping him with such force that Ling Tianzi's remaining spirit shattered, dissipating into the mortal realm. These old fools conspired to split the 8 desolate realms. He could not allow such treachery to stand. Deep within the Celestial Alliance, a silver-haired youth awoke, his aura profound, continuously absorbing countless souls. Ling Tianzi is dead. Has the spectral old demon truly revived? He pondered with a frown. Alliance leader, it is dire. Several elders of the Celestial Alliance are in a panic outside the door. With a wave of his hand, the silver-haired youth opened the doors. What is the cause of such distress? Just now, the soul lamps of Nyage, Jiangsu, Tuoba Chung, and others have all extinguished. Only the goo bug granny remains alive among those who venture to the sacred land of Qianquan to carry out the mission. The team sent to awaken the esteemed Ling Tianzi has been completely annihilated. The expressions of the elders from the Celestial Alliance are filled with utter panic. Indeed, trouble has arisen, chilling flicker dances within the depths of the silver-haired youth's eyes. What news from Gupa? She conveyed that Lord Nyegue has gone to the ancient peak and has since gone silent. She finds this rather strange and intends to abduct Xian Xiushui, urging us to send reinforcements promptly. Several elders report in succession. Reinforcements? The silver-haired youth rises abruptly, fury glinting in his gaze. I shall see who dares to disrupt my grand scheme. Set forth immediately and annihilate the sacred land of Qianquan. In the sacred land of Qianquan, within the hall of the Lord, itsu. Qian Xiushui's eyes widen in disbelief as she gazes at Gu Po before her. How could you infiltrate my sacred land of Qianquan? Hee, tonight marks the demise of your sacred land, so do not resist. Gu Po grins wickedly. This time, the alliance leader shall take matters in his own hands. The sacred land of Qianquan can be obliterated with a mere gesture. Umph, and you think you can stop me? Die. Qian Xiushui unleashes her formidable powers at the first level of the human sovereign realm, charging at Gu Po that you've actually broken through to the human sovereign realm. Gu Po gasps in shock. Just days ago, Qian Xiushui was merely at the king realm, and now she has ascended to the human sovereign realm. Gu Po summons a multitude of Gu worms, transforming them into a raging tide of insects, yet they remain unable to hinder Qian Xiushui. The disparity between the king and human sovereign realms is indeed immense. As Gu Po nears her end, a rift in space unfurls behind her, and the silver-haired youth strides forth indifferently. A terrifying aura surges from him, an overwhelming power crushing everything in its path, instantly obliterating the hall of the Lord. What? Qian Xiushui retreats immediately, yet she is still injured by the oppressive force emanating from the silver-haired youth. So powerful. Qian Xiushui can hardly believe her eyes. The human sovereign realm is nearly the pinnacle of what the mortal realm can contain. Those who can resist the heavenly Tao at that level are exceedingly rare for reaching the heavenly monarch realm without being expelled. That feat is only achievable by the sealed ancestors of the sacred lands. Buzz! The two ancestors of the sacred land of Qianquan appear before Qian Xiushui, their faces etched with grave concern as they regard the silver-haired youth. You are no match for me. Submit to my will and hand over the ants that seek to thwart my plans, and I may spare your lives. The silver-haired youth speaks with indifference, showing no regard for the newly arrived ancestors. What do you intend to do? Alliance leader of the Celestial Alliance. Qian Xiushui demands. Since you have asked so sincerely, I shall graciously enlighten you. The silver-haired youth replies with a smirk that I aim to gather the dragon chi of all the dynasties in the mortal realm and infuse it into the sacred lands and blessed grounds. Thus, I shall sever the 9 pillars of heaven, isolating the mortal realm from the 8 desolations, and become its sole sovereign. With arms crossed, his aura soars to the heavens. The grand scheme is nearly complete. Only the blessed ground of the sacred land of Qianquan remains. Submit to me, and you may live. Otherwise, your corpses will litter the land. Damn it, to strip away the dragon chi of all dynasties? You are insane. Such an act would lead to the deaths of countless innocents. Are you seeking to create boundless slaughter? Do you fear the flames of retribution? The two ancestors of the sacred land question vehemently. Many peak masters and elders of the sacred land of Qianquan arrive as well. Thanks to Lin Yang's exquisite wine, their realms have significantly increased. Ziyuan and others have already reached the king realm. Several elders have also broken through to the 9th level of the king realm, even the human sovereign realm. Yet, even so, they feel insignificantly small under the oppressive aura of the silver-haired youth. Akin to ants awaiting annihilation. What realm is he at? He has undoubtedly surpassed the heavenly monarch realm. The two ancestors of the sacred land sweat profusely, feeling immense pressure. What is the flame of retribution to me? How dare it threaten my presence? The silver-haired youth laughs arrogantly. You, the two ancestors, drenched in cold sweat, remain resolute. Our sacred land of Qianquan is the foremost sacred ground of the mortal realm. The backbone of humanity, and we shall never assist in your tyranny, slaughtering countless lives. Abandon this notion. Oh, it seems your bones are quite tough. Then let us proceed to slaughter you all. The silver-haired youth casually sweeps his hand, and a colossal palm imprint, akin to a mountain, forms. Should this palm descend, it would be sufficient to eradicate all the powerful figures of the sacred land of Qianquan. Block it. The two ancestors unleash their heavenly monarch powers, positioning themselves at the forefront. Yet, they are swiftly overwhelmed, spitting blood and hurtling back to the ground. As for the peak masters and elders of the king realm, they are rendered incapable of resistance, crushed under the immense pressure of the giant palm, helplessly awaiting their demise. That the sacred land of Qianquan truly meeting its end. Despair flickers in Qian Xiushui's eyes, and suddenly, Lin Yang's figure emerges in her mind. Her eyes brighten as she scans her surroundings, yet she finds no trace of him. Not here. Has he left early? Qian Xiushui sighs, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. She knew that Lin Yang was merely here to play with the mortal realm. He held no affection for the sacred land of Qianquan, and it would be entirely reasonable for him to turn a blind eye in times of crisis and depart. Alas, she cannot repay his life-saving grace now. Qian Xiushui feels a tinge of regret. Yet perhaps it is for the best. Even if he had stayed, he might not have been able to contend with this overwhelmingly terrifying silver-haired youth. Not dragging him into this mess is enough. Just as she closes her eyes, bracing herself for death, the world suddenly brightens. It is the dead of night, yet it feels as if the sun has descended, illuminating everything as brightly as day. What? The silver-haired youth is taken aback that a divine rainbow descends, and a youth resembling an immortal stands atop it, effortlessly shattering his palm imprint with a mere gesture. Qian Xiushui slowly opens her eyes, staring in astonishment at the scene before her. The ethereal figure of the youth imprints itself upon her soul, rendering her spellbound. That I am here. There is no need to fear. Lin Yang turns to Qian Xiushui and offers her a gentle smile. Qian Xiushui, unbeknownst to herself, feels her face flush with warmth. The moment that every young girl dreams of during her blossoming years unfolds before her, leaving anyone unable to withstand such a handsome impact. How intriguing. The silver-haired youth smirks slightly. Is there indeed a formidable existence in a mortal realm capable of withstanding my strike? Ling Tianzi perished at your hands. Did he not? That old scoundrel indeed met his demise in my master's hands, and it was a most gruesome end. The ghost emperor of the underworld appears. You would do well to kneel and surrender. My brilliant and mighty master may yet grant you a merciful death. Oh, the silver-haired youth scoffs. After all these years, your tongue remains as venomous as ever. He turns to Lin Yang, his expression growing serious. You possess considerable strength. You are worthy of being my right-hand man. Pledge your allegiance to me. Lin Yang sneers. Do you so-called leaders of righteousness truly believe that others owe you a debt? He detests such self-righteousness above all else. Since reason has failed, then I shall simply kill you first. With a sinister grin, the silver-haired youth charges at Lin Yang, unleashing his full power. Die. The terrifying energy causes the heavens to tremble. Even a fraction of it could obliterate the elders of the sacred land of Qianquan. The powerful figures of the sacred land sink into despair. Run. Do not concern yourselves with us. Qian Xiushui cries out. The alliance leader has made his move. This fellow is doomed. Indeed, the forces of the celestial alliance are exhilarated. Swish. Lin Yang extends his hand, effortlessly extracting the silver-haired youth from the torrent of energy, seizing him by the throat. What? An eerie silence envelopes the world. This scene surpasses everyone's expectations, leaving them utterly stunned. Even the silver-haired youth himself. I've been captured, like a chicken in a grasp. I was caught just like that. He cannot accept it. Although his power is diminished, he has ultimately reformed his physical body and should have been invincible in the mortal realm, with no one capable of opposing him. How could this be? Before he could utter a word of inquiry, Lin Yang swiftly severed his head from his neck, plunging his consciousness into silence. Is that all? Lin Yang shook his head, casually discarding the corpse of the silver-haired youth to the side. Such weakness, and yet he aspired to overthrow the realm of mortals? Truly absurd. The invincible leader of the Alliance of Celestials fell at the first strike. The members of the Celestial Alliance felt their scalps tingling, their limbs turning icy. Run for your lives? They cried in alarm, turning to flee. Die. Lin Yang uttered coldly that in an instant, The members of the Celestial Alliance knelt upon the ground as if possessed by malevolent spirits, grasping their weapons to sever their own heads. Heads rolled across the ground in the blink of an eye. The once formidable leaders of the Celestial Alliance, who had plotted to dominate the mortal realm, had all perished. What? Qian Xiushui and the venerable elders of the sacred land were left dumbfounded. What tremendous power was this? They could not comprehend Lin Yang's methods. He was on an entirely different plane. They were grateful for the Master's intervention, which had saved both their sacred land and the countless lives of mortals. They clasped their hands respectfully, their reverence for Lin Yang deepening further. Lin Yang smiled slightly. It was merely a matter of eliminating a few nuisances, nothing of great significance. However, the Celestial Alliance was deeply entrenched. Although these leaders had perished, it was imperative to locate their headquarters and eradicate the root of the problem. The two venerable elders pondered deeply. There is no need for such complexities. Lin Yang casually tore open a rift in space. The spatial traces from the earlier transmission of the silver-haired youth had not yet dissipated completely. He directly traced the Celestial Alliance's headquarters through the spatial fluctuations. Guliulu, this is the deeply hidden headquarters of the Celestial Alliance. We have searched for countless millennia without success, and today we finally behold it. Splendid! With the spatial coordinates, we can annihilate the Celestial Alliance. The senior members of the Qian Kuan Sacred Land gazed through the rift torn by Lin Yang, witnessing the headquarters of the Celestial Alliance on the other side. You all make it sound exhausting with your plans. Must it be so complicated? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and inquired. Young master, you may not be aware, but the Celestial Alliance has been meticulously arranged for countless years. With formidable formations and profound foundations, fraught with peril, we must proceed with caution, the two elders began to explain. However, before they could finish, Lin Yang had already cleaved through the air with a sword. The sword's intent instantaneously pierced the spatial passage at the headquarters of the Celestial Alliance. The members preparing to channel the dragon chi of the dynasty looked up at the sudden rift in the sky. What is that? Surely the leader has returned victorious? Quickly, summon all disciples to welcome the master. Yes, soon, numerous members of the Celestial Alliance surged forth in ordinary dynasties. It was rare to produce even one celestial being. Yet, the mortal realm was vast with billions of dynasties, and over countless millennia, the number of celestials who had joined the Celestial Alliance was indeed considerable. The esteemed members could only serve as minor attendants within the alliance, with only those at the Heavenly King realm qualifying as elders. The 9 self-proclaimed emperors of the Celestial Alliance had also revived, coming forth before the spatial rift, their eyes burning with fervor. The leader is returning. Our grand scheme is finally about to succeed. We shall no longer remain shrouded in darkness. Indeed, once the mortal realm was severed from the 8 desolate domains, we would no longer suffer the torment of being expelled by the heavenly Tao. To become the rightful rulers of the mortal realm, the leader is invincible. They gazed eagerly at the rift, within which the waves of energy grew increasingly potent. Indeed, it is the leader. No one else could possibly wield such terrifying, destructive energy. Suddenly, a realization struck the 9 emperors, their eyes widening in horror. Wait, destructive energy? As they discerned the energy within the spatial passage, their scalps went numb, and they shouted in terror. It's not the leader. It's an utterly terrifying sword intent of annihilation. Run! Alas, it was too late. The horrifying sword light of destruction erupted from a spatial rift, instantly engulfing the 9 emperor-level beings, their bodies reduced to mere fragments. The heavenly kings nearest to the emperors met an even grimmer fate, obliterated into blood mist by the sword light. Run! The esteemed attendants and ordinary celestial members of the Alliance were thrown into chaos. Darting about like headless flies, countless celestial beings took to the skies, swirling chaotically in a scene more terrifying than a locust swarm. Yet, all seemed fragile and powerless beneath the overwhelming sword light of destruction. The tide of beings was devoured by the sword light, with millions of celestials and esteemed members perishing with each passing moment. Buzz, soon, the sword light descended upon the ground, the grand formation of the Celestial Alliance. which could withstand the onslaught of heavenly kings, crumbled in an instant, countless structures collapsing and shattering under the sword light. Boom, boom, boom. As the dust settled, the world-ending sword light dissipated. The once thriving celestial alliance, renowned as the foremost power in the mortal realm, was obliterated. My heavens! The Qian Kuan sacred land, Qian Xiushui, and the venerable elders witnessed the entire event through the spatial rift. With just a single sword strike, the entire celestial alliance was annihilated. That sword was simply magnificent. They felt their blood surging, their astonishment resonating to the core of their being. Stretching their limbs, they felt invigorated. Lin Yang yawned lazily and turned to regard the astonished crowd. It's all over now. You may disperse. With that, he vanished with the Ghost Emperor, heading toward the ancient peak. What did he just say? That world-ending sword was merely a way to stretch his muscles. Can one even speak like that? The two elders were left in a state of shock, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. After living for several thousand years, today was undoubtedly the most exhilarating and perilous day of their lives. Once they regained their composure, they turned gravely to Qian Xiushui. This young master's background is likely far greater than we can imagine. We must not treat him lightly. Qian Xiushui nodded. Rest assured. Elders, I will spare no effort to ensure Lin Gongzi's satisfaction. As long as you understand. The two elders nodded, transforming into streaks of light as they flew back to their ancestral land, being at the Heavenly King realm. Prolonged exposure in the mortal realm would lead to expulsion by the Heavenly Tao, necessitating their immediate return to seclusion. After the destruction of the Tao Alliance, peace once again enveloped the mortal realm. Lin Yang, accompanied by Bai Yuwei, lived leisurely on the ancient peak, finding great contentment. All regarded him with utmost respect, flattering him to his delight, and he would occasionally bestow some fine wine upon them. Consequently, the strength of the Qian Kuan sacred land soared rapidly within 2 years, becoming the undisputed #1 sacred land in the world. Each year, as they recruited disciples, the Qian Kuan sacred land was inundated with applicants. Throngs of people arriving. Why is it so lively? Are they recruiting disciples again? Lin Yang stood atop the ancient peak, observing the bustling Qian Kuan sacred land, muttering to himself, Indeed, Master, we have been the Qian Kuan sacred land for 2 years now. Bai Yuwei smiled gently, her beauty radiating. That means I have turned 18. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The Lin clan held a coming-of-age ceremony for every descendant, and, as the young clan leader, he naturally had to return. However, why had no one come to inform him? Ordinarily, no matter where he hid, someone would swiftly track him down. Yet, during this sojourn to the mortal realm, 10 years had passed, and no one had come to disturb him. It felt rather unusual. Lin Yang stroked his chin. Moreover, I wonder at what realm my little sister has cultivated. Perhaps I should find a time to return to the Lin clan. Master, I have not made a breakthrough in a month, and I feel somewhat stifled at this bottleneck, Bai Yuwei remarked. Perhaps it is because my cultivation has progressed too smoothly, lacking the tempering of real combat. I wish to venture into the great secret realms to hone my strength. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Indeed, a month without advancing from the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm to the Emperor realm is rather slow. Buffed. A sound of blood being coughed up echoed from a distance. Lin Yang turned to see Qian Xiushui, who was spitting blood. Miss Xiushui, why are you spitting blood? Qian Xiushui's face darkened, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I recently overexerted myself in my training. In truth, she was infuriated by Lin Yang's words. Having been trapped at the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm for centuries without a glimmer of breakthrough, it was only after partaking in the exquisite wine gifted by Lin Yang that she ascended to the human sovereign realm. Yet today, she overheard him lamenting that his disciple had not broken through to the human sovereign realm in a month. How slow was that? She felt that her remarkable composure and unwavering Tao heart were the only reasons she had not been utterly enraged. Falling into madness. This is no trivial matter. Allow me to examine your condition, Lin Yang said solemnly, stepping forward and placing his hand upon Qian Xiushui's cool, smooth abdomen, circulating his spiritual energy within her. No issues at all. It seems you recently broke through to the 4th level of the human sovereign realm, which has caused your spiritual energy to be unstable. Just focus on refining it more carefully. Thank you for your concern, young Master Lin, Qian Xiushui replied, her fair face blushing as she hastily shifted the topic to be by the way. Several sacred lands have just issued challenges to the Qian Kuan sacred land. Challenges? Lin Yang inquired, perplexed. The Qian Kuan sacred land had risen to prominence in recent years, drawing all geniuses to its fold. Consequently, other sacred lands were displeased and united to spar with the Qian Kuan sacred land. Eager to prove their own strength, Qian Xiushui explained earnestly. And what of it? The other sacred lands are so weak that as long as you take action, you alone could suppress them all. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Logically speaking, that is indeed the case, but this time, an unexpected twist has occurred, Qian Xiushui replied, exasperated at the earthly sacred lands have certain backgrounds. For instance, the founding patriarch of our Qian Kuan sacred land is the Qian Kuan great sage, who ascended to the heavens from the mortal realm. Lin Yang nodded. This was common knowledge. One could not establish a sacred land in the mortal realm without some backing from above, although the Qian Kuan sacred land was hailed as the #1 sacred land. Its background was not the most formidable among its peers. The sacred land with the most significant backing was the Yao Guang sacred land, which was a subsidiary of a first-rate power within the celestial realm. Oh, Lin Yang's expression remained calm. And then, among those issuing challenges, the Yao Guang sacred land had dispatched a prodigy from the celestial realm. This prodigy possesses extraordinary strength and is exceedingly arrogant. Thus, I wish to invite you to quell the tumult. Qian Xiushui implored that, of course, if you are unwilling, I would never force you. How could I resist the allure of such excitement? Lin Yang grinned that, yes, the peak master of the Qian Kuan sacred land. How could I only learn of such a significant event now? Cough, cough. I fear it would disturb your tranquility. Qian Xiushui responded, surprised by Lin Yang's enthusiasm. Lin Yang took to the skies. A system prompt echoed in his ears. The host has rejected the system's idle task, opting to watch the battle instead, adhering to his true heart and remaining unmoved by profit. Reward: 100 million celestial crystals. Lin Yang chuckled. Indeed, rejecting a task yielded greater rewards than completing one. At the Qian Kuan sacred land arena, a woman in green stood with her sword, her demeanor haughty. Is the Qian Kuan sacred land merely a gathering of fools? Not a single opponent worthy of my blade. Beneath the stage lay a multitude of Qian Kuan sacred land's peak masters and elders, feeling utterly humiliated. They all felt a bitter pang, despite their recent surge in strength. They were still no match for the prodigies of the celestial realm. The Yao Guang sacred land had intentionally chosen to challenge them during their recruitment period, aiming to embarrass them and bring disgrace upon the Qian Kuan sacred land. Such intentions were unforgivable, skill inferior to others. Words are useless, sighed Ziyanran and several peak masters, feeling constrained. The gap was indeed too vast. None of them could withstand this prodigy for even a second. It's all riding on the Qian Kuan sacred land's master now. If the master of the Qian Kuan sacred land is defeated by one of our disciples, it would be a grand spectacle. They pointed and jeered, their expressions arrogant. The elders of the other sacred lands smirked, eager to witness the Qian Kuan sacred land's humiliation. That a bunch of useless fools. Just have your master step up. If she fails, let your ancestors break their seals and fight me. The woman in green looked down her nose at them, her tone dripping with disdain. If your ancestors cannot match my strength, I would advise the Qian Kuan sacred land to close its gates and disband. Ha ha ha, and mocking laughter resounded. The woman frowned, casting a cold gaze toward the source of the laughter. Momentarily taken aback, the newcomers were none other than Qian Xiushui and a youth who resembled an otherworldly immortal. What uses good looks? Merely a pretty vase. The woman in green shook her head, coldly demanding, Who are you? State your name. Peak master of the Huanggu, Lin Yang. Lin Yang smiled faintly, his demeanor unruffled. A mere insignificant peak master dares to speak so boldly. Not even your elders could withstand a single strike from me. The only one from the Qian Kuan sacred land worthy of my attention is its master. The woman's eyes were filled with contempt. Such arrogance will surely lead to your downfall. Lin Yang grinned, stepping onto the arena. How foolish of you. The woman fumed that I shall defeat you with a single blow and show you what true prowess is. She struck at Lin Yang's chest. Yet he remained steadfast, unyielding. Why are you so forward? Grasping my chest upon your arrival. Lin Yang shook his head. Perhaps you've never encountered a man before. How pitiful, having been a nun for so many years. I will kill you, the woman shrieked, her fury igniting a fierce intensity as her sword, for the first time, was drawn, revealing its terrifying sharpness, her strength unmistakably at the 9th level of the human sovereign realm. Swish! The sword strike was as though it could shatter mountains and seas. Yet when it struck Lin Yang, it failed to even tear his flowing white robes. Are you merely scratching an itch? Your strength is so feeble that it wouldn't even suffice for that. Lin Yang sighed in disappointment, seizing the woman's wrist and hoisting her up, delivering a swift kick to her backside. I warned you. If you possess no skill yet remain so arrogant, you shall be punished. Thud! The force of the kick sent the woman flying, landing outside the arena. Ah, you scoundrel, I vow to kill you. The woman's face turned a deep shade of purple from rage and humiliation. Nearly insane. Xiaoqing, mind your manners. A cold voice emerged from the Yaoguang Sacred Land's ranks as a woman in white stepped forth. The elders of the Yaoguang Sacred Land quickly stepped aside, bowing respectfully to the woman in white. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The moment the woman in white appeared, the system prompted an alert. Li Xiaoman. Innate Dao body, imperial grade talent, identity, saintess of the first-rate power Yaoguang sect. Mission, recruit Li Xiaoman as a disciple. Reward, 1 imperial weapon. A character introduction upon entry. Quite impressive. Lin Yang nodded. Such treatment was not afforded to just anyone. Sister, this scoundrel has insulted me. I must kill him. Xiaoqing seethed, her teeth clenched. This is our future master. Have you not seen the master yet? The woman in white turned to Lin Yang. Your strength is indeed commendable. I acknowledge it. Speak. What do you desire in exchange for accepting us as disciples? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Are you here to fight or to seek discipleship? What nonsense is this? My sister Li Xiaoman is the most talented saintess in the history of the Yaoguang sect. Countless sacred kings and great saints vie to take her as a disciple. To seek you as a master is already a tremendous opportunity for you. Why do you not hastily show us the respect we deserve? Xiaoqing declared, her chin held high. Onlookers were baffled. How had the narrative taken such a bizarre turn? Even the elders of the Yaoguang Sacred Land were stunned. Were they not here to humiliate the Qian Kuan Sacred Land? Why did they suddenly wish to take the peak master of the Qian Kuan Sacred Land as their teacher? With all due respect, your attitude does not seem suited for seeking a master. Qian Shoshe interjected, frowning. Do you have a say in this? Merely a small earthly sacred land master. Speak further, and I shall have you executed. Xiaoqing retorted proudly. Slap. Lin Yang nonchalantly waved his hand, and an invisible force surged through the air with utmost swiftness, shattering Li Xiaoqing's silver teeth. She spun through the air for 360 degrees before crashing to the ground, lying there half dead, resembling a lifeless dog. Senior, you have gone too far. Li Xiaoman frowned and exclaimed. I sought you out to be my master. Your refusal would have sufficed, but why inflict such harsh treatment on my sister? Do you think the Yaoguang sect is easy to bully? Or do you truly believe we are begging you for your mentorship? Her prideful nature flared. She considered herself to have been sufficiently polite and humble. Yet, this insufferable brat had shown no gratitude and brazenly overstepped his bounds. How could he even utter such a remark? Just moments ago, he was the one clinging desperately to the notion of mentorship. Several peak masters from the Qian Kuan Sacred Land expressed their indignation. And now you deny it. Such shamelessness. Li Xiaoman took a deep breath, internally reminding herself to endure for the sake of her sect's revival. Then, in a frigid tone, she declared, This saintly weapon shall serve as my token of apprenticeship. All I require is for you to acknowledge our master-disciple relationship. There is no need for you to instruct me, for with your status and capabilities, you have little to impart. She raised her hand and directly tossed a saintly weapon, leaving all present utterly astounded. To offer a saintly weapon as a mere token of apprenticeship? Goodness, How extravagant! One must understand that a saintly weapon could be regarded as the treasured heirloom of a sacred land. Lin Yang let out a cold laugh, waving his hand to sever the saintly weapon. Get lost! If you don't disappear within 3 counts, I shall annihilate your Yaoguang sect. What? Li Xiaoman's pupils constricted. Had she underestimated him? With a mere flick, he had shattered the saintly weapon, indicating that Lin Yang's physical prowess was at least at the saint level. A hidden saint? Li Xiaoman murmured to herself, yet she remained unfazed. The Yaoguang sect was a first-rate power in the celestial realm, and having a saint within its ranks was hardly extraordinary. Moreover, as the first saintess in millennia, she held no interest in a mere saintly mentor. Saintess, what shall we do now? An elder from the Yaoguang sacred land quivered in trepidation. Li Xiaoman furrowed her brow. It appears I have miscalculated. Let us retreat. He can shatter a saintly weapon with a single blow, and he is at least a hidden saint. For now, I cannot contend with him. Very well, let's withdraw quickly. The elder of the Yaoguang sacred land lifted the half-dead Li Shaoqing and, alongside Li Xiaoman, swiftly vanished. Young Master Lin, I apologize for the unfortunate encounter. Qian Xiushui offered, and no harm done. They were fortunate to arrive on this auspicious day of establishing a sect and accepting apprentices. Otherwise, they would not have escaped the Qian Kuan sacred land. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively as he departed gracefully. Outside the Qian Kuan sacred land, Saintess, you are the first saintess of the Yaoguang sect in eons. What compelled you to come to the mortal realm seeking a master? An elder from the Yaoguang sacred land questioned in confusion. Sigh, do you think I desire to come to such a dilapidated and barbaric place? Li Xiaoman shook her head, her eyes filled with displeasure. The reason I sought a master here is due to a prophecy. A prophecy? The elder's expression grew serious. Indeed, our Yaoguang sect has been stagnated at the first-rate power level for over 1,000,000 years. Unable to ascend to a hegemonic position, Li Xiaoman explained, as the first saintess of the Yaoguang sect, I hold the greatest potential to lead it to become a hegemonic power. Thus, the sect expended all its resources and paid a significant price to consult the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. And then, the elders of the Yaoguang sacred land were astonished. This was top-tier, secret knowledge. The divination provided by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion indicated that our only opportunity to ascend to hegemonic status lies within the mortal realm's Qian Kuan sacred land. I must take the strongest individual there as my master. Li Xiaoman's tone remained icy. That is why I brought my sister to seek apprenticeship, even preparing a saintly weapon as a token, merely to secure a master-disciple relationship. Yet he continually refused me and even humiliated me. Were it not for that prophecy, I would not have deigned to come to this wretched place, much less lower myself to seek assistance from such a worthless individual. Now it makes sense. The elders of the Yaoguang sacred land understood. The head of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Elder Tianji, is renowned across 3,000 realms, well-versed in the paths of fate and causality. His prophecies have never been wrong. Great figures from various realms are willing to pay enormous sums to seek predictions from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Xiaoman, you appear unwell. From a distance, 3 streaks of light descended, revealing a handsome young man with flowing hair. The 2 individuals accompanying him exuded an extraordinary aura, though they paled in comparison to the long-haired youth. Brother Yin, what brings you here? Li Xiaoman smiled gently at the long-haired youth. This young man was her childhood friend and also a saint of a first-rate power in the celestial realm. The 2 individuals behind him were her admirers, yet out of fear of Brother Yin, they dared not confess their feelings and merely sought to curry favor. I heard you came to the mortal realm seeking a master per the prophecy, so I followed to see what kind of hidden master would warrant my sister's initiative. Yin Shaoqing replied with an indifferent tone, clearly unimpressed by this so-called mysterious master. Your expression suggests things did not go smoothly. Not at all. Li Xiaoman gestured toward Li Shaoqing. I graciously requested him to accept me as his apprentice. Yet not only did he shatter the gift I presented, but he also injured my sister and expelled us from the Qian Kuan sacred land. She embellished the story dramatically, glancing at Yin Shaoqing's expression. In feigned innocence as she said, Brother Yin, please do not think of avenging me. He could easily defeat Shaoqing, so he must possess formidable strength, She conveniently omitted the detail of Lin Yang being able to shatter a saintly weapon, framing it merely as a gift. You were bullied. How could I stand idly by? Yin Shaoqing shook his head. Brother Yin, there is no need for you to intervene in such trivial matters. Allow us to have our moment to shine. Please, take a rest. The two companions behind Yin Shaoqing were even more eager, volunteering themselves repeatedly. How could I allow that? If you were to be injured because of me, I would be heartbroken. Li Xiaoman shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Yet internally, she felt a thrill. The more individuals involved, the greater the pressure on Lin Yang. At that moment, she could play the role of a peacemaker, expressing her forgiveness, and Lin Yang would surely be grateful, begging her to accept him as a disciple. Such words are unnecessary. For Xiaoman, we would brave fire and water without hesitation. The two young masters grinned widely, their joy evident. The goddess even expressed concern for them. It was worth it. Wait here. We shall bring that man over, kneel, and beg him to take you as his disciple. The two rushed off, eager to claim the credit. Meanwhile, Yin Shaoqing's eyes were deep and contemplative, a subtle smile gracing his lips that he viewed Li Xiaoman more as a tool. Once the two of them were united, he could seize the opportunity to absorb the Yaoguang sect, elevating the Yin family to a hegemonic power. Hence, he remained clear-headed, aware that Li Xiaoman's logic was flawed, indicating hidden motives. Brother Yin, aren't you going to follow them to take a look? That Lin Yang possesses considerable strength. I fear Zheng Hai and the others may not be able to handle him. Li Xiaoman slyly suggested, in a rush. He cannot escape. Yin Shaoqing replied with a confident smile. The ancient peak, the system prompt chimed. Congratulations, host, for refusing the task and opting not to accept apprentices. Reward, 10 imperial weapons and 100 billion immortal crystals. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. What a lavish reward for declining. The demon-slaying staff? This imperial weapon is quite impressive. Lin Yang released a hint of his power to activate the demon-slaying staff. Intending to test its might, he reinforced the energy barrier of the ancient peak, ensuring that the terrifying pressure of the extreme imperial weapon would not leak beyond its confines. Boom! The demon-slaying staff revealed the fangs of an extreme imperial weapon, its terrifying power tearing through the heavens and splitting the earth, radiating throughout the ancient peak. Meanwhile, outside the ancient peak, why is this barrier so strong? It surpasses even the protective array of the Qian Kuan sacred land. With our celestial monarch realm strength, we cannot directly tear through the formation to enter. Zheng Hai furrowed his brow. It seems the master of the ancient peak is indeed rather mysterious. Do not worry. I have obtained a precious treasure bestowed by my family this time. Wang Quan broke into a grin, producing an edict. With this decree in hand, one can traverse even the formations of sages with utter ease, encountering no hindrance whatsoever. With it, the vast expanse of the mortal realm is at your fingertips. Wang Quan possesses such a precious treasure. Zheng Hai was taken aback with delight, yet a tinge of bitterness lingered in his heart. It seemed he would have to exert himself considerably, lest the credit for this endeavor be claimed by Wang Quan. Quickly activate this artifact. Wang Quan nodded and activated the decree. Buzz! They effortlessly entered the formation. As they crossed into the territory of the ancient peak, an overwhelming force of extreme power surged towards them. What? How could he possibly know we were coming to kill him and set a trap in advance? Is this power not a tad excessive? The force swept over them, and before they could voice their complaints, the two were instantly reduced to ashes. Lin Yang, who was testing the power of the demon's subduing pestle, raised an eyebrow. It seems I inadvertently eliminated two pests. The strongest beings in the Qian Kuan Holy Land are two celestial monarch-level ancestors. Thus, he had not imposed too high a restriction on the formation. It sufficed that those below the sage level could not enter. There was little he could do. He had already considered their safety sufficiently. If they were determined to court death, it was not his fault. Safe travels to them. Lin Yang was unaware of Zheng Hai and Wang Quan's intentions, but their clandestine infiltration of the ancient peak's formation surely harbored ill intent. Their deaths were not in vain. In the distance, Yin Shaoqing furrowed his brow. Wang Quan and Zheng Hai perished simultaneously, without even a moment to resist. They died in an instant. It appears Lin Yang is even stronger than I had anticipated. What? That Lin Yang is so formidable. I truly had no inkling. Li Xiaoman feigned innocence, resembling a pure white lotus. I did not intend to bring about their demise. It was all that damned Lin Yang's doing. To dare act with such lethal intent, I shall not rest until I make him pay. Internally, she reveled in her glee. Now, both the Wang and Zheng families would inevitably be embroiled in this affair. To kill two celestial monarchs in an instant, he must be at least a heavenly sovereign-level powerhouse, or perhaps he has already stepped onto the threshold of sagehood. Yin Shaoqing remained composed, shaking his head. We should first inform Uncle Wang and Uncle Zheng of Wang Quan and Zheng Hai's demise. His intentions aligned with Li Xiaoman's. He sought to use the Wang and Zheng family's blades to slay Lin Yang. In the Tianqiong realm. What? Our sons are dead. The heads of the Wang and Zheng families. Wang Lin and Zheng Xianren stared in disbelief. Were they not journeying through the mortal realm? How could there possibly be someone capable of slaying them? Uncles, please do not panic. The matter is as follows. Yin Shaoqing fabricated a tale, portraying Lin Yang as a ruthless killer. Damn it. Wang Lin frowned. A hidden powerhouse lurked in the mortal realm. Having attained the position of a family head, their actions were naturally cautious. He cast a suspicious glance at Yin Shaoqing and Li Xiaoman. I understand now. You may leave. Uncles, please do not grieve excessively. Li Xiaoman, seeing the two men's reluctance to fall for her manipulation, felt a twinge of disappointment and took her leave. Brother Zheng, what are your thoughts on this matter? Wang Lin inquired. It is likely that those two young fools, in a fit of jealousy over Li Xiaoman, provoked that hidden powerhouse, leading to their untimely demise. Zheng Xianren opined with a shake of his head. Yes, that aligns with my thoughts. Wang Lin furrowed his brow. What shall we do next? Our sons cannot die in vain. Let them die in vain. I have dozens of sons. What does it matter if one perishes? Zheng Xianren was utterly unconcerned. I only hope that mysterious powerhouse does not turn their wrath upon me. Is that how it shall be? Wang Lin exclaimed incredulously. I have but one son. The world of cultivation is fraught with peril. Merely surviving amidst it is a remarkable feat to fewer enemies. The better. Zheng Xianren rose, gazing at Wang Lin. Brother Wang, I advise you not to recklessly provoke that mysterious being. This world conceals dragons and tigers. We are indeed in the wrong, so let it pass. Wang Lin gritted his teeth. This will not stand, to dwell in a holy land of mortals for years, becoming a mere peak master. What sort of expert could that be? At most a sage. You speak truthfully. Caution is warranted in the cultivation realm. But if we are to be silenced after our sons are slain, who would still fear our Wang family? Those who act rashly cannot survive in the cultivation world. And the weak fare no better. Lin Yang's life is forfeit. Mark my words, not even an emperor could save him. Zheng Xianren shook his head, aware that Wang Lin would not heed his counsel. Take care. Brother Wang, that I shall take my leave. Just as he turned, a sound of severed heads echoed behind him. Zheng Xianren froze, cold sweat pouring down his back. Do not look back, and you may yet live. A chilling, indifferent voice resonated. Be grateful you made a wise choice. Gulp. Zheng Xianren stiffly exited the council hall, staring blankly at the horrifying scene before him. The entire Wang family was engulfed in flames. Black-clad figures wearing spider masks leaping through the inferno, blood staining the sky. In the blink of an eye, not a single soul remained in the once mighty Wang family. My heavens, Zheng Xianren felt his limbs turn icy. His mind blank as he stumbled out of the Wang estate, pounding his chest. I truly must have more children. Thankfully, I have over 100. Losing one is of no consequence, had I but one son like Wang Lin. I might not have been so wise today. With lingering trepidation, he glanced back at the annihilated Wang family engulfed in flames. Their efficiency was astonishing. Indeed, the cultivation realm is rife with hidden talents. The forces behind that mysterious powerhouse are utterly terrifying. Zheng Xianren collapsed to the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Before the intelligence building of the web of shadows, Li Xiaoman and Yin Shaoqing paused. The two old men were not fooled. We must rely on ourselves. Yin Shaoqing surveyed the imposing web of shadows intelligence building. They were still unaware of the Wang family's extermination, as everything had transpired too swiftly. The Web of Shadows organization, which had risen to prominence in the last decade, boasted itself as the largest assassin organization in the Tianqiong realm, with a formidable reputation. They accepted nearly all contracts. Fearing no one, the Blood Spider, once hailed as the premier assassin organization, was wiped out by the Web of Shadows merely for attempting to steal a contract. This clearly demonstrated the absolute power of the Web of Shadows. Yin Shaoqing declared, "If we enlist their services, it should be foolproof." Xiaoman frowned slightly, clearly conflicted. She wished to use the situation to pressure Lin Yang into taking her as a disciple. But if she hired assassins from the Web of Shadows, they might simply kill Lin Yang outright. Would she not be throwing away her chance to elevate the Yaoguang sect to a dominant force? Fear not, we can first hire heavenly sovereign-level assassins to eliminate him, then gradually escalate the pressure. Lin Yang will have no choice but to submit. Yin Shaoqing exuded confidence. Rest assured, everything is under my control. Simply follow my lead. All right, Brother Yin, you are the best, Li Xiaoman smiled sweetly. But alas, I'm currently financially strapped and cannot afford to hire assassins. Yin Shaoqing fixed Li Xiaoman with a penetrating gaze. Was she expecting him to be her cash cow? His lips twitched. I will cover the cost for this heavenly sovereign contract. Should we fail to eliminate him, you can seek funding from your Yaoguang sect. After all, this is your chance to rise as a dominant force. Surely your elders would not begrudge such a small expense. Good. Li Xiaoman beamed, though inwardly, she cursed Yin Shaoqing for being stingy, knowing he would not yield much. Before long, the two entered the Web of Shadows intelligence building. What is your purpose? The receptionist at the Web of Shadows spoke in a cold, indifferent tone. Yin Shaoqing furrowed his brow, but thought it only fitting for a group that considered itself the foremost assassin organization in the Tianqiong realm to carry a bit of arrogance. He suppressed his displeasure. Hire a killer. Yin Shaoqing raised his chin. Target's name and identity, the receptionist asked, devoid of emotion, like a robotic automaton. Lin Yang, the peak master of the ancient peak in the Qiankuan Holy Land. Yin Shaoqing promptly replied. Suddenly, the emotionless receptionist's eyes widened in shock. Her voice rose by several octaves. Who did you say? Lin Yang. Yin Shaoqing was taken aback. Were the members of the Web of Shadows all lunatics? Such dramatic reactions. The peak master of the ancient peak in the Qiankuan Holy Land. Lin Yang. The receptionist confirmed once more. Indeed. Yin Shaoqing nodded. The receptionist gazed deeply at him for a moment, then spoke solemnly. I'm sorry, but there is no record of this individual in our database. We are unable to proceed with the assassination. What? No record of this person? Yin Shaoqing exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't your organization renowned as the foremost assassin group in the celestial realm? You can't even find the information on the peak master of Sacred Land? If you doubt the capabilities of our organization, we could demonstrate our strength by annihilating your entire clan. The receptionist replied with a disarming smile. Good heavens, please don't. Yin Shaoqing wiped the cold sweat from his brow, inwardly lamenting, how can you utter such chilling words in such a gentle tone? Safe travels. The receptionist's expression turned cold once more. Outside the intelligence building of the organization, Yin Shaoqing cursed under his breath. This is infuriating. How could this happen? Perhaps they deemed this task beneath them. Too trivial to accept. Li Xiaoman shared his confusion. What fools, to turn down money. Yin Shaoqing was incensed. Damn it, it seems I'll have to find a way on my own. Meanwhile, the receptionist swiftly retrieved a communication order, sending the recent events up the chain. The priority of information was set to the highest level as it pertained to the leader of the organization, bypassing countless layers of hierarchy, and reached the communication token of Jingyu in an instant. Jingyu, who had just obliterated the Wang clan, glanced at the information on the token, falling into a deafening silence. Someone is offering a bounty on you. Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh at the news. What is going on? Do tell that it's a person named Yin Shaoqing, from a first-rate power known as the Yin family in the celestial realm, and he has a childhood bond with Li Xiaoman. Jingyu's voice emerged from the communication token. He tried to stand up for Li Xiaoman. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Initially, we thought so too, but upon our investigation, we discovered he is merely a pawn of the Yin family. Seeking to get close to Li Xiaoman as a prelude to their plans for annexing the Radiant Light's sacred land, Jingyu reported that I see, so he considers me a part of schemes as well. Lin Yang sneered, detesting the notion. Since he is so loyal to the Yin family, then let us ensure their demise. Understood. What shall be done about Li Xiaoman? Jingyu inquired. Kill her outright would be too merciful. Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Jingyu comprehended. We will make all necessary arrangements. He stated respectfully. Very well. You may leave. Lin Yang nodded, severing the connection that I in the celestial realm. Yin Shaoqing was communicating with his father, Yin Zheng, the head of the Yin family. So, if we pressure Lin Yang into accepting Li Xiaoman as his disciple, it would advance our plans to annex the Radiant Light sect? Yin Zheng tapped his fingers on the table. Precisely, Yin Shaoqing affirmed with a nod. She has already promised that if we assist her this time, she will grant the Yin family 3 elder positions once she becomes the sect master. Very well, Yin Zheng nodded in agreement. Will the Radiant Light sect send their own experts? Of course, however, to be prudent, we should collaborate and dispatch some of our own experts to coerce Lin Yang. Yin Shaoqing replied respectfully, I believe this is a foolproof endeavor. Excellent. Let us proceed. I will arrange for our experts to participate in this operation. Suddenly, Yin Zheng's communication was abruptly cut off. Father! Yin Shaoqing's expression tightened. What is wrong, Yin Ge? Li Xiaoman looked over in surprise. Puzzled, my father suddenly lost contact. I must return to the Yin family at once. Something may have happened. Anxiety gripped Yin Shaoqing, robbing him of his earlier confidence. After all, his assurance stemmed from the strength of his family. This cannot be. Li Xiaoman shook her head. The Yin family is a formidable presence among first-rate powers. How could anything go wrong? You're overthinking it. I'll accompany you. All right. Yin Shaoqing said no more and hurriedly took flight towards the Yin family. Before long, they arrived at the Yin residence. The sight that greeted Yin Shaoqing made him plummet from the clouds. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. How could this be possible? Li Xiaoman was equally stunned, her mind a blank. The corpses of the Yin family's 9 clans lay piled like a mountain. The entire clan ground shrouded in eerie silence. Not a single fly in sight. All structures have been reduced to dust, and even the heads of domesticated fowl had been severed. My heavens, the eggs have been scrambled, and the earthworms hidden beneath the soil have been unearthed and cut in half. Li Xiaoman shook her head, horrified. Despite her cold heart, the scene filled her with unbridled terror. This is impossible. Just moments ago, I was communicating with my father. Yin Shaoqing found his father's body atop the mountain of corpses, his complexion ashen, terror clawing at his soul. Xiaoman nodded. Having been by his side, she was acutely aware of the timeline. From the moment Yin Jing's communication was severed to their arrival at the Yin family, scarcely a stick of incense had burned. This meant the assailant had annihilated the Yin family in less than that time. What kind of terrifying power could accomplish such a feat? Li Xiaoman's face paled. What kind of horror has your family provoked recently? Impossible. The Yin family has always acted cautiously, never provoking the strong unless absolutely necessary. Yin Shaoqing's mind raced, suddenly connecting the dots. A ludicrous thought emerged from his mind. Was it Lin Yang who did this? His eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Li Xiaoman. It's all your fault for provoking that terrifying entity, leading to the annihilation of my family. Li Xiaoman frowned. You speak nonsense. How could he possibly possess such power? Also, Yin Shaoqing, mind your tone when speaking to me. You are but a lost dog now. While I am the esteemed holy maiden of the Radiant Light sacred land, the disparity in our status is vast. Dare to bark at me again, and I will show you no mercy. Yin Shaoqing was left dumbfounded, unable to process Li Xiaoman's words that he had always known she was no virtuous woman, but never had he anticipated such venomous malice from her. Just after his family's destruction, she revealed an entirely different face. Li Xiaoman, my family has perished because of you. How dare you utter such words? Yin Shaoqing seethed with fury. Do you think I remain unaware of your intentions? What is your name? Li Xiaoman scoffed. Don't think I don't realize you approach me merely to seize control of the Radiant Light sect. You are a scheming little rat. You dare to bite back?" Yin Shaoqing erupted in rage, drawing his sword with the intent to take Li Xiaoman's life. A prodigy at the first level of the celestial realm, his combat prowess surpassed that required to dispatch her with ease. I Xiaoman smirked disdainfully, suddenly revealing her cultivation at the 9th level of the celestial realm. "What? You've been pretending to be weak all along?" Yin Shaoqing could hardly comprehend, believing himself to be exceptionally clever, only to realize he had been outwitted by this woman. "If I had concealed some of my strength, how would I counter you when you attempt to annex the Radiant Light sect in the future?" Li Xiaoman grinned. "How foolish of me to have called you brother for so many years. You are nothing but a dim-witted pig. Your only worth now lies in nourishing my talents before you perish." Li Xiaoman, with overwhelming superiority, easily subdued Yin Shaoqing, severing his limbs. "The reason my talent is so extraordinary is that I have mastered a unique skill that allows me to devour the talents of others to nourish my own." Li Xiaoman looked down upon Yin Shaoqing with pride. "I have no idea how many prodigies I have secretly devoured to earn the title of the first holy maiden of the Radiant Light sect throughout history. You should feel honored to become the sustenance for this future Empress and die with pride." Gabba Gabba. Having spoken, she crushed Yin Shaoqing's skull beneath her foot, extracting his heavenly bone and consuming it directly. Truly worthy of the Yin family's holy scion, the heavenly bone had a delightful crunch and exquisite flavor. Li Xiaoman shed her facade entirely, her countenance growing cold as she mused, "I never expected Lin Yang to be such a formidable opponent. The Yin family is no longer of any use. I can only rely on deceiving those old fools in the sect to fight for me." She felt no sense of belonging to the sect. It was merely a means to an end, a resource to bolster her own strength. Once she seized control of the Yaowang sect, she would drain it from within, transforming it into her own source of power. Hoo-hoo! Li Xiaoman soared into the air, heading toward the Yaowang sect in the Qiankuan sacred land. At the ancient peak, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the underhanded tactics they employed. "How did you come up with such a devious plan?" he inquired. Jing and I smiled slightly and replied, "As long as it pleases you, master." "Very well. Let us proceed with this plan," Lin Yang declared, turning to the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. "The time has come to test your acting skills." "Understood." The Netherworld Ghost Emperor grinned broadly. "Just watch and see." "Master." Both departed, leaving Lin Yang to continue his leisurely fishing while Jing and I informed him of recent events. The secret technique of devouring others' talents? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What? You wish to expel me from a sect?" Li Xiaoman exclaimed in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Indeed," the sect leader of Yaowang responded coldly, his gaze fixed upon her. "Why? Did Xiaoman do something wrong?" She feigned innocence, looking pitiful. "Daha. You know well what you've done, bringing disaster upon the Wang and Yin families, and now you seek to drag the Yaowang sect into your mess? Dream on." The sect leader, Zhang Qixing, shook his head in disappointment. "Before you set out, I warned you repeatedly to treat that mysterious peak master with utmost respect. He is our hope to become a dominant force. Instead, you and your sister behaved arrogantly, provoking his wrath. Not only did you fail to apologize, but you also repeatedly sought to cause him trouble. You have buried our hopes of becoming a dominant power with your own hands. And now you want our strong ones to die for you. How shameless can you be?" Zhang Qixing's fury intensified as he continued. "I'm the first holy maiden of the Yaowang sect in millennia." Li Xiaoman could no longer conceal her fury, shouting, "Old Deng, I see you have lost your mind. Without me, the Yaowang sect could never become a dominant force, even after 1,000,000,000 years. I spare your life out of respect for our master-disciple relationship. So do not test my patience." Zhang Qixing cast Li Xiaoman's sister, Li Shaoqing, aside. "Take your sister and leave. You are truly heartless." Li Xiaoman felt both aggrieved and enraged, internally vowing, "You treat me this way. Yaowang sect, once I gain sufficient strength, I will annihilate you all, leaving no trace behind." Yet she dared not display her displeasure outwardly. Zhang Qixing's strength was formidable. He could end her life with ease, as she fled with her sister. A murderous intent burned fiercely within her. Damn Lin Yang. If it weren't for him, how could I have fallen to such depths? Who exactly is he? What must I do to exact my vengeance? Her mind screamed in anguish. Sister, what shall we do now? Li Shaoqing asked, fear evident in her voice. In the Tianxiong realm, powerful beings were abundant. Even the weakest third-rate sect had saints guarding it. And now, the mightiest Xiao man was merely at the 9th level of the heavenly sovereign realm, without any backing. Any random third-rate sect could easily overpower them. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a young woman's potential. Li Xiaoman remained unflustered. With my talent, which sect wouldn't clamor to take me in? Those great saints were all vying to accept me as their disciple before. I shall seek them out. All right. Li Shaoqing nodded enthusiastically. Li Xiaoman produced a communication token and sent a message to a great saint with whom she had previously exchanged contact. Senior, this is Li Xiaoman. Who are you? I do not recognize you. I will delete your contact information now. Do not reach out to me again. The response was immediate and dismissive. Li Xiaoman was taken aback when she was still the holy maiden of Yaoguang. The other's attitude had been far more accommodating. Unwilling to accept defeat, she continued to reach out, even approaching the sects of these prominent figures, but was met with cold rejection, receiving no consideration whatsoever. Despair began to consume Li Xiaoman. Oh, this is how you treat me. Is it? Once I grow stronger, I shall stain the skies with blood, unleashing a cataclysmic disaster to slay you all. She screamed in a fit of rage. Do you seek revenge? A chilling voice echoed ominously to Li Xiaoman was taken aback, glancing at a nearby stone tablet. I ask that you speaking. Indeed that I admire your vengeful spirit. If you help me escape, I shall assist you in your quest for vengeance. The voice from the tablet was alluring. I am the leader of the demonic path from 1,000,000 years ago, the netherworld ghost emperor, now fallen into misfortune. I am but a remnant soul. If you aid me in breaking free, I can help you exact any revenge you desire. The netherworld ghost emperor? Li Xiaoman's heart soared with joy. A true supreme emperor. In this age of celestial demise, a supreme emperor is undeniably the strongest. This is the remnant soul of an invincible emperor who, once utterly despondent, Li Xiaoman took a deep breath, her eyes brimming with hope. Heaven has not forsaken me. Li Xiaoman, wait. Lin Yang, my fortune is not exhausted. With the secret technique to devour heavenly bones, and now the willingness of a supreme emperor to aid me in revenge, your demise is inevitable. Her gaze hardened with determination. I accept your terms. How can I free you? There's a scroll upon this stone tablet. If you unveil it, I shall emerge. The netherworld ghost emperor cackled with excitement upon seeing Li Xiaoman take the bait. Very well. Li Xiaoman swiftly tore the scroll from the tablet, astonished by its simplicity. Is it really this easy? The netherworld ghost emperor erupted forth, shaking the very heavens and earth, releasing an unfathomable aura that compelled all living beings to submit. Excellent. Li Xiaoman's eyes widened in awe. Senior, how may I seek my revenge? With a cackle, the netherworld ghost emperor proclaimed, I shall impart a secret technique to you, one that will grant you a tremendous leap in strength in a short time. He tossed her a tome of forbidden knowledge, the technique of severing ties with kin. What is this? Li Xiaoman stared at the name of the technique, momentarily speechless. Upon opening it, she was left in shock. By devouring blood relatives, one can gain 100-fold strength in return. Li Xiaoman was astounded. Combined with my technique for devouring heavenly bones, does this mean I could become invincible in no time? Overjoyed, she wasted no time and turned to her sister, Li Shaoqing, who was still beaming with excitement. Sister, this is wonderful. We will soon have our revenge. Yes, sister, but to seek vengeance, I need you to lend me something first. Li Xiaoman replied, a hint of regret in her tone. I will do as you say. Take whatever you need. Li Shaoqing agreed innocently. With a swift motion, Li Xiaoman severed Li Shaoqing's head without a second thought, ignoring her sister's horrified expression in her final moments as she began to drain her blood. Quite remarkable. Indeed. You have a talent for this. The netherworld ghost emperor cackled with glee. The technique he provided would not enhance her strength. Rather, it would inflict excruciating pain as she consumed the blood of her kin. However, he secretly infused his energy into Li Xiaoman, creating the illusion that she was growing stronger. Ah, Li Xiaoman was engulfed in unimaginable agony, caught between the desire to survive and the torment of her actions. Yet, the sensation of growing stronger lured her to continue feeding. Upon consuming Li Shaoqing, she broke through to the realm of saints. What a powerful technique! Li Xiaoman's resolve solidified. Mother and father, you have always wished for me to grow stronger, and you would gladly make sacrifices for me, wouldn't you? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she soared into the skies, racing toward home. Such eagerness, truly a devoted daughter. The ghost emperor of the underworld could hardly contain his laughter at the unfolding spectacle. Yet this was precisely the moment that would test his acting skills. Restrain yourself, he thought. You must endure. The ghost emperor found himself increasingly eager to witness the expression of sheer brilliance on Li Xiaoman's face once the truth was revealed. The Li family. Li Xiaoman had personally obliterated her own lineage, enduring unspeakable suffering and draining the lifeblood of all around her. Finally, she had achieved a breakthrough. Flames of vengeance ignited in her eyes. All the pain I have endured is for you. Lin Yang, today is the day you shall be torn asunder. Her confidence surged. With my current strength, crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. The ghost emperor shook his head in disbelief, bemused by her naivety. Since you are prepared, then let the journey of vengeance commence. The ghost emperor smiled faintly. Good, Li Xiaoman affirmed with a resolute in the sacred land of Qingquan. Li Xiaoman descended with a thunderous presence, her formidable aura cloaking the skies and rendering breath itself a challenge. That a saint has descended? Is that not the girl who sought to become the disciple of Master Lin that day? The higher-ups of the sacred land were enshrouded in uncertainty. The two elders were drenched in cold sweat. This aura is overwhelmingly powerful, capable of erasing our sacred land with a mere flick of a finger. Yet Li Xiaoman seemed indifferent to the others in the sacred land, her figure darting straight towards the ancient peak. Buzz! She breached the ancient peak's restrictions, her voice a melodic yet furious command. Lin Yang, come forth and meet your demise. The will of the saint radiated outward, swiftly locating Lin Yang, who was leisurely fishing, and she teleported to his side. Her gaze was icy as she confronted him. Do you have any idea of the horrific torment and suffering I have endured during this time? Lin Yang shrugged. Why should I care? Why should you care? How could you utter such words? You are the one who caused my expulsion from my clan, leading to the destruction of my family. Today, it is your life that must be repaid. Li Xiaoman was beside herself with rage. Lin Yang shook his head. To blame others for your own misdeeds is truly repugnant. Cut the nonsense. And die. Just as Li Xiaoman was about to unleash her fury, an upheaval of power surged within her. She was taken aback. What is happening? The ghost emperor then materialized, bowing respectfully to Lin Yang. Master. How's my acting? Li Xiaoman felt as though her mind was unraveling. Master, you are Lin Yang's servant. Was all of this merely an elaborate deception? The ghost emperor chuckled. For a wicked woman like you, a swift death would be too merciful. It is far more satisfying to torment you. First, I shall offer you a glimmer of hope, only to let you descend into utter despair before your demise. He grinned. This was indeed the manner of those who walk the path of darkness. Ah! Li Xiaoman could not bear the shock and succumbed to madness, lunging to attack. However, the energy within her spiraled out of control, consuming and tearing her apart I refuse to accept this. I am a daughter of destiny. How could I meet such a fate? Li Xiaoman shrieked, her gaze venomous as she glared at Lin Yang. I will haunt you even in death. Lin Yang laughed. Do you truly believe you will have the chance to haunt anyone? Li Xiaoman's body erupted completely, her soul ascending towards the cycle of reincarnation. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Yang's eyes as he glanced at the ascending spirit, which then exploded mid-air. Life extinguished, soul annihilated, she was utterly erased from existence. Ha! A fitting end. Such a sight is truly gratifying. The ghost emperor applauded enthusiastically. Lin Yang put away his fishing rod and stood up, with this matter resolved. It is time for me to return home. Home? The ghost emperor was taken aback. immensely curious about Lin Yang's true identity. What kind of power could spawn such an extraordinary prodigy? The family of my master. Bai Yue felt a stir of anxiety within her. She had never met her master's family before. Family, a term both familiar and foreign. It is time to bid farewell. Lin Yang lifted his foot and arrived at the residence of Qian Xiushui. Qian Xiushui and Xingran were engrossed in conversation, oblivious to Lin Yang's arrival. The aura of the saint had dissipated, leaving them unaware of the outcome. Xingran voiced her concerns. I wish to see the ancient peak. Qian Xiushui's gaze was resolute. If a battle of saintly proportions were to erupt, even the aftershocks of such a clash would be beyond our endurance. Moreover, our presence would only create chaos. We must trust in Lin Yang's ability to resolve this predicament. Zhang Ran shook her head, attempting to dissuade Qian Xiushui. Sigh. Qian Xiushui gazed towards the ancient peak, worry etched in her eyes, her hands unconsciously clenching together. Sister Xiushui, could it be that you have developed feelings for Lin Yang? Zhang Ran inquired, unable to contain her curiosity upon seeing Qian Xiushui's expression. Who would not be moved? Qian Xiushui replied, shaking her head. This question is entirely unnecessary. Indeed, since time immemorial, beauty has been drawn to heroes. Zhang Ran silently agreed, recognizing that anyone who beheld such a formidable, ethereal youth would undoubtedly feel their hearts stir. Moreover, he had saved them time and again, among the women of the sacred land who had even the slightest understanding of Lin Yang. Who among them was not captivated? It is a pity that he is a being of celestial stature. Any outcome between us is implausible. Qian Xiushui was acutely aware of the vast disparity between her identity and Lin Yang's. Thus she buried her feelings deep within her heart. Lin Yang stood at the doorway, a gentle smile gracing his lips. There is no need to speak so definitively, da-da. Upon realizing Lin Yang's presence, Qian Xiushui's face flushed crimson as she understood that their previous conversation had been overheard. Life is meant to be enjoyed to the fullest. Do not allow the golden goblet to stand empty before the moon. Lin Yang grinned. In this existence, one seeks nothing more than harmony and fulfillment. Why should one be shackled by arbitrary constraints, fabricating nonsensical reasons to confine oneself? Gulp. Qian Xiushui's gaze wavered, clearly moved by Lin Yang's words. Life is indeed meant to be savored. Such an aphorism is truly timeless. Zhang Ran became immersed in the essence of Lin Yang's poetic expression, sensing a shift in her own understanding. Master, you continue your conversation with Master Lin. I must retreat to Yanran Peak for meditation. Ran, unable to explain further, transformed into a wisp of fragrant wind and vanished. Now, only a solitary man and woman remained in the room, Qian Xiushui biting her lip in shyness. Simply tell me your heart's desire. Lin Yang gazed at Qian Xiushui, a grin spreading across his face. I like you. Qian Xiushui declared her feelings with unwavering conviction. I know that a person like you cannot belong to just one. I accept this, that I only ask that within your heart there exists a place for me. The moment she spoke, her mind cleared, and her body felt an unprecedented lightness. Good. Lin Yang nodded, having lived in the sacred land for several years. He genuinely admired Qian Xiushui. Before Lin Yang could utter another word, Qian Xiushui leaped forward. The black and gold phoenix robe flew aside, and both of them cast aside their hesitations, revealing their hearts to one another. A rare encounter indeed, a moment worth 1,000 gold coins. Whoa. In this, their first battle, Lin Yang showcased extraordinary talent. Is this truly your first time? Qian Xiushui questioned, skeptical. I assure you, it is indeed my first battle in this lifetime. Lin Yang confirmed with a nod. I concede. Spare me. Qian Xiushui cried out. Having never studied combat techniques, she was utterly overwhelmed by Lin Yang's prowess, unable to mount any defense. Lin Yang relished the confrontation. The beauty before him was undeniably captivating. Cultivating immortality is indeed delightful. If one wishes to continue battling, one may become an eternal dynamo, Lin Yang mused. Regrettably, while he could endure indefinitely, Qian Xiushui could not withstand such intensity. By the following noon, she had completely capitulated. Whoosh! Qian Xiushui gazed at the youth before her, her cheeks aflame. Are you leaving? How did you know? Lin Yang was somewhat taken aback. He had not yet broached this subject. Do not underestimate a woman's intuition, Qian Xiushui said with a smile. Well, it's time to head home and take a look. Lin Yang nodded and tossed a cultivation manual to Qian Xiushui. The great immortal technique? She exclaimed, gazing at the name of the manual. It sounds incredibly formidable. With this immortal cultivation method, combined with my current practice, my progress will accelerate significantly. Lin Yang replied earnestly, hurry and cultivate to the saint realm. We shall meet in the heavenly dome. All right. Qian Xiushui was deeply astonished that in this age of celestial demise, the supreme emperor represented the pinnacle of power. Immortal cultivation methods were predominantly held by those immortal forces, making it virtually impossible for them to circulate freely. Thus, Lin Yang's sudden provision of an immortal technique was nothing short of astonishing. This token contains the strength of my 3 swords. Possessing it will ensure your safety in any perilous situation. Lin Yang then presented her with another token. If you wish to contact me, use this token. Where should I look for you if I become a saint? Qian Xiushui inquired. The undying Lin clan. Lin Yang remarked with a slight smile, waving his hand as he transformed into a radiant streak of light and departed. The undying Lin clan. Qian Xiushui stared blankly at Lin Yang's retreating figure, murmuring to herself. While she may not have heard of other forces in the heavenly dome, the undying Lin clan was renowned as the sovereign of the 8 desolates. Who had not heard of them? My heavens, he hails from an immortal clan. Qian Xiushui felt her head spinning. Everything seemed too surreal. Heavenly Dome Realm, this truly the Heavenly Dome Realm? Bai Yue exclaimed with curiosity, surveying her surroundings. The density of spiritual energy here exceeds that of the mortal realm by more than 10-fold. Lin Yang nodded. Humans born in the Heavenly Dome Realm possess innate strength. Upon birth, they're already at the innate realm. As long as they mature normally, they can reach the Tao Palace realm. With diligent cultivation, even the most ordinary commoner can attain the rank of a monarch. My goodness! Bai Yue was profoundly astonished. The disparity between the mortal realm and the heavenly dome was simply staggering. In the mortal realm, achieving the rank of monarch and ascending was already a feat of unparalleled excellence. Yet in the heavenly dome, such heights could be reached by an ordinary person with adequate effort. This world is indeed unfair, Bai Yue reflected, feeling a tinge of sorrow that one's birthplace almost determined the entirety of their life as achievements. For instance, take the North Desolate Sword God, Shun Tsangxing, with his talent. Had he been born in the heavenly dome, he would likely have reached at least the celestial monarch realm by now. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Being born in the mortal realm means cultivating with inferior techniques, limited resources, and a rudimentary understanding of cultivation, all compounded by a lower concentration of spiritual energy. The foundation laid would be inherently weak. Just as cattle and horses are fated to remain so from birth, their chance for resurgence is rare. Bai Yue also relished storytelling. Upon reflection, the protagonists in those tales often appeared as ordinary individuals at the outset. However, in the end, their true identities were unveiled, revealing them to be either the offspring of powerful warriors or bearers of ancient bloodlines. Where, then, are the truly ordinary people? Contemplating this, she felt a pang of sadness. Am I merely an ordinary person, destined to fall short of my master's accomplishments, no matter how hard I strive? You consider yourself ordinary? Lin Yang nearly lost his composure, internally scoffing. Your background is the most formidable of all. Apart from himself, only his sister Lin Jiuyu could rival Bai Yue's lineage. Do not fret. Your innate talent is exceptional. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, your achievements will be significant. Lin Yang reassured her. Thank you for your encouragement. Master, I will strive diligently. Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with determination. Meanwhile, the spectral emperor surveyed their surroundings. Numerous powerful figures were making their way in the same direction. Had something significant occurred? Let us investigate, Lin Yang said, shifting his technique as he led the 2 onward. Soon, they stumbled upon a massive cavern, its seal precariously teetering, exuding a kaleidoscope of radiant treasures. This must be a relic left behind by a saint. The surrounding powerful beings speculated. I am a saint myself. I don't possess the ability to create such a ruckus. A formidable presence materialized. It was Chen Zichuan, the leader of the Zichuan sect. A ninth-level saint, the multitude of cultivators respectfully made way. Even in the heavenly dome, a saint held the authority to establish a sect, and their appearances were rare. When they did appear, they commanded attention. I estimate this might be a relic of a saint king. Chen Zichuan confidently proclaimed, "You are but a group of celestial monarchs and celestial venerates. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly. The treasures here are of a level far beyond your reach." The faces of the surrounding cultivators paled. It was clear that Chen Zichuan aimed to monopolize this saint king treasure. It was widely known that the higher the level of the relic, the greater the danger it posed. Entering would likely lead to their demise. Out of kindness, I shall allow the Zichuan sect to scout the way for you, with a wave of his hand. The powerful members of the Zichuan sect appeared, exuding a formidable aura that sealed off the area. This statement from sect leader Chen is rather excessive. You believe the treasures here belong solely to you? Several figures descended indifferently, all leaders of nearby sects. Each one a saint. Since we are all friends here, we naturally have the right to share in this relic. Chen Zichuan's expression turned icy, displeased yet cautious not to provoke widespread anger. As for you scattered cultivators, best make yourselves scarce. Clear the area. The surrounding celestial monarchs and celestial venerates dared not voice their anger. They were not even allowed to spectate. Such blatant tyranny was intolerable. Yet, the heavenly dome was a realm where might dictated right, and they had no choice but to endure. What are you looking at? Weaklings have no right to share in the treasures, Chen Zichuan declared with boldness. You wish to enter and claim a share? Defeat me first? Oh, such a simple requirement. A light laugh echoed through the air. Chen Zichuan glared angrily, spotting a youthful figure with an air of celestial grace. Who might you be? Chen Zichuan felt a touch of annoyance, but Lin Yang's imposing demeanor was inscrutable. It was prudent to approach with caution. However, the girl beside Lin Yang was merely at the ninth level of the celestial monarch realm, suggesting that Lin Yang could not be too formidable either. You are not worthy to know my master's name. If you are sensible, step aside, the spectral emperor retorted, his irritation palpable. Should you continue to dawdle, I shall end you with a mere flick of my hand. As he spoke, he subtly released a hint of Saint King aura, instantly silencing everyone present. Gulp. Realizing he was in the presence of a Saint King, Chen Zichuan's demeanor shifted dramatically, plastering a sycophantic smile across his face as he bowed respectfully. The contrast in his attitude was comical. Bullying the weak while fearing the strong. The onlooking celestial monarchs and celestial venerates silently scoffed. This is rather amusing, Lin Yang observed, directing his gaze towards the cavern. According to your reasoning, this place is also unsuitable for you to enter. You truly are too weak. What? The expressions of Chen Zichuan and several other saints shifted dramatically, their brows knitting in concern. Did this mysteriously powerful youth plan to monopolize the secret treasure? I merely spoke the truth. Lin Yang extended his hand and directly removed the seal. An overwhelming brilliance erupted, piercing the heavens and drawing the attention of the world. Gulp. The eyes of Chen Zichuan and the other saints widened in shock. The treasures within were undeniably formidable, at least of the great saint level. Lin Yang disregarded their reactions and, with Bai Yu Wei and the spectral emperor, stepped into the cavern. Are we going in? One saint hesitated to ask. People die for wealth, much like birds die for food. The great saint treasure is within reach. Even if he is a celestial monarch, we must seize a piece of the pie from him. Chen Zichuan gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with madness. All right. The other saint's gazes hardened with resolve. If we join forces, we need not fear even a saint king. That brat is too arrogant. He clearly has not experienced the harsh realities of the cultivation world. If he continues to be unreasonable, we shall eliminate him. Death within the secret realm leaves no survivors. No matter how grand your background, you shall perish without a trace. A group of saints resolutely decided to form an alliance and swiftly made their way into the depths of the cavern. Lin Yang, accompanied by the ghost emperor of the underworld and by Yu Wei, casually traversed the path. The first level of the cavern was strewn with spirit stones and magical artifacts. However, Their low quality rendered them unworthy of Lin Yang's attention. Without hesitation, he led the two deeper into the second and third levels. Life forms began to emerge. The ghost emperor of the underworld muttered, suddenly glancing over. There amidst the pile of artifacts on the fourth level, a few strange red-skinned beings with 3 eyes and 6 arms were lurking in the shadows, observing them. These creatures look exceedingly peculiar. Bai Yue remarked that by the heavens, the ghost emperor of the underworld exclaimed in surprise. These are ancient extraterrestrials. Are ancient extraterrestrials formidable? Bai Yue inquired, her confusion evident, as her cultivation spanned merely a decade, leaving her unaware of the ancient secrets. Formidable does not even begin to describe their prowess. The ghost emperor shook his head. They are the nightmares of humanity. In ancient times, they ruled over all. Humans and demons were but their food and slaves. They're the favored children of heaven and earth. Even the most inferior among them reaches the realm of the human sovereign upon maturity, and with slight cultivation, they can ascend to the status of celestial honor. How terrifying! Bai Yue gasped, astonished to think that mere cultivation could elevate one to celestial honor. Does that imply there are a multitude of extraterrestrial saints? The ancient era feels so distant. I only learned a few secrets after ascending to the emperor level. The ghost emperor of the underworld surveyed the surrounding extraterrestrials. I cannot discern the origins of these beings. They belong to the three-eyed demon clan. Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. They are merely mediocre among the extraterrestrials. There's no cause for concern. Didn't they say that the ancient extraterrestrials have all been sealed away? What is happening here? The ghost emperor questioned repeatedly. Perhaps they believe they have regained their strength and have ventured out to seek trouble. Lin Yang replied with a grin. His mind was filled with vast knowledge, and he was well aware of the events of the ancient period. He held no fondness for these cruel and terrifying ancient beings. Roar! The extraterrestrials before them clearly sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Yang's group. They dared not offend and only lurked in the shadows, drooling. Lin Yang, indifferent to these minor characters, pressed onward toward the deepest part of the cavern. Capture the leader first. Kikik, bait has entered. In the depths of the cavern, several ominous voices echoed. Let us offer them some benefits first, and when they can no longer escape, we shall ensnare them all. With a crimson glow illuminating the scene, a powerful extraterrestrial appeared upon the throne. In this age of the fallen immortals, humanity's true immortals had vanished, and even the supreme emperors were few and far between. It was time for us ancient extraterrestrials to re-emerge. The extraterrestrial, adorned with 2 curved horns, 3 eyes, 6 arms, and wings upon its back, bore red skin, resembling a demon from hell. In those days, the strongest among humanity shone brightly, forcing us myriad clans into seclusion, a profound disgrace. The cycle of heaven is just. Now it is the time for these damned insects to tremble in fear. Once, they were merely food and slaves. I still remember the taste of those humans. It is enough to make one salivate. Especially the human females and their young. Their tenderness is unparalleled, and their brain matter surpasses any fine wine. Our myriad clans are about to reclaim the earth and dominate the realms, slay the humans. Enslave the humans. In the vast cavern, the roars of the 3-eyed demon clan reverberated, their murderous intent overwhelming as the sea. Kikik, it's humans. On the 7th level, a 3-eyed demon warrior's eyes glimmered with greed as he had confined himself for endless years and was now drooling at the sight of delectable prey. Lord Tachika, shall we hunt them? They appear quite appetizing, save for that old fellow, suggested a nearby 3-eyed demon. They are but humans. Now that the immortal realm is shattered, they have nothing to rely on. Tachika sneered. Let us target these young ones and teach them who truly rules this world. With that, he soared into the air, leading the army of 3-eyed demons from the 7th level toward Lin Yang and his companions. Capture the boy and girl alive. The old one is unappetizing, so kill him, commanded the leading 3-eyed demon. Lin Yang's gaze turned icy. These insignificant beings were not worth his effort, but their choice to seek death was another matter entirely. How dare you say I am unappetizing? The ghost emperor of the underworld, even more enraged, charged forward. Nay, I am not food at all. How dare you treat me as such? A bunch of grotesque creatures. Perish. Now, his strength had returned to the sovereign realm, and his imposing aura surged forth, overwhelming the three-eyed demons at the forefront. What? Is it truly the age of fallen immortals? How can a mere human possess such strength? The three-eyed demons were taken aback. Clear the way. Lord Tachika is coming. The leaders of the three-eyed demons shouted. Humph! How dare a mere human act so ferocious? Die! With a furious roar, Tachika swung his massive halberd, forcing the Ghost Emperor of the underworld back. The Ghost Emperor raised an eyebrow. Is this the extent of the ancient extraterrestrials? Tachika, furious and poised to strike, suddenly sensed a great terror. He looked up to see Lin Yang as colossal finger descending upon him. No! Tachika's hair stood on end as he screamed in horror. In an instant, he was pinned to the ground by that giant finger, his body crushed and soul obliterated. Master, the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld once again witnessed Lin Yang's unparalleled might, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Lin Yang, indifferent, stated, "Do not squander time." That human youth, he dispatched Lord Tachika with a mere finger? My heavens, what a terrifying existence. Is he truly a weak human? The three-eyed demons trembled, collapsing to the ground, their bodies limp. Lin Yang paid no heed to these insignificant creatures. Presuming that Chen Zichuan and the others would handle this mess, he swiftly surged downward into the cavern, cutting through obstacles with ease. Any who dared to impede his path were effortlessly obliterated with a single finger. In the deepest part of the cavern, the three-eyed demon king, sipping on a crimson liquid, coldly inquired, "Where are the bait? Could it be that humans have regressed to a primitive state, incapable of even overcoming the fourth level?" The generals beneath the throne laughed heartily. Those weak insects have lost the protection of immortals. They are no threat and deserve only to be our slaves and food. Report, they have reached the 13th. No, 14th, 15, 17. The monitoring three-eyed demoness eyes widened, stumbling over his words. Boom! Before he could finish, the cavern ceiling collapsed. A terrifying force crushed him, the monitor, and a dozen nearby, three-eyed demon warriors into a bloody pulp. The three-eyed demon king sprang to his feet, his three eyes wide with fury. How could someone reach the 18th level so swiftly? This human possesses some skill. The three-eyed demon king sneered. This king has an eye for talent. Despite being merely human, if you are willing to serve as my subordinate, I shall accept you. In the future. When I dominate the world, your kin shall not perish. What say you? Lin Yang replied with a cold laugh. You. Indeed, just this king. The three-eyed demon king unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy, shaking all present with terror. Our king is invincible. The many three-eyed demons roared in ecstatic pride. Die. The three-eyed demon king charged forward, intending to slay Lin Yang. Lin Yang merely chuckled and swatted at him. Humph, you dare to challenge me with your bare hands. The three-eyed demon king laughed maniacally. Do you not know that compared to extraterrestrials, humans are as fragile as paper? He displayed formidable prowess, the strength to move mountains and fill seas coalescing within his fist, shattering the very void. Lin Yang stood indifferently amidst the heavens, unwavering. What? The three-eyed demon king was struck with horror. How could this be possible? Is that all? Lin Yang scoffed. Even dusting off my clothes would be too much for you. With that, he abruptly lifted his leg and sent the three-eyed demon flying with a single kick. Boom! The demon's body soared through the air like a meteor, shattering the throne upon impact. Puff! The demon king spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at Lin Yang in sheer disbelief. Is there really such a terrifying powerhouse among humans? How could this be? This is not the age of celestial fall anymore. It is no longer the ancient era. Humanity has long since risen, standing at the pinnacle of the 3,000 realms. Even if your ancient race were to resurrect, you could only bow your heads. Lin Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice cold and authoritative. Under the overwhelming pressure, the three-eyed demon king's rage surged, a third horn sprouting from his head as his power intensified. Are you confident in your physical strength? Lin Yang grinned. stepping forward to confront the three-eyed demon king, flicking his finger to shatter the newly sprouted, terrifying demon horn. How could this be? The three-eyed demon king was nearly paralyzed with fear, his eyes bulging. The demon king's innate magic horn could even serve as a material for crafting supreme imperial weapons, highlighting its hardness. T.O.B. shattered by a mere flick? Die. Lin Yang seized one of the demon's horns in each hand and, with a slight exertion, tore his body in half. Riot. The three-eyed demon king was rent asunder, blood splattering forth, his soul dissipating. King. The three-eyed demon clan cried out in despair, unwilling to believe the scene before their eyes. The invincible king was torn apart just like that. Too weak. Lin Yang shook his head. Do you think you can dominate the world with such strength? Utterly laughable. He looked coldly at the three-eyed demons, their eyes bloodshot with murderous intent, and uttered a single word. Annihilate. With his words, a terrifying wave of destruction erupted. All who were touched by the wave were obliterated. No, I refuse to accept this. After countless ages of slumber, to awaken only to face death without even seeing the sun? The three-eyed demons wailed. Yet they could not withstand the fate of death brought forth by the wave of annihilation. The entire 18th layer of the abyss collapsed in an instant. Gulp. The ghost emperor of the underworld swallowed hard. Though he knew Lin Yang was immensely powerful, witnessing such terrifying might was still a first. The ghost emperor marveled, reminiscing about the time he ascended to the pinnacle, serving as an emperor for the human race. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow as he extended his hand to grasp a shimmering object from the ruins. It was a small bronze tower, albeit incomplete. His consciousness delved into the small tower, and he raised an eyebrow. It turned out to be an immortal tower. Each layer possessed its own miraculous functions. The first layer could slow the flow of time by 10,000 times. A day outside would equate to 10,000 days inside, allowing one to comprehend the path of time at will. The second layer offered nearly infinite space for the study of the path of space. The third layer, featuring chaotic genesis, directly demonstrated the path of chaos. How many layers could this tower have had when complete? Lin Yang mused. Kid, your eyes are sharp. I'm the chaos immortal artifact, transcending all. In ancient times, even the immortal emperors sought to meet me, but I looked down upon them. You are quite fortunate to have stumbled upon me. Just recognize me as your master, and I shall. The mysterious voice had yet to finish when Lin Yang's large hand yanked its spirit from the boundless chaos. Ah! The spirit of the tower appeared as a small boy, now being held up by Lin Yang's hand. His face turned pale, panic-stricken, as he flailed his limbs, baring his teeth and shouting, "How dare you treat your tower master this way? Chaos is born from Pangu, and I existed even before Pangu. Do you know my worth? Treating me this way will surely anger me." "Oh, what will happen if you get angry? Will you bare your teeth?" Lin Yang teased. "Get lost." The small boy flailed his limbs, his face filled with indignation. If it weren't for my endless years of confinement and the shattering of my body, even countless immortal emperors would be extinguished in one breath. How could I possibly fall into your hands? My life is truly miserable, he lamented, yet he did not fear Lin Yang. You have quite the audacity, not afraid that I might kill you? Lin Yang grinned. The boy stuck out his tongue at him, utterly unconcerned. Didn't I already tell you? Chaos is born from Pangu, and this tower existed even before Pangu, the 3,000 paths on my nursery rhymes. And the river of time is merely my footbath that I have long since transcended everything beyond the laws of the Tao, unkillable and everlasting. Even if I have lost my ability to attack, no one can harm me. Unless you are Pangu reincarnated. He grinned mischievously, treating Lin Yang with complete disdain. Yes, that's so. Lin Yang smirked, extending his hand to tickle the boy's soles. Ah! The boy squirmed violently, tears of laughter nearly spilling. No, this isn't right. Ha ha, how could you, ha ha, make me feel anything? Ha ha! He was internally horrified, fully aware of his own high status. To be touched by anyone was already among the most powerful beings of the ages. Not to mention an existence that could evoke actual sensations that if I can make you feel itchiness, I can make you feel pain. Lin Yang grinned wickedly. Don't think it difficult to kill you. Even subjecting you to this endless tickling, can you withstand it? I was wrong, is that enough? Ha! Please stop, ha! Stop it! Ha! The boy laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Lin Yang finally withdrew his hand. What should you call me? Umph. You are indeed somewhat impressive. I'll begrudgingly acknowledge you as my little brother. The boy still held on to his bravado. It seems you're not very honest. Lin Yang curled his finger, grinning wickedly at him. Brother, I recognize you as my brother, okay? The boy's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly screamed. Consider yourself perceptive. Lin Yang nodded, casting the boy aside. With such a grand background, how did you end up shattered? The tower spirit sighed. I can't quite recall, but I vaguely remember it being a matter concerning the survival of the myriad realms. Remember, I must gather the tower's body once more. Lin Yang nodded slightly. Since you acknowledge me as your elder brother, I shall naturally seek out your tower body. Really? The tower spirit's eyes lit up. If he could recover the tower body, it would be the best outcome. He could then exhibit unparalleled power and restore his fragmented memories. A gentleman's word. Lin Yang smiled, withdrawing his consciousness from the small tower, glancing at the ghost emperor of the underworld behind him. It seems there is no longer any threat here. Let us depart. All right, Bai Yue nodded. The ghost emperor, still immersed in shock, only now realized. Are those humans still exploring down below? He had been too focused on breaking into the abyss, hardly paying attention to those minor characters. Yet even those minor characters, a playful smile emerged on his face. Hiss! Just after slaying the three-eyed demon on the fourth layer and acquiring some spirit stones and weapons, Chun Zichuan laughed heartily. Huh. What ancient races? They are utterly weak. I can slaughter them with ease. Master is mighty. Master is invincible. The sect elders following him licked up to him. Chun Zichuan furrowed his brow. However, why did I not see that kid on the fourth layer? With a Saint King level elder guarding him, surely he couldn't have perished on the fourth layer. Could he? It's not impossible, given how arrogant he is. An elder nearby sneered. Yet it's highly probable they have already descended to deeper layers. In other words, the most powerful treasures within have likely been looted by him already. The formidable beings that enter the cavern possess blood-red eyes. The treasures they have collected are already immensely valuable. Yet it turns out these are merely the leftovers. Damn it, when we meet, I must demand half. Indeed, those who witness shall share in the spoils. This is a fortuitous opportunity for us all. Quite right. The ancient alien races are a common foe of humanity. Thus, the treasures from their lair ought to be divided among us. These individuals are fiercely determined, having pierced through to the 8th level. Why are these monsters growing ever stronger? If not for their scarcity, we would undoubtedly struggle to breach the 7th level. Yes, there are even three-eyed demons of saintly caliber present in the 7th level. Chun Zichuan and several other saints are drenched in blood, panting heavily. The 7th level is perilously treacherous. It seems not all humans are so formidable. In the 8th level, a Voldemort-like Saint King drools as he observes Chun Zichuan and the others. Just moments ago, Lin Yang was terrifying, having smashed through the 8th level with a single strike. He was fortunate to have been hidden underground, avoiding that devastating blow, his heart nearly shattered from fear. He resolved to never emerge from the cavern again. However, upon seeing Chun Zichuan and the others, he changed his mind. Delicacies, here I come. The Voldemort Saint King soared into the air, exuding an overwhelming presence. You insignificant insects dare trespass in the lair of my three-eyed demon clan. You shall all become my feast. A Saint King level demon? How is that possible? The strongest in the previous level was merely a 3rd-tier saint. How did we suddenly leap to a Saint King? Chun Zichuan and the others were left dumbfounded, suspended in mid-air. The three-eyed Saint King paid them no heed, casually seizing a human saint with a sweeping gesture, opening his mouth wide to bite off his head, crunching it with a satisfying crack. Flee! The oppressive aura of this three-eyed Saint King was overwhelming. The saints who had planned to join forces turned pale, abandoning thoughts of retaliation as they sought to escape. Yet one by one, they were hunted down and slaughtered, swallowed whole. How delicious! Truly exquisite! The three-eyed Saint King cackled madly. All the humans were engulfed in despair. While humanity was not devoid of saint kings, they were far from reach, unable to offer timely assistance. Chen Zichuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, why doesn't this guy go after that arrogant little brat from earlier? Could it be that the brat is an agent of the ancient alien races? Before he could finish his lament, the three-eyed Saint King had already pursued him, ready to swallow Chen Zichuan whole. No, he bellowed in desperation. In the next moment, a brilliant sword light erupted, cleaving the three-eyed Saint King's body in two. Blood splattered, and his soul shattered. The panicked humans fell silent, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The terrifying three-eyed Saint King had perished just like that. Lin Yang, accompanied by the Ghost Emperor and by Yu Wei, appeared calmly. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely assistance. Some perceptive human cultivators bowed in gratitude. The terrified Chen Zichuan, however, erupted in anger. Why were you all ahead and yet not attacked by the demon clan? The Ghost Emperor shot him a glance. Such a worthless individual. Saving you is truly unnecessary. Chen Zichuan clenched his fists, reluctant to speak further. Yet he had already resolved that upon exiting the cavern, he would sell information to the powerful figures he knew, whether it be the agent of the ancient human race or the numerous treasures within this cavern. Many formidable beings would surely be interested in that little brat. That time, as the informant, he would at least be entitled to some benefits, right? Lin Yang directed his gaze towards Chen Zichuan, signaling to the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor grinned. Understood. I'll ensure a clean kill. What do you intend to do? You truly mean to strike against me? You traitorous agents of the ancient alien races. Chen Zichuan shrieked in terror. The remaining human survivors also turned pale. Hiss! The Ghost Emperor restrained Chen Zichuan's arms, opening his mouth wide to extract his soul from the crown of his head, consuming it as one would sip tea. A saint's soul is indeed a nourishing delicacy. Lin Yang surveyed the pale-faced human cultivators beside him. Now, do any of you still harbor ill intentions against me? What? The numerous cultivators could hardly fathom that Lin Yang would directly read their thoughts. Though they all vehemently denied it, their hearts had already made a choice. Lin Yang sneered coldly, indifferently striking out with his palm. The wind from his strike swept through, causing all those who harbored wicked thoughts against him to explode in a shower of gore. You survivors possess decent character. The lair of the ancient alien races is not a realm for beings of your level to meddle in. Go forth, seek out powerful allies to handle this place, and refrain from mentioning anything related to me. Otherwise, this blood mist shall be your fate. Lin Yang was disinclined to explain. Those who had cultivated to this level might be vile, but they were not foolish. Even if some were dim-witted, he cared not. Those who dared provoke him would be met with death. His power was overwhelming, and the control he wielded was meticulous. The Ghost Emperor marveled beside him. The closer he followed Lin Yang, the deeper his admiration grew. Moreover, his master was decisive in vengeance, ruthless in his actions. Had he been born 1,000,000 years earlier, he would undoubtedly have been the leader of the demonic path. He fantasized about dominating all so-called prodigies of the righteous path, crushing those sanctimonious old-timers. Upon exiting the cavern, Lin Yang soared towards the Lin clan. The emergence of the ancient alien races was a monumental event, and it would be wise to inform his father, the King of Hell. Gulp, Master, where are we headed? The Ghost Emperor grew increasingly anxious as they flew. The regions of the Heavenly Dome realm held great significance. The closer one approached the center, the denser the spiritual energy became. Thus, the mightier the force, the more likely it was to establish its headquarters in the central areas. Now, they had already traversed beyond the territory favored by dominant powers and entered the second ring of the Heavenly Dome. Could it be that the master hails from an imperial clan? The Ghost Emperor's heart raced with excitement that a force that had produced a supreme emperor was qualified to be called a dominant power. Furthermore, a higher-level imperial clan, prior to the era of celestial demise, must have birthed true immortals. Such transcendent forces, even after the celestial demise, would still be teeming with emperors, formidable and invincible, standing apart from the rest. Yet which imperial clan could it be? The Ghost Emperor pondered. The Lin and Yi clans frequently produced emperors. Within the 8 Desolations realm, there were no fewer than 5 imperial clans founded solely by these two surnames. Huff huff. Lin Yang continued to soar, showing no signs of slowing. Master, we are about to cross into the territory of the second ring of the heavenly dome. Beyond that lies the exclusive domain of the 8 Desolation Sovereign. The Ghost Emperor warned repeatedly. Lin Yang turned back to glance at him. After a million years of lingering as a remnant soul, have you lost your wits? Ah? The Ghost Emperor was taken aback. I must ask you, who is the sovereign of the 8 Desolations? Lin Yang inquired with a faint smile. Naturally, it is the undying in the next moment, the Ghost Emperor shrieked. The undying Lin clan. You hail from the undying Lin clan. Even a million years ago, during the righteous and demonic wars, when he was the leader of the demonic path, he could only gaze up at the undying Lin clan. After all, as the sovereign of the 8 Desolations, the undying Lin clan was far too transcendent. Such trivial matters as the righteous and demonic wars, at most, only claimed a few emperors. They were far too apathetic to intervene. Lin Yang smiled faintly, saying no more, as he flew into the domain of the undying Lin clan. Gulp, I actually have the privilege to enter the undying Lin clan in this lifetime. The Ghost Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. Huff huff. They arrived at the entrance of the Lin clan. The young clan leader has returned. It is the young clan leader. Several Saint Guardians at the gate were beside themselves with excitement. Bowing in unison, we welcome the return of the young master. The Ghost Emperor trembled all over, his blood boiling with excitement. He gazed at Lin Yang, unable to believe his eyes. The young master of the entire, undying Lin clan? Does that not mean he is destined to become the new sovereign of this boundless 8 Desolations realm? Oh heavens, he exclaimed with a tremor in his voice. Bewildered by the unmerited fortune of having inadvertently secured the most formidable ally in the 8 Desolations. Where is my father? Lin Yang inquired directly. The clan patriarch is in the council chamber, attending to some urgent matters. Several esteemed elders of the clan have gone there as well. The gatekeeper replied respectfully. Lin Yang nodded, accompanied by the Netherworld Ghost Emperor and by Yu Wei, as they soared towards the council hall. Why have the ancient alien races suddenly awakened? They must have sensed something amiss. The path to immortality may soon reopen, and they yearn to seize the destiny of this generation, unwilling to remain sealed by humanity. Within the council hall, the prominent figures of the Lin clan, along with several guests from immortal factions, were engaged in fervent discussion. The Empress of the undying Phoenix dynasty and the patriarch of the Ji family displayed somewhat unnatural expressions. After all, during their last visit to the Lin clan, they had narrowly escaped being devoured by the 3-generation immortal emperor. The haunting memories of the 8 Desolations lingered in their minds. The speculation of the Qingxiu fairy held considerable merit. Lin Tanyuan solemnly nodded. According to the divinations of Elder Tianji, the era of immortal demise is drawing to a close. The path to immortality is about to be reopened. Indeed, our human race has recently given birth to numerous exceptionally rare prodigies. Corroborating this notion, the Empress of the Undying Phoenix cast a proud glance at the girl behind her. The girl wore a veil, revealing only a pair of phoenix eyes imbued with profound flames of the Tao. Radiant and enchanting, evoking an unapproachable awe. The golden age is nigh, with prodigies emerging in succession. These prodigies are the pillars of the future human race, born from tribulation. The leaders of the immortal factions reflected on the commotion caused by the ancient prodigies birthed in recent years, recalling that none had stirred as much attention as the Lin clan's offspring back in the day. The Ji family patriarch grinned slyly at Lin Tianyuan. The leaders of the immortal factions reminisced about that fateful day, when they were subjected to the terror instilled by the 3-generation immortal emperor. Indeed, the commotion was so profound that it remains vividly etched in my memory. The emperor of the immortal Qin dynasty nodded in agreement. At that time, Lin Yang's talent assessment had been interrupted by the 3-generation immortal emperor. Yet, based on the extraordinary phenomena surrounding his birth, he undoubtedly surpassed all others, claiming the title of the foremost prodigy in countless epochs. The Ji family patriarch marveled, feeling a sense of pride in the prowess of Lin Tianyuan's son, for such achievements reflect upon him as well. Prowess is ultimately determined by strength. The Empress of the Phoenix dynasty interjected coolly. Back then, Lin Tianyuan had audaciously proposed that Lin Yang form alliances with both her Phoenix dynasty prodigies and the nine-tailed fox of Qingxiu, which had left her quite displeased, a sentiment she still harbored. However, she now wondered how far Lin's young phoenix and the Qilin child had progressed in their cultivation. Upon voicing this inquiry, all eyes turned toward her, clearly intrigued. Well, Lin Tianyuan's expression faltered. They should have both reached the saint level by now. I presume. What do you mean by presume? Yes, clan patriarch. The great calamity for humanity is imminent, and the path to immortality is on the brink of reopening. Your son has been blessed by the Tao, and he is likely to become the leader of the young generation of prodigies. This is no time for modesty or concealment. The emperor of the immortal Qin dynasty insisted. Indeed, the other leaders of the immortal factions concurred. It is not that I intend to conceal anything. I truly lack knowledge. Lin Tianyuan sighed. M.Y.'s son possesses a free-spirited nature and has been absent from the Lin clan for 10 years. He left using the technique of void translocation, which even saints cannot trace that I have not seen him in a decade. What? This revelation left everyone in a state of bewilderment, their minds reeling as if struck by a heavy blow. Void translocation? Old Lin, are you serious? That's a technique reserved for saints. The Ji family patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 years ago, Lin Yang was merely 8 years old, right? An 8-year-old saint? Absurd? Lin Tianyuan managed a bitter smile. I knew you wouldn't believe it. I find it preposterous myself. Perhaps it could be attributed to some secret technique. The Empress of the Undying Phoenix frowned. T.O. perform void translocation. One must at least be at the level of a heavenly sovereign. Correct? An 8-year-old at that level? Utterly ridiculous. The leaders of the immortal factions exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Ahem, this is a matter best left for Lin Yang to clarify. Our speculations bear no weight. The Ji family patriarch waved his hand dismissively, turning to Lin Tianyuan. What of Jiuyu? Are you also unaware of her circumstances? Did she too use void translocation to escape? Lin Tianyuan shook his head. She left with Lin Yang that day, and like my son, has not returned in 10 years. With that, the door was suddenly flung open. The leaders of the immortal factions were taken aback, their brows furrowing in apprehension. They beheld a youth resembling a celestial being striding in, urgency evident in his tone. Jiuyu hasn't returned? What on earth is happening? Lin Tianyuan was momentarily stunned, but then his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. My precious son, you have finally returned. The gathered crowd turned to him, their initial discontent replaced with gravity and intrigue. Could this be the legendary celestial being who was to celebrate with the Tao, even the princess of the Undying Phoenix, whose eyes burned with endless flames, and the unyielding nine-tailed fox of Qingxiu were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Yang. Why Phoenix? I cannot perceive his cultivation. The Phoenix princess was profoundly alarmed. This was her first encounter with a peer whose strength she could not discern. She lifted her proud, alabaster neck, igniting a fierce determination within her. He can even stir my desires. The nine-tailed fox of Qingxiu was equally astonished. Trained in the art of allure, she could manipulate the emotions of others while remaining impervious to them herself. Yet, she nearly succumbed to her own feelings merely by gazing at Lin Yang. He didn't even spare me a glance, yet I was nearly ensnared by his charm. She found herself questioning her very existence, though her pride as a nine-tailed fox made her reluctant to concede. Not only they, but the leaders of the immortal factions were entirely unable to fathom Lin Yang's current strength, exchanging curious glances among themselves. Lin Yang, however, paid them no heed and strode directly towards Lin Tianyuan, urgently inquiring, what has happened to Jiuyu? He had left protective measures on his sister, and he sensed that they had yet to be triggered, indicating that she had not encountered any danger. However, given her deep affection for her family, how could she possibly remain away for 10 years? There must be something amiss. Was Jiuyu not with you? Lin Tianyuan's expression turned grave at that time. Lin Jiuyu had summoned the 3-generation immortal sword, leading all the clan's powerful figures above the imperial rank to be convened at the ancestral grounds. Only the saint-level guardians remained in the Lin clan. Lin Yang's sudden display of strength and subsequent void translocation had made it impossible to trace him. And since he and Lin Jiuyu had departed together, it was naturally assumed they were in each other's company. Most importantly, protective measures had been placed on both of them by the Lin clan. Since those measures had not been activated, there had been no urgency to search for them. After all, in the world of cultivation, even a brief retreat could last for centuries. 10 years is but a fleeting moment. Lin Yang closed his eyes, attuning himself to the imprint he had left on his sister, and was about to turn to leave. Lin Yang, where do you think you're going? A voice broke through. The leaders of the immortal factions were taken aback, their expressions shifting that we are in the midst of a council meeting. Your sudden entrance and departure lack the courtesy befitting our gathering. The Empress Feng Qiuhuang and the patriarch of the Jiang family scowled. You are eager to search for your sister, aren't you? Ji Wuming, the patriarch of the Ji family, interjected to defend Lin Yang. Our discussions are not relevant to your precious son. What is all this fuss about? Who are you to reprimand him? Lin Tianyuan frowned, directly chastising. The patriarch of the Jiang family felt displeased but could only endure. Among the immortal factions, the Lin clan's heritage was unparalleled, while the Jiang family was considerably weaker. Wait, a youth with a stern countenance stepped forward behind the patriarch of the Jiang family, a faint humble smile gracing his lips. I have long heard of the Lin clan's Qilin child. Born amidst the celebration of the Tao, possessing unparalleled talent across the 3,000 realms, I have admired you from afar. How about a friendly spar, so I may witness the true worth of the Tao's blessing before you depart? You are not worthy. Lin Yang shook his head, his footsteps unwavering. Such a lack of respect, yet it is your fault, brother Lin. The young man from the Jiang family furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp and cold. All the esteemed leaders wish to witness your prowess. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to strike and reveal the might of a sage. Just as Lin Tianyuan was about to reprimand him, a voice rang out. Get lost! Lin Yang turned back indifferently, his murderous intent slicing through the air. With merely a glance, he shattered the sage's imposing aura, causing Jiang Linfan to spew blood and be sent flying. Had it not been for the intervention of the Jiang family patriarch, he would have been rendered a cripple. Such a ruthless young man. The patriarch of the Jiang family was filled with immense fury. Their Jiang family, though not lacking in heritage, had failed to produce any peerless prodigies. Jiang Linfan was one of the few exceptional talents they could present at merely a century old. He had already attained sagehood. This rising star of the future had nearly been crippled. How could he not be enraged? What? Are you dissatisfied with my son? Lin Tianyuan chuckled. Shall we engage in a friendly sparring match? Following the fall of the 3 generations immortal emperor, a faction of opportunists had infiltrated the 8 desolation realms. And the Jiang family's shadow loomed behind them. Humph, the Lin family's Qilin son is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Qingdao, the patriarch of the Jiang family, coldly clasped his hands and retreated to his seat. He had no courage to confront Lin Tianyuan. This man had fought through the 8 desolation, vanquishing countless powerhouses coveting the corpse of the immortal emperor, carving out a reputation of iron and blood. This battle had unveiled the profound foundation of the Lin family, establishing them as one of the foremost forces among the immortal factions, truly powerful and intriguing. The princess of the immortal Phoenix dynasty had flames of excitement in her eyes. Since my birth, I have been undefeated, never tasting defeat, and even the elder powerhouses gradually find it difficult to contend with me. It has been long since I encountered such a formidable opponent. She was filled with exhilaration and overflowing with battle intent. However, she understood that Lin Yang was currently anxious to find his sister. Thus, she refrained from intervening, waiting for Lin Yang's return for a fair contest. He didn't even spare me a glance. The 9-tailed fox from Qingqiu felt incredulous. Possessing the innate charm of a 9-tailed body, she radiated an endless allure. Even the leaders of the immortal factions found it hard to resist, often stealing glances at her. Yet, from beginning to end, Lin Yang had not looked her way. Well, as a peerless prodigy of the ages, how could I lack a competitive spirit? The competitive nature of the 9-tailed fox was ignited, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I shall see who among us falls first into the throes of love. Remarkable indeed, Jiang Linfan was quite renowned in the Jiang family. achieving sagehood by the age of century. Had it not been for this golden age of prodigies, he would undoubtedly have been a paramount figure throughout the ages. Yet he was easily subdued by a single glare, nearly rendered a cripple. The Lin family's Qilin son, blessed by the path of greatness, is truly terrifying. My curiosity about his strength only deepens. The leaders of the various immortal factions were filled with boundless anticipation. Only Lin Tianyuan, at this moment, was entirely unconcerned with Lin Yang's cultivation. Only wishing for the safe return of his precious daughter, he secretly sent a message. Follow them closely. I must see what kind of place dares to trap my daughter for 10 years. If it's a person, scatter their ashes. If it's a barrier, then shatter its foundation, leaving not a single blade of grass. Within the Lin family, numerous formidable wills stirred, their presence overwhelming. They sought to proclaim to the heavens, no one dares to confine the Lin family's illustrious daughter for 10 years. Whoosh! Lin Yang unleashed the great shift of heaven and earth, traversing millions of miles in a single step. Such astonishing speed. The formidable beings of the Lin family were taken aback. This velocity was terrifying. Even they struggled to keep up. The young master's exact strength remained unknown. Yet at the very least, this evasion technique had already reached unparalleled heights. The strong members of the Lin family marveled at this feat. Soon, Lin Yang arrived near the location of Lin Jiuyu's sensing point. What is this place? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. It appeared mundane, not resembling a place capable of trapping anyone. The young master halted. Could it be that the young princess was confined here? The Lin family members were puzzled. Even with their cultivation, they could not discern the truth. Lin Yang's consciousness swept forth, a terrifying will piercing through all, unveiling the illusion. Soon, he located his sister's precise position. Swoosh! He extended his hand, tearing apart the fabric of space and revealing a massive chasm, then directly entered the abyss. Lin Yang frowned. Hidden behind the abyss was an airborne island. Upon the island, primal energy suffused the air. Celestial light radiated, and endless hues of dawn cascaded down, resembling a fairyland. At the center stood the most majestic palace, adorned with a golden plaque inscribed with the words Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Heavenly Emperor Palace? This must be a fragment of the legendary ancient Heavenly Court. The young master has inadvertently stumbled upon such an ultimate opportunity. To secretly protect Lin Yang, the Lin family warriors who followed felt a thrill of excitement. Following the collapse of the path to immortality, an ultimate battle erupted between the ancient alien Heavenly Court and the human Heavenly Court, resulting in the defeat of the aliens and the sealing of countless races. From that point onward, the human Heavenly Court reigned supreme over the 3,000 realms, becoming the sole sovereign. The fragments of the ancient myriad races' Heavenly Court scattered throughout the realms, rendering them nearly impossible to find. Now, this site of the Heavenly Emperor Palace bears a striking resemblance to the legendary descriptions of the myriad races' Heavenly Court. How did the young master come to discover this place? Could it be that the young princess has been trapped within the fragments of the ancient Heavenly Court for the past 10 years? The expressions of the Lin family warriors turned grave. If a top-tier ancient alien powerhouse still existed, even they would have to approach with caution. After all, that was once an organization that dominated the entire 3,000 realms. Interesting. Lin Yang stepped onto the floating Heavenly Emperor Island with indifference. Who dares to intrude upon my Heavenly Emperor Island? In the wake of the ancient myriad race's demise, the indomitable will manifested as battle spirits, unleashing an overwhelming might, forming a battle array, surging toward Lin Yang. The young master is in danger. The Lin family warriors were about to intervene when they heard a cold snort echo through the heavens. Bang! The terrifying battle array of the myriad race's remnants was shattered into mist by Lin Yang's mere cold scoff, disintegrating into nothingness. This scene left the Lin family warriors in a state of astonishment. The young master is this strong? Though those remnants of souls were but a fraction of their former glory, they were still not within the capabilities of an 18-year-old youth to confront. Even if this youth were a peerless prodigy, it was utterly astounding, utterly astounding. My Lin family's Qilin son shall surely reflect upon all realms, perhaps even become the sovereign of humanity. The Lin family warriors were filled with exhilaration. their gazes fervent. Lin Yang coldly declared, "Regardless of what specters plague me, surrender my sister, or face obliteration, leaving you to seek death in vain." The terrifying command reverberated through the space, deep within the heavenly Emperor Palace. Enveloped in divine liquid and ensnared in slumber, Lin Jiuyu was abruptly awakened. It was her brother's voice. Lin Jiuyu stepped out of the divine liquid, glancing at the exquisite wine upon the table, her mind swirling. How long have I been asleep? She only remembered that she could not catch up to her brother and was contemplating giving up and returning the way she came when she inadvertently stumbled into this mysterious space. She knew it was a tremendous opportunity, and unwilling to remain perpetually behind her brother in cultivation, she ventured into the heavenly Emperor Palace. In the depths, she encountered a jug of intoxicatingly fragrant wine, a temptation too strong to resist, aware of the danger it posed. Yet with her cultivation at the king level back then, she could not withstand the overwhelming allure of that wine. After consuming it, when she opened her eyes again, it was now. How did I end up in the divine liquid pool? She glanced at her reflection, realizing she still appeared to be 8 or 9 years old. Patting her chest, "Thank goodness, it seems I haven't been asleep long. Just about 2.5 days, but why did it feel like I had lived through 10 years in my dream?" She murmured. Outside, the sounds of great destruction had already begun to resonate. The heavenly Emperor Palace had been forcefully dismantled by Lin Yang. The palatial structures collapsed, and all obstructing spirits were obliterated, making way to the innermost sanctum. "Jiuyu, brother?" Lin Jiuyu's eyes lit up at the sound of Lin Yang's voice, and she quickly turned around, only to be struck dumb. Lin Yang was equally taken aback. "How have you aged so much? Why do you still look like a little girl?" The two spoke in unison, simultaneously voicing their complaints. Lin Yang, feeling puzzled, approached Lin Jiuyu and placed a hand on her shoulder. After circulating his spiritual energy within her, he finally felt reassured. His sister was indeed unharmed. Yet, he couldn't comprehend why she retained the appearance and physique of a young girl, as if she had not matured at all over the years. What on earth had transpired? Lin Yang inquired. Although Lin Jiuyu shared his confusion, she recounted the events in detail. And oh wonder, it turned out that for the past decade, she had been in a deep slumber, immersed in divine liquid. Lin Yang nodded in understanding. "What? 10 years have already passed." Lin Jiuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "I slept for a whole decade." "Indeed," Lin Yang affirmed, moving to the table where he grasped the wine jug, probing its remaining liquid with his spiritual sense. "You have, in a way, turned misfortune into fortune, acquiring a tremendous opportunity." That he smiled gently. "This wine is not something just anyone can partake in." What great opportunity. A full 10 years without cultivation. 10 years. Lin Jiuyu felt on the brink of madness. She would be left far behind by her elder brother. For a cultivation fanatic like her, who felt immense guilt after only 3 days of rest. Sleeping for a decade was an utterly unacceptable sin. "Do not fret. Can you sense the energy within your body?" Lin Yang said with a smile. Lin Jiuyu was taken aback and quickly turned her focus inward, discovering that her innate talent and foundation had undergone a terrifying refinement, becoming extraordinarily pure. She could no longer discern its grade, but was undoubtedly at least a level stronger than it had been a decade ago. After all, she possessed the foundation of an immortal. "Each of my cells is infused with boundless energy if I just slightly tap into it." Lin Jiuyu attempted to draw upon the energy within her cells. Boom! Terrifying energy erupted forth, as if the traces of the Tao were etched into her very genes. Lin Jiuyu's cultivation level surged rapidly, from the 3rd heaven of the Heavenly King realm to the 9th heaven. From the 4th heaven of the Human Emperor realm to the 9th heaven. From the 5th heaven of the Celestial Lord realm to the 9th heaven. There were no signs of cessation. Rather, her levels surged even faster, instilling fear in those watching. Several powerful members of the Lin clan felt their hearts tremble. This rate of advancement is simply astonishing. Could it destabilize the young lady's foundation? Should we intervene? This is the young princess's tremendous opportunity. We should refrain from meddling. The young clan leader is far-sighted and will naturally make the right decision. Indeed, we trust the young clan leader. the sixth heaven of the celestial lord realm, to the ninth heaven. Buzz. A terrifying aura of a sage emanated from Lin Jiuyu's brow as the Tao of the sun and moon flowed in her eyes. Allow her to step into the realm of sages. The Tao of the sun and moon, you say? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and nodded. Quite impressive that, if you continue to develop well, you might very well achieve the status of Supreme Emperor through the Tao of Time. The so-called Supreme Emperor is one who has cultivated a particular Tao to its utmost limit that enter the sage realm. One only needs to grasp a fundamental Tao, but to become an emperor, one must master the true great Tao. Among the 3,000 great Taos, the mightiest are the Tao of chaos, the Tao of time, and the Tao of space. Those who achieve the status of Supreme Emperor through these three paths are regarded as the most exceptional talents throughout history. Their journey of cultivation will never cease at merely being a Supreme Emperor. Buzz. Lin Yang extended his palm, halting the wildly surging energy within Lin Jiuyu. The ninth heaven of the sage realm is sufficient. After sleeping for a decade, your foundational accumulation is ample to endure the consumption of breaking through from the revered realm to the sage. However, if you ascend any further, it may affect your future cultivation. Nevertheless, the energy within you is already accumulated to a profound depth. As long as you comprehend the principles of the Tao, ascending will come naturally. The speed of your future cultivation will be exceedingly rapid. Even other ancient prodigies will only be able to chase after your shadow. Really? Lin Jiuyu's eyes brightened with excitement. Her foremost concern was her family and her own cultivation. Only by possessing formidable power could she protect her parents and brother. Indeed, Lin Yang grinned. If he hadn't been burdened by the sloth system, he would have been envious of his sister. You despise sleeping and being lazy, yet your advancement relies entirely on sleep and idleness. How ironic. Lin Jiuyu huffed, wanting to refute, but realizing that Lin Yang's words were indeed the truth. Upgrading from king to revered was due to Lin Yang's method of sleeping and idling. She had broken through after merely 3 days of rest. Then, after inadvertently entering the Heavenly Emperor's palace and catching a whiff of that wine's fragrance, she had transitioned from the revered realm to the Heavenly King realm. After drinking the exquisite wine and sleeping for 10 years, she had directly surged from the Heavenly King to the ninth heaven of the Sage realm. It could be said that her cultivation relied entirely on sleep. No, how could this be? Lin Jiuyu cried out in despair. She had always believed that strength must come solely from her own efforts. Haha. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Jiuyu's woeful expression. But brother, what kind of wine is this? How can it possess such miraculous effects? Is my luck truly that extraordinary? Lin Jiuyu scratched her head. Not at all. Lin Yang's gaze turned icy as he looked towards the throne behind the table, where a withered gray skeleton of an otherworldly being sat, speaking coldly. What? Old thing, you calculated against my sister, thinking you could feign death to pass unnoticed. A silence fell, with no response. Brother, he has no life force whatsoever. Lin Jiuyu expressed her confusion, but at that moment, her trust in Lin Yang had reached its zenith, leaving no room for doubt. If he truly plotted against me, why has he not acted even after a decade? Do you think you fell into this pool of water by accident after getting drunk? Lin Yang sneered. This jug of immortal intoxication was brewed from the essences of all the powerful beings within the fragments of this ancient heavenly court, complemented by astonishing medicinal herbs and boundless divine materials. Just a drop is sufficient to allow a mortal to defy fate and ascend. Those qualified to brew this immortal intoxication must have transcended the realm of the Supreme Emperor in their lifetime. Transcended the Supreme Emperor? Could it be that this is a true immortal? Lin Jiuyu gasped in disbelief. The accompanying powerful members of the Lin clan were equally astonished. In this era of celestial demise, the most one could encounter outside was a Supreme Emperor. If a true immortal were to awaken, it would spell great trouble. Their expressions grew grave. Not necessarily. Lin Yang shook his head, gazing at the decayed, desiccated remains. This skeleton may well be that of a heavenly emperor. I surmise that after the heavenly court's defeat in battle, this surviving heavenly emperor of the otherworldly beings sought to defy fate and reconstruct the heavenly court. However, by that time, the path to immortality had already been severed. rendering them unable to ascend. Thus, they paid an immense price to concoct this jug of immortal intoxication, hoping to transcend fate and become immortal, leading the ancient myriad races to suppress humanity in return. What? The Lin clan members were taken aback. What a grand scheme. What a resolute, otherworldly, heavenly emperor. But why did he not refine it into immortality? Instead, leaving it for me to consume? Lin Jiu questioned. Could it be that when you arrived, this jug of wine was full? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. No. Lin Jiu shook her head affirmatively. Then her eyes brightened. I understand. It was after this ancient, otherworldly, heavenly emperor consumed the immortal intoxication that he forcibly attempted to break through to true immortal and failed, thus transforming into this desiccated corpse. Lin Yang nodded approvingly. His sister was indeed astute. Gulp. The numerous strong members of the Lin clan felt a shiver in their hearts. The young master had inadvertently unveiled a segment of ancient secrets that could astonish the world. Concerning the otherworldly heavenly emperor and true immortals, I must inform the clan and summon a genuine supreme existence to suppress this. The Lin clan members decided on the spot to send a message. Yet, they found that the fragments of the ancient heavenly court had somehow activated the ancient heavenly Tao, completely sealing off space, making communication impossible, truly suspicious. The Lin clan members furrowed their brows. We can only break the law with force. A mere fragment of the ancient heavenly court, after countless ages, cannot possibly withstand my full-strength strike. They were filled with confidence, as the backbone of the Lin clan and elite warriors. They could hold their own even in the ancient heavenly court battles. He left a contingency plan after his failed breakthrough. Lin Yang pointed at the remaining wine on the table. As long as someone with the foundation of an immortal consumes the immortal intoxication, and then uses the divine liquid transformed by the heavenly emperor's full power to refine their foundation, they can seize control. After her rebirth, she swiftly regained the combat prowess of the celestial emperor. Heavens! Lin Jiu felt a chilling sensation envelop her, as she realized, quite unknowingly, that she had been ensnared in a scheme of such magnitude. The world of cultivation is fraught with peril. Had she not had the backing of the Lin clan, and such an extraordinary brother as Lin Yang, she would have perished without even comprehending how. In her final moments, she would have believed it to be her own serendipitous fortune. Lin Yang let out a cold laugh. You certainly possess remarkable composure. But alas, you failed to seize control earlier. Otherwise, I might have discovered my sister trapped here. The protective mechanism he had left on her was so formidable that even the celestial emperor could not harm her in the slightest. Rather, it would raise his alarm. Creak, creak. The decrepit skeleton could no longer contain itself, its fingers trembling with rage. Roar. The once hollow eye sockets of the skeleton reignited with brilliance, while flesh began to form anew. The oppressive aura of the ancient celestial emperor re-emerged. In but a breath, her skin became as pristine as snow, her brows and eyes as frigid as ice, and all the garments adorning her body disintegrated under the ravages of time. Where there should have been long, graceful legs, she instead bore a serpent's tail covered in azure scales. Her beauty was so striking that even the Tao itself would grow envious, and her power shattered the surrounding space. The ancient serpent folk. Lin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. The ancient serpent folk held an exalted position, incomparable to the trifling and mediocre three-eyed demons. Damn little creature. How do you know everything? You were on the brink of achieving your goals. And yet you ruined it all. The alluring serpent empress spoke with a mocking tone. You shall become a sacrificial offering for the revival of my ancient kin. Her stunning visage twisted with fury. After countless epochs of scheming, her plans had been unraveled in mere moments, right before their imminent success. Who would not be infuriated to the point of bloodshed? Her patience had been sufficiently tested. Die. The beautiful serpent empress unleashed her wrath, causing the entire celestial emperor's palace to resonate. Brother. Lin Jiu's countenance turned anxious. This was the former celestial emperor, even if his strength was but a fraction of what it once was. He could still rival the greatest emperors of the age. Lin Yang remained unperturbed, a subtle smile gracing his lips, choosing silence. In the next moment, a booming voice resounded. How dare you, a mere foreign race? Attempt to harm my young master. Begone. The majestic sound carried an overwhelming aura of dominance, suffocating in its intensity. Terrifying figures emerged from the void. These were the elite warriors of the Lin clan. Haha, the beautiful serpent empress scoffed, her expression grave. 9 supreme emperors and 33 quasi-emperors. Humanity has thrived splendidly since usurping the status of my kin. This assembly was indeed extravagant. In the era of celestial downfall, it could annihilate any force. Even the imperial races, which were merely a tier below the immortal clans, would gasp in astonishment and bow in submission. Humph! The myriad races have lost their way, enslaving and devouring humanity. Their annihilation is but divine will. Why waste words on this remnant? The clan leader has decreed that anyone daring to imprison my Lin clan's young princess shall be reduced to ashes. Kill! The supreme emperors and quasi-emperors bore expressions of cold ruthlessness, launching lethal attacks. The immortal Lin clan? In ancient times, I encountered your ancestors. By lineage, I am your forebear. Show some respect, the beautiful serpent empress sneered. Though she had once been the invincible celestial emperor, she had remained dormant for countless ages. It was impossible for her to contend simultaneously with 9 supreme emperors and 33 quasi-emperors. However, she had completely mastered the fragments of the celestial court before concocting the elixir of immortality, enabling her to harness the remnants of the ancient celestial Tao. Boom, boom, boom. The power of countless celestial fragments surged into the Serpent Empress, allowing her to unleash the unmatched grandeur of her past. She faced off against the 9 supreme emperors without losing ground. Intriguing, Lin Yang remarked, nodding in appraisal. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between the revived celestial emperor and the contemporary emperors was nothing short of terrifying, fracturing space and turning the celestial palace to ruins. The vast expanse of space bubbled, and the laws of the universe became chaotic. Such formidable ancient powers, though aware that her resurgence was fleeting. Her might was still awe-inspiring. The warriors of the Lin clan expressed their admiration. They were not in a hurry. They knew that this exhausted celestial emperor could be defeated by their overwhelming numbers given time. Lin Yang stretched lazily, nearly succumbing to drowsiness. His disposition was one of lethargy. If he could avoid exerting himself, he would prefer to observe. Yet, he found the pace of the battle unbearably slow, as if it were a tale that could easily be drawn out for 100 chapters. I suppose I must intervene and finish this, so I can return home to rest. Lin Yang shook his head. Uncles, you may withdraw for now. These supreme emperors were his uncles, while the quasi-emperors were the clan's distant kin. Young Yang, this is the revived celestial emperor. We shall create a spatial pathway for you to leave first. This battle may very well cause the heavens to collapse and shatter the entire celestial court. The leading uncle, Lin Yao Dong, insisted. Uncle Dong, what I mean is you should step aside and let me take over. Lin Yang responded, a bit exasperated, realizing that his elders still believed he intended to flee. Despite the quasi-emperors being collateral branches, they were still family. If the Serpent Empress were to retaliate in her dying moments, it would be easy for the supreme emperors to slay her, but not without the risk of taking down a few quasi-emperors as well. And he could not bear to witness such an event. What? Lin Yao Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? Lin Yang grinned, choosing not to elaborate further, and rose to the heavens, positioning himself at the very center of the conflict between the Lin clan and the Serpent Empress. Danger! The 9 Lin clan emperors were horrified. This was the epicenter of a battle between supreme emperors, where even a hint of the conflict could obliterate one into ashes. Yet Lin Yang stood there unperturbed, his expression one of weariness and utter relaxation. Damn little brat, you have ruined my grand scheme, and yet you dare stand so brazenly before me. I shall end you. The Serpent Empress, incensed, lashed out with her serpent tail, launching a frenzied assault on Lin Yang. Danger! The supreme emperors were on edge. Knowing that Lin Yang was the Lin clan's prodigy, destined to be a pillar for humanity across the 3,000 realms, there could be no room for error. Trust in young Yang, Lin Yao Dong urged, raising a hand that he is the young master of our immortal Lin clan, the protagonist destined to confront the calamity facing humanity. He possesses the extraordinary judgment and audacity required. The other Lin clan warriors had long since fallen silent, for they bore witness to an astonishing spectacle. Lin Yang had seized the Serpent Empress's serpent tail with his bare hands. It was slippery and sticky, truly revolting. Lin Yang frowned and squeezed forcefully. The Serpent Empress's expression shifted from a flush to agonizing pain, twisting grotesquely. Bang! Lin Yang had crushed her once indomitable serpent tail, honed over endless epochs. Damn lowly human. The Serpent Empress's eyes blazed with fury. For the serpent folk, the tail was an incredibly special organ, and its destruction was an affront of unimaginable humiliation. Realizing she could not overpower him, she poured all her essence into revealing her innate secret technique. Dream of illusions. The higher-tier foreign races possessed unique racial abilities of immense power. Their trump cards kept hidden. Buzz! The world in Lin Yang's eyes transformed. The Serpent Empress morphed into a stunningly beautiful human form, devoid of any clothing, pressing against him. Brother, let us slumber together. We have so much to discuss. Lin Yang's gaze softened. Very well. Humph. Human males are truly incapable of resisting such illusions. The Serpent Empress chuckled coldly, presenting a fade of cooperation while preparing to unleash a final strike, intending to perish together with Lin Yang. Come. In the illusion, the Serpent Empress exuded a wild sensuality, an irresistible allure. Lin Yang played along with her fantasy, further igniting her excitement. Alas, Lin Yang sighed after their encounter. What troubles you? The Empress asked, perplexed. My dear, I initially intended for you to aid my cultivation. Regrettably, your illusion is simply too feeble, even as I willingly immerse myself within. It cannot sway my iron will in the slightest. Lin Yang shook his head, proclaiming, It appears my will has reached its limit. No one can assist me in my cultivation any longer. Truly, invincibility is as lonely as snow. What? The Empress of Serpents, realizing she had been deceived, became enraged, her hair standing on my beauty is beyond reproach. My illusions are undeniably real. I am of the celestial emperor lineage. How can you? How dare you? Enraged to the extreme, she trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. For the first time in her endless existence, she felt such profound powerlessness. Powerless, indeed, and utterly humiliated. Her most cherished secret techniques, even with the cooperation of others, could not aid her in her cultivation. Do you truly believe you are beautiful? Lin Yang laughed, delivering a punch that cleaved the Serpent Empress in two. I apologize for not allowing you to enjoy yourself. My lord, in her final moments, the Serpent Empress finally comprehended the chasm that lay between her and Lin Yang. She understood deeply that as long as Lin Yang existed, in this age of celestial demise, the other races would never rise again. She detonated the fragments of the heavenly court, sending forth a mysterious ripple into the outside world. What message are you sending to those ancient races? Lin Yang furrowed his brow, promptly beginning to decipher the wave. Buzzing, the fragments of the heavenly court shattered, transforming into a dreadful message that rushed outward. Lin Yang will swiftly captured and decoded the information. Do not emerge. Do not emerge. Lin Yang, somewhat puzzled, chuckled. This Serpent Empress is quite amusing that he chose not to hinder the transmission of the ripple. After all, if the ancient races truly received this message and abandoned their plans to emerge, would that not make his life considerably easier? After all, the emergence of the ancient races would undoubtedly spell catastrophe for humanity. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to indulge in the mortal realm or enjoy peaceful slumber at home thereafter. You are truly arrogant, the Serpent Empress murmured as her life drew to a close. With that, her will dissipated entirely. Lin Yang turned to Lin Jiuyu and said, Let us depart. The Lin clan is bustling today. We might still make it back in time for the feast, with so many immortal leaders from various realms attending, and given Father S. penchant for display, there would undoubtedly be a grand banquet with exquisite food and fine wine. The thought alone filled him with anticipation. All right, Lin Jiuyu echoed, equally eager, having slept for a decade and nearly forgotten the taste of delightful cuisine. Following her two recent slumber-induced upgrades, her mindset had shifted considerably, and she found herself resonating with Lin Yang's philosophy. Only through indulgence can one grow stronger. Did she not see how her brother feasted and slept yet fought fiercely, even defeating the Serpent Emperor? Now, with an abundance of divine liquid essence stored within her, she merely needed to digest it to upgrade. Thus her desire to compare cultivation with Lin Yang had diminished. Just as she was bouncing with excitement to leave, she noticed the Lin clan warriors petrified in place. "Uncle Dong, why aren't you leaving?" Lin Yao Dong finally snapped back to reality, glancing at Lin Yang. "Little Yang, did you just obliterate the Serpent Emperor with a single punch?" He gawked, instinctively mimicking Lin Yang's earlier action, clearly struggling to accept the truth. Lin Yang chuckled. "Uncle Dong, you are an unparalleled emperor. What could possibly escape your imperial gaze? Why do you still not believe your own eyes?" Wait, let me think." Lin Yao Dong felt as if his mind might burst, waving his hands repeatedly. His nephew, not yet 18, had just pulverized an emperor with a single blow? "All right, Uncle Dong, we must hurry back for the feast. Once we've enjoyed the dragoness elbow, we can be astonished then, yes?" Lin Yang draped an arm around Lin Yao Dong's shoulders, guiding him out, observing the other clan uncles and powerful warriors. Lin Yang felt compelled to explain. The Serpent Emperor had been in slumber for so long that her soul had grown exceedingly fragile. Thus, a mere mental attack was sufficient to defeat her. "Did none of you attempt a mental assault earlier?" "Ah?" The several emperors were left dumbfounded. "I say, good nephew, are you fabricating tales with your eyes wide open? Who is unaware of the serpent race's unparalleled soul talent among the ancient races? Even if you claim she suddenly fell in love with you, unwilling to strike you, that would be more credible." Lin Yang rolled his eyes. Their imaginations were far more extravagant than his. "Clearly, your conjectures are more absurd." "Ahem, yes. Uncle, you are right. She sacrificed herself for my sake. Now, let us hurry. I cannot wait to savor the dragoness elbow." With that, Lin Yang whisked the Lin clan's imperial powers and his sister away towards the Lin clan. Lin Jiuyu stifled her laughter, realizing her brother was indeed craving the dragon's elbow. Simultaneously, a terrifying ripple spread in all directions in the underground dragon lair. The Golden Dragon Clan sovereign had just emerged from his seal when he heard the echoing alien language in the sky. "Do not emerge. Do not emerge. What nonsense is this? We have sealed ourselves for countless ages, awaiting the opening of the path to immortality, to reclaim the primordial environment of the 3,000 realms that we seek to suppress humanity and seize control of the universe." The voice of the Golden Dragon Lord rumbled like thunder. However, the voice seemed eerily familiar. The Emperor of the Kuan race, who had come to meet the recently revived Golden Dragon Lord, also appeared. "I recall now. Is this not the voice of the Serpent Emperor, Chu Mo Luo?" She vanished after enveloping a fragment of the ancient heavenly court. How has she reappeared now, issuing such a warning? A cold, feminine voice echoed as the ruler of the eight-headed serpent clan emerged from the underground magma, transformed into a serpentine being with 8 heads. This anomaly must signal a great terror that Chu Mo Luo has encountered. Hence her warning that if we force our emergence, we might face unforeseen calamities. Regardless, I have decided that my Qilin clan shall remain sealed for a while longer. The aged Qilin sovereign stepped forth, his eyes flickering with Qilin flames. The old fool is overly cautious. When we battled humanity in the past, he was always hiding. Otherwise, with the strength of our races united, could we have been sealed by mere humanity? The other sovereigns and lords looked down upon the Qilin sovereign, sneering that Chu Mo Luo is simply a coward, fleeing at the first sign of danger. Her words hold no weight. Our race must re-emerge into the world and exterminate all arrogant humans, reclaiming our status as the masters of the universe. The 8-headed ruler of the 8-headed serpent clan smirked disdainfully. "When my clan reigns over the 3,000 realms, do not let envy consume you. Do not accuse us of being stingy. It is your lack of courage that is to blame." "Enough. Cease your squabbling," a voice of cold authority interrupted. All the sovereigns and emperors turned their gazes, beholding an existence of unfathomable depth and terror that had inexplicably appeared beside them. Go, one of the ancient 8 fiendish clans. A powerhouse of the Kunpung lineage, the sovereigns and emperors were left astonished. Ancient races were immensely formidable. In the glorious era of antiquity, during the most favorable conditions for the flourishing of all races, these inherently powerful beings could attain saintly status upon maturity. Yet, among these terrifying races, 8 were labeled as the 8 fiends, and one of them was the Kunpung. According to my suggestion, we should first dispatch some outstanding members of our clan to venture forth and probe the current state of humanity. We must ascertain how far they have developed. The Kunpung powerhouse spoke coldly. If even our elites struggle to withstand them, such a weak race must be annihilated. Excellent. That is a splendid idea. I concur. The Golden Dragon Sovereign and the Kuan race fully supported this. The Chilan Sovereign remained silent. The 8-headed Sovereign of the 8-headed Serpent clan internally scoffed. Merely humans. No need for such caution. Why 8-headed Serpent clan shall surely emerge first and seize the initiative. An additional chapter has arrived. Families, let the gifts flow. Jiuyang loves you. In the Lin clan's council hall, the strength of the Chilan child was indeed terrifying, yet it stood alone against the impending calamity facing humanity. The immortal Qin Dragon Emperor shook his head, stating, I believe we should prepare in advance. Indeed, numerous leaders concur that even the mightiest individual can succumb when beset by a multitude that in this era of celestial demise. The paths to ascension have been severed, leaving the world devoid of immortals. Even if one were the supreme celestial emperor, facing several hundred formidable emperors in a coordinated attack would inevitably lead to one's demise. I propose that the ancient prodigies sealed within our clans should be unleashed, Ji Wuming stated calmly. Indeed, these ancient prodigies represent our true foundation. The newly emerged prodigies require time to mature. Conversely, these ancient figures were invincible in their prime. Their self-imposed seals were to await the revival of the path to immortality, preparing for the impending calamity facing humanity. Agreed. The assembly of undying leaders nodded in unison. Simultaneously, we shall reopen the Imperial Gate. Allowing these prodigies to venture forth, Lin Tianyuan declared solemnly. The Imperial Gate has existed for countless ages, enduring through the epochs. It is said that beyond the Imperial Gate lies the path to immortality. As long as this path remains, all who attain the title of Emperor will compete at the Imperial Gate for a chance at eternal glory. There, the blood of countless emperors has been shed, giving rise to innumerable ascended beings. After the age of celestial demise, the path to the Emperor became the battleground for testing prodigies. Anyone who can traverse this path will surely glimpse the pinnacle of strength. After all, throughout history, true immortals, formidable emperors, and celestial emperors have all left their marks at the end of this path. Excellent. The path has been dormant for countless millennia. Now is the opportune moment. Ji Wuming clapped in approval. The younger prodigies present beamed with excitement, their fighting spirit ablaze. They yearned to prove themselves as the unrivaled champions of this era, the future leaders of humanity. What of the Lin family's Chilan son or the immortal Phoenix dynasty's princess? They all aspire to have them as followers, joining them in battle, etching their names into history. What is all this commotion about? Why has the feast not commenced? Lin Yang entered the conference room, bemused that he had hoped to arrive just in time for the meal. Ha! My children have returned, Lin Tianyuan exclaimed joyfully, rising to greet them. Father, Lin Jiue leaped forward. Lin Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Jiue, how did you? The Lin clan's powerful figures who had accompanied them revealed the events that had transpired. I see, Lin Tianyuan said, growing increasingly astonished as he glanced between Lin Yang and Lin Jiue. Yet he could not disclose this information, as it was a significant secret of the Lin clan. Stifling his laughter, he felt a thunderous commotion within his chest, almost leading to internal injury. It is good to have you back. Lin Tianyuan patted the shoulders of Lin Yang and Jiue. Lin brother, why are you exuding such dark energy? Are you all right? Ji Wuming inquired with concern, being a close friend of Lin Tianyuan. Lin Tianyuan waved his hand dismissively. You are overthinking it, Ji brother. You have finally returned. Chilling voice resonated. Lin Yang turned to see, beside the elder of the Jiang family, a young man clad in white, the divine King Jiang Tai-Su, standing proudly. His breath carried an ethereal rhythm. His pristine white garments untainted, and the aura of slaughter emanating from him was unmistakably that of an undying prodigy. Isn't this the ancient prodigy of the Jiang family? Jiang Tai-Su, long thought to be sealed away. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Jiang Tai-Su's name thundered through history, renowned during the ancient era. Even revered as a divine king, he once single-handedly vanquished the 8 great alien strongholds, bringing glory to humanity. A true powerhouse. Who would have thought the Jiang family would release their ancient prodigy so soon? The Dragon Emperor of Xianqin shook his head, somewhat disdainful. In truth, this current generation of prodigies was still in contention for supremacy. While the undying powers had tacitly refrained from unleashing their ancient prodigies, not misunderstand. The seal was merely too weak to contain me. I awaken on my own, Jiang Tai-Su stated nonchalantly. What? The inability of an ancient seal to restrain him. Such power must be terrifying. The undying leaders wore solemn expressions. The calamity facing humanity is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Jiang Tai-Su gazed at Lin Yang. I harbor no desire for conflict. My purpose in coming here is merely to ascertain the capabilities of humanity's future pillar and whether you can bear this weighty responsibility. Ha ha, old man, do you genuinely think I covet such responsibility? Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. If you desire it, I bestow it upon you. You may become the leader of humanity, allowing me to rest peacefully in the rear. You are truly my great savior. I thank you and your ancestors for 8 generations. Jiang Tai-Su was momentarily speechless. This response was something he had never envisioned. Cough, Tai-Su, though you are an ancient being, you have sealed yourself at merely 1,000 years old. You now appear to be around 20. Do not refer to me as an old man, the leader of the Jiang family interjected. Exasperated, I shall call you whatever I wish. When an 18-year-old meets a 1,000-year-old ancient monster, should I not call you an old man? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The Jiang family leader's face flushed with indignation. Jiang Tai-Su bore no envy, but he did. The Jiang family must reclaim their dignity today. Tai-Su, do not waste words with him. Do not forget your purpose. Jiang Tai-Su nodded. I shall not bully you. Reveal your realm, and we shall battle at the same level. Lin Yang burst into laughter. Why do you laugh? Jiang Tai-Su furrowed his brow. Rather, you should reveal your realm, and we shall engage at the same level. Lin Yang countered, shaking his middle finger at him. You are simply too weak. It is utterly futile. Jiang Tai-Su's expression turned frigid. You are rather presumptuous. You must be taught a lesson. He struck out directly, his robes sweeping aside as he unleashed one of the 9 secrets, the dueling technique. His inherent strength was formidable, and with his strike his power surged tenfold. Finally, he has made his move. We shall witness the true strength of the Qilan sun. All present fixed their gazes intently. They could not fathom Lin Yang surpassing Jiang Tai-Su's might. Thus, Jiang Tai-Su would surely reveal Lin Yang's limits. They were all keenly curious. Alas, heed my warning, little brother. Lin Yang shook his head, casually extending his palm point. One hand represented the Buddhist realm, while the other contained the universe, dividing Jiang Tai-Su in 2. Trapping him within the worlds of both hands. The anticipated clash of dragons and tigers did not unfold. Jiang Tai-Su was subdued in an instant by an enigmatic technique. Gulp! I did not even have time to discern Jiang Tai-Su's realm before he was defeated. Everyone was incredulous. Lin Yang grinned, flinging Jiang Tai-Su back to the ground, reassembling him. You and I are not even on the same level. Do not humiliate yourself. This imposing scene sent shivers down the spines of all present, plunging the vast conference room into a deafening silence. The Jiang family leader's face turned ashen. The ancient prodigy was no match for Lin Yang in a single exchange. Truly, the celebration of the great path. The first of all epochs, there is simply no solution. Who else? Lin Yang surveyed the assembly of leaders. Those who wish to challenge me, step forward. I'm quite lazy and will not wait long. Those who wish to challenge me, come together. The prodigies of various clans lowered their noble heads. Many found themselves inferior even to Jiang Qingdao, let alone daring to confront the ancient prodigy Jiang Taisu. In the face of Lin Yang's gaze, they no longer harbored any desire to compete. Only a few ancient prodigies were eager to test their mettle. They were hailed as the strongest prodigies of all time. Having been invincible since their emergence, never tasting defeat, they were all curious to experience the flavor of failure. Do not act recklessly. You are still in your growth phase. There is no need to clash with the Qilin son of the Lin clan now. Should you lose, your heart of Tao may shatter, and your cultivation will stagnate. Several undying leaders recognized Lin Yang's overwhelming strength and began warning their respective prodigies through telepathy. The title of Ancient Prodigy implies that each one possesses the qualification to vie for the title of the strongest of all time. To become the first, one must be invincible. One misstep in such a pursuit could shatter the very spirit of invincibility, making it challenging to regain the momentum to forge ahead, equivalent to collapsing prematurely in the race for supremacy. Thus, each clan sought to preserve their prodigy's invincible mindset, wishing to avoid premature collisions with Lin Yang. I shall come forth. The princess of the immortal Phoenix dynasty stepped forward, her veil billowing, and her eyes aflame with a fierce intensity. The first prodigy of the myriad races had made their move. It was said that the Empress of the Phoenix dynasty, Feng Qiuhuang, had sought a union with the Lin clan, wishing for her young Phoenix to be wed to the son of the Qilin. But her proposal was met with refusal. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their eyes alight with anticipation. The clash of the ancient prodigies promised to be a grand spectacle for the human races across the 3,000 realms. You are not worthy. Step aside, Lin Yang dismissed with a wave of his hand. Aha. You and your son from the Lin clan are truly alike, both utterly dismissive of others. Feng Wu shook her head. She had long been aware of Lin Tinyuan's intentions for both the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu and herself to wed Lin Yang, and she had been harboring this fire until now. She yearned to prove to the world that it was not she who was unworthy of Lin Yang, but rather Lin Yang who was unworthy of her, after clinging to this obsession for so many years. How could she let this opportunity slip away so easily? Dismissive? You speak the truth, Lin Yang nodded, but might it be that you are all simply too diminutive? Die. Feng Wu's face flushed with anger, and the sword energy swirled around the fire phoenix as she unleashed her flames, a primal fire body. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. As the name suggests, only a supreme emperor could wield the might of the great Tao. Yet, these primal bodies were born with an affinity for a certain special Tao. They were capable of harnessing the power of the ultimate path from birth, albeit at a significantly lower level than a true supreme emperor. Once the power of the ultimate path spread, the surrounding expanse would tremble for billions of miles. Lin Tianyuan remained unfazed, offering a slight smile as he summoned a chessboard, drawing both Feng Wu and Lin Yang into its confines. This chessboard possessed its own world, with each square spanning billions of miles, ample enough for powerful beings to engage in combat. All eyes turned solemnly towards the spectacle, eager to witness the prowess of the ancient prodigy who had boasted for so long. Playing with fire are we? Be careful not to wet the bed tonight, Lin Yang quipped with a grin. A fiery phoenix, took shape atop Feng Wu's sword, the true fire of the phoenix. This was one of the ultimate flames. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Truly, the ancient prodigy was deserving of their title, as a primal fire body capable of controlling such profound flames at such a tender age. Lin Yang shook his head, flicking his finger. South brightly fire, 3 mysteries true fire, red lotus karma fire, true sun fire, true Yin fire, 6 ding divine fire, purple star heavenly fire, 9 heavens profound fire. One after another, the ultimate flames manifested, swirling playfully around Lin Yang's fingers. Those who witnessed this scene were left utterly dumbfounded. Even the leaders of the esteemed immortal factions could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief. Some, unable to contain their astonishment, let out shrieks. This was all ultimate flames. Who, then, was the true primal fire body? Judging by this display, it should be Lin Yang. Nonsense, a so-called body could at most master a single ultimate flame. Throughout history, No one had ever been known to possess such a multitude of ultimate flames from birth. The crowd remained in a state of bewilderment. Brother Lin, your son is astonishingly powerful. Why hide his talents? Indeed, you dare claim your son is merely a sage. With just this display of ultimate flames, which sage could withstand such might? Brother Lin, you are not being forthright. Lin Tianyuan himself was taken aback. He knew Lin Yang was formidable. In fact, the news relayed by Lin Yaodong indicated that his son could even vanquish the remnants of the revived celestial emperor. Yet he had no inkling that his son's mastery over the fire Tao was so profound. Whoosh, 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 these ultimate flames began to meld together, transforming into the source fire of the Tao. Feng Wu's true fire, the phoenix, had yet to touch the source fire of the Tao when it was utterly consumed by the searing heat. What the hell? The onlookers could not help but curse in disbelief. The dignified ultimate flames, reduced to nothing by the overwhelming temperature. To defeat flames with flames, what a remarkable feat! The leaders marveled in awe. Alas, though I've studied the fire Tao for so many years, my understanding pales in comparison to this child's mere surface grasp. Indeed, the assembly nodded in admiration. Feng Wu was left speechless. Her most cherished flames had been extinguished. What a profound humiliation! You truly know how to belittle others. Feng Wu's delicate hand trembled as she gripped her sword. Lin Yang grinned. If I do not let you see the gulf between us, you will continue to challenge me, and I am rather lazy. Yet you have underestimated me. Feng Wu's form gradually began to fade. Behind Lin Yang, the fabric of space was torn asunder, and a true phoenix engulfed in the true fire of the phoenix emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura. To be called an ancient prodigy, I am not merely a primal fire body. I also possess the true body of the divine phoenix, the void body, the primal Tao body, and the true blood of the Yin, the convergence of 5 supreme physiques within one being. That is what constitutes the so-called worth of an ancient prodigy. Such a prodigy truly exists in this world. The leaders were left in a state of shock. The duel between ancient prodigies challenged their very understanding of reality with each passing second. Just 5 physiques, and you revel in pride. Lin Yang turned to face them. Feng Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. No, this cannot be. Lin Yang's hair unfurled, transforming into dragon feathers, his left eye A, his right eye A, and the celestial eye at his brow, slightly open point 206 bones shimmered with light. Adorned with supreme bones, divine bones, Tao bones, immortal bones, and emperor bones. His blood flowed, at times transforming into pure golden holy blood, at others into the chaotic blood of Pangu, or the purple blood of the celestial tyrant. This is utterly beyond comprehension. The leaders of the top immortal factions were left speechless. Their legacies had spanned countless epochs, yielding numerous prodigies with every conceivable physique. They could easily discern that the extraordinary manifestations Lin Yang displayed stemmed from various supreme physiques, the true dragon body. Some strained their vision to discern just how many special physiques Lin Yang possessed, only to find themselves utterly confounded. The multitude of unique attributes he showcased was simply overwhelming. Puffed. Upon witnessing this, Feng Wu could no longer harbor any pride. The sheer accumulation of abnormal traits unleashed an insurmountable dread within her, shattering her invincible spirit. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, "Impossible! This cannot be!" After a lengthy pause, the overwhelming terror that had gripped her heart began to subside. She collapsed to the ground, pale as a ghost. Beads of sweat streaming down her face as she gasped for breath, her proud chest heaving violently. Huff, 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 she bowed her head, gritting her silver teeth. I concede. Faced with such an invincible Lin Yang, she lacked even the courage to make a move. Lin Yang shook his head in disappointment. Is this your concession? Is this what it means to be an ancient prodigy? With such beings, do you even dare to represent the human race in battle? He felt an overwhelming despair that if such prodigies were the best the ancient world had to offer, how could he possibly remain uninvolved when the human race faced a true calamity? This would not do. He must motivate these prodigies to train diligently. This was simply unacceptable. Lin Yang's sense of apathy ignited a fire within him, transforming his disappointment into a fervent desire to see them rise. What gives you the right to speak so to me? You are merely a favored child of the Tao, born with numerous invincible physiques and bloodlines. This is not fair. Feng Wu ground her teeth in frustration. Hee. Lin Yang shook his head. Do take a moment to understand my true essence. Feng Wu paused, and everyone else was left in stunned silence. In the next moment, Lin Yang transformed into a single hair, drifting down to the ground. What sort of spectacle was this? The actions of the Lin clan's Shilin son must hold a deeper significance. What could it be? The leaders speculated amongst themselves. Lin Tianyuan sighed, pressing his forehead. His son had a penchant for creating chaos, and his thought processes were truly unconventional. Even he, as a father, could not fathom his son's intentions. Son, while I acknowledge your prowess, there's no need to reveal all your secrets so blatantly. He murmured, just revealing a few things here, and it will suffice to intimidate them. What do you mean by that? Feng Wu, visibly enraged, retorted, such a divine ability as the 72 transformations should be possessed by any immortal clan. What do you intend to achieve by transforming into a mere hair? In the next moment, the hair morphed back into Lin Yang's figure, but I merely wished to convey that it was me. Transformed from a single strand of hair that you battled earlier, Lin Yang shrugged, adding, it wasn't I who became the hair. Rather, it was my hair that became me. What? The onlookers were struck as if by lightning, their eyes wide with disbelief. You. Even someone as strong-willed as Feng Wu found herself in tears, exclaiming, you are utterly humiliating. She had initially thought Lin Yang had already reached the depths of shamelessness, only to realize that his methods of humiliation were merely the tip of the iceberg. Having never been defeated in her life, she now found herself reduced to tears, with tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear tree. It was the first time she had ever cried. You are overthinking it. I did not intend to humiliate you, for I am too lazy for such trivialities. Lin Yang spoke. He sensed a divergence from his intended meaning. Nevertheless, it mattered little. I can't take this anymore. Feng Wu sought a block of tofu to ram her head against. But alas, there was none in the chessboard space. I merely wish to illustrate that this is merely a single hair of mine. Thus, the manifestations of the Zhongtong and Jizungu were all illusions. Lin Yang shook his head. I was not born with these unique attributes. Only then did the crowd begin to comprehend. Indeed, you are deceiving us. The aura of supremacy you exhibited was undeniably real. Such imitation is impossible. Feng Wu protested, having witnessed the genuine auras of those with special qualities. She knew it could not be faked. The various leaders furrowed their brows, sharing her sentiment. They had all experienced such phenomena, confident in their ability to discern the truth. While I was indeed not born with these unique attributes, I never claimed that the extraordinary manifestations I displayed were false. Lin Yang grinned. Did I not say so? Wait, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that these abilities awaken later in life? Feng Wu was taken aback. Throughout history, there had never been a record of someone awakening innate special attributes after birth. That is not entirely accurate. Lin Yang smiled mysteriously, his expression turning serious as his voice took on a grave tone. You place too much emphasis on these superficial manifestations. He pointed at Feng Wu and addressed the assembled prodigies. You rely excessively on these so-called extraordinary bloodlines that bear no true utility. Is it because you possess these unique aspects that you are considered prodigies? Or is it because you are prodigies that these bloodlines gain renown across the ages? Each word resonated with profound wisdom, leaving the assembly of prodigies speechless. Feng Wu's gaze quivered, as if enlightened by divine revelation, her beautiful eyes trembling. She beheld Lin Yang's celestial-like presence, her heart skipping a beat. As exceptional prodigies, you must prioritize your own essence. Lin Yang continued, true invincibility lies in the strength of one's convictions. These so-called extraordinary manifestations and bloodlines are mere externalities. If you are strong enough, you can possess whatever you desire. After all, these manifestations are merely unique expressions of the great path. He extended his hand, and a drop of blood splattered forth. This droplet transformed into flawless golden holy blood, then into the regal and domineering azure sky blood. and finally into the mysteriously chaotic blood of the void. Place all your pride and belief in these externalities. The measure of a prodigy lies not in the number of special bloodlines one possesses. Ultimately, are you, the human race, the true prodigies, or are these bloodlines the true prodigies? Lin Yang's voice rang out with authority, leaving everyone at a loss for words. I understand. A realization dawned upon many. As a prodigy of the human race, I must cultivate an invincible mindset, casting aside external factors to suppress all adversaries. Numerous prodigies' eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, rediscovering their essence, their minds illuminated. Many experienced a second awakening of their bloodlines, even elevating their realms. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of the great path echoed as these prodigies simultaneously broke through, creating a magnificent spectacle. The immortal leaders fell silent, then could not help but applaud, exclaiming, "Bravo! You are indeed the first of the ancient prodigies to celebrate the great path." Just this state of mind surpasses countless other prodigies. Not only could a single hair defeat peers, but with just a few spoken words, he could guide these ancient prodigies to surpass themselves. An achievement beyond mere power disparity. The gap was staggering. The Empress Feng Qiuhuang, the immortal Qin Dragon Emperor, and other leaders joined in applause, their admiration for Lin Yang evident, when comparing their children to Lin Yang. The disparity was immense, completely on a different plane. The prodigies of various clans were all in agreement. Indeed, you are the embodiment of the great path, and I acknowledge your leadership. When the calamity of the human race arrives, we are willing to follow you into battle without hesitation, declared the son of the immortal Qin Dragon Emperor, the prodigy Fuso. Lin Yang was taken aback. That we are too. Me too, prodigies from the immortal Ji family. The Taoist Academy and other immortal factions expressed their agreement. The white-robed divine King Jiangtai Su could not help but be captivated, realizing he had underestimated the wisdom of this individual. Who would have thought that a person of such great wisdom would emerge among the human race? Destined to be the pillar during the calamity, to suppress all clans and once again dominate an era. Lin Yang looked around at the applauding elders and invigorated peers, his mind filled with questions. Wait, have you all misunderstood something? He found it both amusing and exasperating. He had intended merely to offer guidance to these ancient prodigies, encouraging them to elevate their mental state and strengthen their power. This way, he could relax when the calamity arrived. After just a few words, the prodigies had indeed improved their strength as planned. Yet how had he mysteriously become the designated future leader of the human race? What on earth? Lin Yang sighed, realizing he should have refrained from speaking if he did not lack a sense of duty towards the human race. He merely wished to avoid unnecessary complications. With a sigh, he appeared to the onlookers as a benevolent sage, relieved after imparting wisdom to his foolish disciples. Feng Wu approached gracefully, looking earnestly at Lin Yang. I admit, I was wrong before. I misjudged you and strayed from the right path. Now, I have found my way back. To achieve invincibility, one must possess an invincible heart and remain humble. What does it matter if one loses? Everyone has their moments of defeat. That a temporary loss does not signify eternal failure. You wish to tell me that invincibility is not about the moment, but about a lifetime. Lin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean, you've surpassed me? He had intended to clarify that he had not thought so deeply. However, Feng Wu shook her head. You need not say more. I understand everything. Her beautiful eyes ignited with renewed fervor. I have completely grasped all that you wish to teach me. Now, I solemnly apologize to you. She bowed deeply and earnestly stated, I hope we can cultivate together in the future and learn more from you. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming urge to facepalm. What on earth is happening? The Empress Feng Qiuhuang opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, letting out a sigh, her heart heavy. She could not help but acknowledge that perhaps Lin Tianyuan had not been exaggerating after all. This extraordinary prodigy truly was beyond her daughter's reach, that he certainly had the qualifications to marry both her daughter and that nine-tailed fox from Qingqiu. As the chessboard was withdrawn, Lin Yang and Feng Wu returned to the center of the ceremonial hall. With such innate talent and unparalleled prowess among the current young generation, there seems to be no one who can compare to you. Praise the immortal leaders. How exactly has the Lin clan nurtured such talent? Please share your secrets. We wish to emulate your methods. Their gazes were fixed eagerly upon Lin Tianyuan. Lin Yang's strength was undeniably on a different level compared to his peers, if there were indeed any special cultivation secrets. It would be immensely terrifying. Haha, my son is not as remarkable as you all claim. Lin Tianyuan waved his hand, appearing humble, yet in truth he was merely showing off. Alas, it is somewhat embarrassing to admit that our Lin clan only provided a modicum of training before he turned 8, and that was primarily under my wife's guidance. I am not entirely sure how she managed it. The child is quite unruly and has never shown interest in cultivation, preferring instead to frolic in the mundane world. No matter how much I admonished him, he never listened. And yet, look at him now, secretly growing so powerful. I am left speechless. The leaders were trembling with anger, their eyes tinged with jealousy. There is nothing more infuriating than feigned humility that serves merely to boast. Could it be that there are great opportunities to be found in the mortal realm? Some leaders, since they had grasped a key insight, I must send the elite of my clan to explore the mortal world. Perhaps they might uncover secrets long hidden. Many leaders harbored such thoughts, for they were born to dominate their respective realms, akin to deities of their domains. They had never personally traversed the mortal realm, as the daily affairs they managed kept them busy from dawn till dusk, all while attending to their own cultivation to the lower realms. We must ascend. These powerful beings resolve firmly within their hearts. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets, witnessing this scene, sighed inwardly. It seems the myriad realms are on the brink of a wave of ancient prodigies descending to the mortal world. Whether this is a blessing or a curse, I cannot say. Continue your discussion. I shall await you at the banquet, Lin Yang said, glancing around. The peers present regarded him with expressions of admiration. None dared to challenge him. I could see this moment. He simply wished to enjoy his meal. With that, a strand of his hair transformed back into its essence and vanished in an instant. Indeed, it was but a single hair. Just moments ago, in the realm of chess, these top-tier powers found it difficult to confirm his identity. Now, perceiving him directly, they were drenched in cold sweat. If a mere hair could manifest such a form and effortlessly vanquish ancient prodigies, how terrifying must his true self be? Perhaps he truly possesses the capability to threaten us old-timers. The growth rate of this Lin clan's prodigy far exceeds our imagination. These leaders felt a chill run down their spines. Yet they were also relieved. After all, the calamity facing humanity is a collective trial across the myriad realms. If such an unparalleled prodigy were to emerge, it would indeed be a blessing for humankind. Mother, I too wish to step away for a moment. The enchanting Qingqiu fairy's daughter, the alluring nine-tailed fox. Conveyed telepathically. Go ahead. The Qingqiu fairy replied with a gentle smile. Fully aware of her daughter's intentions, in the banquet's kitchen, the chefs of the Lin clan were the finest in the 8 desolations. Some even having achieved the status of saints through their culinary arts. Point 1 can only imagine the extraordinary nature of their skills. Moreover, to entertain the foremost leaders from various realms, the Lin clan had procured numerous top-tier ingredients and fine wines. The kitchen was soon filled with an intoxicating aroma, enticing all who approached, heightening their appetite. Yongwei, what brings you to the kitchen? Lin Yang asked, surprised. After returning to his true form, he had gone to sleep. While his hair had roamed outside, he distinctly remembered placing by Yongwei and the Ghost Emperor in his residence, the Juzhou courtyard, before sleeping. How had she ended up in the kitchen? This place has an irresistible allure. Unconsciously, I was drawn here by some unseen force. Bai Yongwei replied with a mischievous smile, saliva pooling at the corner of her mouth. Her expertise in culinary arts stemmed from her own gluttonous nature. I see, Lin Yang nodded, observing the chefs at work, as if witnessing an art form. It is indeed an enlightening experience. Indeed, while I was meant to hone my skills in the secret realm, observing these chefs has allowed me to break through to the heavenly monarch level. Lin Yang jested. Bai Yongwei had indeed reached that realm. As they conversed, a charming figure approached Lin Yang from behind. Young Master Lin. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox greeted with a slight smile. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, turning to her. Are you the same little nine-tailed fox who sought to betroth herself to me back in the day? The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox stood momentarily stunned. What sort of sudden revelation is this? Goodness, do you always speak so bluntly? Lin Yang grinned, saying whatever came to mind with refreshing candor, true to his nature. If one were truly invincible, should they still speak with hesitation and caution? Cough, cough. That was my mother's suggestion. It was not my intention, the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox clarified. And what is your current intention? Lin Yang inquired with curiosity. Of course. I wish to spar with you, she replied with a slight smile. Our demon clan differs from humanity. Our affinity for the strong is more primal. If you could defeat me in my area of pride, then my true intention would be to share a bed with you. Lin Yang's mouth twitched. How direct. Is this the nature of demons? Indeed, it is far more entertaining, at least in terms of straightforwardness. He had never encountered someone more forthright than himself, and it piqued his interest. Just earlier, Feng Wu didn't dare to make a move and still lost. Do you truly wish to challenge me now? Lin Yang smiled slightly. I am the second nine-tailed fox to have existed since time immemorial, most adept in the path of the mind, the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox proclaimed. Those who tread different paths from other prodigies are not bound by the same rules. Losing in the path of laws does not imply you can triumph over me in the path of the mind. The path of the mind, you say? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. There are primarily 4 paths in cultivation. The path of laws, the path of body refinement, the path of the soul, and the path of the mind. Among these, the path of the mind is the most ethereal and challenging to cultivate. Throughout the ages, only the first nine-tailed fox, born at the dawn of chaos, has transcended the river of time, achieving the title of immortal emperor through the path of the mind. And this Qingqiu nine-tailed fox is the second of her kind since time immemorial. It is almost certain that she is the foremost talent in the path of the mind across the 3,000 realms. A truly unique prodigy of the ages. You stand no chance. You wouldn't even be able to pass my disciple's test, Lin Yang teased, patting Bai Yongwei on the shoulder while casting a mischievous smile at the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox. You, the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox, once brimming with fighting spirit, found her defenses shattered by Lin Yang's words. Feng Wu was right. You certainly have a knack for humiliation. Your disciple appears to have just reached the heavenly monarch realm. Doesn't she? The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox remarked, pouting. Are you implying that I, the second nine-tailed fox of all time, cannot even surpass a heavenly monarch? You cannot. I assure you, Lin Yang replied earnestly. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox, incensed, ceased to speak further and unleashed a wave of mental energy directed at Bai Yongwei. In her eyes, a mere heavenly monarch would succumb to her gaze. How could she fail to initiate a mental assault? Buzz. The tide of mental energy surged into Bai Yongwei's mind, yet touched nothing at all. How could this be? An empty void in her heart realm. She has no heart. Moreover, this mental space is astonishingly vast. How could a mere heavenly monarch possess such a thing? The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox was taken aback. Even her own mental space did not compare in size. Continuing her exploration, she soon reached the deepest recesses of Bai Yongwei's mind. Finally, she spotted something that a confident smile spread across the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox's face. As long as there was something to attack, she would be invincible. Within Bai Yongwei's heart was a pure, flawless crystal. She harbored no desires. Her mind was perfect and unblemished, as immaculate as crystal. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox was utterly flabbergasted. In all her life, she had never encountered such a mind. Lin Yang grinned widely. Bai Yongwei was the reincarnation of the Empress. Possessing a congenital spiritual body, her thoughts as pristine as a newborn infant, inherently resistant to the path of the mind. Humph, if you are perfect and unblemished, then I shall shatter you with brute force. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox, enraged, summoned her tremendous power to crush the crystal. However, the instant the crystal was shaken, the vastness of Bai Yongwei's mental space trembled as well. An overwhelming mental force surged forth. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox's tide of mental energy was rendered as insignificant as a lone boat adrift in a storm, utterly insufficient to withstand it. Begone! A chilling female voice resonated, as if it could command the ages. Exuding an air of indifference and ruthlessness, boom! The will of a nine-tailed fox from Qingqiu was instantly shattered. In reality, she was drenched in cold sweat, gasping deeply, her steps faltering as she even spat out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying will! What could it possibly be? Confusion flickered in the eyes of the nine-tailed fox. Lin Yang cast a glance at Bai Yue. His intention was to manipulate the nine-tailed fox, to see if she could provoke the will of Bai Yue's past life. And indeed, he was successful. Judging from that fleeting moment, the title of Empress possessed a certain depth worth pondering. Lin Yang's gaze grew profound. The system merely stated that she was the reincarnation of an empress, yet it did not specify whether she was a supreme emperor or an immortal emperor. Today, as fate would have it, the nine-tailed fox sought her own demise, providing Lin Yang with an opportunity he had not anticipated. This is cheating. The nine-tailed fox gritted her silver teeth. She harbored an unfathomably terrifying will within her heart. Lin Yang smiled faintly. You should consider yourself fortunate that what you entered just now was not my inner realm. Otherwise, even the slightest ripple would far surpass the terrifying what you just faced. Impossible! That was already unparalleled throughout the ages, that I have only sensed such a level of will when inheriting the memories of the first nine-tailed ancestor of ancient times, no matter how strong the will of others. It could never exceed this level. The nine-tailed fox felt Lin Yang was boasting. Yet, she could sense that he was not lying, which made her even more incredulous. If you are unafraid of death, then come forth. Lin Yang opened his arms wide. Enter my heart and embrace your demise. The nine-tailed fox hesitated, and after a moment, she lowered her head. Indeed, I have lost. In the instant Lin Yang opened his heart, she caught a glimpse of his inner world. In that fleeting moment, she comprehended that her defeat was utterly complete. While she could at least perceive the vastness of others, Lin Yang's essence was beyond her grasp, an unfathomable void that, upon merely glancing, invoked the most primitive and profound terror. You are indeed impeccable, the perfect choice for my husband. I formally propose to you. I wish to marry you and become your woman. The nine-tailed fox pressed her proud chest. Her alluring eyes filled with unwavering determination. This time, it was Lin Yang who was taken aback. Your leap of thought this vast. Do not worry too much. Our demon clan does not adhere to monogamy. As long as your new partners are stronger than I, you may have as many companions as you desire. The nine-tailed fox spoke candidly, as if it were the most natural thing. Marriage treated so casually among your kind? Lin Yang remarked sarcastically. No, quite the opposite. The nine-tailed fox shook her head. We pursue a partner who can completely overpower us in every aspect. Yet since my birth, I have never encountered one until now. I foresee that, even if I traverse the 3,000 realms, you will be the one and only. Having met my destined person, I must act decisively, taking swift and precise measures to secure my position. I predict that in the future, you will be inundated with the affections of countless women, that if I were to pursue you then, it would render my efforts meaningless. The nine-tailed fox smiled radiantly, illuminating the surroundings like blooming flowers. I believe I have explained myself clearly enough. Will you accept me as your wife? Lin Yang, for the first time in his life, broke a sweat. He was born invincible, capable of vanquishing even immortal emperors, and throughout his journey, he had never encountered an opponent worthy of his attention. Yet now, he found himself perspiring. This fox spirit, was she being a bit too straightforward? I do not wish to marry, Lin Yang stated frankly. Dating is a matter for two people. Marriage involves too many complications, and I find it troublesome. All right, then I shall not propose, the nine-tailed fox nodded. Then added, will you accept me as your girlfriend? She was utterly taken with Lin Yang, feeling that he was the only one for her. She did not believe any other being could captivate her so completely. Hence, she was determined to fight for him. Naturally, Lin Yang nodded. But let us start as friends first. If our values align and our interactions are pleasant, I see no reason to refuse. He desired a relationship unencumbered by constraints, with his own understanding of romance, that if two individuals mutually liked each other and recognized each other's viewpoints, there was no reason not to be together. This was a fantastical realm, unlike Blue Star, where ordinary people had to tread carefully and live like cattle or horses. Marriage did not require considerations of purchasing cars or houses, nor did it involve the meaningless feudal remnants devised to dominate the herd. Splendid. The nine-tailed fox waved her small hand, her face brimming with excitement. Da-da. Bai Yue glanced back and forth between her master and the nine-tailed fox, utterly stunned. She had never witnessed such a dialogue before. She was eager to join in. Master, haha, Brother G's suggestion was truly excellent. That I am now brimming with confidence. Enough of that, my Lin clan has prepared the finest delicacies for everyone. It is now time to indulge in the feast. Just then, Lin Tianyuan and a host of immortal leaders approached, laughing and chatting. Bai Yue pouted. The arrival of these elders was quite untimely. Lin Yang smiled faintly. He understood what Bai Yue wished to say. However, matters concerning her would have to wait until her past life memories awakened. Her former life was a part of her essence. Lin Yang was quite concerned about confirming their mutual affection, needing to ensure that the other party genuinely liked him before considering other issues. The banquet commenced, and leaders from all sides enjoyed themselves immensely. Lin Yang's performance today alleviated some of their burdens, and the Lin clan's feast was indeed grand. Lin Yang surveyed the array of delicacies before him. The dishes included steamed dragon fish, braised dragon shank, red braised dragon spine, dragon liver and phoenix gall, Arctic snow lotus soup, and southern dark algae broth. Desserts and fruits featured transformative peaches, ginseng fruits, Chilean watermelons, golden patterned holy berries, and sea of stars ice dates. Beverages included monkey wine, dragon bone liquor, immortal wine, freshly squeezed divine vine juice, fragrant jade liquid, and red-robed immortal wine. Each dish was crafted from the finest ingredients across the 3,000 realms. Even the patriarch of an immortal family would seldom indulge in such extravagance. Only for such grand occasions would they dare to bring out these top-tier delicacies. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yang relished the experience. He had not tasted such exquisite cuisine in 10 years. Although Bai Yue's culinary skills were commendable, she ultimately used ordinary ingredients from the mortal realm. And the flavors of top-tier ingredients were incomparable. After a sumptuous meal, the leaders and the prodigies of the ages departed. Feng Wu and the nine-tailed fox bid farewell to Lin Yang with reluctance. Though they wished to stay, the imperial gate would soon open, and they had to return to prepare. My future husband, I shall return to my clan. See you at the imperial gate, the nine-tailed fox said earnestly. When did I become your husband? Feng Wu's beautiful eyes widened, somewhat anxious. Hey, you feel it too, right? I knew it. That's why I acted first. You'll suffer if you act later. The nine-tailed fox puffed out her proud chest, her face radiating pride. Farewell. With that, she departed alongside the Qingqiu ferry. Creak, creak. Feng Wu ground her teeth in frustration. The Feng clan and the Qingqiu fox clan had always been at odds, and now the man she coveted was snatched away, which left her feeling quite anxious. However, as a human princess, it was difficult to act as freely as the demon clan. She turned to Lin Yang. Since the imperial gate is about to open, I hope you will provide Feng Wu with guidance at that time. Lin Yang nodded. Rest assured, it's a trivial matter. He had intended to mentor these prodigies of the ages, hoping they would assist him in the upcoming calamity. Not to mention, he was eager to teach a princess of the Feng clan an extraordinary beauty. All right, it's a promise. The phoenix dances, transforming into flames, soaring into the distant skies alongside the Empress Feng Qiuwang. In the Lin family courtyard, Lin Tianyuan beams with a broad smile. Xiaoyang, you have truly brought honor to the Lin clan today. I stand before others with my back straightened by 3 points. You should have seen that G fellow, green with jealousy, his eyes practically aflame. The once arrogant Feng Qiuwang now tacitly permits her daughter to be entwined with you, creating a bond that is neither severed nor forgotten. It brings me great delight. Ahem, father, you might want to reconsider your choice of words. Lin Yang rolls his eyes. What do you mean by entwined, neither severed nor forgotten? Ahem, all right then. Lin Tianyuan nods, gazing at his children with unmasked pride. By the way, who is she? He looks at Bai Yue, his expression turning serious. She is my disciple from the mortal realm. Lin Yang replies with a gentle smile, encouraging the somewhat shy Bai Yue to step forward. Greetings, ancestor uncle, Bai Yue says repeatedly. Haha, there is no need for such formality. Since you are my son's disciple, you are now part of the Lin family. Lin Tanyuan laughs heartily. Upon hearing the words part of the family, Bai Youwei's cheeks flush, and warmth spreads through her heart. I see you already possess a sacred weapon. Therefore, allow me to present you with this rainbow feather garment as a token of our first meeting. Lin Tanyuan gestures, and a magnificent garment of vibrant hues materializes, radiating boundless brilliance. This garment is crafted from the wings of the ancient and revered Peacock King. Even after countless ages, its precious quality remains undiminished. Bai Youwei glances at Lin Yang for approval. Since it is a gift from my father, I shall accept it. He smiles gently. Thank you, ancestor uncle. Bai Youwei beams with joy, donning the rainbow feather garment, which perfectly complements her pure and flawless visage. Meanwhile, the ghost emperor of the underworld trembles in awe. He's heard of the legendary rainbow feather garment, a treasure of imperial caliber. To bestow such a gift so casually? Is this the foundation of the immortal clan? This gentleman is... Lin Tanyuan inquires, his gaze piercing as he looks at the ghost emperor of the underworld. Bai Youwei, like a mist, appears pure and untainted. Even Lin Tanyuan cannot see through her. However, he perceives the ghost emperor of the underworld at a glance, recognizing him as a reincarnated supreme emperor. Reporting to the esteemed clan leader, I am but a servant to Lord Lin Yang. The ghost emperor bows humbly, and currently in a probationary period, Lin Yang adds with a smirk. Lin Tianyuan is taken aback. Good heavens! A reincarnated emperor serves as your attendant, and you still wish to evaluate him for a time? That is a level of prestige far beyond my own. He reflects on the current era, where those capable of becoming emperors are, at the very least, titanic figures among the celestials. My son is truly remarkable. Lin Tanyuan praises. It is indeed an honor for me that my master is willing to grant me the opportunity to serve as his attendant. The ghost emperor of the underworld expresses fervently. Yes, with the celestial paths on the verge of reopening, accompanying my son may well lead to your own ascension. Lin Tianyuan concurs. Lin Yang is destined to be the unequivocal protagonist of humanity. When that time comes, many will wish to follow him, and not just emperors. Even celestial sovereigns will not be lacking. The ghost emperor of the underworld has indeed stumbled upon a great fortune. What of my mother? Is she not here? Lin Yang inquires, puzzled. Your mother remains in the heavenly court. Lin Tanyuan sighs. In recent years, the 3,000 realms have been rife with turmoil, and the heavenly court of the human race has become exceedingly busy. Naturally, your mother has also been quite occupied. Lin Yang nods in understanding. Indeed, his mother, Lu Ruyan, hails from the most prestigious power in the current 3,000 realms, the heavenly court. This is indisputable. Other immortal powers occupy their respective realms as sovereigns. But the heavenly court reigns supreme over all humanity, its influence spanning the entirety of the 3,000 realms. Years ago, Lin Tianyuan rose to prominence, his name echoing across the 3,000 realms. In the battle of talents, he vanquished countless foes, hailed as invincible among his peers, a paragon of elegance. Who would not wish to marry such a heroic figure? It is said that even the Empress Feng Xiaohuang had once wished to forge a bond with him. Yet, this man, whom so many aspire to marry, found his own mother wed to him, only to be deemed as a lesser match by the 3,000 realms, solely because she hailed from the heavenly court. Your mother misses you dearly. She has requested that upon your return, you visit her in the heavenly court, as she has important matters to discuss with you. Lin Tianyuan states, understood. After a good meal and a restful sleep, I shall set forth for the heavenly court tomorrow. Lin Yang grins. He too longs to see his mother. Must you be in such a hurry? Lin Tianyuan appears reluctant. He has not seen his children in a decade, and now that they have reunited, they are to part again so soon. I see you are rather lonely, aren't you, father? Lin Yang chuckles softly. Utter nonsense, Lin Tanyuan vehemently denies, waving his hands. Rest assured, once I have resolved the matters troubling your mother, I shall bring her back to reunite with you. Lin Yang smirks. By then, I guarantee you will be so joyful that you will forget all about your children. Lin Tianyuan feels both speechless and touched. He sighs before bursting into laughter. You rascal, your intentions are more than enough. However, the troubles of the heavenly court are not something you can resolve alone, while you possess exceptional talent and formidable strength. You have yet to fully mature into an unparalleled powerhouse. Even the mightiest among them cannot single-handedly tackle the challenges the heavenly court must face. Father, you still do not grasp just how formidable I truly am. Lin Yang shrugs, but never mind, when you reach my level, you will understand. What troubles, what dilemmas? Before invincible strength, they are but mere dust. Excellent. My son undoubtedly possesses grand ambitions. Lin Tianyuan gave a thumbs up, his heart brimming with anticipation. He knows that such a day may come, but it is not yet time that he watches Lin Yang's departing figure, pride illuminating his smile. This boy's temperament is quite reminiscent of my own in the past. I only hope he does not stir up trouble in the heavenly court. But then again, it matters not. Rian will intervene in the Jiuzhou Academy. I too wish to see my mother. This time, you cannot leave me behind. Lin Jiuyu flashes her little tiger teeth, clearly displeased with Lin Yang's previous dismissal of her. All right, I will definitely take you along. Lin Yang stretches lazily. Master, I wish to venture out for training. Bai Yue voices her desire. As more powerful women surround her master, she increasingly recognizes her own shortcomings. She feels a sense of urgency to elevate her strength swiftly, so as not to lag behind her master. Lin Yang nods and turns to the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld. Very well. You shall accompany her. Your strength has also returned to the level of a great sage, making you quite capable in the skies. I will not fail my duty. The Ghost Emperor responds earnestly, eager to fulfill this task. Very well. Lin Yang then inscribes numerous marks and protections upon Bai Yue. In many tales, there are always instances where a powerful figure's disciple or daughter embarks on an adventure, only to be targeted by enemies for the purpose of coercion that he abhors such glitch as that. Thus, he takes great care, placing various protective seals on those close to him, including his sister Jiuyu and disciple Bai Yue. At present, none among the powerful beings of the Eight Desolations realm possess the ability to threaten their safety. Once all preparations are complete, the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld leads Bai Yue beyond the Lin clan for her training. It is time for us to depart as well. I wonder what surprises my mother has in store for me. Lin Yang is filled with anticipation, pondering the formidable heavenly court, the mightiest force among the 3,000 realms. With a resounding boom, he casually envelopes Lin Jiuyu and sets forth on the journey to the heavenly court. Whoosh, whoosh, Lin Yang traverses the skies with Lin Jiuyu. After a decade-long slumber, Lin Jiuyu is enthralled by everything, and thus Lin Yang leisurely enjoys the breathtaking scenery along the way rather than rushing through with void displacement. The heavenly realm possesses a unique charm all its own. Lin Yang wore a faint smile, in stark contrast to the mundane world. The realm of the celestial dome appeared resplendently magnificent, infused with an abundance of spiritual energy, towering mountains that spanned countless miles. Unseen in the mortal realm, were omnipresent, while mighty rivers surged tumultuously, with a single splash capable of conjuring whirlpools extending for hundreds of miles. Occasionally, cultivators soared through the skies, wielding various treasures and riding an array of mounts and vehicles. Enormous birds blotted out the sun as they clashed with majestic eagles. The atmosphere was devoid of the trivialities of human existence, yet it brimmed with grandeur, evoking a sense of the flourishing era of human cultivators. Truly, it was a remarkable age. Lin Yang's gaze was piercing, an epic belonging to the dominators of humanity. Lin Jiuyu noticed a chase unfolding ahead, that a girl was being pursued by a band of iron-willed warriors. How could they possibly bully the weak? Lin Jiuyu felt a twinge of discontent. Lin Yang shook his head. Do not rely solely on your eyes. You are still too naive in the outside world. Lacking experience makes one susceptible to deception by appearances. All right. Lin Jiuyu pouted. After her reincarnation, due to her insufficient cultivation level, she was unable to bear too much. Thus, her previous life was not entirely awakened. Compounded by a decade-long slumber, her current mentality was indeed that of a simple teenage girl, easily misled. This was precisely why Lin Yang took her to traverse the celestial dome, allowing her to witness the harsh realities of the cultivation world beyond the Lin clan and exposing her to the malevolence of human nature. What do you think is happening? Lin Jiuyu inquired. The iron-willed warrior's eyes were filled with profound hatred, signifying that the woman was their enemy. Lin Yang pointed out the clues to Lin Jiuyu. Although that girl appears wretched, she is drenched in the blood of others. Moreover, her strength is evidently superior to that of these iron-willed warriors, yet she flees in panic, clearly harboring ulterior motives or guilt. Lin Jiuyu nodded repeatedly, her admiration for Lin Yang growing. What should we do? Lin Yang chuckled heartily. If you, a fledgling, encounter such a situation, it is best not to intervene. The world is fraught with complexities, and the entanglement of cause and effect is intricate. What may seem like a righteous deed could inadvertently save an evil person to not meddle in the affairs of others. What about you, brother? Lin Jiuyu questioned. For an invincible being, everything is but a fleeting concern, and I act solely according to my whims. Lin Yang shrugged nonchalantly. After all, no matter how convoluted the cause and effect, I can see through it at a glance, with the power to dominate all and the ability to perceive everything. I am free to act as I please. Brother, you're boasting again. Lin Jiuyu chuckled, though she felt that Lin Yang's words were somewhat exaggerated. Yet, in this era, possessing the strength to obliterate the remnants of an emperor certainly qualified as invincibility. As the conversation unfolded, the band of iron-willed warriors and the bloodied woman had already drawn near. Lin Yang cast them a dispassionate glance, indifferent to their presence, and one held the right to compel him to retreat. Should these individuals lack discernment and dare to provoke him, they would be eradicated without hesitation. Young master, please save me. If you rescue me, I will grant you anything. The bloodied beauty, her voice tinged with an unusual accent, called out to Lin Yang. Seeing him unmoved, a flicker of coldness crossed her eyes, yet her smile grew even more pronounced. Surely, you cannot turn a blind eye to this, can you? Did you not learn to protect women when you were young? Lin Yang glanced at the bloodied beauty, a hint of playful amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Are you attempting to morally blackmail me? Such audacity! The bloodied beauty's expression faltered. How could this person, who appeared to be a mere teenager venturing into the world, remain unmoved by the sight of death and unperturbed by her charms, resisting moral coercion? Impressive. With a quick change of strategy, she said, young master, I see you lack the courage. I understand, after all. Enough of your prattle. Lin Yang could no longer tolerate her incessant chatter and swatted her away with a single strike. The woman had begun to nauseate him. What he could not abide, he would simply erase. How dare you lay a hand on me? On what grounds? The woman instantly revealed her true nature, her face contorting with rage. Then perish along with me. She screamed, her form twisting as fingers elongated, seeking to siphon Lin Yang's blood. Yet, with that one sweeping blow, Lin Yang reduced her to mere ash, leaving her no chance to retaliate. The bloodthirsty beauty from the Eastern Isles had thus been eradicated? The iron-willed warriors pursuing her initially stood in shock, then fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. Thank you, esteemed senior, for ridding us of the Eastern beauty. We are eternally grateful for your kindness. The Crimson Dragon Empire shall forever remember your grace. Lin Yang smiled faintly, intending to depart, when he suddenly paused. What do you call her? The Eastern Beauty, the commander of the Crimson Dragon Empire replied respectfully. Lin Yang frowned, recalling unsettling memories from his past life, further irritated by the woman's accent. He peered into the memories of the iron-willed warriors, a fierce killing intent gleaming in his eyes. What a fine representation of the Eastern Celestial Isle. What troubles you, brother? Lin Jiuyu inquired, sensing Lin Yang's unusual cold demeanor. In the ancient era, humanity was merely the blood-fed slaves of myriad races. Yet, countless human sages had bravely resisted foreign oppression. Fighting for a place for their was the indomitable spirit and bloodshed of these sages and emperors that ultimately led to the establishment of the Celestial Court for humanity and the era of human dominion. Lin Yang sighed. Lin Jiuyu nodded. She had grown up hearing these tales. Yet, a faction of human traitors had chosen a path entirely contrary to that of these sages. They allied with foreign races, even venerating them as gods, willingly subjugating themselves as slaves to these beings. They would go so far as to betray their fellow humans, selling vital information to curry favor with the foreign races. Lin Yang's voice turned icy. The Eastern Celestial Isle is a prime example of such treachery. Once a mere speck of land, they allied with the beastly Yada no Kami, treating it as a deity. Persistently harassing the Crimson Dragon Empire and other surrounding powers, countless lives were sacrificed to appease the Yada no Kami. I know of them. After the foreign celestial court was shattered and the myriad races sealed, the Eastern Celestial Isle vanished into obscurity. Lin Jiuyu nodded in agreement. And now, they have resurfaced, Lin Yang sneered. It seems that with the path to immortality about to open, they wish to rise from the ashes alongside their masters. Esteemed senior, the iron-willed warriors of the Crimson Dragon Empire lamented, tears flowing freely. You may not know, but that Eastern beauty led the Eastern warriors, and in a single night, blood sacrificed countless civilians that it was horrific. Everyone perished, including our parents and loved ones, all met with a tragic end. We can never coexist with them. Rise, Lin Yang said with a nod. He held a deep respect for these men, who sought vengeance for their kin. If that beauty had truly unleashed her power, she could have effortlessly wiped out all the iron-willed warriors. Their pursuit was indeed a desperate gamble. Indeed, the truth behind appearances often conceals an entirely different reality. Lin Jiuyu reflected. Have you reported this matter? Lin Yang inquired. The Crimson Dragon Empire was a first-rate power. Significant events should be reported to the ruling factions above. If the ruling factions deemed themselves unable to manage the situation, they would escalate it to the Imperial Clan. If the Imperial Clan could not resolve it, it would then be reported to the Eternal Lin Clan. The vastness of the Bahuang realm was such that if everything were to fall under the jurisdiction of the Eternal Lin Clan, even giving birth to countless children each year would not suffice. Our emperor has already perished in battle, and the incident transpired too swiftly for us to report it. The iron-blooded warrior hurriedly responded, suppressing the yearning within his heart, resolutely reporting back that he understood that only this esteemed one had the capacity to save the Crimson Dragon Empire now. Yet he found himself unable to speak. Seeking assistance would mean dragging others into trouble, and his conscience weighed heavily upon him, rendering him speechless. Lin Yang nodded, further affirming his appreciation for the character of these iron-blooded warriors, those who disregarded the safety of others, immediately demanding help, like that enchantress from earlier, were fundamentally flawed in character. All paths lead to demise. Take me to your capital, Lin Yang declared. Esteemed one. The Crimson Dragon warrior trembled, and in his excitement, he continued, the Eastern Island's influence is vast, seemingly blessed by foreign entities. Their combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. This is the battle footage we have recorded. He aimed to make the immortal before him comprehend the magnitude of the crisis they would face should they engage. If Lin Yang chose to depart as a result, he would still feel gratitude within his heart. Lin Yang observed the scenes unfold. Countless heads of Crimson Dragon citizens rolling, iron-blooded warriors charging forth, and the Eastern warriors laughing maniacally, and the noble Crimson Dragon Emperor gallantly facing death. He shook his head. After all the difficulty in finding a few good souls in the cultivation realm, why must they perish first? No need to look any further. Casually, he deactivated the memory projection directly to your capital. With a wave of his sleeve, he, along with Lin Jiuyu and the iron-blooded warriors, traversed infinite distances, arriving in an instant at the capital of the Crimson Dragon. The speed of their journey was entirely dictated by his will. The capital of the Crimson Dragon lay in ruins. Blood spilled and wails echoed throughout. The surviving citizens and iron-blooded warriors were engaged in rescuing the wounded. Encountering me is your good fortune, Lin Yang spoke nonchalantly. Indeed, esteemed one, the Crimson Dragon generals nodded. Lin Yang smiled slightly. I'm not referring to the matter of saving you earlier. The Crimson Dragon generals were momentarily taken aback. Then, esteemed one, what do you mean? Lin Yang turned his gaze to the vast expanse of the Crimson Dragon City. Raising his hand, restore it all. The terrifying force of causality enveloped time and space, the power of reincarnation spreading infinitely, wrapping around the entire city of the Crimson Dragon, in a flash of light. All were revived, the severely injured healed, and the deceased returned to life. Even the collapsed ruins were rebuilt as they once were, as if the blood sacrifice had never occurred. Gulp. What is happening here? The Crimson Dragon generals stood in stunned disbelief, staring blankly at the scene before them. Could this be an illusion before our demise? Resurrection. What kind of extraordinary power is this? Killing is easy, but preserving life is difficult. Altering fate and reversing the cosmos. This can't possibly be the legendary true immortal. The iron-blooded warriors were now so astounded their very marrow trembled, forgetting everything else. Lin Yang, however, directed his gaze toward the impending heavenly tribulation. To alter the destinies of so many in one breath was intolerable to the heavenly way, and a destructive thunderbolt was about to descend. Go ahead, try it. Lin Yang spoke with indifference. The thunderbolt, poised to strike, suddenly faltered, halting completely. Heaven is unkind, treating all beings as mere fodder. You do not punish those who sacrifice lives, while I, seeking to redress the grievances of the suffering. You emerge to assert your presence. Do you think me easy to bully? It seems there is no longer a need for you to continue existing as the heavenly way. Lin Yang coldly admonished. The thunderbolt, frightened, dissipated into a manifestation of the heavenly way. The embodiment of the heavenly way sensed the impending doom and trembled in fear, repeatedly bowing to Lin Yang an apology. It was my mistake. I shall amend the heavenly laws immediately. If you have any dissatisfaction, I will rectify it at once. The embodiment of the heavenly way transformed into an exquisitely beautiful woman, her desire to survive palpable. Begone, Lin Yang frowned. The will of the heavenly way is not easily formed. Even if destroyed, its reconstruction would take ages. During this chaotic interval, only greater disorder would befall the 8 Desolation realm. Yes, the embodiment of the heavenly way felt cold sweats soaking her entire body and hurriedly vanished. At that moment, across the 8 Desolation realm, the most mysterious and terrifying existences paused in shock. Was it merely my illusion? Had the 8 Desolation realm been trembling just now? It has ceased. Thankfully, it is not another wave of celestial emperors annihilating the world. These supreme beings, having developed a psychological shadow, all breathed a sigh of relief. The manifestation of the heavenly way had appeared. This was indeed remarkable. Deep within the ancestral land of the Lin clan, a terrifying will gradually receded, sinking into silence. In the capital of the Crimson Dragon Empire, only those above the sage level could witness the earlier scene. Lin Jiuyu's mouth hung agape, unable to close. Staring blankly at Lin Yang, brother, her mind was in disarray, mechanically uttering that single word. Lin Yang smiled gently. Is this surprising to you? There are many more astonishing events awaiting you in the future. You should get accustomed to it. After all, that was the heavenly way, the highest heavenly way of the entire 8 Desolation realm. Lin Jiuyu shook her head. Even true immortals could not instill fear in the heavenly way of the realm. Could they? Brother, just how high is your realm now? Lin Jiuyu asked, somewhat lacking in confidence. How high? Lin Yang pointed at the endless sky above. The sky that high? Lin Jiuyu questioned, puzzled that no Lin Yang shook his head. What I mean is, there is no one above me anymore. Lin Jiuyu was utterly shocked. Had Lin Yang said such a thing earlier, she would have thought it mere boasting. However, having witnessed the earlier spectacle, she could only give her brother a thumbs up. Brother, you are amazing. The newly revived, powerful beings of the Crimson Dragon Empire shook their heads, groggily regaining their senses. Didn't I die in battle? The Crimson Dragon Emperor gazed at the Crimson Dragon generals before him. The generals reported the events that had just transpired. A look of astonishment flashed in the Crimson Dragon Emperor's eyes. Could it be that there exists a supreme being capable of resurrecting even a great sage like me? Lin Yang, along with Lin Jiuyu, descended. He held a deep admiration for this emperor who was willing to die on the battlefield for his subjects. This was the level a true monarch should aspire to. With his sage-level strength, it would have been easy for him to escape the blood sacrifice. Yet he chose to fight valiantly. As the saying goes, the emperor guards the gates of the nation. A monarch dies for the state. Esteemed one, the Crimson Dragon Emperor was exceedingly respectful. Resurrect a being of great sage caliber was something he had never even heard of. even in the ancient secrets. Those true immortals could at most retrieve a few deceased mortals from the underworld. In the current age of celestial demise, resurrection simply did not exist, yet such an impossible feat was effortlessly accomplished by the young man before him. The grace of the esteemed one, the Crimson Dragon, shall remember it for eternity. The Crimson Dragon Emperor bowed deeply, then immediately proclaimed, "From this moment forth, our Crimson Dragon Empire shall regard the esteemed one as the sole true deity, with each household venerating and offering sacrifices to augment the esteemed one's merit." He turned, sighing. "I know this is trivial for the esteemed one, but it is all that the Crimson Dragon can offer." Lin Yang nodded. For a first-rate force, having several sages in residence was already quite formidable, and indeed, there was little more they could do. Just as he was about to speak, a terrifying aura surged from the east. Buzz, two sage-level presences sensed this aura and stepped forth from the deepest part of the Crimson Dragon Empire. They were the ancient ancestors of the Crimson Dragon Empire. Previously, they had been besieged by over 10 Eastern demonic lords in the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum, ultimately slaying 3 of them before fighting until their last drop of blood. Now, resurrected, they immediately rushed over, ready to continue the battle. Ancestors, the Crimson Dragon Emperor's eyes sparkled with brightness. "You have done well. Adhering to the teachings of our ancestors, the Emperor guards the gates of the nation. A monarch dies for the state. The millions of citizens are our kin, flowing with our blood." The 2 ancestors expressed their satisfaction. "Although we do not know why we have been reborn, as long as the great enemy remains, we shall fight to the last drop of blood for the Crimson Dragon. It was this esteemed one who intervened and brought us back to life." The Crimson Dragon Emperor respectfully addressed Lin Yang. The 2 ancient ancestors of the Red Dragon were taken aback, hurriedly expressing their gratitude to Lin Yang. Resurrecting the Holy Sovereign? Such a tactic is utterly terrifying. Lin Yang merely nodded. To him, this was a trivial matter of no significance. The chilling aura from the east finally descended. The man was strikingly handsome, yet possessed 8 grotesque heads, marring his beauty. He stood amidst the heavens, his expression cold and proud, a terrifying aura enveloping him like demonic light, cascading downwards, filled with the wails of countless vengeful spirits. He furrowed his brow slightly, addressing the Eastern Demon's sovereign beside him. "Did you not say that your blood sacrifice was complete, and that you were merely awaiting my arrival to partake in a feast? Why, then, does this place remain intact?" The 9 Eastern Demon sovereigns trembled in fear. "Master, Divine Sovereign, it is not our fault. We indeed performed the blood sacrifice on the Red Dragon capital, even slaying their emperor and ancestors. Hundreds of millions of citizens were slaughtered, and their deaths were horrific enough to amass ample resentment for your cultivation. Yet for reasons unknown, they have all returned to life, and their mind were in disarray, utterly unable to comprehend the changes within the Red Dragon capital. Clearly a desecration of the divine, a feigned attempt at credit." The 8-headed man sneered disdainfully. "You incompetent servants, unable to perform your duties, spinning such absurd lies. What use are you to me?" With a mere flick of his claw, the bodies of the Eastern Demon sovereigns exploded one after another, transforming into soul, essence, and blood, which he voraciously consumed. Glug. The 2 ancient ancestors of the Red Dragon were filled with dread. They well understood the terror of these Eastern Demon sovereigns. Even with their utmost effort, they had only managed to slay 3. Yet this bizarre 8-headed man effortlessly annihilated the remaining 9. He emanated a faint yet profound essence of the ultimate path. This was a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. The 2 ancient ancestors gasped in shock. The difference between a holy sovereign and a quasi-emperor is but a single step, yet it is a chasm of unfathomable depth. Yes, soon as one gains the title of emperor, their realm is transformed entirely, their strength transcending different dimensions. Even as a quasi-emperor, possessing a hint of the ultimate path's essence, he could recklessly slaughter in lower realms, with a quasi-emperor manifesting and being referred to as a divine sovereign. He must be a member of the Yamada no Orochi clan. The eyes of the 2 ancient ancestors turned blood red. Throughout history, The East and the Yamada no Orochi clan have committed countless atrocities against them, fostering an enmity as deep as the Blood Sea. Since you have fortuitously survived, let us slay you once more. The eight-headed man chuckled coldly, one of his heads rapidly expanding to 1,000 meters, opening wide to consume all the blood offerings. Such a grotesque mouth was truly repulsive. Lin Jiu covered her nose. It stinks. Since his sister was displeased, let him explode. Lin Yang smiled slightly, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it upon that enormous head. Boom! With merely a glance, that colossal head exploded violently. Who dares to harm me? The eight-headed man roared in furious indignation, glaring at Lin Yang. TSK. Merely a lowly human. His expression was grim and inscrutable. The strength Lin Yang had just displayed was sufficient to annihilate him. Heh, I am of the Yamada clan, the mighty Yamada no Orochi, the bizarre man proclaimed. Your talent is commendable. You may serve as my subordinate. Once my clan unifies the 8 desolates, I can allow you to survive. Come, demonstrate your loyalty by offering me that delectable female by your side. Bang, bang, bang. The coldness in Lin Yang's eyes intensified. The heads of the bizarre man began to explode one after another. You dare! Cease this at once. The 8-headed figure shrieked in despair, his words fierce. Yet he swiftly attempted to flee. This scene left the 2 red dragon ancestors, who had braced themselves for death, utterly dumbfounded. That was a quasi-emperor. Without even direct contact, merely a glance had caused his heads to explode consecutively. What level of cultivation is this? Lin Yang grinned, indifferently commanding. Kneel! The terrifying Tao principles resonated, instantly forcing the remaining head of the bizarre man to the ground in submission. Such a demon as you does not deserve a swift death. Lin Yang looked down upon the bizarre man. You do not merit a clean and tidy demise. What are you? The ancient monster gasped. Are you an ancient being that has survived the ages? I am a younger brother of the first prodigy of my clan, Yamada no Orochi. Killing me would be worse than being hunted down by my brother. Lin Yang shook his head, casually cleaving open the head of Yamada no Orochi, extracting his soul as one would peel an orange. Yamada no Orochi's wretched howls were futile against Lin Yang's overwhelming power. Glug, treating a quasi-emperor as a mere plaything, manipulating him as he pleased. The strong of the Red Dragon Empire watched this scene with exhilaration, their blood surging. This moment shattered the shadows and fears that had loomed over them for countless years. The ancient alien races are not invincible. Even a quasi-emperor before the mightiest of our human race is but a toy. Their eyes gleamed with pride and elation. Zhizhi, Lin Yang, with a mere thought, absorbed all the memories of Yamada and no Orochi, then produced a secret treasure, the Mirror of the Abyss, casting it within. The Abyss is a realm of endless extreme tortures. As long as the soul persists, the punishment never ceases. The Eastern Fairy Island. You say? He gazed towards the east, his voice chilling. Let this become your ghost island. Boom! In the next moment, the void was torn apart as the genius of the Yamada clan, Yamada no Orochi, furiously traversed the void, his murderous intent boiling over. Who dares? Who has slain my foolish brother? He laughed maniacally. No matter who it is, all of you here shall die. Today, I shall blood sacrifice the Red Dragon Empire to accompany my foolish brother to the afterlife. Fool, Lin Yang replied coldly. In the next instant, the head of Yamada no Orochi suddenly soared away, his astonished gaze wide with disbelief, having failed to perceive how Lin Yang made his move. His head was cleaved open, and his soul was forcibly extracted, imprisoned within the Mirror of the Abyss. The strong of the Red Dragon Empire were left in a stupor. They had not even had the time to sense the terror of Yamada no Orochi before he was eliminated. This efficiency was astounding. That was a prodigy of an alien race. The Red Dragon Emperor was stunned. The legend spoke of an existence capable of annihilating a nation single-handedly, and yet, in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Humph! A chill flickered in Lin Yang's eyes as he further tore apart the void created by Yamada no Orochi, traversing into the ghost island of the east. Shall we follow? A Red Dragon general inquired. The power of the Supreme Lord, is beyond our comprehension. To follow would only serve as a hindrance that we should merely observe from the rift in the void." The Red Dragon ancestor shook his head. Many Red Dragon officials and citizens nodded, their eyes burning with anticipation as they gazed at the unfolding scene in the void, fervently hoping. The Supreme Lord must prevail. The Red Dragon ancestor clenched his fists tightly. Although Lin Yang slaughtered prodigies as one would chickens, that was the stronghold of an alien race. Countless powerful beings and profound foundations lay there. Not to mention the defenses upon the island. Before he could finish his thoughts, a tremendous explosion erupted. The protective barrier of the entire eastern fairy island was shattered. Before they could react, Lin Yang had already rampaged through. Every eastern warrior within his path, even at a considerable distance, was obliterated, turning to mist of blood. Throughout this, Lin Yang had not even lifted a finger, relying solely on the chilling aura that naturally emanated from him. Like the arrival of death itself, all who crossed his path lay vanquished. Soon, his arrival sent shockwave throughout the entire eastern fairy island. The Eastern Emperor appeared, his face contorted. "Who are you? How dare you act so brazenly against our eastern nobility?" Lin Yang crushed his skull with a single punch. Silence. The eastern royal family immediately trembled, falling to their knees, frantically bowing. "Immortal, please spare us. We acknowledge you as our master. We are all your slaves." "You were born to be slaves to others," Lin Yang mocked coldly. Indeed. We were born to serve you as slaves." In a desperate bid for survival, the Eastern royal family would say anything. Lin Yang grinned widely. They believed Lin Yang had acquiesced, their hearts easing, and a brutal thought blossomed. "Once the Yamada lords emerge, you shall undoubtedly die. We shall torment you however we please." Their heartfelt cries were audibly projected by Lin Yang, rendering their faces ashen to the utmost degree. They were utterly incapable of comprehending such a terrifying display of power. "Die." With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Yang simultaneously annihilated the 9 clans of the Emperor. Regardless of the distance, they were inexorably drawn by the power of bloodline. However, their demise was prolonged to an excruciating degree. Within their perception of time, they perpetually experienced death, enduring extreme torment, fear, and pain. Where was the clan of the Yamada no Orochi? Lin Yang extended his hand, seizing a eunuch from the palace, directly controlling his soul and seeing through everything. In the next moment, he arrived at the cave of Takamagara. There lay a seal, a remnant of the human celestial court that had imprisoned the Yamada no Orochi clan. Now, the seal had been breached, and occasionally, a few members of the Yamada no Orochi managed to sneak through the opening. Yet, they evidently lacked the strength to fully tear apart the seal. If they couldn't even break a minor seal, how could they aspire to dominate the realms? Lin Yang chuckled. "Let me lend you a hand." He pointed inside, and the seal was obliterated, along with those of the Yamada no Orochi who were desperately assaulting it, their flesh and blood scattering into oblivion. As the seal shattered, the entirety of Takamagara trembled. The powerful members of the Yamada no Orochi surged forth like a plague of locusts from the sealed cavern. "Ha! After countless ages, we have finally seen the light of day again. Keek, I shall feast upon 10 million humans to celebrate. To dominate the realms begins today. Soon, the royal family of the Yamada no Orochi made their appearance. A terrifying pressure descended, shaking the very heavens and earth. Our clan's prodigy, Yamada no Yari, has returned." The queen of the Yamada no Orochi raised her hand and bellowed. Bang! A severed head was tossed at her feet. "Are you searching for him?" Lin Yang scoffed, his expression cold and indifferent. Yari, the queen of the Yamada no Orochi, upon seeing the head, was consumed by rage. "You have slain my Yari. I shall take vengeance upon your entire ancestry." Lin Yang grinned, casually unleashing a palm strike that obliterated an uncountable number of powerful Yamada no Orochi in the void. "Madman!" The queen of the Yamada no Orochi was horrified. How could she encounter a world-shattering powerhouse right upon her emergence? Yet, she felt no fear, and no matter how strong Lin Yang was, he was still merely a man, while her Yamada no Orochi clan was at least among the top 1,000 of ancient clans. Could one person truly suppress them? Step aside. You are all unworthy. Allow me to handle this, the queen commanded. The enraged members of the Yamada no Orochi nodded in silent agreement and retreated. The queen then unveiled her formidable aura, unleashing a terrifying force that swept the surroundings. Her power had gradually restored to the level of an initial emperor. In this age of celestial demise, absolute power reigns supreme. This human is doomed. The members of the Yamada no Orochi were filled with uncontainable excitement, eagerly watching. The queen has taken the stage. Bang! In the next moment, the queen's form was pierced by Lin Yang's finger, cleaved in two. She fell. Bang! The queen of the Yamada no Orochi collapsed to the ground, her 8 heads swaying, utterly dazed. What just happened? How did I inexplicably become 2 halves? An illusion? So fast, even an emperor could not react. As her consciousness began to sharpen, she realized that she had indeed split in 2, her 4 heads gazing at the other 4. Bang! Lin Yang descended, crushing one of her heads beneath his foot as if it were a balloon, relentlessly trampling. Queen, such a monumental humiliation. No, the proud members of the Yamada no Orochi were consumed by fury, nearly spitting blood. This scene was a profound slap in the face, a disgrace beyond measure. Die, the queen roared in her final moments, unleashing her clan's innate ability. The divine sword, Amano Murakumo, erupted from her mouth, radiating a merciless killing intent. It was the divine sword Amano Murakumo. Its edge was so sharp that it could cleave even celestial beings. He is finished. The eyes of the Yamada no Orochi gleamed once more. Is this your last hope? Lin Yang sneered, flicking his fingers to shatter Amano Murakumo into countless fragments that scattered into the void. The Yamada no Orochi were left stupefied. The emotional roller coaster was unbearable. Just as hope flickered, it was ruthlessly crushed. Die. Lin Yang stomped down, obliterating the last of the queen's heads. The queen had perished. Were they to be sealed by humans once more? Such humiliation. They could only await the next era. Damn, their luck was truly abysmal. Lin Yang gazed at the Yamada no Orochi, grinning. Sealed? What delusions are you harboring? After the great war of the ancient celestial court, when their vitality was severely depleted, they could only resort to sealing techniques, who would eliminate their enemies and then seal them. All of you shall perish. He pointed his finger like a sword and slashed across the sky. A colossal sword manifested, sweeping across the heavens and earth, reducing all Yamada no Orochi to ashes in its radiant glow. Gulp. The powerful Crimson Dragon warriors watching this scene through the rift in the void were invigorated and thrilled. The Celestial is indeed our human race's pillar. Invincible. Some even shed tears of blood. The enmity between the Yamada no Orochi and the Eastern Isles, along with their kin, ran profoundly deep, now that vengeance had been exacted. How could they not feel exhilarated? Where had the Celestial gone? He ascended into the sky. The powerful beings of the Crimson Dragon Empire were astonished. Lin Yang soared into the heavens, delivering a single palm strike. The entire Eastern Isles was instantly submerged by his blow, the countless Eastern Islanders above shattered by the force, blood mist enveloping the sky and obscuring everything. Since he had commenced, he would eradicate them entirely. With the techniques of causality and bloodline tracking, he severed all ties with the island, annihilating every bloodline connected to it across infinite space. In an instant, millions of Eastern Islanders were extinguished. The Eastern Isles had sunk into the depths of the sea. Projection. He took out the mirror of the abyss, casting the hell of the abyss upon the submerged Eastern Isles. He did not annihilate the souls of the deceased. Instead, he imprisoned them all in the hell of the abyss, subjected to endless torment as recompense for their past sins. This moment, the Eastern Isles officially became the notorious Ghost Island of the East. Having completed all of this, he took a step back and returned to the Crimson Dragon Empire. The gratitude of the Celestial is beyond measure. The people of the Crimson Dragon Empire bowed deeply to Lin Yang. It was my duty to rid humanity of this scourge. Lin Yang did not perceive this as anything of significance. It was merely a trifling task accomplished with ease. Now that he was invincible, anything displeasing could simply be crushed with a slap. Let us depart. Lin Yang smiled at Lin Jiyue. Your Excellency, spoke the Crimson Dragon Sovereign. There is no need for formality. I hold high hopes for you. The path to the Empire shall soon open. Strive diligently to make a name for yourself along that road. Lin Yang patted the shoulder of the Crimson Dragon Sovereign, awakening the dormant blood of the Crimson Dragon within him. Boom! The realm of the Crimson Dragon Sovereign surged upward. The blood of the Crimson Dragon. The founding emperor bore the bloodline of the Crimson Dragon and conquered the White Serpent to seize the realm. It had been countless ages since a member of the royal clan had awakened the blood of the Crimson Dragon. The two ancient ancestors of the Crimson Dragon were astounded, filled with immense joy. Thank you. Your Excellency. Lin Yang waved his hand casually, taking Lin Jiyue and floating away. Was this the demeanor and means possessed by the mightiest of our human race? The gaze of the Crimson Dragon Sovereign was intense, filled with boundless hope. The Crimson Dragon Empire was merely a domain beneath the heavens. To protect the Empire and its people, he required even greater strength. He clenched his fists, the blood of the Crimson Dragon roaring within him. I cannot disappoint the Celestial. I vow to leave my name upon the path to the Empire. Thus, Lin Yang, accompanied by Lin Jie, traversed the heavens for several days before descending upon the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court. Lin Yang gazed upon the magnificent scene before him. The celestial realm stretched infinitely, standing alone amidst the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms, a world unto itself. Even in the age of celestial demise, an abundance of celestial radiance enveloped the entire world, with cultivators thriving and spiritual energy as dense as thick water. It felt as if the celestial realm had not been severed from the ancient immortal paths. This was the pinnacle of the 3,000 realms, the ultimate destination for all-powerful beings, the shared sovereign of humanity, the Celestial Court. Lin Yang nodded, acknowledging its well-deserved reputation. Due to restrictions, those who could step into the Celestial Court were at least of sage existence. This place could truly be deemed a gathering ground for the sages of humanity. He traversed the Celestial Realm with his sister. The outermost regions of the Celestial Court were accessible to sages for cultivation. However, to enter the true Celestial Court, one must pass through the 4 great heavenly gates. At the southern heavenly gate, the 4 gatekeepers were idly playing mahjong. Though their realms were profound, they were essentially mere decorations. The Celestial Court was frequented by unparalleled figures, any one of whom they could not afford to offend. They were merely needed as gatekeepers, hence their placement here. Another visitor arrived, a youth. Those wishing to ascend the heavenly ladder proceeded straight ahead, while those with documents to report veered right to the literary palace, and those with military affairs to report turned left to the martial emperor hall. The 4 gatekeepers spoke with practiced ease. Once you register here, you may enter. I am searching for my mother. Which way should I go? Lin Yang inquired with a slight smile, unable to resist teasing the seemingly lackadaisical gatekeepers. Who is your mother? The gatekeepers were left speechless. It was their first encounter with someone seeking their mother in the Celestial Court. People come and go daily. Even the rulers of the immortal clans are plentiful, and ordinary emperors are beyond count. What status does your mother hold that we should take note of her? Lu Ruyan. Lin Yang announced directly. Lu Ruyan, you say? What? The mahjong table was overturned, the jade tiles scattering across the ground as the 4 gatekeepers simultaneously rose. Astonished gazes fixed on Lin Yang. Lin Yang produced a jade token. The 4 gatekeepers were left dumbfounded. We did not realize the esteemed presence of young Master Lin. Please forgive our ignorance. Lady Ruyan is currently attending to affairs in the Lingxiao Hall. You may proceed straight ahead. Oh. Lin Yang nodded, not wishing to trouble the 4 gatekeepers who were engrossed in their game, and walked straight ahead with Lin Jiyue. It seemed that his mother held a significant position within the Celestial Court. Merely mentioning her name had frightened these idle gatekeepers, so his anticipation grew. What status did the woman, who was universally acknowledged in the 3,000 realms as having married down to his father, hold in the Celestial Court? Was this truly the legendary heavenly ladder of the 3,000 realms? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The heavenly ladder consisted of a total of 10,081 steps, harmonizing with the number of the great Tao. To ascend the heavenly ladder, one's strength, innate talent, fortune, and willpower must reach the pinnacle of the 3,000 realms. Only by ascending the heavenly ladder could one be considered to have truly entered the celestial court. Otherwise, one would remain an outsider forever. Countless powerful beings from the 3,000 realms would come here, attempting to ascend the heavenly ladder and become recognized as unparalleled strong beings by the celestial court, even potentially joining its higher echelons. Ascending the heavenly ladder was nearly on par with achieving renown on the imperial path. Those ancient prodigies have boasted for so long. Why haven't any of them come a challenge the heavenly ladder? They seem to be mere fabrications of the immortal forces, creating a fade of their continued strength. Indeed, since the age of celestial demise, the strongest among them was the celestial emperor. Why should their hegemonic forces still be subjected to the rule of the immortal clans? The strongest combatants among them were evidently on equal footing. As long as we ascend the heavenly ladder first in this era and elevate to the higher echelons of the celestial court, the face of those immortal forces will be trampled into the ground. The strong individuals from various realms spoke in a flurry, clearly dissatisfied with the current dominance of the immortal clans over all realms. The immortal paths have been severed for so many years. The balance of heaven and earth should have long since changed. Unfortunately, the heavenly ladder was simply too difficult to ascend that I pride myself on being invincible among my peers, having defeated all challengers in the Xianhai realm. Yet now I can barely ascend over 300 steps. This heavenly ladder truly meant for mortals. Does anyone truly have the capability to reach its pinnacle? A powerful being from the Xianhai realm lamented. Naturally, it is said that an unmatched prodigy named Lan from the perfect realm has already ascended to the 8,000th step, and at most a millennium. He will reach the summit. Is that true? 8,000 steps. Lan is truly terrifying. It's unimaginable. The powerful beings marveled. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, casually lifting his gaze to peer through the 9 heavens. Spotting a young prodigy seated upon the 8,001st step, the prodigy seemed to sense something, opening his eyes to see Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu. His gaze sharpened, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Ha! He stood upon the 8th layer of heaven, speaking indifferently. This girl harbors boundless energy within. If I could engage in dual cultivation with her, absorbing her essence, I would soon ascend to 9,000 steps. Perhaps even surpass 10,000. He extended his hand, a colossal grasp reaching across the 8th layer, determined to abduct Lin Jiuyu. Gulp? This is the aura of the unparalleled prodigy in Lan. Why did he suddenly make a move? How terrifying! Just his aura could crush me. The Xianhai realm's prodigy felt his body beginning to crack, seeking death. Lin Yang's eyes turned cold. Someone dared to act against his sister before him? Swish! A finger sliced through the air, and that colossal hand was instantly severed, crashing to the ground, killing countless prodigies beneath it. Good audacity, daring to defy my will. And Lan frowned, his brows furrowed with murderous intent. He moved, leaping down from the 8th layer. Arriving before the heavenly ladder, blood dripping from his arm, exuding an aura of immense terror. Lan had revealed himself. This intent of the extreme path was overwhelmingly potent, had he truly attained the realm of the extreme path emperor. The surrounding prodigies scattered in panic, fearful of being near Lan and falling victim to his terrifying presence. Take your own life to spare your 9 clans from annihilation. Lan looked down upon Lin Yang with supreme arrogance. Your actions were indeed excessive. Daring to act in the celestial court warrants yourself execution. An elder with the demeanor of an immortal quickly arrived. He was responsible for guarding and maintaining the heavenly ladder. Without clarifying the situation, you presume to judge me. Do you even qualify to guard the heavenly ladder? Prepare to die. Lin Yang indifferently struck out, crushing the elder into the ground at I am. Bang! The elder's body exploded. The power of the laws within him crushed before it could even manifest a fragment. A dignified guardian of the heavenly ladder met an exceedingly humiliating demise. Quite impressive. Lan was shocked. This elder shared the same peak status as him, yet was effortlessly slain in an instant. Unfortunately, you should not have provoked me. And Lon extended his hand, revealing a fragmented bronze tower. I shall crush you. He hailed from an unknown, first-rate force, with a shallow foundation, having been ridiculed as useless since childhood. The reason for his meteoric rise, crushing prodigies from various realms, and ascending to the 8,000th step at such a young age, was due to this fragmented bronze tower. This tower was immensely terrifying. Not only did it refuse to recognize him as its master, but it also looked down upon him when he wished to claim it as his own. Fortunately, just by carrying the tower, it could amplify his fortune 100-fold and his cultivation talent 1,000,000,000-fold. This allowed him to rise abruptly, with no end to his advancement. The first thing he did upon gaining strength was to annihilate the 9 clans that had long ridiculed and oppressed him. And thereafter, he sought to ascend the heavenly ladder of the celestial court. In this world, I am destined to rise, to reach the summit of the heavenly ladder, and become the sovereign of this celestial court. I shall be the shared sovereign of the 3,000 realms. Everyone vividly recalled his audacious claims. Yet, he had indeed proven himself with terrifying strength and talent, carrying the tower and ascending to the 8,000th step. Throughout his journey, there was nothing he desired that he could not obtain. Now, even if you wish to beg for mercy, it is too late. I will crush you, and the dual cultivation material by your side will be mine as well. And Lon laughed maniacally, tossing the tower into the air. A terrifying chaos energy spread, causing even the most stable space of the celestial court to tremble, shaking the extreme path emperor. This small tower was terrifying. Even without activating a trace of its true power, merely being physically thrown out stirred the chaotic path, shattering the bodies of countless prodigies nearby. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, feeling an uncanny familiarity with this fragmentary tower. Ha ha ha! I was shattered, fracturing the myriad realms, yet I never anticipated discovering a part of it here. A youthful voice, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, my dear brother, I implore you to seize this fragmentary tower and restore my body." "Oh, this tower is a part of you." Lin Yang nodded. No wonder the aura felt somewhat recognizable. The origin of this tower is shrouded in mystery, said to have been born before the opening of the heavens by Pangu. A trivial matter. Lin Yang casually flicked 2 fingers, effortlessly catching the incoming fragment of the tower and directly feeding it to the tower spirit's youthful form. "Thank you, big brother. You are truly my beloved brother." The youth beamed with joy. He had been severely shattered, his memories incomplete. Only by continuously absorbing the fragmentary tower could he regain his supreme power. Lon was utterly bewildered. He had been invincible thanks to the small tower, requiring no activation of its powers. Merely possessing it had propelled him to greatness. He had even dealt with a half-step emperor by simply tossing the small tower to crush him. Yet the boy before him nonchalantly subdued it and fed it to a weapon spirit. As he watched the spirit gnawing at the small tower, Lon was so terrified that his soul nearly departed, blood streaming from his orifices. He shouted, "No." Subsequently, he fell lifeless to the ground. The unparalleled prodigy and Lon had been scared to death. The surrounding powerful figures from various realms gasped in astonishment. The news of Lan's demise spread like wildfire, inciting great turmoil. After all, he was among the most outstanding talents currently ascending the heavenly ladder. Lin Yang was not surprised. This individual had cultivated solely through the fragmentary tower, his temperament fundamentally lacking. Easily frightened to death. Rumble, the heavenly ladder trembled, and the 9 heavens seethed, a terrifying killing intent enveloping the surroundings, a dreadful radiance illuminating the world. All eyes widened in awe. Who dares to disturb my chosen future war god of the celestial court? A commanding voice echoed down, and a golden-armored war god, riding a heavenly steed, descended slowly from the ladder. The overwhelming pressure exceeded the limits of all-powerful beings, sending a multitude of prodigies flying. The true might of the extreme path pervaded the area, rendering everyone breathless. Gulp! He is the golden war god. The prodigies for various realms were struck with awe. The war god of the celestial court, with an unmatchable pedigree, His status and strength were unparalleled, an existence that had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder countless years ago. Humph, you wretched little creature, you truly seek death. How dare you touch my chosen heir? You shall perish. The Golden War God's imposing presence soared, his expression frigid, as if pronouncing Lin Yang's death sentence. Where are the 4 golden generals? He bellowed. 4 equally formidable presences emerged simultaneously, each displaying the might of the extreme path. They sealed off the north, south, east, and west, trapping Lin Yang within. Let my disciple accompany you to the grave. The Golden War God loomed high above the clouds. Looking down with utter indifference, Lin Jiu furrowed her brow. Do you not inquire into the matter before acting? You dare to mobilize forces without knowing our identities? The might of the Celestial Court cannot be defied. I am the war god of the Celestial Court. Those who oppose my will shall die. The Golden War God waved his hand. Kill them. We are. Lin Jiu attempted to say more, but was silenced by Lin Yang, and no need for further discussion. Simply eliminate them. Lin Yang's expression was chilling. The surrounding prodigies were utterly horrified. This individual actually intended to slay the war god of the Celestial Court. How audacious! Not only was it impossible for him to succeed, but even if he did, he would find no refuge in the 3,000 realms. Brother, recklessly killing those of the Celestial Court will incur our mother's wrath. Lin Jiu worried. You think he is unaware of our identities? Lin Yang chuckled. You still lack experience that he can see at a glance that this Golden War God is deliberately seeking trouble, providing no opportunity for them to reveal their identities, undoubtedly with ulterior motives behind it. Of course, he couldn't care less, and was even less inclined to investigate his motives. Dare harbor thoughts of killing him was a death sentence. Bang! Lin Yang smote the approaching Golden General's head, obliterating it, then turned his cold gaze toward the other 3. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 3 generals, still far from him, were obliterated by the murderous intent emanating from Lin Yang's eyes. What? The Golden War God was taken aback. Is this an illusion? When did this happen? To obliterate an emperor with a mere glance is inconceivable. This illusion is far too crude. The Golden War God coldly reprimanded and struck out, as those stunned prodigies finally awoke from their dreams, grinning maniacally. Ha ha ha! So it was an illusion. I knew everything I saw was false. All false. They were unwilling to accept the reality that their ultimate goal, the pinnacle they had sought with all their might, was shattered in an instant. In illusion. Lin Yang grinned. Then enjoy this illusion to the fullest. He suddenly appeared before the Golden War God, sending him flying with a single slap. Boom! The Golden War God was directly thrust into the heavenly ladder, his steed obliterated. His body was shattered, blood gushing forth, teetering on the brink of death, still an illusion. Is it? Lin Yang stepped upon his chest, coldly inquiring, deliberately sparing him to bask in humiliation. Such formidable illusions. The Golden War God, on the brink of death, still stubbornly clung to his bravado. Lin Yang fell silent for a moment. Very well. I shall name you the most obstinate of those I have slain. The so-called indestructible heavenly ladder has crumbled? Truly an illusion, I suppose. The prodigies were left in a daze, their brains nearly overwhelmed, their heads throbbing with pain. Then die. Lin Yang lifted his foot, about to crush the Golden War God's head. Stop! In the Lingshao treasure hall, the most formidable wills of the Celestial Court could no longer remain idle. Manifesting their forms, the Celestial Court's elders, experts from various realms, gasped in shock, their faces pale, hastily kneeling and bowing, expressing their deep respect. These elders are the mightiest beings within the Celestial Court, each of whom held a status comparable to that of an immortal force leader. Lin Clan's Chilin's son, show mercy. After all, he is my war god of the Celestial Court, and still my disciple. Do not take his life. The elder in golden robes spoke, his countenance kind and voice gentle. With the elders appearing, it seemed that all of this was indeed real. Does this mean the Golden War God has truly been defeated, and the so-called indestructible heavenly ladder has been destroyed? My heavens, he is the Lin Clan's Chilin's son, the legendary figure celebrating the path of greatness. Such an impressive background. It is said he will be the absolute protagonist in the great calamity of the human race. And now it appears he is indeed dominantly invincible. Are the so-called wild prodigies of the 3,000 realms truly this far behind compared to these timeless prodigies? Some were filled with exhilaration, while others sank into despair. Everything Lin Yang exhibited transcended their limits of imagination. The so-called strongest prodigy, Lan, was instantly obliterated. Even his master, the Golden War God, a pillar of the Celestial Court, was defeated. He even compelled the Celestial Court elders to appear and plead for peace. He is but our peer cultivator? The despair was overwhelming. Some prodigies, lacking mental fortitude, even shed tears, their resolve shattered, their aspirations of invincibility extinguished. However, with the Celestial Court elders now present, and having acknowledged his identity, it seemed the Golden War God was not destined to die. Boom! Just as everyone sighed in relief for the Golden War God. A sound akin to a watermelon bursting echoed ominously. All eyes widened in horror. They beheld Lin Yang's foot, crushing the Golden War God's head like a smashed watermelon, blood and brain matter exploding in a pitiful display. What? The elder in golden robes was livid, his benevolent demeanor twisted into fury. Lin Clan's Chilin's son, you are far too arrogant. Do you dare disregard my words? What, old dang, do you also seek death? Lin Yang wore a cold, indifferent smile, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. These old elders had evidently been watching this place for some time, and their intentions were surely nefarious. Do you even realize what you are saying? The elder in the golden robe stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He could never have imagined that Lin Yang would be audacious enough to disregard even him, a venerable elder of the Celestial Court. Just as I was about to strike him down, you all appeared, lingering here without taking action, only to emerge now for a show. Lin Yang smirked and shook his head. This trick might fool a child, but do you think it would work on me? Spare yourself the effort. Do you even know who you are speaking to? Such disrespect. Does the Lin clan lack proper upbringing? The elder in the golden robe trembled with rage. Having not faced such brazen defiance in countless millennia, I see you are utterly shameless. Lin Yang charged forward, delivering a powerful kick. How dare you? The elder in the golden robe, enraged beyond restraint, cursed. Lu Tiandi, you have seen for yourself. It was your son who first attacked me, an elder of the Celestial Court. According to celestial law, even if I were to kill him, it would not be unjust. But rest assured, I will merely incapacitate him to preserve your dignity. The elder's face was a mask of fury, yet internally he sneered. Young people have such volatile tempers. A few words, and he has taken the bait. He extended his hand, ready to unleash his supreme powers. However, Lin Yang's kick was too swift, striking him squarely in the face. The spell was interrupted. Bang! The elder in the golden robe was sent flying. Crashing into the celestial pillar, his spine shattered, lying on the ground like a dead dog. What? The other elders were wide-eyed with disbelief. This was a being of comparable strength to them, and yet he had been felled by a single kick. This is utterly outrageous. As elders of the Celestial Court, they had access to all ancient texts. Even with that, they had never encountered a talent as preposterous as Lin Yang throughout the ages. An 18-year-old defeating an elder of the Celestial Court? This is simply invincible. While they were still in shock, Lin Yang had already advanced, preparing to deliver the final blow. They shouted in panic. Lin Clan's Chilin's son, do not act impulsively. He is, after all, an elder of the Celestial Court, representing our dignity. He must not be killed. Lin Yang turned to glance at them, a gentle smile gracing his lips. So, you wish to die alongside him? Then, the elders immediately turn away. Ah, what lovely weather we are having today. Yes, who is that lying over there? I don't know, looks like a dead dog. I don't recognize him at all. The dignity of the Celestial Court is important, but it cannot possibly outweigh one's own life. Faced with the looming threat of death, they made the wisest choice. Lin Yang chuckled coldly, turning to look down at the elder in the golden robe with indifference. You. Bang! The elder's head was crushed beneath his foot, reminiscent of the demise of the Golden War God. Illusions, it must be illusions. Ha! It's all fake. All fake. I'm not insane. Everyone, get away. The prodigies from various realms collapsed to the ground, muttering incoherently. Many had lost their minds, unable to believe this scene. The few remaining elders shook their heads, yet internally lamented. How tragic, 3 generations of master and disciple, brutally slaughtered in succession. 1 died of fright. 2 had their heads exploded. The Lin clan's Shilin son is truly ruthless. They each sent messages to their respective family powers and friends. Remember this, from the highest to the lowest, from those who can barely walk to those who have just begun to crawl. From now on, whenever you see the Lin clan's Shilin son, you must bow down and pay homage. Do not provoke him, otherwise there will be no mercy. Lin Yang turned away. The families of the Golden Robe and Golden War God would naturally handle the aftermath. He need not concern himself. Creak, creak. Among the 4 supreme wills observing this scene, 3 faded away with various emotions, while 1 radiated boundless brilliance, blooming with lotus flowers at its feet, stepping forth from the Lingxiao Hall. She was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding unparalleled grace, adorned in the robes of the Celestial Emperor, exuding unmatched nobility. Lu Rian, Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Court elders greeted the woman with utmost reverence, not daring to show any negligence. There are 4 Celestial Emperors in the Celestial Court. Among them, the Eastern Celestial Emperor holds the highest respect, effectively the true ruler of the Celestial Court. After the retirement of the Eastern Celestial Emperor, he passed the mantle to his daughter. This newly ascended female Celestial Emperor is named Lu Ruyan. Mother, Mom. Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu's eyes lit up. Lu Ruyan, your son has killed a regional elder, defying celestial law, and you, as the acting Celestial Emperor, will truly do nothing about it. The elder who had been lurking in the shadows emerged, asking ominously, they brought this upon themselves. If they are killed, so be it. Lu Rian turned to the elder. If you wish to seize my power, feel free to challenge me. If you can defeat me, I will hand over the Celestial Emperor's seal. If you cannot, do not engage in such sordid affairs. Should you dare to trouble my child again, I will upend the Celestial Court to find out which vile insect is causing this unrest. Her voice was cold, resonating through the void, heard by nearly every high-ranking member of the Celestial Court. Some were shocked, some felt guilty, some were excited, and some admired her. The ominous elder was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated Lu Ruyan's overwhelming assertiveness. This new Celestial Emperor is not to be trifled with. Since the Celestial Emperor has spoken, celestial law is naturally rendered a mere scrap of paper. I shall take my leave then. He spoke sarcastically, preparing to depart. Leave? If you're merely a messenger for those lurking in the shadows, then you must accept that role. Lu Ruyan's brows furrowed. What? Lu Tiandi, you cannot possibly wish to kill me, can you? You are being rather tyrannical. The ominous elder's expression changed drastically. T.O. questioned the Celestial Emperor is a death sentence, with a delicate flick of her jade finger. The elder was reduced to ashes, his soul scattered. Gulp. The high-ranking members of the Celestial Court were left in shock. The elders bowed their heads, only daring to remain silent. This Celestial Emperor had spent 10 years dealing with court affairs in the Lingxiao Hall, known for her gentle and virtuous demeanor, never having revealed her might. Yet the moment her child was involved, she transformed into someone altogether different, exuding a chilling dominance. Mother is too formidable. Lin Jiuyu gazed starry-eyed. I want to be that powerful too. Lin Yang smiled slightly. He had not anticipated that his mother held such an extraordinary status. Even back then, she was the sole daughter of the former Celestial Emperor. Now, she was the Celestial Emperor herself. No wonder the 3,000 realms recognized her as having married beneath her station. Lu Ruyan turned her gaze to Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu, her eyes softening like flowing water. All right. Let today's events come to an end. Everyone disperse. The elders sighed in relief, scattering like birds taking flight. My, how tall you've grown. Jiuyu, why haven't you developed yet? Lu Rian smiled as she ruffled Lin Yang's hair. Then looked curiously at Lin Jiu. Why you got, T.S. not that I haven't developed. I just feel like I've been sleeping too much. Lin Jiu pouted. Come, let us go into the Lingxiao Hall and talk. Lu Rian pinched her daughter's chubby cheeks, her face full of joy. All right, Lin Yang leaped to the very top of the celestial staircase in a single bound. The other prodigies, who had spent their entire lives and still failed to ascend even 100 steps, felt a wave of despair wash over them. Lin Jiuyu, determined to challenge herself, climbed step by step, the divine liquid within her circulating, her strength continuously growing as she ascended. Sigh. What is the point of trying anymore? I am done. 1,000 of me wouldn't be worth even a fart from the Lin clan's Shielan son. Why bother cultivating? After witnessing this, the prodigies from various realms felt their spirits shatter and began to depart. Yet, just as they entertained this thought, their realms within began to loosen, the obsession shattered, and their realms upgraded. Ah, I have attained enlightenment. Brightness flickered in their eyes as they gratefully bowed towards the ethereal figure of the young man atop the celestial staircase. The deeper the obsession, sometimes it backfires. It is better to turn back than to persist, allowing one to ascend effortlessly. Even without uttering a single word, Lord Lin Yang, merely through his actions, has enlightened the prodigies of various realms. His realm so high it leaves one in awe. They were all filled with gratitude, silently recalling the benevolence of Lin Yang. How did this realization come about? Lin Yang, in his true form, found himself at a loss for words. However, he was not particularly concerned, as any strengthening of the human race was ultimately a good thing. Following Lu Ruyan, he arrived at the Lingxiao Palace. The Lingxiao Palace, situated at the very heart of the Heavenly Court, is the supreme hall where only the Eastern Heavenly Emperor is permitted to reside regularly. Mother, you have worked so hard, Lin Yang remarked, gazing at the mountains of documents piled up before him. Indeed, the 3,000 realms are vast, and even though each realm has its own sovereign, there remains a multitude of significant matters that require the governance of the Heavenly Court. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. Moreover, as the Heavenly Court of the human race, the power struggles among various factions are rife with countless mice lurking within. Didn't we just eliminate 2 today? Lin Yang grinned. Indeed, Lu Ruyan replied with a smile. But her expression turned icy the next moment. Xiaoyang, tell your mother the truth. How have you progressed in strength so rapidly? Has your father been forcing you to cultivate? Lin Yang was taken aback. I knew it. What a fine Lin Tianyuan, growing so bold as to disregard my instructions. I must settle the score with him when we return home. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, unable to bear seeing her child suffer. Lin Yang chuckled, eagerly anticipating this confrontation, offering no explanations. Let the battle begin, he mused inwardly. This matter, while neither too grave nor too trivial, could be clarified with a single sentence later on. He considered it a little surprise for his father. Mother, please don't blame him. He simply wishes for his son to thrive. It's understandable. Lin Yang smirked mischievously. Do not make excuses for him that we are not afraid. When we return home this time, we will confront him together, Lu Ruyan asserted with great confidence. Cough, cough, cough. No need to do it together, Lin Yang quickly declined. Look at how frightened the child has become. Rest assured, mother will certainly seek justice for you. Lu Ruyan patted Lin Yang's shoulder, reassuring him that, Lin Yang felt that it was best to steer the conversation away from this topic, repeatedly stating, Actually, I came this time to help you alleviate your troubles. I heard from father that you've been overwhelmed with work and haven't returned home in 10 years. Have you encountered any troubles? Don't worry. Leave it to me. Your son is now frighteningly strong, and I can handle any trouble with ease. Lu Ruyan smiled with relief, recognizing that her son had indeed grown up. Alas, the Heavenly Court is involved in too many matters. Your willingness to help is enough. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ruyan continued, If you insist on helping me, there is indeed a particularly pressing matter at hand Lin Yang's demeanor became serious. For the past decade, the Heavenly Court has been preparing for a significant event concerning the 3,000 realms. Lu Ruyan's expression turned solemn. Due to the severance of the immortal path, the value of the immortal powers has been questioned by the imperial factions. They have become restless and have united to propose a re-evaluation of their strengths. Thus, the Heavenly Court has put forth a plan for a battle of 10,000 sects. Battle of 10,000 sects? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. In essence, it is a gathering of those factions seeking re-evaluation to compete in a contest. Based on their performances, they will be reassessed, Lu Rian explained. Given the multitude of factions, only the hegemonic and imperial powers are permitted to participate. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Battle of 10,000 Sects. And I would like you to represent the Heavenly Court as the chief examiner. Hey? Lin Yang was taken aback. What? Are you unwilling to assist your mother? Lu Ruyan's expression turned sorrowful. Of course not. I mean, I'm more than willing, Lin Yang quickly replied. Haha, I knew my wonderful son loved his mother the most. Lu Ruyan's face brightened, her previous melancholy dissipating. Mother, you should consider pursuing an award for Best Actress. Lin Yang murmured. What is that? Lu Ruyan inquired, puzzled. Best Actress is a title bestowed upon the most skilled performers, Lin Yang clarified. You little rascal, Lu Ruyan playfully tapped Lin Yang's forehead. Knowing your lazy nature, you wouldn't bother to read the materials I provide. Tomorrow's purpose is for you to familiarize yourself with the various factions of the 3,000 realms. Wherever you go, having acquaintances will facilitate matters. Lin Yang nodded, realizing that his mother was paving the way for him. Although he was indifferent to these matters, he understood that it was Lu Ruyan's genuine intention, and he did not wish to disappoint her. I want to participate too. Lin Jiuyu gasped as she finally ascended the heavenly steps, raising her hand to register. Lu Ruyan smiled slightly, recognizing this as a rare opportunity for tempering. Very well. I agree. Watching her two children depart, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Since Xiaoyang has already attained astonishing strength, he is indeed qualified to occupy this imperial seat, regardless of what the future holds. I will pave the way for you. When the time comes, you may choose as you wish, Lu Ruyan thought to herself. The parental heart is indeed pitiable. Which parent does not consider their child's future? The next day, boundless purple chi rose from the east of the heavenly court, with the sun shining brightly. Powerful individuals gathered from all directions to participate in the battle of 10,000 sects. In an instant, sages flooded in like a tide, and emperors poured forth like water, their formidable auras illuminating the entire heavenly court realm. All eyes were fixed on this scene, each harboring their own thoughts. Many top-tier powers had come, and even some immortal leaders had descended. This battle of 10,000 sects was deemed an unparalleled event for the human race in their dominion over the 3,000 realms for countless ages. Anyone who enjoyed a lively spectacle would surely find a way to secure a seat in the audience. Lin Yang remained resplendent in white, akin to a celestial being, stretching leisurely as he glanced at the powerful figures converging from all sides. A faint smile gracing his lips. The show is about to begin. The attendees of the Battle of 10,000 Sects frowned as they gazed at Lin Yang. Who is this young lad standing at the forefront of the heavenly court's ranks? A resounding voice echoed. This was the inaugural battle of 10,000 sects. To prevent the human race from suffering significant losses, the elder generation of powerful beings was prohibited from intervening. Only the younger generation of prodigies from each faction, not exceeding 1,000 years of age, were permitted to enter the arena. The accompanying examiner announced the rules beside Lin Yang, who had taken a seat in a rocking chair, appearing lethargic, much to the irritation of many onlookers. 1,000 years. That's absurdly young. Many factions expressed their grievances. Sages can live for 10,000 years. Among these hegemonic and imperial factions, there are many within their ranks who are over 1,000 years old. Surely, the age limit for the younger generation should be extended to at least 3,000 years. A leader of a hegemonic faction frowned. You have no right to question this. It is the will of the heavenly court. The accompanying examiner replied, sternly, we refuse to accept this. Indeed, 1,000 years is simply unreasonable. The examiner's expression darkened, caught off guard by such trouble at the very onset of the battle of 10,000 sects. He glanced at Lin Yang, aware that the heavenly court governed the 3,000 realms and that their actions must consider the broader implications. Lin Yang stretched once more, pointing a finger. Those causing trouble here will be expelled from the heavenly court realm, and their factions will be downgraded by one level. Upon hearing this, the previously raucous scene fell silent. They had relied on their numbers, assuming that those speaking were representatives of the vast majority in the 3,000 realms. Standing on a moral high ground, surely even the heavenly court would be cautious in handling the matter. What did this young lad just say? With a single sentence, he would expel them and directly downgrade their factions. They gritted their teeth, seething with rage. Who do you think you are, kid? Holding an official position in the Heavenly Court makes you exceptional. Our clan's ancestor also holds an official title in the Heavenly Court. Don't get too arrogant. The master of the Tian clan stepped forward, indignation radiating from him. Exactly. Our voices represent the majority of the 3,000 realms. What do you think you are? The Eastern Emperor. Beside the head of the Tian family stood two other lords of powerful factions. Hiss, with a casual gesture, Lin Yang caused the two lords to explode into nothingness. What? This overwhelming display of force left everyone in stunned silence. The atmosphere thick with an oppressive stillness. Have you lost your mind? The head of the Tian family, stripped of his earlier arrogance, stammered in disbelief. Lord Lin is the chief examiner today and possesses the absolute authority over all participants in the Wanzhong War. If you have grievances, keep them to yourself, several accompanying examiners intently asserted, admiring Lin Yang's decisiveness and resolve. This was the inaugural Wanzhong War, a crucial moment for establishing rules, and these individuals dared to challenge the Heavenly Court. Thus, a show of strength was necessary. They had previously hesitated, but Lin Yang's resolute actions were commendable. By the way, I heard that your clan's ancestor holds a high position in the Heavenly Court? Lin Yang smiled casually. Then summon him here. Yes, now wielding the authority of the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Yang's every command was of the utmost importance. Soon, the bewildered ancestor of the Tian family was brought forth. Upon seeing Lin Yang, he was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Isn't this the one who caused chaos in the heavenly ladder, killing the esteemed golden robe teacher and his 3 disciples, the son of the Eastern Heavenly Emperor? Lin Yang, the young emperor? Tian Yue trembled uncontrollably. Sensing impending doom, he was merely a lowly soldier guarding the Wenshu Hall of the Heavenly Court, and even from afar, witnessing Lin Yang's might had nearly terrified him to death. He never imagined he would be summoned by the young emperor. Lord Lin, upon arriving, he immediately knelt, quaking with fear. I am at your service. Please issue any commands. I would face any danger without hesitation. He was both terrified and exhilarated. If he could truly serve the young emperor, he would have tales to boast of for a lifetime, perhaps even rise to prominence. The head of the Tian family is utterly befuddled. He thought, realizing the gravity of the situation, is my ancestor truly this subservient? I ask you, what punishment is warranted for those who openly challenge the rules of the Heavenly Court? Lin Yang's languid voice echoed. They should be executed immediately. Tian Yue promptly replied. Though confused, speaking to the young emperor was already a monumental honor for him, leaving no room for further contemplation. Very well. Lin Yang pointed at the head of the Tian family. Do you recognize him? Tian Yue turned, his pupils constricting, and comprehended Lin Yang's inquiry. To establish a powerful faction and navigate the treacherous depths of the Heavenly Court, one must be exceptionally cunning. Without hesitation, he declared, I do not know him at all. Oh, Lin Yang chuckled coldly, recognizing the old fox's ruse. You ancestor? The head of the Tian family was dumbfounded. His family's greatest support was this ancestor who was now disavowing any connection in front of the Wanzhong. Silence! Who dares to rage against the Heavenly Court and implicate me? Tian Yue's face flushed with anger, fearing Lin Yang's displeasure could lead to his annihilation. Since there is no connection, you may enforce the law. Lin Yang stated indifferently. Yes, Tian Yue was overjoyed, effortlessly reducing the head of the Tian family to a pulp with a single strike, exhaling deeply and feeling an immense weight lifted. Finally, he had silenced him. Lin Yang nodded. Your enforcement of the law is resolute. It appears you are quite loyal to the Heavenly Court. Thank you for your praise, Lord Lin. It is merely my duty, Tian Yue flattered. Yet deep down, he was far from sincere. Lin Yang's demeanor shifted, growing cold. You outright deny being the ancestor of the Tian family, which is an affront to the Heavenly Court. Tian Yue's complexion drained of color, despair engulfing him. However, determination flared in his eyes as he drew his sword. I am willing to die to atone for my sins. With that, he slashed at his neck, blood spraying as his head fell. A gasp swept through the crowd. What was the origin of this Lord Lin, wielding such ruthless power? Before they could process their myriad emotions, The light of reincarnation enveloped the scene. The deceased Tian Yue miraculously returned to life. Unscathed, what? The crowd's collective hair stood on end. The 6 realms of reincarnation had been shattered in the ancient conflict, and since the severance of the celestial path, there had been no reports of anyone capable of reviving beings above the sage level. Yet, this ancestor of the Tian family seemed to possess the cultivation of at least an initial extreme emperor, returning from death. Reviving an emperor, their breaths quickened, fear deepening within them. This power was utterly terrifying. One death is sufficient to absolve your transgressions, Lin Yang stated coolly. Take your Tian clan and return whence you came. Thank you, Lord Lin, for granting me a new life. Tian Yue wept tears of gratitude. Bowing deeply, the Tian clan shall wholeheartedly pledge loyalty to the heavenly court and to Lord Lin, with no treachery. Gulp. The powerful figures of the Wanzong felt their eyelids twitching. The display of both grace and authority had Tian Yue dancing to Lin Yang's tune. They had underestimated this youth. His methods, status, and background were exceedingly formidable. Several elder members of the imperial clans frowned. With him present, this Wanzong war was bound to become intriguing. What grace and authority! Quite the pretense, hidden genius among the crowd coldly regarded Lin Yang. So what if he has a good background? It's merely luck. When it comes to real combat, the outcome remains uncertain. Beside him, the girl he admired gazed at Lin Yang with admiration. The genius seethed with anger, his dual pupils betraying his emotions. One day, I shall usurp his position. I will claim that throne. Even dethrone the heavenly emperor. I, the wielder of dual pupils, shall crush all enemies and sit upon the heavenly emperor's throne, commanding the realms. He dared not speak aloud, only allowing his fantasies to roam in silence. His dual pupils narrowed in shock, realizing Lin Yang's gaze was directed at him. You harbored murderous intent towards me just now, did you not? Lin Yang grinned. All eyes turned to focus on the dual-pupiled youth. Gasp! Born with dual pupils, a sign of an emperor. They murmured in astonishment. Besides the transcendent and exalted immortal clans, anyone born with dual pupils was regarded as an extraordinary prodigy. Oh, what of that? Am I not allowed to even think about it? You meddle too much, the dual-pupil genius frowned, pointing at Lin Yang. You merely occupy that position due to good fortune. Nearby, the leader of the dual-pupil genius's clan was nearly driven mad. Oh my goodness. Do you even realize what you're saying? You may have killed those 2 clan leaders and resurrected the ancestor of the Tian family, but it was all thanks to the heavenly court's supreme artifact. Do you dare to challenge me unarmed? If you lose, then that position shall be mine. The dual-pupil genius bellowed. The crowd was stunned. Many felt a thrill, as at least this genius voiced their inner thoughts. Lin Yang chuckled. Very well, you are quite bold. Then you shall receive your due fate. With a casual snap of his fingers, he sent the dual-pupil genius flying, reducing him to a mist of blood. Everything transpired too swiftly for the onlookers to comprehend that a dual-pupil genius, just like that, was dead. Their minds reeled. This was utterly absurd. Perhaps this youth was the fastest dual-pupil wielder to perish in history. Anyone who dares to oppose me may step forward. I find it too tedious to deal with each one individually, Lin Yang said languidly, shifting into a more relaxed posture. The assembled geniuses fell into silence. The power Lin Yang exhibited was terrifying, far surpassing that of an average extreme emperor. None dared to challenge him. A few Imperial clan geniuses considered making a move, but were restrained by their elders. He was the prodigal son of the Lin clan, a phoenix of the immortal Lin family. And in this golden age where countless celestial prodigies emerged, he stood unparalleled. The elders of these Imperial clans shook their heads. His opponents no longer resided within the younger generation, and there was no need for confrontation. The Imperial scions harbored a mixture of skepticism and belief, yet lacking any assurance of victory. They were compelled to endure. Those who fail to conceal their intentions, who do not comprehend the art of survival, deserve their demise. The youth of dubious demeanor laughed slyly, retreating quietly behind the throng. And why sect has concealed itself for countless eons, while the world merely regards us as an ordinary hegemonic force. At last, we have amassed boundless depth, It is time to demonstrate our might to the world. His eyes sparkled with infinite anticipation, yearning for the moment when all present would be left agape in astonishment. Having achieved invincibility, there was no need for further concealment. A word of caution. In this grand conflict, life and death shall be indifferent, should any of our gifted individuals fall during this tournament. A furious bloodbath shall ensue. The champions represent forces worthy of the immortal celestial clan's ascension trials. Lin Yang's voice resonated calmly. Several examiners nodded, and numerous arenas were raised, according to the numbers drawn. Step forward and compete. Soon, among the myriad sects, the younger prodigies surged onto the stage, each radiating an endless brilliance as terrifying powers erupted. In an instant, a variety of lethal confrontations commenced. Yet, in Lin Yang's eyes, it was all mere foul pecking at each other, lacking any spectacle. His gaze fell upon his sister. Lin Jiuyu, having undergone the baptism of the heavenly ladder, had merged the divine liquid's power within her and had already attained the 9th level of the sacred king realm. At this moment, her path of slaughter was virtually unrivaled, with each encounter resulting in swift annihilation. As her strength grew, fragments of her past life memories awakened, rapidly enhancing her combat experience and lethal techniques. Before long, she had surged into the finals. Those remaining were the formidable prodigies ranked among the top 3 of the myriad sects. At the forefront stood an ancient imperial scion, Showdown, who had proclaimed himself a genius before reaching a millennium of age. Blessed with celestial bones, he was already invincible at the sacred sovereign realm. He had previously vanquished quasi-emperors and had battled with emperors without defeat, earning the title of an ancient legend. Behind him lingered that dubious youth, still instinctively hiding among the crowd. The championship is as good as mine. I shall conserve my strength for a decisive victory. The dubious youth brimmed with confidence. What an intense battle. The outcome was unexpectedly astonishing. The powerful figures of myriad sects buzzed with chatter. All the previous favorites for the championship had been eliminated early, failing to reach the finals. The 3 finalists were quite unforeseen. Point 1 was a long-dormant ancient prodigy. Was this not cheating? The little girl was vicious, emerging from an unknown origin. That dubious lad seemed to be a descendant of a hegemonic power. Yet here he was in the finals. How absurd. What on earth was happening? This result left everyone dumbfounded. Come, let us duel. Lin Jiuyu's fighting spirit surged, her sword igniting with terrifying resolve as she pointed at Showdown. I know you. You are the sister of the Qilin child of the Lin clan. Lin Jiuyu. Showdown smiled slightly, his words shocking the assembly. Many among the myriad clans were taken aback. So this little girl possessed such a background. Examiner Lin, what is the meaning of this? Is this not a battle of our myriad sects? Why are those from the immortal celestial clan mingling among us? Numerous high-ranking clan members spoke up, yet none dared to raise their voices too loudly, fearful that Lin Yang might unleash his wrath upon them. Lin Yang chuckled coldly. Were you not all here to ascend to the immortal celestial clan? Why cower at the sight of a mere celestial descendant? What are you all waiting for? Go back home and change diapers. In an instant, silence enveloped the arena. Those who had previously voiced doubts found themselves speechless. None among the ancient prodigies of the immortal celestial clan had even taken action, and my sister bore no title of an ancient prodigy. After 10 years of slumber, she had only just reached the age of 8 or 9. Do you lack confidence in defeating her? Lin Yang scoffed, his disdainful tone igniting shame among the many powerful figures. Indeed, Examiner Lin is correct. Do not waste time with needless chatter. I shall simply dispatch this little girl from the arena. Showdown stepped forward, his tone casual, exuding extraordinary confidence. Showdown was indeed self-assured, exuding an air of unparalleled charisma. He was an absolute ancient prodigy, a super legend, undefeated even in battles against emperors. How many could achieve such a feat? Indeed, he had already reserved his place as champion. None could rival him. The powerful figures of various clans nodded in agreement, continuously assessing the situation. The farce must come to an end. You two should withdraw from the stage, for I shall show no mercy in my strike. A terrifying aura emanated from Showdown, revealing that he had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. To contend with an emperor at the sacred sovereign realm was impressive enough. Now that he had ascended to quasi-emperor, who could possibly contend with him? The championship belonged to Showdown without a doubt. The throng of powerful figures erupted in excitement. The Imperial Shao clan stood tall, brimming with pride. Our Shao clan is destined to ascend to the immortal celestial clan. Lin Yang also revealed her imposing presence. The 9th level of the Sacred King. What? Startled, they realized she was merely at the 9th level of the Sacred King. How laughable. How did she even make it to the finals? Was it that Lin Yang had opened doors for her? The immortal celestial clan is nothing special. They scoffed internally. The next moment, Lin Yang and Showdown clashed in fierce combat, the terrifying essence of the sword way colliding like surging tides. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. What? Everyone was left in disbelief. Showdown, a sacred sovereign battling an emperor, was already legendary. Yet now, having stepped into quasi-emperor territory, he was being held at bay by a sacred king. This was unfathomable, utterly extraordinary. The powerful figures of various clans were left in stunned silence. Was this the depth of the immortal celestial clan? Boom, 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 the two ascended from the center of the arena, battling amidst the clouds as the heavenly laws retreated and the great Tao manifested. Various ultimate techniques clashed, each unleashing shockwaves that spanned millions of miles. Was this truly a duel among the younger generation's elites? The seasoned strongmen of all realms gaped. Such a level of combat was hard for even them to achieve. Defeat. The terrifying waves emanating from Lin Yang surged like mountains and seas, as the divine essence within her erupted continuously, fighting while ascending. Damn. Showdown, initially brimming with confidence and aiming for a swift victory, felt the pressure mounting and could not help but exclaim, "Beast! How am I to contend with this?" Boom! The divine essence erupted explosively, surpassing the critical threshold, allowing Lin Yang to transcend into the great sage realm amidst the battle. I am invincible. I shall not lose. I will catch up to my brother's footsteps. Lin Yang grew increasingly exhilarated, her fighting spirit soaring. Damn it! Showdown's expression darkened. After Lin Yang's breakthrough to the great sage, her combat power surged, and he sensed imminent defeat. Does your internal spirit not run dry? Showdown gritted his teeth. He had covertly activated his advantages, with the elder in his ring continuously supplying him with spiritual energy. Yet Lin Yang was even more terrifying, as if accompanied by hundreds of elders. Even in battle, she had excess spiritual energy to spare for breakthroughs. Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Long Tian was frantic. He bore the hopes of the imperial clan, along with the undefeated dignity of ancient prodigies. He could not afford to lose. Ultimate technique, flamme-splitting, wave de voring. Showdown unleashed his ultimate skill, a terrifying inferno erupting from his body, forming a colossal sea of flames spanning millions of miles. A terrifying giant ruler descended, capable of cleaving heaven and earth asunder. You have your ultimate skill. I have mine. Lin Yang fiercely countered with her sword, her indomitable will activating ancient memories, her gaze sharpened. I shall protect my brother, safeguard the Lin clan. In this lifetime, I shall not fall. The formidable will forcibly decompose the divine liquid energy within her, allowing her realm to ascend rapidly. Gulp, the accompanying examiners were startled, hastily offering their cautions, and oh worries. Lin Yang shook his head. The so-called instability of a realm refers to an inability to control one's strength, leading to internal chaos. However, Lin Yang had already cultivated a heart of a strong man, fully capable of mastering this realm. Great Sage, 3rd level. Great Sage, 6th level. Great Sage, 9th level. The divine liquid energy was boundless. As long as her mental state could harness it, her realm could elevate. Yield to me. Lin Yang's gaze was as steely as iron as she clashed with Showdown. Boom! At the center, an unfathomable expanse began to collapse. Had it not been for the presence of formidable sovereigns from various realms and the powerful members of the imperial clan surrounding them, the consequences would have been utterly disastrous. As the fragments of the void dissipated, Lin Yang stood proudly in the arena, wielding her divine sword, her aura soaring like a rainbow. Meanwhile, Xiao Langtian had already coughed up blood and was sent crashing to the ground. His vitality waning. My heavens, Xiao Langtian has actually been defeated. The legendary prodigy has lost to an 8-year-old girl. This outcome left everyone utterly speechless. The patriarch of the Xiao clan sighed in despair. Was the chasm between the imperial clan and the immortal celestial clan truly insurmountable? The path to immortality had been severed for countless eons, yet the foundation of the immortal celestial clan remained unfathomable and irreplaceable, a source of profound hopelessness. No, I have not lost. I will never concede. Not unless I perish. Xiao Langtun, unable to bear the blow, began to lose his sanity. The ancient will within the ring cackled with glee. The inducement has finally succeeded. Time to seize control. His terrifying consciousness swiftly replaced Xiao Langtian's thoughts. Commandeering his body. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Langtian laughed maniacally. After planning for eons, I have finally triumphed. If this fool hadn't chosen to seal himself, I could have returned to this world long ago during the ancient era. The sudden transformation left the powerful beings of myriad sects in a state of shock. This voice is so foreign. He is not Langtian at all. What have you done to our clan's prodigy? Several supreme emperors of the Xiao clan could no longer restrain themselves. Return our prodigy to us. A mere few first and second-tier emperors, who hadn't even lived through their second reincarnation, dare to provoke my true self? Xiao Langtian cackled as the heavens darkened. A terrifying aura erupted from him. Surround and eliminate him. This is undoubtedly the ancient demon god seizing control. If we do not stop this in time, we shall all perish. A dreadful presence engulfed the realm, instilling an overwhelming sense of crisis in the hearts of all-powerful beings. Boom! With a casual slap, Xiao Langtian sent the few supreme emperors of the Xiao clan crashing, their bodies disintegrating into a bloody pulp. Ha ha! Pathetic, too feeble. The ancient demon god rampaged with reckless abandon, laughing maniacally. To be honest, it's fortunate I did not emerge in ancient times. In this era, there isn't even a decent expert around. I can dominate everything at will. You shall all be my servants. His bloodthirsty gaze swept over Lin Yang. Little girl, I shall claim both you and the divine liquid energy hidden within you. The powerful beings of myriad sects turned pale. The aura was simply too terrifying and continuously escalating. It was unimaginable to consider how devastating it would be if this ancient demon god truly revived. Die. The demon god struck with a force sufficient to annihilate an ordinary supreme emperor. Lin Jia's face drained of color, the terror of impending death enveloping her heart. Did you consult me before attempting to harm my sister? A voice cold and devoid of warmth reverberated, causing the surrounding demonic energy to shatter. What? The ancient demon god sensed a grave threat, staring in horror at Lin Yang. Such an entity still exists in this world. He could hardly believe it. He could not see through this celestial youth at all. Rage surged within him. I have remained dormant for so many years, only to emerge and slaughter without restraint. You and your sister are both excellent resources to aid my resurgence to the pinnacle. Die. He unleashed his lethal technique, a terrifying aura erupting as 100,000 meteors were summoned from the heavens. Each meteor was tainted with boundless demonic energy, colossal enough to seem like entire worlds crashing down. This demon god was terrifying beyond belief. The powerful beings of myriad sects turned ashen. Everyone unite, with so many supreme emperors present. Can we allow a remnant of an ancient demon god to run rampant? Someone shouted in anger, beginning to reveal their supreme might. The scruffy youth retreated behind the crowd, his expression inscrutable. You all need to step up. I do not wish to expose myself so soon. Throughout the heavenly court, powerful ancient wills began to awaken, ready to strike at any moment. Lu Rian presided over the throne of the heavenly emperor, preparing to act. Just as all factions began to mobilize, a cold reprimand echoed throughout the heavenly court. Annihilate. In the next instant, the 100,000 meteors exploded simultaneously, their boundless demonic energy extinguished as if doused by a tidal wave. Clarity returned to the heavens and earth. The demonic energy dissipated, and the meteors vanished. The immense crisis that had sent shivers down the spines of myriad sects was obliterated by a single resonant command. Everyone gazed in astonishment, witnessing the celestial youth standing as if a true immortal, floating gracefully, his expression indifferent and unperturbed. That the Kirin of the Lin clan? Such terrifying power with just a single utterance. He nullified this horrifying threat. Impressive. In that moment, countless young prodigies from various sects admired him, and numerous young heroes revered him. Many high-ranking individuals felt their hearts ignite with fervor, their knees growing weak. This is the true visage of a human sovereign. The youth is invincible, an undeniable, singular legend. Lu Rian smiled with relief, placing the Heavenly Emperor's jade seal down. The scruffy youth raised an eyebrow. This is intriguing. The ancient demon god's pupils constricted. He realized Lin Yang would not be easy to deal with, but he never expected him to be this formidable. In the age of the fallen immortals, how could someone like you possibly exist? He coldly chuckled. Humph. Do you think you are impressive? It is indeed something to boast about to achieve this in this era. However, my current strength is less than 1% of what it was in the past. Once I fully recover, killing you will be as easy as crushing grass. Is that so? Lin Yang laughed heartily. Then allow me to fulfill your wish. He directly infused a strand of primordial purple energy into Xiao Langtian's body, causing the ancient demon god's realm to rapidly revive, his power escalating. In an instant, he became so terrifying that even ordinary emperors felt compelled to kneel. Ordinary saints collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Ha ha! The ancient demon god felt his realm nearly restored, a mad gleam flashing in his eyes. Kid, you resonate with my temperament. Come, let's partner up. I shall rule these 3,000 realms, and you will be my closest attendant. Lin Clan's Kirin, do you know what you are doing? What the hell? Everyone was utterly bewildered by this scene. Some were speechless, others broke down, some fainted in fear, some cried out in despair, while others cursed Lin Yang, with even a few contemplating surrender. Yet, there remained a portion of people with bright eyes, believing in Lin Yang. He is the future leader of our human race. He would never engage in futile actions. I firmly support him. Lu Rian also watched with bright eyes, filled with anticipation. Lin Yang's gaze swept across, absorbing the reactions of various factions, noting those steadfastly standing by his side. Very well, you are no longer of use. He turned his head, sneering at the ancient demon god. You may now perish. Ha ha! The ancient demon god's laughter reverberated through the heavens. Arrogant. You are far too arrogant. My power has been restored. I am now unrivaled under heaven and earth. What do you possess to kill me? To save you is to kill you. Lin Yang raised a hand. Before the ancient demon god could utter another boast, a terrifying force of cutting energy emerged, instantaneously severing his head. What? The ancient demon god had yet to comprehend the situation before his head exploded. In the next moment, his body, radiating boundless energy, also shattered, and his soul dissipated. With a mere gesture, Lin Yang obliterated the ancient demon god, ensuring his death and destruction. As the winds calmed and the skies cleared, the heavenly court returned to serene brightness. Yet, within the hearts of all, a tempest surged. Almost everyone was left in a state of shock. Even those who firmly supported Lin Yang were left dumbfounded. What just happened? After an indeterminate period, someone finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Lin Yang waved his hand. What are you all dawdling for? Continue with your tasks. Let everything proceed as before. That moment, the celestial youth's figure was etched into the bones of every onlooker. He was the singular deity in their hearts. This figure represented only one word: power. Power that was beyond dispute. The mere thought of him instilled an unimaginable sense of security. The future leader of humanity can only be him. This thought arose from the depths of every heart. Before they could even voice their gratitude, Lin Yang's fingers began to move in rapid succession. Bang! 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 One by one, the leaders of various factions crumbled, their heads exploding like firecrackers. That it was a relentless slaughter. Ah? Why the sudden bloodshed? Though they were perplexed, the events that had just transpired solidified many hearts in steadfast support of Lin Yang. There must be a reason for Lord Lin's actions. Soon, Lin Yang annihilated all the sects that had contemplated surrender, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. What purpose did a group of spineless traitors serve? He coldly reprimanded, in times of great tribulation for humanity. They are nothing but hidden dangers. He had no intention of allowing the betrayal of these worthless scoundrels to lead to the collapse of the human front, jeopardizing his own safety. That's it. The powerful figures of the myriad sects nodded in agreement, believing Lin Yang's actions to be entirely justified. Ever since the onset of the great calamity for humanity, they had been unable to escape its grasp. Preemptively eliminating potential backstabbers was beneficial for all. As for your sect, while your strength is still insufficient, you will no longer be denied an elevation in sect status. From this moment forth, you can receive greater support from the Celestial Court. Lin Yang gestured towards those sects that had just unwaveringly supported him. What? Lord Lin, why is this so? The sects, overwhelmed by this unexpected fortune, could not help but inquire. For no particular reason, I simply find you pleasing to the eye. Lin Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. Just because we please your eye? These factions swallowed hard, their eyes filled with admiration. To be favored by Lord Lin is a blessing. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly, unflinchingly loyal to him. Their sentiments were genuine. The existence of celestial factions, imperial lineages, and varying levels of power was all to maintain stability across the 3,000 realms and to foster the future development of humanity. The Celestial Court allocates resources every 100 years to support various levels of factions. The benefits of ascending a rank are exponentially greater. It is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate or a phoenix undergoing rebirth. Thus, they all felt immense gratitude. Meanwhile, other factions seethed with envy, yet found themselves powerless. They understood that those who had been rewarded had just fervently supported Lin Yang, while they had not. They resolved to seize any future opportunities to align themselves with Lord Lin, to enjoy the fruits of his favor. Indeed, he was merciless to his enemies, yet remarkably generous to his friends. Many factions secretly vowed to ardently curry favor with Lin Yang. But what could they offer that would catch his eye? Hey, my daughter is an unparalleled beauty. I could gift her to him as a pet. Surely Lord Lin would accept. If you put it that way, if he has a penchant for married women. My wife is also not off the table. Your vision is too narrow. In the cultivation world, age matters little. After all, beauty does not fade. I believe my clan's ancestor still possesses charm and allure. She could serve as a maid for Lord Lin. Goodness, you are audacious. The leaders of these factions communicated discreetly, discussing how to ingratiate themselves with Lin Yang. Meanwhile, the head of the Shao clan furrowed his brow, feeling quite displeased. Lin Yang is so powerful. He could easily have saved my clan's prodigy and eliminated the remnants of the ancient demon god. Clearly, he seeks to weaken my clan. Lin Yang frowned, turning his gaze to the Shao clan. Do you harbor resentment? The clan leader was taken aback, thinking, how did you hear my internal complaints? Can you truly hear the thoughts of an emperor? You must be a monster. This calamity arose because of your clan. Not annihilating you is already a mercy, and yet you dare to harbor resentment. Lin Yang coldly reprimanded. The Shao clan leader's face turned pale. Still wishing to argue, a terrifying aura suddenly surged forth from somewhere within the Celestial Court. Lord Lin, an elder, emerged, immediately kneeling at Lin Yang's feet. I'm the head guard of the Martial Sage Hall and also the ancestor of the Shao clan. This unfilial descendant dares to slander you. I can no longer tolerate this. Please allow me to cleanse my clan. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Seeing the elder's sincerity, he nodded. Granted. Thank you, Lord Lin. The Shao clan's ancestor repeatedly bowed, rising with a dark expression as he approached the clan leader, Shao Zhanquan. What were you doing, ancestor? Shao Zhanquan trembled, stepping back in disbelief at his ancestor's sudden aggression. You wretched spawn! Do you have any idea how close you brought ruin to the Shao clan? The ancestor of the Shao clan was filled with rage that, is it really necessary? Ancestor? Is he so holy and untouchable? Shao Zhankuan retorted, vexed. My clan is an imperial lineage, only slightly weaker than the immortal clans. If our clan's resources were fully unleashed, we could certainly defeat an ancient demon god. Why are you so afraid of him? Shut up. The Shao clan's ancestor was infuriated, his hair standing on end from rage, and swiftly delivered a slap that turned Shao Zhankuan's face into a bloody pulp. Blood splattered, and his soul was shattered. No one was allowed to retrieve his corpse. Damn it, the ancestor of the Shao clan spat several times on the corpse of Shao Zhankuan. An imperial lineage is only slightly weaker than an immortal clan. It is 1,000,000 times weaker. The more powerful the existence, the more they understand how terrifying an immortal clan truly is. And not to mention Lin Yang himself. The Shao clan could not afford to offend him, as his background was exceedingly formidable. The clan's Shilan offspring, the destined ruler of humanity, the grandson of the Celestial Emperor, and the current son of the Celestial Emperor. Which of these titles could not spell doom for the Shao clan? Grateful to Lord Lin for granting the old man the opportunity to cleanse his household, he prostrated himself repeatedly until Lin Yang waved him off. Gulp. The remaining factions immediately focused inward, controlling their thoughts and emotions, no longer daring to indulge in further speculation. Lin Yang was a terrifying being capable of perceiving even the thoughts of a great emperor. Now, let us proceed. Lin Yang casually reclined back in the examination chair, crossing his legs and munching on fruits. This time, no one dared to feel displeased, for he possessed the power to do so. The final match was between Han Xinli, the young master of the Godao sect, and Lin Jui of the immortal Lin clan. The announcement echoed. The cunning youth stepped forward. Finally, it's my turn. After hiding for so many years, I can finally showcase the might of my Godao sect. He and Lin Jui both revealed their auras at the 9th level of Great Sage. Unexpectedly, the last match turned out to be a battle between two great sages. One of the human emperors remarked. Indeed, the previous favorites for the championship were all at least at the quasi-emperor level. Yet none made it to the finals. That it seems we can no longer judge solely by cultivation level. The ability of prodigies to fight above their rank is simply monstrous for ordinary cultivators. Not only is it challenging to cross a rank, but even battling across a single realm is exceedingly difficult. If the opponent is 3 realms above you, there is no hope at all. Yet for these exceptional prodigies, fighting across realms is as easy as drinking water. Lin Jui and Han Xinli collided with an explosive force, terrifying waves of law erupting, shattering the surroundings for millions of miles. Entirely unlike a battle of great sages. Humph, you dare to contend with me at the same level? It seems I must reveal a fraction of my hidden strength. Han Xinli unlocked the first of his inner seals, his aura soaring to the 9th level of Sacred Sovereign. Lin Jui felt the pressure intensify. Under the immense strain of battle, she too ignited her inner self, her divine essence boiling, breaking through to the Sacred Sovereign realm. Huh? Han Xinli was taken aback. You two have been hiding your strength? He had watched Lin Jui ascend from the 9th level of Sacred King to the Sacred Sovereign realm over the course of 2 battles. It was the first time in many years he had encountered someone who could conceal their strength as he did. Han Xinli sneered. If I am the first of Godao, you might barely qualify as the second. Unfortunately, your foundational strength is simply too weak to be of concern. The championship already belongs to me. He grinned widely, directly shattering the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th seals within him. His aura surged rapidly. Quasi-Emperor at the 4th level, then the 7th, then the 9th. Gulp. This kid is quite adept at hiding. Numerous formidable beings widened their eyes in astonishment. Clearly a formidable presence at the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm, yet astonishingly concealed to the 9th level of the Great Sage realm. Fight! Lin Jue was undeterred, indeed growing more valiant with each skirmish. What she required most at this juncture was a worthy adversary to awaken the latent energies within her. Both overwhelming strength and excessive weakness held little significance. Humph! Han Xinli directly summoned a multitude of quasi-emperor weapons, even producing a singular imperial weapon. A dreadful aura descended simultaneously, all converging towards Lin Yang. Those of the Go Dao sect were most adept at concealment. Having resolved to engage, they unleashed a terrifying force. Boom! Lin Yang also summoned her imperial longsword, clashing fiercely with Han Xinli. Her prowess was steadily advancing, her realm rapidly evolving. Damn it! Han Xinli was flabbergasted. Are you cheating? Anger flushed his face as he found himself utterly unable to contend with Lin Yang. The more they fought, the stronger she became. Who could withstand such an ordeal? It seemed imperative to unleash overwhelming power to crush her. Humph. Han Xinli resolved to seize his concealment, directly unveiling the final layer of his restrictions. The aura of the extreme Dao Emperor radiated forth, emanating an appalling pressure. Gulp, what? The presence of an extreme Dao Emperor? The strong from various sects gaped in disbelief. An extreme Dao Emperor, under 1,000 years old. Such beings were exceedingly rare throughout history. The distinction between quasi-emperors and emperors represented an insurmountable chasm that separated countless extraordinary talents. Without an emperor to anchor them, any force was merely ordinary. Only those possessing an extreme Dao Emperor could be deemed a hegemonic power. A typical hegemonic force might boast 1 or 2 ancestors as extreme Dao Emperors. Yet merely one prodigy emerging from such a lineage could rival an emperor? The various sect members grew solemn. The Go Dao sect was indeed formidable. Just how much strength were they concealing? Truly, they were cunningly deceptive. Ha! Han Xinli laughed coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yang. What a mortal prodigy! What transcendent genius of myriad races! All are but dregs before the Go Dao. We have bided our time for years. Now that we strike, we shall undoubtedly forge an invincible force. How could mere ants comprehend the vastness of the heavens? Allow me to show you what true invincibility looks like. He laughed heartily, unleashing a torrent of terrifying power, intent on crushing Lin Yang. Aside from my brother, no one else is worthy to speak of invincibility. Lin Yang steadied her sword, her expression more composed and solemn than ever. Though my memories have yet to fully awaken, I have recalled my strongest technique. Prepare to receive it. With a delicate shout, she transformed into a sword, the essence of the extreme Dao sword manifesting around her. From her innate spiritual body, an unparalleled sword embryo emerged. Sword, come! Lin Yang pointed her longsword, summoning the sword-shaped weapons from the hands of myriad sect experts, uncontrollably flying towards her. In an instant, an innumerable array of extraordinary swords soared forth. Celestial weapons, great sage weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, even the sword souls of extreme Dao imperial swords were activated. Carrying the profound intent of the sword tide, Lin Yang's strike was akin to cleaving the heavens asunder. What? Han Xinli, who thought he could easily crush Lin Yang, turned pale, instantly submerged within this sea of swords. As the sword sea receded, Han Xinli's body was left riddled with wounds, helplessly plummeting to the arena floor. Lin Yang's complexion turned ashen, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Utilizing the myriad swords returning to their origin at her current realm was excessively taxing. Fortunately, the divine liquid within her continued to sustain her vitality. Otherwise, she would have certainly fainted. The champion has emerged. The victor of the myriad sects battle is none other than Lin Yang of the immortal Lin clan. Several officiants, their voices filled with excitement, declared the outcome. The myriad sect experts sighed in resignation. The immortal celestial clan was indeed formidable, casually producing a child of merely 8 or 9 years of age, who wielded immense strength. Such prowess was simply insurmountable. Humph, the golden age is about to commence. And naturally, prodigies will arise from those resource-rich families. This is the decree of the great Dao. Yet, some experts harbored cold laughter within. How could the outcome of a contest between prodigies under 1,000 years reveal the true depth of the immortal celestial clan? They had originally intended to incite a true upheaval in the myriad sects battle, directly compelling the heavenly court to eradicate the immortal celestial clan entirely. However, at this point, they could only suppress their thoughts. Just as they plotted for another opportunity to instigate conflict, Han Xinli's chilling laughter resonated. Impressive, impressive. However, the Go Dao sect adheres to the path of survival. Now that we wish to emerge, we shall never relent. This myriad sect assembly is merely a grand strategy of ours. I am but a small piece on this chessboard. My defeat matters little. What is crucial is that I am the key to unlocking a new era. He detonated himself, a terrifying energy coalescing into a spatial passage, connecting the heavenly court and the secret realm of the Go Dao sect. What? The myriad sect experts' expressions shifted dramatically. What trickery is this? They gazed towards the other side of the spatial passage, leading directly to the foundational domain of the Go Dao sect. There, experts soared, each originally possessing an unremarkable aura, yet now radiating an astonishingly terrifying presence. Some even surpassed the fully revived ancient demon gods from earlier. It seems Xinli has opened a direct route for us to ambush the heavenly court. Your sacrifice is indeed worthwhile. Seizing the lives of the myriad sect experts when they are unprepared, we shall gain supreme power to conquer the heavenly court. Having concealed ourselves for so many years, we can finally no longer endure. The human heavenly court has long been due for a change of masters. The Go Dao sect leader, with an aura that shattered the heavens and earth, led the Go Dao sect experts. Stepping forth an immeasurable distance, arriving at the heart of the heavenly court, the site of the myriad sects battle arena. With a single slap, he obliterated countless experts, devouring their life force. Such terrifying power. What a Go Dao sect, each member harboring unfathomable levels of strength. Disguised as a hegemonic power, they secretly grew, awaiting the opportunity to execute their nefarious plans. Do you intend to usurp a certain immortal celestial clan's legacy? Someone inquired. Ha! The Go Dao sect leader laughed maniacally. Immortal celestial clan? We have never regarded you with any seriousness. Our target is the entirety of the heavenly court, the 3,000 realms. He turned his gaze, amusement glinting in his eyes as he regarded Lin Yang. You are the so-called foremost prodigy of the current 3,000 realms, are you not? Capture you, and both the Lin clan and the current heavenly emperor shall bow to me. Your misfortune lies in encountering me. Surrender obediently. Just you. Lin Yang grinned, preparing to take action. Just then, a light chuckle echoed. I am eager to see which jester dares to covet the heir of my Lin clan. A cold voice rang out, as a terrifying figure radiating boundless light descended from deep within the heavenly court. The grand celestial official of the martial sage hall. He's actually an ancestor of the Lin clan. These immortal celestial clans truly keep their cards close to their chest. The imperial clan experts flushed with embarrassment. It had been far too long since their time. These imperial clan experts, born in an era of peace, had little concept of the disparity between themselves and the celestial clans. They merely knew their ancestors, and the immortal celestial clan ancestors both held positions in the heavenly court. Thus, they naturally perceived the gap as negligible. However, today, that disparity was laid bare. An ancestor from a hegemonic family is at most a mere soldier in the heavenly court, while an ancestor from the imperial clan is merely a captain of the guards. Yet any casual member of the immortal celestial clan commands the esteemed rank of Grand Celestial Official. A Grand Celestial Official of the heavenly court? The Go Dao sect leader stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not regarding the Lin clan ancestor in the slightest. We dare to devour even the heavenly court. Do you think you can send only one Grand Celestial Official to confront us? Is that not a grave underestimation of our capabilities? Enough. The Lin clan elder smiled serenely, casually summoning a celestial treasure to strike forth that a strand of celestial energy reverberated through the heavens. What? The celestial pathway has been severed, yet they can still wield celestial power? The myriad sect members gasped in unison. Is this the true foundation of the immortal Lin clan? It is but a contest of foundations. The Go Dao sect conceals countless experts. Today, you shall witness our true might. The Go Dao sect leader laughed thrice, commanding the several powerhouses behind him to march forth to their demise. Boom! 3 experts were obliterated in a single strike from the celestial treasure. The treasures might utterly spent. Humph! No matter how strong you are, your foundation is ultimately limited. The leader of the Go Dao sect brimmed with pride. How much celestial power can this divine treasure contain? Once your celestial energy is depleted, the heavenly court shall be under the dominion of my Go Dao sect. Ah, the Grand Minister of the Lin clan was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. So, this is your scheme. With a swift gesture, he opened a spatial passage that led directly to the eternal Lin clan. What? The leader of the Go Dao sect's pupils constricted. They had expended countless strategies, even sacrificing the foremost prodigy, to forge a passage to the heart of the heavenly court. Think the eternal Lin clan possessed one all along. Are you that astonished? The Grand Minister of the Lin clan chuckled. Every immortal clan enjoys this privilege. You are so oblivious, yet you boldly proclaim your intent to annihilate the heavenly court. You've rendered this old man, 80,000 years of age, utterly amused. The leader of the Go Dao sect fell silent. The myriad sect leaders also remained quiet. Humph! Merely a trivial privilege. The leader of the Go Dao sect's aura surged, his realm imposing ever more pressure as the seals within him erupted wildly. Very well. If that is the case, let us first eradicate your eternal Lin clan as an appetizer. Ha ha! What a brazen old fool! From within the Lin clan's passage, Lin Tianyuan stepped forth. Behind him, an endless array of Lin clan warriors exuded a terrifying aura capable of shattering the heavens, darkening the entire sky. Truly, divine soldiers of celestial might, both sacred and fearsome. Father, what brings you here? I can handle this alone. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and inquired. Humph, we anticipated that this myriad sect conference would attract troublemakers. Haven't these imperial clans always sought to instigate a great war? Let us slay the chicken to warn the monkey, demonstrating the true chasm between the imperial clans and the immortal clans. Lin Tianyuan declared with immense authority. Indeed, we have long awaited a sect bold enough to court death. It is ironic that the one to emerge is the Go Dao sect, notorious for its cowardice. The Grand Minister of the Lin clan shook his head and chuckled. Seeing Lin Tianyuan's righteous demeanor, Lin Yang teased. Father, are you missing mother? Otherwise, why would so many immortal clans want to flaunt their prowess at this conference? Surely you must have snatched this opportunity. Lin Tianyuan, caught in his thoughts, waved his hand defiantly. Cough! How could that be? This was prearranged between me and your mother. Yes, Lin Yang nodded, since his father and the others were eager to display their prowess. He was content to recline in his chair, indulging in fruits and sweets. With a smile, he extended his hand. Come on, father, let the performance begin. Lin Tianyuan was at a loss for words. His son, despite his apparent idleness, possessed unfathomable strength. Had he been as fervent in cultivation, he might have transcended the ages to become an immortal by now. The leader of the Go Dao sect was infuriated. What are you doing? Have you forgotten about me? Do you not regard my Go Dao sect? We are here to overthrow the heavenly court. Did you hear that? Just a mere eternal. Lin Tianyuan frowned and glanced over, thrusting his spear across the vast distance, instantly obliterating the head of the Go Dao sect leader. I am merely having a conversation with my son. What business do you, an insignificant ant, have in this matter? The myriad sect leaders were left dumbfounded. The leader of the Go Dao sect had been unleashing his inner seals, and his power had surely surpassed that of the 9th layer of the extreme Dao Emperor, manifesting the strength of a second life emperor. Yet, he was effortlessly dispatched with a single thrust. How terrifying is the leader of the Lin clan? Normally, an extreme Dao Emperor of the 9th layer could attempt the path of immortality. However, with the immortal road severed, extreme Dao Emperors could only await death, seal themselves, or strive for a second life. The lifespan of an extreme Dao Emperor is 100,000 years, should one achieve a second life. They could rejuvenate and live another 100,000 years. This cycle continues until they reach the pinnacle of the 9th life, at which point they are revered as heavenly emperors. Yet, achieving a second life is exceedingly challenging. Even the most extraordinary extreme Tao emperors have only a minuscule chance of succeeding in this era. Attaining a second life is a far more arduous task than becoming a true immortal in ancient times. Having lived for so many years, to witness an extreme Tao emperor achieve a second life only to be instantaneously vanquished is utterly absurd. Many powerful figures were filled with dread. Is this the true might of the immortal clans? Lin Yang's fighting spirit surged, and a murderous aura boiled within him as he directed his gaze toward the Godao sect. Lin clan warriors, heed my command. Annihilate the Godao sect and bolster the might of our Lin clan. The immortal clans must not be insulted. The Lin clan must not be insulted. The warriors of the Lin clan shouted in unison, their battle cries resonating throughout the heavens. The myriad sect leaders could hardly withstand the terrifying intent to kill, and many of them spat blood as they were blown away. Is this truly the immortal clan? Some patriarchs of the imperial clans felt bitter. The disparity is too great. Boom! The Lin clan's army surged through the spatial passage, directly invading the stronghold of the Godao sect. The Godao sect hastily organized its forces to resist, but just as they assembled, the Lin clan unleashed an untold number of divine treasures and imperial weapons, overwhelming them entirely. Futile. No matter how cunning you are, compared to the foundation of the immortal clans, you are but a drop in the ocean, a mere speck. The Grand Minister of the Lin clan smiled faintly. This sect truly possesses audacity, daring to call itself the Godao sect without knowing the heavens and earth. Little do they realize that in these 3,000 realms, the most cowardly are the immortal clans themselves. Should the foundations of the ancestral lands of the immortal clans emerge, each one could sweep through the entire era of celestial downfall. Of course, such foundations vanish once utilized, in moments of life and death. No one would dare to employ them. The Lin clan's forces pressed on relentlessly. Their speed of flight, rather than the Godao sect's army, was what impeded them. The onslaught was akin to a tidal wave. A one-sided massacre. Sizzle. In just a minute, the Lin clan's army leveled the entire Godao sect and breached its ancestral grounds. Humph, who would have thought someone would dare invade the ancestral lands of my Godao sect? Truly bold. Let me see what is happening. Awakened from their slumber, the elders of the Godao sect revealed their formidable powers. Yet before they could fully display their might, they were met with an endless tide of Lin clan warriors. Terrifying divine treasures descended like raindrops. What is happening? These elders were instantly obliterated by the divine treasures, some even meeting their demise before they could open their eyes. After years of self-seclusion, they had not even had the opportunity to showcase their invincible talents before perishing. No. The elders of the Godao sect cried out in despair that in any realm, they could trample over various imperial clans, hidden away for too long, concealing too many powerful beings. Yet, before the Lin clan's forces, they were subjected to a dimensional collapse, like a flood devastating an anthill. Their so-called foundations, cunningness, and concealment appeared laughably fragile. Well, a minute has passed. The Godao sect has been utterly eradicated. Silence ensued. Only silence remained. It was too shocking. The myriad sect leaders gazed at this scene, their scalps tingling, their very bones trembling. To flatten a formidable sect in a minute. This is the immortal clan, the 18th army of the Lin clan. Respond. Mission accomplished. Regroup. Lin Tianyuan commanded nonchalantly. The Lin clan's army, having leveled the Godao sect, promptly regrouped. 18th army? What? The myriad sect leaders were astounded. Does this imply that the Lin clan possesses at least 18 such formidable armies? The myriad sect leaders, already shaken to their core, felt their minds trembling in fear. Everything has returned. Everything. In the heavenly court, the watching commanders and chief attendants felt their eyes turn red. They were all overlords, ancestors of imperial forces. On this day, they were reminded of the dread they had experienced under the dominion of the immortal clans in ancient times. Such unparalleled tyranny, such unmatched supremacy. This dominion and fear penetrated to the very marrow, unyielding even after the immortal road had been severed for countless ages. Lin Tianyuan smiled faintly. It seems the outcome surpassed his expectations. However, one must remain humble in demeanor. Lin Tanyuan admonished himself, in the fantastical realm. No matter how powerful one becomes, it is wise to hold back. The Lin clan is far more formidable than merely the 18 armies. Otherwise, maintaining the position of sovereign over the 8 desolations for countless millennia would be impossible. Rumble. The earth of the Go Dao sect cracked, threatening to shatter the entire secret realm. A terrifying aura surged forth, and a colossal maw rose to the heavens. What is this? The presence of an ancient divine beast. Is this the deity that the Go Dao sect has been venerating all along? The Lin clan's army prepared to strike, but Lin Tianyuan's eyes glimmered, and he called for a halt. The ground completely fragmented. A gigantic hound, whose colossal form could occupy a significant portion of the secret realm merely by revealing itself, materialized. The ancient divine beast, Go Dog. Lin Yang instantly recognized the lineage of this creature. No wonder the Go Dao sect could flourish to such an extent. Nestled within the secret realm was an ancient divine beast. This ancient divine beast bore an inherent path, and practicing in its vicinity could swiftly elevate one's understanding of the Tao. The path of Go. Lin Yang discerned all the mysteries of the path of Go with a mere glance, grinning. It is utterly incompatible with my nature. What he desired was invincibility, the freedom to act as he wished, to do whatever he pleased. The vastness of the world held no boundaries for him. There was no enemy in the universe he could not vanquish. There was nothing he could not accomplish. A life of evasion and concealment, akin to that of Go Dao, was akin to a living hell. It would have been better not to have embarked on this journey at all. Upon its emergence, the divine beast Go Dog curled into a ball. Despite its terrifying power, it possessed a timid disposition. Even when roused from slumber, it refrained from baring its fangs. Intriguing that my Lin clan's 72nd sacred mountain is in need of a guardian divine beast. Would you be willing to accompany me to the Lin clan? Lin Tianyuan inquired with a light chuckle. Heavens, the formidable beings of the myriad sects gasped. Such an ancient divine beast, if encountered by them, would surely be revered as a deity. After all, even if these divine beasts did nothing but lie there, the rhythmic flow of the Tao would elevate the cultivation levels of nearby practitioners at an astonishing rate. Yet, within the Lin clan, it was merely placed upon an inconspicuous sacred mountain as a guardian beast. How utterly ostentatious! The divine beast Go Dog, in a daze, shook its head, initially hesitant. However, upon catching sight of the celestial bone that Lin Tianyuan produced, drool immediately flowed, and it nodded fervently. After the severance of the celestial path, it had scoured the world in vain, never finding such delicacies again. Its astonishment, this man possessed it. If you have food, I shall follow you henceforth. Go Dog, shedding its divine beast stature, transformed into a size akin to an ordinary dog, wagging its tail at Lin Tianyuan's feet. This scene left the myriad sect's powerful beings speechless. Brother, are you truly a divine beast? Lin Tianyuan waved his hand, clearing the battlefield of the Go Dao sect, leading the Lin clan's army back to the heavenly court. Those who wished to challenge the undying celestial clan stepped forward. Lin Tianyuan's gaze swept over the myriad sects, his smile warm. They dared not. The undying celestial clan commanded 3,000 realms, and that was only natural. The myriad sect's powerful beings have been thoroughly intimidated by the Lin clan's mere display of strength, nearly causing them to perish from fear. Even the disparity between the second-tier imperial clans and the undying celestial clan was so vast that it could hardly be quantified. Well, since there are no objections, let us adhere to the previous rules and regulations that I have spoken. Who agrees and who dissents? Lin Tianyuan surveyed the crowd once more. Do we all agree? The myriad sect's powerful beings clamored in unison. Excellent. Lin Tianyuan nodded. Allowing the Lin clan's army to return to their domain, he then descended beside Lin Yang. What do you think? My dear son, do you not appear quite dashing? Have you ignited the ambition to inherit the title of clan leader of the celestial clan? As long as you perform well, I shall encourage you further next time. Lin Yang remained unmoved, entirely unfazed by Lin Tianyuan's coaxing. This old fellow harbored all sorts of schemes, intent on preventing him from slacking off. Very well. Lin Tianyuan pouted, somewhat exasperated. His son was exemplary in every regard, save for his overly carefree disposition. Now that the great battle of the myriad sects had concluded, let us seek your mother. He patted Lin Yang's shoulder. Lin Yang suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lin Tanyuan glared. Nothing. I just recalled something amusing. Lin Yang replied repeatedly. Let us hurry. Mom must be waiting anxiously. Oh. Lin Tanyuan nodded absent-mindedly. Thus Lin Yang, along with his sister and father, entered the Lingxiao treasure hall. Rian, it has been 10 years since we last met. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. I have missed you dearly. Lin Tianyuan's eyes sparkled upon seeing Lu Ruyan, striding toward her. Lu Ruyan also smiled, but the moment Lin Tianyuan approached, her brows furrowed, and she seized his ear. Lin Tianyuan was taken aback. Wife, what are you doing? That hurts. How dare you force our little Yang to cultivate? Have you ignored my words? Lu Ruyan interrogated. Me? Forcing him? The more Lin Tianyuan listened, the more absurd it sounded. Ruyan, do you think I could compel this little ancestor? I merely suggested a target of overcoming the purple bamboo forest, and he obliterated it with a single sword, then vanished into the mundane world for a decade. Lu Ruyan was somewhat surprised. So, we didn't force him to cultivate. Lin Tianyuan shrugged innocently. Of course not. I have never witnessed him practicing for even a second. Then how has little Yang become so powerful? Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow. I wish I knew. Lin Tianyuan muttered, feeling perplexed. How he cultivated, I have no idea. I merely woke up one day and found myself as formidable. Lin Jiuyu raised her hand to speak. Lin Tianyuan fell into a deep existential contemplation. Is diligent cultivation truly a misguided path? Is the true path of cultivation simply slacking off and sleeping? Observing his father's wavering conviction, Lin Yang felt a sudden urge to preach the virtues of idleness. Though he suspected it would be difficult to sway his father, a fervent practitioner. In any case, our son and daughter surpass you by leaps and bounds. Lu Ruyan pouted. You, a cultivation fanatic, have secluded yourself for centuries. In your youth, you nearly suffocated me with boredom. Lin Yang quickly covered Lin Jiuyu's ears. Mom, you are truly fierce. Such inappropriate comments should not be uttered. Lin Jiuyu pouted. Elder brother, I'm already an adult, so why can't I listen? Cough. You have yet to undergo your coming-of-age ceremony. Lin Yang asserted gravely. Then, elder brother, you have yet to undergo your coming-of-age ceremony as well. Lin Jiuyu retorted defiantly. Cough, cough. Regarding the coming-of-age ceremony, the Lin clan is already prepared. Lin Tianyuan turned to Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, you must return to participate in our children's coming-of-age ceremony. Right? I know your little intentions. Lu Ruyan smiled, pressing her lips together. Rest assured, now that the myriad sects grand competition has concluded, I will have time to accompany you back. You must not concoct excuses to shirk your responsibilities. No more whining about sore backs and legs. I have been sharpening my sword for 10 years, and I am already ravenous. I shall not capitulate this time. Lin Tianyuan declared with ambition. It is settled. We depart at once. Lu Ruyan promptly opened his spatial portal. Lin Tianyuan was taken aback by his wife's eagerness, momentarily stunned. The next moment, he found himself being pulled back into the undying Lin clan by Lu Ruyan. Father and mother have such a strong bond. Lin Jiuyu murmured, I think they are merely pent up. Lin Yang remarked, rolling his eyes. Let us head back as well. MMHM. Lin Jiuyu nodded vigorously. Upon returning to the Lin clan, Lin Jiuyu stretched. I'm in a good mood today. Let us go home and enjoy a long sleep.